Do not dare to call me master, I have no apprentice like you. The police officers at the Bechao police station trembled under the furious roar of their chief, Sieping. They moved stealthily, even their breath stifled, fearful of being collateral damage. Songbo, you arrogant wretch, do you think being the branch chief makes you invincible? Do you not understand the situation in Bechao? In this urban rural fringe, where a mix of individuals thrives, we are short-staffed and poorly equipped with over 20 officers, we possess merely 4 bicycles and 3 electric scooters. As chief, every time I attend a meeting at the bureau, I struggle to catch a bus and have to take a rickshaw instead. That aside, no matter how tough it gets, can it rival the hardships I faced during my military service? But what you have done here is utterly ridiculous. This year's graduates from the police academy, I can understand why the best would refuse to come to Bechao. But why send me a useless individual? Sieping gripped the intern officer's file tightly, nearly crumpling it. The photograph depicted a rather rotund fellow, whose charm could only be described as endearing in a superficial sense. To put it bluntly, he appeared foolish, dazed, and dim-witted. Standing at 180 centimeters, he could be considered tall, providing some deterrent against criminals. Yet, weighing in at 220 pounds, what was that? Could one equate a body of blubber with a physique of muscle? Since when did police academy admissions disregard weight limits? Even if he had connections to gain admission, after 4 years of rigorous military-style training, could he not shed some pounds? Moreover, the grades were infuriating. In physical fitness, criminal investigation, interrogation, scene examination, case analysis, close combat, firearms, and more, he barely scraped by. According to academy rules, failing even one subject meant no graduation. This meant this hefty individual had barely clung to the passing line, entering the internship phase. If anyone believed the instructors had not given him a few extra points to ensure he graduated, they were out of their minds. This year, there were 378 graduates from the Provincial Police Academy, and this rotund fellow was undoubtedly at the very bottom. For Sieping, who had served as chief for 20 years, Bechao was akin to his own child, his cherished possession. Now, with the arrival of a laggard, how could he not be enraged? You think this useless individual is actually impressive? Do you take me for a 3-year-old? I tell you, Songbo, if you do not replace this incompetent fool, I shall no longer recognize you as my apprentice. Sieping forcefully hung up the phone. On a bus heading to Bechao, a portly man occupied the elderly, disabled, pregnant reserved seat, engrossed in a novel. A lewd smile frequently graced his chubby face, his prominent ears flashed red. Clearly, he was not reading anything of substance. South Ming Station has arrived. Passengers disembarking, please exit from the middle door. The next stop is the terminal, Bechao Station. As the bus announced its stop, it gradually came to a halt. The door swung open, and a new wave of passengers boarded from the front. Among them, a particularly striking trio of a grandmother, mother, and child caught the eye. Grandmother cradled her peacefully slumbering grandson, while her daughter-in-law leant. Her support beside them. The gaze of every man aboard the bus was captivated by the striking young woman in her 30s, dressed in a crop top that revealed her midriff, with collarbones delicate enough to hold water, and a flat abdomen that complemented her ample bosom. She exuded an alluring charm. Her denim shorts accentuated her fair, shapely legs, while a pair of crystal heels further emphasized her statuesque figure. After the young woman boarded the bus, a stout man abandoned his novel, his small eyes fixated on her as if they were embedded within her form. His gaze remained unblinking, his head turning in tandem with her movements. The woman shot him a disdainful glare as she assisted her mother-in-law and settled into a seat at the rear of the bus. The other men, feeling a sense of regret, turned away, aware of the decorum expected in social settings. The stout man, however, continued to stare at her, entranced. As the bus departed from the station, an announcement echoed, "Welcome aboard bus 906. The next stop is the terminal at Bechao Station." Amidst the announcement, the stout man rose slowly, swaying in rhythm with the bus motion as he made his way to the back. Curiosity piqued among the passengers. Their eyes turned towards him. Standing before the last row, his gaze fixated on the young woman, he blurted out, "Beautiful lady, what are your rates?" His words sparked an instinctive urge to confront him. Was this truly human speech? "You're the one who should be selling yourself." The young woman retorted angrily. "Oh, you have discerning taste. Quick service for 500, all night for 1200. I assure you, I'm quite capable of satisfying your needs." "So, what'll it be, a quick service or an all-nighter?" The stout man's brazen declaration left the crowd dumbfounded. What was happening? Was he buying or selling? "With your appearance, I wouldn't accept you even for free," the woman shot back, her almond-shaped eyes glaring fiercely. In the last row, aside from one vacant seat, a man sat, unable to tolerate the scene any longer. He glared and stood up. "You're out of line," he began, only to be interrupted as the stout man seized his hand and twisted it downwards, transforming the man's threats into cries of pain. With his other hand, the stout man lightly patted the man's face. "What kind of scoundrel are you, trying to play the hero? Get lost," he added, flinging the man aside, who stumbled forward, barely avoiding a fall. The passengers fell silent, their expressions betraying a mix of anger and fear. In these times, everyone tends to mind their own business, indifferent to the troubles of others. Besides, the stout man resembled a formidable bear, clearly not one to provoke. Interfering could invite trouble, and risking a beating was simply not worth it. "Fatty, if you stir up any more trouble, we'll call the police," the bus driver warned loudly. "I'm Zazawi from West City, wielding a dragon-slaying sword from Boland Street to Mongkok. Go ahead and try to report me. I'll have my brothers take care of you," the stout man bellowed, leaving the driver silent and focused on the road. With the driver cowed, the other passengers were even less inclined to intervene. The stout man turned to the young woman, a smug expression on his face. "So, what do you think? Am I impressive? Care to consider joining me?" The elderly woman beside the young mother, holding the child, was visibly displeased. "Others may fear you, but I do not." "Go ahead, test me," the elderly woman rose and exclaimed, simultaneously reaching out to push him away. In the eyes of the onlookers, the man of stature would never lay a hand on a woman. Yet, this rotund individual defied convention, swiftly seizing the child from the woman's arms with his left hand. With his right hand, he grasped the woman's hair and forcefully threw her down. The elderly woman stood no chance against such overwhelming strength, collapsing to the ground in utter defeat. The young mother, filled with urgency, rose to assess the situation. The rotund man responded with an abrupt slap. Crack. The sharp sound of the slap reverberated through the air. The young mother, along with everyone in the vehicle, was left in stunned disbelief. Sieping stood in the courtyard, frequently glancing at his watch. Today marked the day for the report of intern officers, as per regulations. They were to assemble before 8 o'clock. Yet, as the clock approached 7:60, only 3 out of the 4 interns had arrived. The last one, a portly fellow who was supposed to be returned, was nowhere to be seen, and attempts to contact him proved futile. Chaos reigned. Discipline was non-existent. Sieping's ire was reaching its threshold, ready to erupt, when a bus careened through the precinct's gates. The bus came to a sudden halt before the assembled officers. The front door swung open. "Director Sier, there are ruffians on the bus who have insulted women, snatched children, and assaulted people," the driver exclaimed loudly. The passengers on board rallied behind the driver, having initially believed he was too cowardly to call for help. To their surprise, the driver was no pushover. Instead of reporting the incident, he had boldly driven the bus straight into the precinct yard. At that moment, Sieping, brimming with pent-up frustration, heard the driver ace words and waved his hand, leading his officers aboard the bus. Upon entering, they were met with a sight that ignited their fury. A hefty man stood at the back of the bus, one foot planted on the back of an elderly woman. The poor woman struggled desperately. Akin to a turtle pinned on its back, her limbs flailing helplessly, unable to rise. The rotund man clutched a child of about 2 years old. A beautiful young woman. Seeing the police arrive, anxiously attempted to reclaim the child. However, the hefty man responded with a resounding slap to her face. How audacious! To act so brazenly in front of the police was utterly outrageous. Sieping bellowed, "Cease this at once. I am Sieping, the director of Becheo Police Station. Your actions constitute a violation of the law." Before he could finish, the hefty man turned around, glancing back. "San Pingen." Sieping was momentarily taken aback upon recognizing the man's face. This was the very individual he had intended to return. The hefty man, cradling the child, stood at attention. "Director Sier, I am intern officer San Pingen, reporting for duty." Sieping furrowed his brow. "What is the meaning of this?" "Report to Director Sier. I suspect these 2 individuals are human traffickers." Upon hearing this, the young woman erupted in anger. "You are talking nonsense. Give me back my baby." San Pingen retaliated with another slap, and after several previous altercations, the young woman's face had become swollen. "Stop. What are you doing?" Sieping exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. In this day and age, being a police officer was no easy task. One had to enforce the law with civility and be open to public scrutiny. A minor incident could easily escalate into a public outcry. An intern officer striking a suspect in front of a crowd was a grave misstep. If this were to escalate further, a mere reprimand would be the least of his worries. Would he be willing to sacrifice his position over such foolishness? Director, I have evidence. San Ping declared. Xie Ping surveyed the crowd, his expression darkening as he nodded. Speak. He had made up his mind. Should this hefty man fail to provide a coherent explanation, a minimum of 3 days in confinement awaited him. Report to Director Xie. This woman used civilized language. Xie Ping's forehead throbbed with veins. Woman? What kind of beastly language is that? Yes, this young lady. San Ping pointed towards the young woman nursing her swollen face. She is adorned in counterfeit luxury brands, and the handbag she carries is this year's latest model. Just released abroad. It is not only impossible to procure such items domestically but even abroad, thus rendering them counterfeit. Yet, the child is adorned entirely in genuine luxury brands. This particular jacket, a renowned children's luxury item from gold, costs 12,000. The jade beads adorning her neck, of the finest icy spinach green variety, are worth no less than 200,000. Does such a combination not raise suspicions? Upon hearing the quoted prices, the crowd initially gasped in disbelief, and now, confronted with the question posed by the stout man, they appear utterly bewildered. How could this raise suspicions? Xie Ping nods, asserting that while parents striving to provide the best for their children is commendable, it must align with their financial capabilities. Those who don't counterfeit luxury brands would not purchase authentic ones for their children. Conversely, those capable of affording genuine luxury for their offspring would not resort to public transport, as they possess their own vehicles and perhaps even a dedicated chauffeur. San Ping concurs, acknowledging the stark contrast in attire among the three individuals, marking it as a point of suspicion. The second point of doubt arises from the young woman, who clearly has never borne a child. You speak nonsense. I carried my baby for 10 months, in nearly sacrificing my life to give birth. How could I not have had a child? How could I be a trafficker? The woman's sorrowful demeanor certainly elicits pity. The stout man scoffs, spare us the theatrics. You have never given birth. Moreover, you have suffered 4 miscarriages. And your uterine lining is as thin as paper, you will never bear a child. The crowd is once again collectively perplexed. How could you ascertain that she has never had a child? How do you know she has had 4 miscarriages? Are you merely speculating? The stout man explains. Women who have given birth exhibit a forward-tilting pelvis. Their hips, waist, chest, and abdomen bear stretch marks. I observed her closely as she entered the vehicle. Her posture lacked the characteristic tilt of a pelvis, and her abdomen and sides showed no signs of stretch marks. These marks do not vanish easily. Even for those with excellent physical condition and aided by modern technology, it takes at least 3 years for them to fade completely. Given that this child is only about 2 years old, the timeline simply does not align. Any single detail suffices to indicate that she has never given birth. Even if the previous 2 points were inconsequential, the third affirms my conviction that they are indeed traffickers. The third point. The crowd plays along, eager for elucidation. This woman has infectious hepatitis. Consider this, would a grandparent with such an ailment willingly hold their grandchild? They would likely avoid contact at all costs. Most crucially, San Ping observes the child cradled in his arms. The little one appears unusually flushed, with slightly rapid breathing. In a state of normal slumber. A child would have a rosy complexion, yet their breathing would slow. I deduce that the child has undoubtedly ingested a sedative. Therefore, they are indisputably traffickers. The young woman's face pales, and she collapses. But you cannot resort to violence so swiftly. Setting aside the facts, how can a man strike a woman? The speaker is a bespectacled young woman of unremarkable appearance and slender build. Upon uttering those words, the air was thick with a sense of sanctimonious superiority. San Ping let out a cold scoff and retorted, do you truly believe that refraining from action will cause human traffickers to lower their guard? If they remain vigilant, how can I ensure the safe rescue of abducted children? Should the traffickers discover their exposure and take the abducted children hostage, are you prepared to bear the consequences? Setting aside the facts, you have entirely disregarded reality and still spout such nonsense. I find your self-righteousness utterly detestable. You display no compassion for the abducted children. Yet extend sympathy to the traffickers instead. Wait until you have children of your own and one goes missing. Let us see if you can still shamelessly utter such heartless drivel. The crowd erupted into a chorus of condemnation against the self-righteous individual. Xie Pinghorn, with a stern expression, waved his hand and commanded to arrest them. In an instant, the silver bracelets were donned, causing both the young woman and the middle-aged lady to collapse in a heap. Concurrently, a voice resonated in San Ping'an's mind: successfully apprehended 2 human traffickers, rescued 1 abducted child. Reward: Master Brother Feng Shu's acupoint sealing technique. Usage restriction: each use requires the consumption of 1 pound of fat. San Ping'an's face darkened. Were it not for the inappropriateness of the occasion, he would undoubtedly have vented his frustrations on the system itself. If needles were available, he would stab them mercilessly; if not, he would remove his size 43 shoes and deliver a thorough beating. Even so, he silently cursed the ancestors of the system. This unreliable, wretched system had accompanied him upon his arrival in this world. Its inaugural task was to enroll in a police academy and graduate successfully. The penalty for failure: chemical castration of his second brother. This meant that if he failed to complete the task, his second brother would become nothing more than a decorative item. One could only imagine the tragic scene: a beautiful woman before him, alluring and captivating, yet when he looked down, his second brother appeared listless and despondent, utterly powerless. Perhaps it would be better to sever that connection altogether. Out of sight, out of mind. Furthermore, despite his corpulence, San Ping'an was not devoid of intelligence. Gaining admission to a prestigious university was certainly within reach. Even if he chose not to pursue further education, inheriting the family business should suffice, right? Yet, with the punitive task looming overhead, he had no choice but to face it head-on. San Ping'an did not wish to be referred to as Little Anzi in the future. Or worse, Little Kais, for barely exceeding the police academy's admission score. But the pressing question remained: how would he pass the physical examination? A 220-pound individual aspiring to enter the police academy, clad in military attire, that he would undoubtedly resemble a cook from the mess hall. Yet, donned in a police uniform, he would inevitably evoke the image of a corrupt officer within the police force. Was the integrity of the police department to be jeopardized? Fortunately, his family lineage boasted a legacy of law enforcement, with his father being a significant figure in the provincial department. With a single phone call, the physical examination would be effortlessly arranged. Thus, San Ping'an was thrust into 4 arduous years of existence following his transmigration. Whether it was a lack of fortune in examinations or the system stifling his potential, he struggled at the police academy like no other. Rising earlier than roosters and retiring later than dogs, he toiled harder than any beast of burden. The mere accumulation of notes towered higher than he himself. And what was the outcome? Despite having diligently memorized an entire semester's worth of knowledge, he could not recite it fluently. Yet, when prompted with a passage, he could instantly identify the textbook, the page number, and the line. Even the instructor admitted that the student's familiarity with the material surpassed his own. Whenever he encountered difficulties, he would directly consult this student, who consistently provided the answers. However, once an examination commenced, disaster struck. The questions on the paper were as familiar as an old friend. But upon picking up the pen to write his name and student ID, they transformed into strangers. It was as if they were ex-spouses, knowing each other's depths yet drifting apart. Despite knowing each other's strengths and weaknesses, they found themselves growing more distant. Each exam resulted in blank papers, and his scores were consistently 0. In combat and firearms practical courses, he excelled, ranking among the top due to his considerable weight of 220 pounds. Which was not without its advantages. If he claimed to be the second best in the police academy, a fellow student would shamelessly declare himself the best. There was no need for San Ping'an to intervene, as other students would swiftly confront him. Strangely, however, he faltered during examinations. In combat scenarios, his limbs became rigid, his movements uncoordinated, and he would often topple at the slightest touch, leaving his opponents anxious, fearing he might feign injury to gain an upper hand. The defeated were baffled, while the victors were left scratching their heads. Shooting assessments were equally perplexing. Each time he fired, he aimed for the bullseye and hit it, yet upon inspection, he discovered he had struck the target next door. His accuracy was impressive, yet he consistently misidentified his targets, leaving him with no recourse to defend himself. The only aspect of his training that remained consistent was his physical fitness. San Ping'an entered the police academy weighing 220 pounds. A figure that seemed to be locked by the system. After a grueling day of training, he would feel utterly exhausted, yet upon weighing himself, he would find he had only lost 4 pounds, akin to a butcher slicing flesh. Had he lost weight? Certainly not. After a meal and a night's rest, he would awaken to find himself back at 220 pounds. Imagine the explosive power of a 220-pound individual. It was formidable. However, his endurance left much to be desired. The weight hindered his sprinting, rendering him unqualified for short distances, and long-distance running was utterly laughable. It was during this time that he first heard someone plead with him. "Please, don't go, just stay." This came from his physical training instructor. After running 400 meters, he could no longer continue and resorted to walking. The instructor's emotions transitioned from anger to helplessness to desperation, nearly begging him to persevere. After 4 years, not only was San Ping'an exasperated, but so were the instructors, directors, and even the principal of the academy. As graduation approached, he remained the brave and cunning top student, a promising candidate for the police force. Yet, once in the examination room, he transformed into a blank slate, his limbs stiff and his mind void. Faced with such a student, should the academy grant him a diploma or not? Ultimately, the leaders of the police academy convened and reached a decision that defied tradition. Nay, it was a decision that contravened principles. The regular academic performance, combined with examination scores, along with conduct and evaluation grades, culminated in San Ping'an's graduation score. This yielded a result of passing in all subjects, and the system's task was finally accomplished. San Ping'an had anticipated that the system would reward him with abilities such as captain's serum, expertise in firearms, or mastery in martial arts. However, to his surprise, this wretched system granted him a master-level diagnostic skill instead. The diagnostic skill is one of the 4 diagnostic methods in traditional Chinese medicine: observation, listening, inquiry, and palpation. A master-level diagnostic skill is indeed remarkable. With just a glance, all bodily data and ailments would immediately manifest in his mind. Yet, the issue lies in the fact that aside from being able to ascertain body measurements and detect cosmetic surgeries at a glance, it proved to be of little utility. It only came in handy when attempting to apprehend these 2 human traffickers, marking its first practical application. He had finally received a reward, but what was this? The acupoint technique from the master of Feng Shui? What nonsense was this? Feng Shui was a martial arts film starring Jie Gu in a previous life. The term master referred to the elder master of Feng Shui's mother, possessing a hidden skill in acupoint striking. In the film, to protect Feng Shui's mother, the master employed a formidable acupoint technique, ensuring a close-range hit. Even a chicken struck in this manner would spread its wings and perform a split. Yet, what use was this? Furthermore, it required the consumption of 1 pound of fat for each use. Was the system implying that he had gained weight? For 4 years, the system had not complained about his weight, but now it seemed to have developed a disdain for his figure. The 2 human traffickers were escorted into the interrogation room. This was undoubtedly a case of organized crime, and it was imperative to delve deeper, tracing leads to capture the entire syndicate. Xie Ping's aversion to the overweight man diminished somewhat, barely reaching the passing threshold. Beqiao, being a transitional area between urban and rural settings, boasted a complex social structure with myriad pathways. If the traffickers disembarked from a bus and melted into the crowd, they would vanish amidst the sea of people. Fortunately, the hefty individual had a meticulous mind, averting a tragic scenario that would have shattered a family. Moreover, if they could pry information from the traffickers and dismantle the entire gang, a collective third-class merit award would be inevitable. Perhaps this achievement could be leveraged to appeal to the higher-ups for a small van to enhance their FAOD. With everyone present, Lao Tong was summoned to conduct the induction ceremony. Xie Ping informed the seasoned detective with interrogation experience, and they entered the interrogation room. The instructor, Tong Jing, was one of the 2 prominent figures at the Beqiao police station. Approximately 50 years of age, he had a midlife spread and a receding hairline. Greeting everyone with a cheerful demeanor reminiscent of a slimmed-down Maitreya Buddha. At Tong Jing's command, everyone lined up in unison. Yuan Chao, officer number Zhong Chaofeng, officer number. Su Xiangwen, officer number. San Ping'an, officer number 9527. San Ping'an pondered whether he should change his name to Huan. The 4 new trainee officers were strangers to one another, which was quite normal. Apart from the Provincial Police Academy offering a 4-year full-time undergraduate program, each city had its own 3-year diploma police academies. Otherwise, with fewer than 400 graduates from the Provincial Police Academy, it would be impossible to distribute them evenly across the numerous regions of the province. The tradition of pairing new recruits with experienced officers continued. Yet when it was San Ping'an's turn, the veteran officers seemed to avoid him. When colleagues present no issues, the real challenge lies in mentoring an apprentice who might prove to be a liability. In the end, Instructor Tong reluctantly accepted this apprentice. Shao-san, peruse the materials for now. I will attend to my current tasks and then take you out to familiarize yourself with the surroundings. Tong Jing organized the sitting and, after a brief acknowledgement, they entered the office. The other 3 trainee officers followed their mentor out for patrol duties. The computer assigned to San Ping'an seemed almost as old as he was. It powered on with a sound akin to a tractor, then yet after 3 minutes, it still struggled to display characters. Fatty, a male officer, approximately 30 years old, approached. Brother Wang, the newcomer, Wang Xiaobin, was known as a lively character at the Bechio police station. Fatty, how did you deduce that the suspect had 4 miscarriages? The officers in the hall turned their attention simultaneously, clearly intrigued, as gossip transcends profession and gender. San Ping'an had grown accustomed to being called Fatty and did not perceive it as discrimination. He merely chuckled in response. My family has a lineage in traditional Chinese medicine, specializing in observation, inquiry, and diagnosis. My observational skills are exceptional. With just a glance, I can discern a person's health condition with remarkable accuracy. However, I struggle to articulate the reasoning behind it. My grandfather attributed it to a divine gift from our ancestral masters. The first 2 statements were true, the latter a fabrication. San Ping'an's mother hailed from a long line of traditional Chinese medicine practitioners, and his grandfather was a prominent figure in the field. Yet, his prestigious observational skills were rewarded from the system upon graduation, unbeknownst to his grandfather. Wang Xiaobin expressed skepticism. Is that for real? Or are you just pulling my leg? San Ping'an replied, Brother Wang, you have a stomach ulcer, correct? Wang Xiaobin hesitated, nodding, then shook his head. As grassroots officers, we work tirelessly and barely manage 3 meals a day, so it's no surprise that many of us have digestive issues. Turning to the nearest officer, Lu Ying, an older female officer, he inquired, Sister Lu, you have hypertension, right? Lu Ying nodded in affirmation. Given her physique, it was not unexpected. Yet, Wang Xiaobin remained unconvinced. You, a scrawny fellow, should know that when I was younger, I was quite the beauty, with suitors lining up from Bechio to the precinct. Regarding your previous request for me to introduce you to someone, I must inform you that it's no longer an option. Wang Xiaobin quickly backed down, adopting a sycophantic demeanor akin to a servant. Laughter erupted among the crowd. Sister Lu had 3 stents placed in her heart 2 years ago. San Ping'an's words seemed to press a pause button, plunging the whole into a profound silence. Anyone who had served at Bechio for over 3 years was aware that Lu Ying had suffered a heart attack 2 years prior, but fortunately received timely medical attention. Otherwise, she would not be present today. However, the specifics of her stent procedure had remained undisclosed. They had previously inquired, but Lu Ying had skillfully deflected the questions. How did you know that? Lu Ying asked, astonished. San Ping'an pointed to his eyes. I observed it. It's part of my diagnostic skill, the talent of mine. But while I can see it, I lack the capacity to explain it. In that moment, everyone realized that this fatty was not merely guessing, but possessed genuine abilities. Bang! Sieping kicked open the interrogation room door and stormed out, visibly agitated. That person, San Ping'an, you go in and interrogate. I'll give you 15 minutes. If you can extract a confession from the suspect, your internship evaluation will be outstanding. Interrogate? Me? 15 minutes. San Ping'an incredulously pointed at himself, repeating the question thrice. You, a seasoned police officer with decades of experience, couldn't manage to get anything out of them in 10 minutes. And now you expect a novice like me to accomplish this in 15. This is not merely pushing a duck onto a perch. It is akin to forcing a pig up a tree. Enough of the chatter, follow orders, Xie Ping retorted curtly. Yes. San Ping'an could only grit his teeth and accept the command. He rose and entered the interrogation room, but just as he was about to close the door behind him, Xie Ping stopped him. On a hot day like this, why close the door? Leave it open, Xie Ping instructed. Understood. Inside the interrogation room, the elderly female suspect glared at San Ping'an with wide eyes, her demeanor one of palpable animosity, as if she were a predator poised to devour her prey. Sitting down, San Ping'an scratched his head. Interrogation. In theory, he could effortlessly compose an exquisite essay on the subject that would earn the admiration of any reader. Yet, when it came to practical application, what were the steps of interrogation again? It came to him, clarify policies, appeal to emotions, reason with logic, proceed gradually, and breach the suspect's psychological defenses. Clearing his throat, San Ping'an began, our policy is, the suspect immediately interjected, confess, and you'll face severe punishment, resist. And the consequences will be lenient, allowing you to celebrate the new year at home. Since you are aware of our policy, then, San Ping'an instinctively began. Only to realize he had been outmaneuvered by the suspect. The elderly woman scoffed derisively. She adjusted her seating, making herself more comfortable. My name is Zhang Shufan, female. Identification number, this morning around 6:30, my niece Lina and I were at the first market buying vegetables when we carried away a 2-year-old boy. We are not child traffickers, my niece Lina is unable to bear children and has a deep fondness for kids. I too am eager to assist my niece. So I thought of helping her adopt a child. We never contemplated selling the child, we merely wish to take him home and raise him as our own. We have no accomplices. San Ping'an was momentarily taken aback. When did interrogation become this straightforward? Sir, the suspect has confessed, he called out towards the door. Xie Ping entered with a dark expression and immediately unleashed a tirade upon San Ping'an. Have you grown a pig's brain? You didn't even realize the suspect played you for a fool. San Ping'an was bewildered, he had done nothing yet found himself on the receiving end of a scolding. Is it snowing outside? I feel more wrong than Doi. Seeing San Ping'an's reaction, Xie Ping, frustrated, explained, for child trafficking, if the circumstances are not severe, the sentence ranges from 5 to 10 years. For abducting a child under less severe circumstances, the sentence is from 1 to 3 years. The disparity in sentencing standards between individual offenses and those committed by groups is notably vast. A group is only deemed to consist of 3 or more individuals. Do you comprehend? San Ping'an suddenly grasped the situation. He had studied law during his time at the police academy, however, this was his first practical experience. And he lacked certain insights. With Xie Ping's reminder, he recognized his error. According to the suspect's statement, there were reasons behind the individual act involving only abduction without sale, coupled with a sincere attitude of remorse. If this were a first offense without a criminal record, a few months in prison would likely result in release. After all, we live in a society governed by the rule of law, unlike the ancient times of indiscriminate punishment. In ancient times, the abduction of children, regardless of circumstances or severity, was met with a blanket sentence. Indeed, it was as straightforward as that, a one-size-fits-all approach. You have 12 minutes left. If you can't handle this trivial matter, you might as well return whence you came. We at Becher have no use for incompetence. Xie Ping uttered these words before turning to exit the interrogation room. Being toyed with by a suspect and scolded by the director left San Ping'an feeling quite disgruntled. As a second-generation individual, with a father who is a prominent figure in provincial law enforcement and a mother who excels in the pharmaceutical business, he certainly possessed a formidable background, akin to the illustrious SC. Yet, here he was, coerced by a flawed system into becoming a diligent and meticulous police officer, acutely aware of his work hours yet oblivious to when he would finish. The rewards provided by this flawed system bore no resemblance to the duties of a police officer. Master-level diagnostic skills and the expertise of a senior apprentice in acupressure, these were fundamentally about revitalizing traditional Chinese medicine, outperforming Western practices, and showcasing national prowess, thus laying the groundwork for becoming a renowned healer. San Ping'an did not aspire to live as a wasteful second-generation individual. With great ability comes great responsibility. In times of poverty, one should cultivate oneself. In times of prosperity, one should benefit the world. Lacking ability, he would remain humble and not burden the nation or create disorder in society. With ability, he would utilize it wisely. Having traversed through time, if he could not leave a mark in history, would he not bring shame upon the multitude of time travelers? I quit. San Ping'an had just formulated this thought when the system's voice echoed in his mind. If you resign, complete erasure will ensue. What the hell? Is it that I, as a law enforcement officer, am destined to serve this role for life? The system paid no heed to San Ping'an's outburst. What if I make a mistake and get dismissed? Would I also face erasure? He queried. You might as well eliminate me now, if I refuse to serve any longer. San Ping'an was growing increasingly agitated. He could manage his own decision to not resign, but he could not control the actions of others. If dismissed, penalties will be imposed based on the severity of the circumstances. Aha! San Ping'an's eyes lit up. Resigning would lead to erasure, yet being dismissed would only incur penalties. To put it positively, the system seemed to possess a sense of reason. To put it harshly, isn't this merely a loophole in the system? Instantly, San Ping'an conceived countless ways to ensure his dismissal. Just as methods for making substantial wealth are documented in criminal law, the procedures for dismissal are clearly delineated within police regulations, itemized with utmost clarity. For instance, acting as a shield for nefarious forces, exploiting power for personal gain, engaging in corruption and bribery, knowing the law yet breaking it, bullying the weak, dereliction of duty leading to severe consequences, and so forth. Of course, he merely entertained such thoughts. Even if it meant facing expulsion, he would never resort to such actions. Even if he did not wish to remain a police officer, San Ping'an certainly had no desire to become a criminal and languish in prison. Moreover, one must not forget that he hails from a family deeply entrenched in law enforcement, with his father being a prominent figure in the provincial police hierarchy. Should he dare to be expelled for such reasons, there would be no need for systemic punishment. His grandfather, father, uncles, aunts, and siblings would undoubtedly ensure the family's honor was upheld. With so many relatives, even if each were armed with a pistol, the resulting firepower would rival that of a Gatling gun. Thus, only one course of action remains. By persistently committing minor infractions, he could accumulate enough errors to reach the threshold of tolerance within the police force, ultimately leading to his dismissal over a trivial matter. This way, he could transition to a new career with integrity, leaving no grounds for criticism. Furthermore, he would receive the system's minimum penalty. Before his expulsion, however, he must strive to be a commendable officer. Why, you may ask? It is quite simple. Combating crime yields rewards from the system. Given the nature of the system, even if half of the rewards pertain to traditional medicine, by the time he is expelled, his medical skills would have reached an extraordinary level. Wouldn't that be a remarkable debut? This is not only possible but essential. With this thought in mind, San Ping'an rose and approached the suspect, the elderly woman. The opportunity to air lay plainly before him. Coercive interrogation is strictly prohibited, as expressly stated in police regulations. Moreover, the interrogation room is under constant video surveillance, with audio synchronized. The moment he resorts to violence, it would constitute an offense, and with surveillance in place, there would be no way to deny it. The crucial point is that severe coercion is indeed effective. If not, why would such methods have persisted since ancient times? If he could pry useful information from the suspect's lips, it would serve the greater good by combating crime and rescuing her. The Gibbons could not reach her. Silence. Xie Ping coldly commanded Zhang Shufeng. Put away your tricks. Stubborn resistance will only exacerbate your crimes. Only by confessing honestly can you hope for leniency. Subsequently, Xie Ping turned his attention to San Ping'an. The entire interrogation will be recorded. Recall what you learned at the police academy. Control your emotions. Do not sacrifice your future for the sake of a scoundrel. After delivering his admonition, Xie Ping departed the interrogation room, accompanied by 2 officers. Zhang Shufeng cast a disdainful, mocking, and provocative glance at San Ping'an. You are no match for me, little chubby. Besides your impotent rage, you can do nothing. she taunted. Her voice low enough for only the two of them to hear. Anger surged within San Ping'an as he glared at her. An odd phenomenon occurred in his eyes. An array of red dots suddenly manifested on Zhang Shufang's form. Each red dot revealed the speed, force, and angle required to achieve various effects. Vividly etched in his mind as if it were an innate instinct. This sensation had also emerged when he received the master-level diagnostic technique from the system. I'll spend at most 4 months in jail, consider it a vacation. Zhang Shufang seemed to sense San Ping'an's inability to counter her, growing increasingly audacious in her taunting. Suddenly, San Ping'an lifted his gaze to the location of the surveillance camera and flashed a grin at Zhang Shufang. A warning surged in her mind, prompting her to scream once more. Xie Ping reappeared, summoned as if by magic. Realizing he had once again fallen prey to Zhang Shufang's trickery, he felt an overwhelming urge to turn off the camera and vent his frustrations with a good beating. With a grim expression, Xie Ping led his team out of the interrogation room. Zhang Shufang looked triumphantly at San Ping'an, convinced that this useless little chubby had little more to offer. At that moment, San Ping'an strolled leisurely to her side, obscuring the camera's view with his body. With his left hand, he discreetly pressed a point on Zhang Shufang's neck. It felt as if something was being extracted from her body. San Ping'an understood this was the system's limitation on the use of acupoint techniques. What was departing was a pound of fat. Zhang Shufang was horrified to discover she had lost control over her own body. Not only was she unable to scream, but even the slightest movement of her fingers or blinking was beyond her reach. Paradoxically, her senses became acutely heightened. The glaring light before her appeared more blinding, its heat more searing. She felt as though she were a pig pinned to a butcher's block, unable to struggle, left to the mercy of her captor. Her terror was magnified infinitely. Who said that coercive interrogation required physical violence? Enjoy it, a voice that resembled a devil's whisper echoed in Zhang Shufang's ears. She felt a prick beneath her armpit, a peculiar sensation akin to small insects crawling on her skin, and then this feeling rapidly spread throughout her entire body. This sensation is both numbing and prickling, a torment difficult to articulate. It feels as if countless large ants are not only crawling upon his skin but have also burrowed into his very being, scuttling about and biting with fervor. This distress seems to emanate from the marrow of his bones. Zhang Shufang's breaths became rapid, her complexion reddening, yet she found no reprieve. Let alone a cessation of this affliction. I harbor a profound disdain for human traffickers, particularly those who abduct children. San Ping'an's expression was suffused with revulsion. His voice laced with an icy demeanor. After 10 months of gestation, a mother endures excruciating pain and risks her life to bring forth her child. She dedicates her heart, expends her energy, and nurtures the little one with utmost care, painstakingly watching them grow. A child embodies the heart of a family. Yet you vile traffickers, endowed with hands and feet, choose to commit such heinous acts for the sake of monetary gain. You have ruthlessly severed the heart of a family. The children you abduct, those who can be sold, become mere currency for your indulgence. Those who cannot be sold are subjected to cruel fates, rendered disabled and cast onto the streets to beg. The money they collect continues to serve your lavish lifestyles. Once their utility wanes, they are dispatched to clandestine clinics for organ harvesting, stripped of their last vestiges of value. While I lack the authority to critique the law, I personally believe that for every trafficker apprehended, regardless of the severity of their crimes, they should face execution. Only death can absolve you of your transgressions. Even in death, you ought to descend to the deepest abyss and endure unending torment, and never to be reborn. Outside the interrogation room, Xie Ping and his companions listened intently to San Ping'an's declarations. "Xie, this rotund fellow is quite commendable," remarked an elder officer with genuine admiration. Another officer concurred, "His fierce hatred for evil makes him a fine candidate for law enforcement." Xie Ping nodded, his regard for the stout man elevating yet again. Just then, anguished cries emerged from the interrogation room. Xie Ping rolled his eyes but nonetheless entered the chamber. Inside, Zhang Shufang sat bound to the interrogation chair, wailing and thrashing about, resembling a mad woman. San Ping'an stood 2 meters away, his back turned, wearing an expression of deep frustration. "Zhang Shufang, your performance is commendable. It seems our film industry owes you a trophy." Without approaching to assess her condition, Xie Ping merely mocked her before departing. "Help! This fat man is assaulting me. Help! Coercion!" San Ping scoffed, curling his lip in disdain. Have you heard the tale of the boy who cried wolf? He initially intended to cite another example. Perhaps the tale of the bonfire and the feudal lords, but reconsidered. This woman, with her uneven features, bore no comparison to the enchanting Baosi. At least she was a beauty. This woman was, at best, merely female. Zhang Shufang appeared bewildered, clearly having never heard the story. The absence of education is truly alarming, rendering meaningful communication nearly impossible. You may deceive once or twice, then we shall all be inclined to believe it to be the truth. Yet, the repetition breeds skepticism. When the same falsehood is uttered too often, trust dissipates. San Ping spoke as he slowly approached Zhang Shufang. Do not come closer, she exclaimed, recoiling in terror as if confronted by a malevolent specter. Alas, the ironclad interrogation chair and the handcuffs that bound her restricted her movements, leaving her with no avenue of escape. Shout. Go on and shout. Even if you scream until your throat is raw, no one will come to your aid. San Ping remarked with a wicked grin, continuing his advance. I will confess, is that not enough? Zhang Shufang cried out in sheer panic, desperate to avoid the torment she had just endured. San Ping shook his head, obscuring the surveillance camera with his body as he pressed two buttons in succession. One rendered her immobile, and the other ignited an unbearable itch. Do not rush, there is ample time. Relish the experience. For those with formidable willpower, pain is bearable, however. The sensations of itching provoke an intolerable torment far beyond mere discomfort. In ancient times, there existed a form of torture wherein honey was smeared on a prisoner's souls, and a goat was brought forth to lick them. The severity of such a punishment speaks volumes. The areas San Ping targeted for itching were not confined to a single spot but rather encompassed her entire being, inducing a sensation far more intense than that of a goat's tongue, magnified several times over. Not even a hardened criminal, tempered by rigorous training, could withstand such an ordeal. San Ping returned to the interrogation table, gazing silently at the wall as if it held some floral beauty. After 3 minutes, he turned to Zhang Shufang, who appeared as though she had just emerged from water, her hair drenched in sweat, matted and dripping. Her wet clothing clung to her form, exuding an unpleasant odor that mixed with the stench of sweat. Beneath the interrogation chair lay a puddle of liquid that had accumulated. San Ping gently patted her shoulder, lifting the immobilization and dispelling the itch. The release from the pressure also served to diminish her physical burden, as if a pound of fat had vanished. Zhang Shufang slumped in the chair, as if her very spine had been drawn from her. You may lie, San Ping stated coolly, but should I uncover your deceit, the consequences shall be beyond your endurance. Do you comprehend? Yes, I understand, she replied, her face a mask of abject terror. This seemingly simple-minded rotund figure appeared to her as a demon from the depths of hell. Reflecting on her recent ordeal, she felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. A desire for death mingled with utter powerlessness. To lie? She would not dare, even under the threat of fatal consequence. The suspect is willing to confess. San Ping called out to the outside. Xie along with 2 officers, rushed in with expressions of disbelief. Upon witnessing Zhang Shufang's pitiful state, they were momentarily frozen in shock. Is this torture permissible? This cannot be justified. If they had resorted to torture, they would have been standing just outside the door, a mere 5 meters away. The door remained ajar. Why then was there not a single sound of agony to be heard? Were they stifling their cries? Is it possible to beat someone into silence? Is the surveillance merely for show? Yet, if they did not employ torture, the current state of Zhang Shufang is equally perplexing to explain. You may speak, San Ping urged. Zhang Shufang, terrified of the sinister figure before her, dared not hesitate even for a moment. She divulged, we are a total of 7 individuals, and the leader with the bushy beard is actually named. In the past 2 days, we have abducted 4 children currently residing in. Goodness, her rapid-fire delivery rivaled that of the gang's menu recitation. When Xie Ping left the interrogation room, he cast a surprised glance at San Ping. The chubby fellow he deemed inept had indeed managed to pry open the suspect's lips and extract vital information in such a brief span. San Ping languidly sat behind the long table in the hall, The child rescued from the bus was now awake, being playfully entertained in Lu Ying's embrace. At the Becheo police station, aside from San Pingan and Lu Ying, everyone else had been dispatched by Xie Ping to carry out rescue and capture operations. Ironically, it was San Pingan, the one who discovered the traffickers, apprehended them, and extracted confessions, who remained behind to safeguard the premises. What further vexed San Pingan was that, despite having elicited a confession from the suspect, the system offered no reward. Could it be that apprehending and interrogating the same suspect precluded multiple rewards? If only he could accompany the team on their capture mission, he might validate this theory. Alas, he was left to tend to the station. Lu Jie, is there anything I can assist with? San Pingan inquired out of boredom. If there are citizens requiring assistance, handle it according to protocol, Lu Ying replied. If not, she pondered for a moment. You could access the internet and review the wanted notices. Every grassroots officer should commit a few faces of wanted criminals to memory. One never knows when they might encounter them on the streets. Understood. San Pingan acquiesced and began perusing the wanted notices. All fugitives who had transgressed the law were included within this list. The first-tier wanted notices were issued by police headquarters, focusing on high-profile fugitives. Second-tier notices were released upon request from provincial police departments, targeting various fugitives. To put it plainly, first-tier wanted criminals had committed unforgivable heinous crimes, reaching an extreme level of malevolence. Capture would warrant a punishment akin to death by 1,000 cats in ancient times. Meanwhile, second-tier wanted individuals were more broadly categorized. Any fugitive yet to be captured found a place on this list. San Pingan directly accessed the first-tier wanted list. Zhang Fengfang, a female, aged 42. Lured individuals under the pretense of high-paying employment to Myanmar. Charges included murder, severe bodily harm, illegal detention, fraud, and illicit organ trafficking. The greatest drawback of being a police officer is the exposure to the darkest facets of human nature. Over time, one becomes increasingly despondent, irritable, and distrustful of strangers, perceiving everyone as a potential suspect. The image of Zhang F. Wangyong, a 45-year-old man, is notorious in the town, having practiced martial arts since childhood and frequently visiting the police station. He has served time in prison twice for intentional injury. Due to a dispute over demolition compensation, he brutally murdered the town mayor and his entire family of 9, including an infant. In the photograph, he is depicted as a bald man with a scruffy beard. His countenance fierce and intimidating, which aligns disturbingly with his heinous crimes. San Pingan was perusing the wanted notice when a couple, both around 30, entered, assisting a woman in her 60s who hurriedly made her way inside. Behind them, the police officer jogged to catch up. My dear child, my dear child. Oh, it's all Grandma's fault. If I can't find you, I shall not live. Upon entering the hall, the elderly woman immediately spotted the little boy cradled in Lu Ying's arms. Overwhelmed with emotion, her legs gave way, and she collapsed to the floor, weeping tears of joy at the reunion. The young couple was momentarily unsure whether to help the elderly lady to her feet or rush to embrace the child. The accompanying police officer, disregarding the sweat streaming down his face, approached San Pingan and saluted. Greetings, comrade. I am Hong Mao from the Municipal Bureau. I received a call from the Xie station and brought the family members of the abducted child for identification. Here is my police badge, the report. The identification of the family members and the document certifying their familial relationship issued by the Municipal Bureau. Hong Mao retrieved various documents from a brown paper bag and methodically laid them out on the long table. This adhered to the most standard and formal procedure, each document essential, without exception. Such formalities are born from numerous painful lessons learned over time. For instance, there was a couple whose marriage had dissolved, both vying for custody of their child. Ultimately, the court awarded custody to the father. When the child was abducted and later rescued, the police notified the family. The mother arrived first, confirmed her relationship with the child, yet overlooked the crucial detail that the child had been awarded to the father. After she took the child away, the father discovered this and erupted in fury. Investigations revealed that she had fled the city overnight with the child. It took the cooperation of law enforcement from another locality and several apologies to resolve the matter. The officer handling the case was subsequently reassigned to the archives, spending his remaining years in obscurity until retirement.
San Pingen verified the documents through the internet, and after confirming their authenticity, he turned to Hong Meo. Brother Hong, I apologize. But our station team is currently on a mission. The documents are all in order, but we require our station's signature for the family to take the child home. I hope you understand. Hong Meo responded with a smile, of course, we will wait for the station to return in the waiting area. Meanwhile, the young couple and the elderly woman embraced the little boy, their tears flowing freely in a poignant reunion. Lu Ying and the recently arrived Hong Meo quickly offered words of comfort. Just as San Pingen was about to continue reading the wanted notice, an elderly man, appearing to be in his 60s with a kind demeanor, entered the hall. Comrade, is this where I can apply for a temporary residence permit? Upon observing the visage of the elderly man, San Pingen momentarily froze. There was something amiss about this old fellow. Appearing to be in his 60s. He sported a thick crown of short, white hair, devoid of any facial hair. His forehead, the corners of his eyes, and his cheeks were etched with myriad wrinkles, epitomizing the image of a hard-working farmer, toiling under the sun. He had a flat nose and an oval face, standing at a modest height, lean yet possessing a robust frame. Such characteristics typically belong to individuals leading a life of hardship, relying on manual labor for sustenance. As the saying goes, outsiders appreciate the spectacle, while insiders discern the intricacies. San Pingen, possessing masterful diagnostic skills, was undoubtedly an insider. In his discerning gaze, every aspect of the old man appeared peculiar. Maintaining a calm demeanor, San Pingen smiled at the elderly man. Sir, to process your temporary residence permit, we require your identification card and a verification document from your local community committee. Have you brought them all? Yes, indeed. I've got them all. The old man hastily produced his identification card and the stamped verification document from his pocket, placing them somewhat awkwardly on the long table. While retrieving the documents, San Pingen also scrutinized the old man's hands. The fingers were short and stout, with thick joints, and the back of his hands bore distinctive marks from softened calluses that had fallen away. Applying a softening ointment to calluses leaves faint white imprints, creating a slight color disparity with the surrounding skin, hardly noticeable unless examined closely. San Pingen placed the identification card on the device, and after a few seconds, the screen displayed the identity information. The elderly man was named Ding Peng, age 57, residing in a remote village in the northern region. He had no criminal record and was of reputable character. The verification document from the community committee stated that he had come to Hon City to work alongside fellow villagers, serving as a night watchman at a nearby construction site, residing in the workers' quarters. Concerned that San Pingen might err during his initial encounter with the public, Lu Ying exchanged a knowing glance with Hong Meo and swiftly approached San Pingen. The Tongxiong construction site is the one next to the agricultural market. The provincial department's directive mandates that all migrant workers must obtain a temporary residence permit. You are quite fortunate had you arrived a week earlier. The stamp could have left your hand swollen. The queue stretched all the way to the entrance, with people waiting for nearly half a month, from dawn till dusk, barely finding time for a restroom break. San Pingen chuckled, this year, I managed to evade it, but next year, I won't be so lucky. As he spoke of evasion, he caught a glimpse of the old man's arm muscles subtly tensing, further solidifying his suspicion regarding the man's identity. What's next, Lu Jie? San Pingen inquired, scratching his head. You go take the photograph, I'll handle the rest, Lu Ying instructed. San Pingen rose from his seat, gesturing for the elderly man. Sir, obtaining the temporary residence permit is free of charge, there's no need for any payment. Please wait over there for a moment. As an intern officer, I have much to learn, I'll be right over to take your picture. The old man visibly relaxed, nodding in agreement as he turned to walk away. All this information needed to be meticulously inputted and checked multiple times, as it would directly enter the system. Any errors would necessitate a trip to the municipal bureau for rectification, which would be quite troublesome. San Pingen leaned over, studying the screen intently, appearing as if he were engaged in earnest study. Sister Lu, this old man seems suspicious, lend me the handcuffs. Lu Ying's heart skipped a beat, after all. He was an experienced officer, his expression remained unchanged, even his tone did not waver. The blank temporary residence permit should be placed in this position on the printer. Just align it properly.
In a moment after you take the photo, the image will appear on the computer and can be printed directly. As Lu Ying spoke, she retrieved the handcuffs and handed them to San Ping'an. Do you understand?
Yes, I got it.
Thank you, Sister Lu, I'll go take the photo now. San Ping'an tucked the handcuffs into his pants pocket. I'll accompany you, I need to instruct you on the proper photo pose. Lu Ying implied that she would assist him, believing that dealing with this old man required two people to ensure safety. Sister Lu, I can manage taking the photo myself. Didn't you see that Brother Hong is already struggling to comfort him? He needs help more than I do. San Ping'an suggested that Lu Ying inform Hong Miao. And if trouble arose, the three of them would confront it together. San Ping'an turned and walked to the photo area in the corner of the hall, adjusting the computer's camera to focus on the old man. Sir, please sit up straight. Move your left shoulder slightly forward. This one won't do, it's crooked. Sir, please don't move around. Sit straight, don't hunch over. No, sir, you must sit upright, otherwise, the lighting won't be sufficient and the picture will be unclear. Why are you drooping your head like that? San Ping'an's tone grew increasingly impatient, his voice rising in pitch. The old man's agitation mounted as well. He believed he was sitting straight, his back erect. Why was it still not acceptable? Was it a deliberate provocation? I'm not the one to say this. But Won Young, do you have your ear stuffed with donkey hair? Can't you comprehend human speech? The old man retorted, I'm sitting like this. Doesn't that count as sitting up straight? Why are you yelling at me? What is the matter, Won Young, do you dare to hit me? San Ping'an shouted back. The old man was about to unleash a tirade when he suddenly realized he could not continue speaking. This was a common tactic employed by the police when they harbored suspicions. By verbally provoking the suspect, they aimed to concentrate his attention on a singular point. Then, taking advantage of the distraction, they would strike at the crux of the matter. Suspects often unwittingly reveal flaws when their focus is diverted, leading to their capture. Won Young, you've revealed your true colors. San Ping'an declared as he swiftly made his way towards the exit of the police station. The old man, or rather, Won Young, glared with malice at the waiting area, where two officers had already risen and were hastily approaching. He understood all too well that if three officers teamed up, he would struggle to prevail in a short span of time. Thus, he resolved to act quickly, aiming to defeat them one by one before more officers arrived. With this thought, Won Young charged fiercely at San Ping'an. Won Young's explosive power was formidable, his speed remarkable. However, San Ping'an remained highly alert the moment Won Young moved. He immediately reacted. The police academy taught him combat skills and grappling techniques sufficient to deal with the average individual. Yet, facing Won Young, a seasoned martial artist, he found himself outmatched. San Ping'an evaded the first punch but could not avoid the second, which came faster and hit with greater force. The punch landed squarely on his abdomen, a wave of excruciating pain accompanied by a violent urge to vomit surged through him, causing him to collapse to the ground. Damn it. I am a formidable fighter from the police academy. He thought, incredulous that he had been brought down so easily. After knocking down San Ping'an, Won Young refrained from delivering another blow. His immediate priority was to break free. Struggling against the nausea and pain, San Ping'an forced himself to rise and charge toward Won Young, who was already engaged in combat with Hong Miao. In a matter of mere seconds, Hong Miao was struck by Won Young's fist, sent flying a meter backward, and lay on the ground, his body rigid. Although Lu Ying was a civilian officer with limited combat skills, she did not waver. Despite being knocked down, she clung tenaciously to Won Young's left leg. Won Young raised his fist, preparing to strike Lu Ying's head. If he landed that blow, it would likely result in a severe concussion or even death. San Ping'an let out a roar, summoning every ounce of strength, and hurled his body like a cannonball toward Won Young. A hefty figure weighing over 200 pounds launched at him with both weight and speed, forcing Won Young to reconsider. While he could kill Lu Ying, he could also be toppled by this hefty assailant, suffering considerable injury in the process. Won Young quickly adjusted his strategy, abandoning the decisive punch to deliver a kick at the airborne San Ping'an. With no chance to evade midair, San Ping'an was struck squarely in the chest. Attempting to topple someone weighing over 200 pounds with a mere kick was a fool's errand. However, San Ping'an had anticipated this and grasped Won Young's calf tightly.
A murderous intent flickered on Won Young's face as he prepared to strike San Pingan's head, but suddenly, a tremendous force surged from his right leg. As San Pingan landed, he forcefully lifted Won Young's leg upward. With Lu Ying clinging to his left leg and his right leg unable to find solid ground, Won Young's balance faltered, resulting in him falling backward. Driven by determination, San Pingan climbed up Won Young's leg like a hefty bear ascending a tree. Just as Won Young attempted to resist, he was horrified to discover that he had lost sensation in his legs. Soon after, he felt an absence of feeling in his waist and could no longer exert strength. His arms became unmanageable, as if his shoulders had been dislocated. In his line of sight appeared a round, chubby face. "Won Young, you are under arrest," San Pingan declared, delivering a punch that left Won Young's face adorned with bruises. With a decisive click, the handcuff secured his wrists. Successfully apprehended one wanted criminal. Reward, the mysterious item. San Pingan lay back on the ground, gasping for breath. Having exerted himself to the limit, he felt utterly drained as he relaxed. The system was truly unforgiving. To capture Won Young, he had endured punches and kicks. He had lost his breakfast and was still reeling from chest pain. After employing the pressure point technique 3 times, he had shed 3 pounds of fat yet received an inexplicable reward. What on earth was a mysterious item? San Pingan wished to give the system a piece of his mind. The sound of hurried footsteps approached from outside. The main force had returned. In the office, "We managed to apprehend a human trafficking gang and rescue 5 abducted children. Surely a collective third-class merit award is forthcoming, right?" "Humph. A third-class merit is as good as guaranteed. I estimate that next month's bonus will allow each of us to receive an additional 500 yuan. As Xie Ping spoke, he led his team into the hall, only to find everyone frozen in shock at the scene before them. What on earth is happening here? Lu Ying sat on the ground, her expression one of profound agony, clutching her legs. Hong Mao from the municipal bureau slumped against the wall, spitting blood mixed with saliva. An elderly man lay on the floor, his hands bound behind his back with handcuffs. San Pingan, the portly figure, lay sprawled on the ground, his abdomen rising and falling dramatically. In the waiting area, an elderly woman clutched a child, while a young couple stood by, utterly bewildered. "Quick, call an ambulance," Xie Ping shouted as realization dawned upon him. Someone immediately dashed to the desk phone to dial for emergency assistance. Xie Ping and Tong Jing rushed over, first ensuring the elderly man in handcuffs was completely subdued. "Lu Ying, what happened?" Xie Ping inquired. "My leg is broken, it hurts," Lu Ying gasped, nearly unable to articulate her pain. "Hong Miao," Xie Ping called out, recognizing him as a familiar face from the bureau. "Huh?" Hong Miao looked up. Confusion etched on his face, revealing a mouth missing 4 teeth. It was a comical sight, yet no one could afford to laugh. For it was evident that Hong Miao had just endured a harrowing battle and was still reeling from the shock. San Pingan turned to Xie Ping. "This man is the highly wanted Won Young, the one who slaughtered the mayor's entire family of 9. Xie Ping paused, gazing at the elderly man being restrained, struggling to reconcile this frail figure with his memories of Won Young. Won Young was robust, while this man was withered. In his 20s. Won Young had suffered from scalp ringworm, leaving his head completely bald. Yet this elderly man boasted a thick mane of white hair. Won Young sported a heavy beard, whereas this man's chin and cheeks were remarkably clean-shaven. It was well known that even a closely shaved beard would leave a hint of stubble. Yet this elder's face bore no trace of facial hair. Furthermore, Won Young had a prominent nose and a square jaw, while the old man had a flat nose and an oval face. These were clearly 2 distinct individuals. However, given the harrowing state of Lu Ying and Hong Miao, even if this elderly man were not Won Young, he must certainly be a dangerous character, likely entangled in serious crimes. Otherwise, what audacity would compel him to engage in such violence at a police station? Is he really Won Young, the perpetrator of the massacre that claimed 9 lives? Tong Jing evidently shared similar doubts. San Pingan, having regained some strength, rose to his feet and approached the elderly man. He grasped the old man's white hair and yanked it down fiercely. With a tearing sound, a clump of white hair, along with a layer of skin, was ripped away. Those nearby were taken aback, wondering if he had just torn off the old man's scalp. Upon closer inspection, they realized it is a wig.
Affixed to the scalp with adhesive. Thank you, Master, I am quite certain that this individual is Wang Yo. San Ping'an first recounted the sequence of events before offering an explanation. His nasal bridge has undergone surgery, presumably a portion of the nasal bone was removed, transforming a prominent nose into a flat one. His chin has also been altered through surgery, reshaping his square face into an oval one. Hair removal techniques have been employed on his face. It remains unclear whether laser treatments or depilatory creams were used. The facial hair has been completely eradicated from the hair follicles, leaving no trace of a beard. Present were seasoned detectives, having encountered no fewer than 800 suspects throughout their careers. According to San Ping'an's account, upon cross-referencing, the old man's visage immediately aligned with that of Wang Yo. As for the identification card, it is undoubtedly authentic, yet simultaneously, it cannot be genuine. Wang Yo committed a heinous massacre 5 years prior. At that time, the process for obtaining identification was not as stringent, particularly in remote and impoverished areas. Essentially, with a bit of money, one could acquire a certificate issued by the village committee. Presenting this certificate at the local police station would facilitate the processing, and within a few days, a new ID could be obtained. The ambulance arrived. San Ping'an walked on his own, while Hong Miao was still dazed, staggering as though intoxicated, requiring assistance to board. Lu Ying suffered the most, being carried onto a stretcher. Tong Jing accompanied the ambulance to the hospital. Utilizing the green channel, everything was prioritized. By noon, the results were in. Lu Ying had fractured her left tibia and required surgery to insert a steel plate. She was directly admitted for anti-inflammatory injections, awaiting the reduction of swelling before the operation. Hong Miao had 4 teeth broken, a mild concussion, and rib fractures, necessitating observation in the hospital. In contrast, San Ping'an emerged with only 2 bruises on his abdomen and chest, otherwise unscathed. You are remarkably fortunate. There will be ample rewards for you, Tong Jing remarked in the taxi returning to Becheo police station. San Ping'an had just graduated from the police academy. It was his first day of internship. On the bus, he discovered and apprehended 2 human traffickers rescuing a kidnapped child. He then pried information from the traffickers, providing substantial support to dismantle their network and liberate multiple abducted children. While securing the premises, it was this hefty individual who identified the anomalies and validated them using his investigative knowledge. Alongside Lu Ying and Hong Miao, he captured a highly wanted criminal. Interestingly, while San Ping'an only bore 2 bruises, one seasoned officer had a broken leg and another lost teeth. Remarkably, all these feats transpired within merely half a morning, barely 2 hours. It is unlikely to find another like him in Cold City, or even across the province or the nation. This is both a stroke of luck and a testament to skill. The human traffickers, meticulous and observant, dared to think outside the box. Capturing a highly wanted criminal, however, requires genuine ability. After all, not everyone possesses San Ping'an's talent to discern whether someone has undergone cosmetic surgery or is wearing a wig. The key is that this hefty individual remained composed under pressure and had the courage to take action, replacing the rookie officers. It would be a feat for them to simply ensure their own safety, let alone capture a high-profile fugitive. Master, does our precinct provide meals? I feel I am on the verge of starvation. Tong Jing remarked, I am praising you, and yet your mind wanders to food. Our great hero has returned. As San Ping'an stepped into the hall, someone let out a loud cheer, followed by thunderous applause echoing throughout the space. Well done, Fatty. You are incredible. The officers rallied in enthusiastic support of San Ping'an. Xie Ping emerged from his office, his typically stern demeanor softened by a rare, warm smile. After the ambulance departed, Xie Ping accessed the surveillance footage on the hall's computer, revealing to everyone the heroic events that had just unfolded, leaving them in awe of San Ping'an's selfless bravery. On his very first day as an intern, he had already achieved such commendable feats. Once his probation period concluded, even if he did not attain the rank of sergeant, he would undoubtedly earn accolades. Alright, let's return to our duties and not crowd around. Shao-san, come to my office, Xie Ping called with a smile. Upon entering the chief's office, San Ping'an was promptly seated on the sofa, where 2 large boxes of takeout awaited him. You must not have had lunch. This is for you. Xie Ping enthusiastically offered him chopsticks.
San Ping'an was momentarily bewildered by such warmth, but his hunger quickly overpowered any confusion. Whatever, I'll eat first. Old Sia, pass me a cigarette, Tong Jing chuckled as she settled down, extending her hand. I say, old Tong, it's one thing to mooch off my cigarettes daily. But could you at least clean up any traces of your crimes before entering my house? When my sister-in-law catches a whiff of smoke on you, she complains to my wife, who then scours the house for my stash. I painstakingly saved over 1,000 yuan in secret, hiding it in the doghouse, and she found it. While lamenting, Xie Ping retrieved a half-open pack of low-grade Shuemai cigarettes from his pocket, tossing one to Tong Jing while lighting one for himself. Chief Xie, is this what you smoke? San Ping'an exclaimed in surprise. Shuemai is considered a lower-tier brand, retailing at merely 4 yuan per pack, while a respectable chief should ideally indulge in more expensive options. What's wrong? Don't underestimate Shuemai, it has its charm. Tong Jing took a deep drag and added, youngster, until you shoulder the burden of supporting a family. Yuan Ti grasped the weight of daily expenses. Despite old Xie earning a combined salary of 45,000 a month, plus bonuses of around 1,000. Everything comes at a cost nowadays. Do you know how much a tutoring or extracurricular class costs these days? My son takes piano lessons every Saturday and Sunday. 4 classes at 300 yuan each. High school students face immense pressure. After school, they must attend tutoring sessions to keep up with their peers. One-on-one English lessons go for 400 yuan per session, while math is 380. Add to that the household expenses for water, electricity, gas, and groceries. During festivals, we need new clothes and gifts for weddings and other events. By the end of the month, we have avoided famine at home solely due to my wife's meticulous budgeting and adept management. You are slightly superior to me, yet not by much. For us, smoking is merely a habit that cannot be relinquished. If we cannot quit, we might as well indulge occasionally. After all, it is just smoke. What does it matter when one is impoverished? Xie Ping nodded, saying, in truth, we are all alike. Once you young ones enter relationships and marry, you will come to understand how fleeting money can be. Therefore, if you do not have a craving for cigarettes, refrain from them. They are not beneficial and detrimental to health. San Ping'an felt a twinge of discomfort in his nose, bowing his head as he diligently consumed his meal. He polished off 2 large boxes of lunch, yet his stomach still felt empty. Who knows where all that food vanished? In the past, such a sizable meal would have sufficed to satisfy him. It was likely due to utilizing acupressure techniques 9 times that morning, resulting in a loss of 9 pounds of fat. Have you had enough to eat? If not, I still have another box, Tong Jing inquired with a smile. I am full, master, I am stuffed to the throat. Even if I eat another box, it would not suffice. Why let master go hungry? I can endure an afternoon of hunger and feast heartily upon returning home. Little son, come here, Xie Ping beckoned from behind his desk. San Ping'an hurried over. I keep my promises. You have extracted a confession from the suspect, and your internship evaluation will be excellent. As Xie Ping spoke, he filled in the internship evaluation under San Ping'an's records, signed his name, and stamped it with an official seal. Perhaps due to the completion of 2 significant tasks at the Bechio police station that morning, the remainder of the day was relatively calm. The afternoon was a rarity of leisure. The dispatch cases were trivial matters, resolved on the spot. Those attending to business in the hall had no pressing issues. There were reports of stolen license plates and requests for proofs to reissue them at the vehicle management office. A small inn had completed its renovations and came to apply for an inspection in preparation for opening. There were also individuals urgently seeking to borrow the restroom. At 5:30 in the afternoon, Xie Ping confirmed that no overtime was necessary and declared the end of the workday with a grand gesture. Everyone laughed and changed out of their uniforms into casual attire, some sharing a taxi home. Those in no rush opted to wait for the bus at the stop, while others with nearby residences walked or rode their bicycles. San Ping'an held a cab, not heading home but making his way directly to the city hospital. Outside the hospital, he purchased 2 boxes of milk and 2 fruit baskets before heading to the inpatient department. He first visited Hong Miao, then turned a corner and entered the room where Lu Ying was staying, due to being injured while apprehending a wanted criminal. Both Hong Miao and Lu Ying were in single rooms, which were quite comfortable. However, upon entering, San Ping'an felt as though he had stumbled into a matchmaking scene rather than a hospital room. No wonder he had not seen Wang Xiaobin that afternoon. It turned out he had come here for a blind date. The young woman was in her 20s, possessing above-average looks and a commendable demeanor, impeccably dressed. In contrast, Wang Xiaobin appeared somewhat disheveled, his shirt wrinkled and shoes unpolished, looking rather dull. Nevertheless, they seemed to be engaged in pleasant conversation without any awkward silences. "Sister Lu, I have come to see you," San Ping'an announced as he approached the bedside with milk and fruit. As for greeting Wang Xiaobin, he opted to forego that, wishing to spare him any embarrassment. "Old Yu, allow me to introduce our new intern officer, San Ping'an. It is thanks to him that we were able to apprehend the wanted criminal." Lu Ying, reclining on her hospital bed while receiving an IV drip, smiled as she made the introduction. "Fatty, this is my husband Yu Yutong, the principal of the experimental primary school." The two parties settled into conversation. San Ping'an soon understood why Wang Xiaobin had sought Lu Ying's assistance in playing matchmaker. The profession of a police officer is rather unique. It often leaves little room for family life, and as one is either investigating cases or tirelessly pursuing suspects. Conversely, as a principal, he possesses a wealth of high-quality resources. The role of a primary school teacher, particularly if one is not a homeroom instructor, comes with relatively low stress and excellent benefits. Beyond the standard holidays, there are an additional 4 months of vacation each year. Thus, the pairing of a police officer with a teacher is truly a match made in heaven. At least from the perspective of the officer. However, for teachers, there are often more appealing options available. The police station had arranged for caregivers to look after the injured officers. Once Wang Xiaobin's blind date concluded and they exchanged phone numbers, San Ping'an took his leave from the hospital. "Brother Wang, how did it go? Did you hit it off?" "Hehe. We've arranged to have dinner together this Saturday afternoon to deepen our acquaintance." Wang Xiaobin beamed like a fool. "We must celebrate. Let us go for barbecue." "It's on me." In northern cities, barbecue restaurants abound. On Yongning Street in the city, there are over 20 establishments, all specializing in grilled delights. At 7 p.m., the peak dinner hour at the street was enveloped in swirling smoke, with occasional bursts of flames reminiscent of a fire scene. Wang Xiaobin chose a familiar barbecue restaurant and found an empty small table outside. As soon as he sat down, he reached for his wallet to settle the bill. "Brother Wang, if you're paying, I'll just walk away. We agreed I treat, so why should you pay?" Wang Xiaobin retorted with wide eyes. "You treat, I pay. I sent that perfect. You're just an intern, how much money could you possibly have? After a barbecue, you might as well forget about your budget for the month." San Ping'an opened his messenger bag and dramatically placed something on the table. Wang Xiaobin glanced at it, nearly having his eyes pop out of their sockets. To his astonishment, there were 3 neatly stacked bundles of fresh 100 yuan bills, still bound together. Wang Xiaobin had never seen such a sum, even from his year-end bonus. "You didn't take your family's money to show off, did you?" he asked, concerned. "No, this is my allowance." "Your allowance? You must mean your New Year's money." Wang Xiaobin could not fathom how 30,000 yuan could be considered pocket money. Having worked for 5 years, he recalled his own monthly allowance, was it 400 or 500? In any case, he always spent freely at the beginning of the month and struggled by the end. "It's not New Year's money, it's just my allowance. My uncle runs a company and, not wanting me to lack funds, he provided me with a bit more." Wang Xiaobin looked at the 200 yuan bills in his hand, along with a handful of change, then decisively pocketed the cash. "Today, I'll choose the more expensive items to make you poor," he declared with a fierce expression. "Brother Wang," San Ping'an said, opening his messenger bag and facing it towards Wang Xiaobin. Wang Xiaobin cast a glance and was left utterly speechless. The 3 stacks of 100 yuan bills on the table were already astonishing enough. However, who would have imagined that this rotund fellow had several more bundles of 100 yuan notes stacked away in his backpack? This was a blatant display of affluence, indeed. "You are unabashedly flaunting your wealth." San Ping'an's possession of such a sum was not merely an exhibition of riches. "Haha. Brother Wang, shall we find another spot? How about indulging in some seafood? The seafood at Linjiang Pavilion is quite splendid." Wang Xiaobin's eyes widened. Are you burning a hole in your pocket? That place is notorious for its exorbitant prices. They charge 30 yuan for a bottle of mineral water. Let us stick to barbecued fare, I tell you. Their grilled kidney is exquisite, and they have fresh squid as well. A few skewers of chives would be perfect, wouldn't you agree? Brother Wang. Aren't you afraid of an uncontrollable nosebleed? San Ping'an retorted, the youth are full of vigor, a little nosebleed is nothing unusual. The two exchanged a knowing glance and burst into laughter. As they placed their order, 20 skewers of fatty meat, 20 skewers of tendon, 20 skewers of pork belly, 10 skewers of kidney, and grilled eggplant, Wang Xiaobin remarked, it's your turn, brother. Since you've ordered so much, I want to add to it. What I've ordered is merely for myself, and I might not even have enough. Exclaimed Wang Xiaobin, incredulous. Are you raising pigs? While San Ping'an and Wang Xiaobin engaged in their playful banter, they failed to notice the three young ruffians at the neighboring table, their faces etched with avarice. This fatso has at least 100,000 yuan on him, Liuzi, called Brother Hu. We've found a lucrative target. If this deal goes through, we each stand to gain a couple of thousand. The ruffian named Liuzi rose to make a call from the bar counter. The skewers at adjacent tables were served on stainless steel trays, while the skewers on San Ping'an's table were piled high on an oil paper sheet. Resembling a small mountain, an intimidating sight indeed. Neither San Ping'an nor Wang Xiaobin ordered alcoholic beverages or even drinks containing alcohol, as they were uncertain whether an urgent summons might arise requiring their immediate presence. In the event of such a summons, consuming alcohol would be a hindrance. They each opted for a bottle of fruit juice, embarking on a feast of epic proportions. Conversing and eating, their meal extended until 9 in the evening. Wang Xiaobin watched in astonishment as San Ping'an devoured the hundreds of skewers he had ordered, followed by 5 skewers of grilled bread and 3 bowls of soup. Now I understand how you've acquired such a physique. Even a small teddy bear would become as hefty as a Tibetan mastiff with such an appetite. Wang Xiaobin had a naturally affable demeanor, while San Ping'an, with his boisterous and carefree personality, was more than willing to engage in jest. It's not even nighttime. One shouldn't overindulge. I only ate to about 70% fullness, as it wouldn't be good for my stomach otherwise. Wang Xiaobin, dumbfounded, clasped his hands together in admiration. Brother, I am in awe. San Ping'an paid the bill, and as the two prepared to part ways and return home, a cacophony erupted from the street. A group of burly men, their heads shaved and clad in tank tops that showcased their flamboyant tattoos, swaggered down the street, kicking over small tables and beer crates in their path. The diners dared not voice their anger. The owners of the barbecue restaurant hesitated to intervene and demand compensation, fearing backlash from these thugs who might retaliate. This group swaggered over, encircling San Ping'an and Wang Xiaobin, causing nearby diners to hastily retreat. The once boisterous Yongning Street fell eerily silent, all attention drawn to this unfolding drama. At the forefront stood a burly man, towering at 6 feet tall, bare-chested, showcasing a physique adorned with bulging muscles, and emblazoned with a tattoo of a descending tiger. A tiger descends the mountain to hunt. This was a creature that meant harm. He was known as Brother Tiger, named for the fierce beast inked upon his skin. With a swift kick, he overturned a small table between the two men, scattering skewers and beverage bottles across the ground. Dead fatty, your debt of 200,000 is due, pay up. Brother Tiger's voice boomed, inciting his lackeys to echo his threats. Dead fatty, owing Brother Tiger money and still daring to feast here, what goal you have? If you don't repay today, I assure you, you won't leave this street. Since time immemorial, repaying debts has been an undeniable obligation. Initially contemplating a call to the police, they dismissed the thought. The local officers were often weary of such brazen gangs, notorious for their malevolent demeanor. Each member was robust, capable of labor, why not seek honest work? Even as porters at the bus station. Instead, these ruffians banded together, extorting protection money and terrorizing the innocent, becoming a veritable scourge upon society. Wang Xiaobin's expression hardened as he stood, flashing his police badge. I am a police officer, produce your identification for inspection. San Ping'an also rose, rummaging through his satchel to reveal his intern police badge, inadvertently exposing a thick wad of cash to the towering Brother Tiger. Greed flickered in Tiger's eyes. Such an amount could afford him a lavish lifestyle for some time. A police officer. Where does one find an officer carrying such a sum? Even if you are genuine, This money reeks of bribery. Surely, if this ill-gotten wealth was seized, you wouldn't dare to speak of it. With this thought, Brother Tiger resolved to claim that money for himself. His retort to the badge, even if Jesus himself appeared, would be the same. With a swift motion, he swatted Wang Xiaobin's badge to the ground. Who do you think you're fooling with that counterfeit? It's so poorly made. It must have come from Zhao Laosi in Liutiao Alley. You've got some nerve impersonating a police officer. In this age of misinformation, too many nervy souls were easily swayed. Given the backdrop of unpaid debts, many in the crowd believed Brother Tiger's claims. These two are clearly fake officers. How can you tell? Have you ever seen a police force with someone that hefty? Indeed, the rotund figure appeared to weigh over 200 pounds. Even if he were an authentic officer, he would surely be a corrupt element within the ranks. Just moments ago, I witnessed the hefty man extracting several stacks of 100 yuan bills from his bag. What legitimate officer would carry such an abundance of cash? Perhaps he is a corrupt cop, freshly in possession of illicit funds. The surrounding crowd began to murmur amongst themselves. San Ping'an was deep in thought. Today, he had apprehended a human trafficker and rescued a kidnapped child. Later, alongside Lu Ying and Hong Miao, he captured a highly wanted criminal. Such accomplishments, one could argue, would be sufficient for even a regular officer to receive a promotion of 2 ranks. For those aspiring to be police officers for life, this was indeed a rare opportunity. However, for San Ping'an, who wished only to accumulate minor missteps until he was expelled, the situation was dire. He aspired to be a miraculous healer, saving lives and roaming freely, unburdened by the constraints of authority. Yet, within a disciplined force, the higher one's rank, the more attention and scrutiny one attracts, leading to an increasing loss of freedom. Before him lay an excellent opportunity for error. The adversary had initiated extortion and subsequently slandered the police. A conflict could easily ensue. This would constitute lawful enforcement. If he were to act decisively, incapacitating a few individuals, he could potentially violate the police regulations regarding excessive use of force. Perhaps he could negate the merits he had gained today. With this thought in mind, San Ping'an thrust his police badge towards Brother Hu's face. Indeed, years of dominance and arrogance had become ingrained in Brother Hu's very being. Upon receiving the badge, Brother Hu forcefully swatted it to the ground once more. San Ping'an took action. Yet, in the next moment, he found himself puzzled. According to his plan, he would first apply pressure points, followed by a kick to the groin, an eye poke, and a throat strike in rapid succession. First, he would incapacitate Brother Hu, then endure a few blows, taking on as many as he could. However, as he moved to strike, an inexplicable sensation washed over him. It was as if Brother Hu's corpulent visage appeared oddly pleasing. This appeal was not of an attraction between men, but rather, the more he gazed upon that face, the more he felt compelled to deliver a slap. As if not doing so would leave a lingering dissatisfaction, a disservice to that face. Consequently, San Ping'an's body instinctively reacted, as if programmed to do so. Swinging his arm in a wide arc, the whoosh of wind signified the swiftness of his strike. The sound of impact rang out, sharp and thunderous, indicating the force behind the blow. With a resounding slap, his palm struck Brother Hu's face. Brother Hu stood momentarily stunned, as if turned to wood, absorbing the weighty slap of San Ping'an's hefty hand. Then, the towering Brother Hu, at a height of 185 meters, fell sideways to the ground as if struck by immense force, creating a dull thud akin to a hefty piece of pork being slammed down. The dozen or so subordinates accompanying Brother Hu were left in a state of disbelief. Was this truly their strong, invincible, and unformidable leader, felled by a single slap? Could it be that Brother Hu is attempting a new tactic, finding extortion too simplistic, and has decided to engage in a scheme of deception instead? Brother Hu, Brother Hu. The two ruffians closest to him immediately crouched down, shaking his body fervently. Yet, to their astonishment, Brother Hu's form was as limp as a slumbering mink. No matter how vigorously they shook him or called out, there was not a flicker of response. Oh! It wasn't entirely devoid of reaction, his eyelids fluttered open. However, what on earth was this rolling of his eyes? Brother Hu had been rendered unconscious. Brothers, let us avenge him. We must take down this fat fool. One ruffian bellowed in rage. Today, without fail, they must deal with this corpulent man, reclaiming all the dignity and reputation they had lost. Otherwise, how could they continue to operate on this street? If others followed their example, how would they collect protection fees? How would they continue their extortion? The ruffians wrote their agreement and charged forward, fists raised. Wang Xiaobin stumbled, turning to stand back to back with San Ping'an, adopting a defensive stance. However, San Ping'an appeared to have understood something, gazing in astonishment at his right hand. A ruffian lunged towards San Ping'an, throwing a punch. Yet, the seemingly dazed and foolish fat man, staring blankly at his right hand, seemed to have entered an automatic counterattack mode. His right hand, which had been raised to his chest, suddenly dropped and swung in a wide arc. The ruffian watched in disbelief as his fist was a mere 5 centimeters away from crashing into the fat man's face. But then, a large, hefty hand seemed to transcend the boundaries of time and space, appearing out of nowhere. With a whistling rush of wind, it struck his face with tremendous force. The ruffian's frail body spun like a top and flew through the air, performing a 720-degree rotation before crashing to the ground, motionless. Another ruffian charged in, delivering a swift kick. Yet, to San Ping'an, the speed appeared to slow down dramatically. A myriad of attack trajectories materialized in his mind. With a slight lean to the side, he evaded the kick, his body tilting as he prepared his right hand, drawing back to gather strength. With a swift motion, he unleashed another resounding slap. The ruffians seemed to have lost their minds, recklessly launching themselves at him from all directions. The outcome remained the same. Each was sent sprawling to the ground with a single slap from San Ping'an. In just over a minute, no one dared to approach him any longer. Hearing the sounds of battle behind him, San Ping'an turned to look. Wang Xiaobin had just landed a hook punch squarely on a ruffian's jaw. The ruffian was knocked back, collapsing to the ground, hands clutching his mouth in pain and despair. Wang Xiaobin felt a surge of exhilaration as he shouted, "Is there anyone else? Fatty, hold on. I'm coming to help you." As Wang Xiaobin shouted with bravado behind San Ping'an, a dozen ruffians lay sprawled on the ground in various exaggerated and comical postures. The most astonishing aspect was that none of them uttered a sound, as if they were in a deep slumber. "What kind of skill is this, Fatty?" Wang Xiaobin exclaimed in disbelief. San Ping'an pondered for a moment before responding with a smile, "What is this nonsense?" "What nonsense? Are you asking me? Or am I asking you? There is no such joke in this world." "What nonsense?" The system's prompt indicated sounds, not words. If it were to be transcribed, it would read, "What nonsense is this?" Sirens wailed in the distance as the police arrived. Yet, San Ping'an felt somewhat dazed. "System, after capturing so many ruffians, where is my reward?" San Ping'an and Wang Xiaobin took a police car to the city bureau, while the ruffians, led by Brother Hu, were unceremoniously crammed into 3 ambulances, dispatched to the hospital. Unfortunately, the central hospital had only 7 ambulances, 4 of which were already out on rescue missions. Thus, only 3 remained. Since they were merely unconscious from being beaten, not due to cardiovascular issues, it wouldn't make sense to have the ambulances shuttling back and forth. What about other critical patients? After recording their statements in the city bureau's lobby, San Ping'an sat aside sipping tea, awaiting news from the hospital. Wang Xiaobin, with a broad grin, was boasting to an old acquaintance. What was originally a combination of free fighting and grappling took over a minute to subdue a ruffian who only knew how to throw clumsy punches. In Wang Xiaobin's retelling, it transformed into a tale of Zhao Zilong single-handedly penetrating enemy lines, emerging victorious amidst chaos. Suddenly, a landline phone rang before a police officer. Upon answering, he listened and then relayed, "Bingzi, those you knocked out have regained consciousness, they merely suffered a mild concussion, nothing serious." Wang Xiaobin let out a sigh of relief. But the officer's expression soon darkened as he continued, "Bingzi, the Internal Affairs Department has intervened." The once jovial atmosphere in the lobby fell silent, as if a pin could be heard dropping. What was the Internal Affairs Department? In police academy parlance, it was known as the inspection unit, and within the police station, it was termed the supervisory division. It hung like a Damocles sword over every officer's head. This department was accountable solely to the highest leadership of the police force, with no one else permitted to interfere in its operations. The Internal Affairs Department's role was to identify, investigate, and address misconduct among officers, effectively serving as the police for the police. All officers held a mix of respect, fear, and disdain for this department, but none harbored any fondness for it. At that moment, an internal phone rang, and another officer answered. After a brief conversation, he hung up. The Internal Affairs Department has officially requested to restrict Fatty's actions. They will be here shortly to conduct their investigation. Wang Xiaobin was taken aback. He was unscathed, yet Fatty was under scrutiny. Was this due to the ruffian he had dispatched? What gives? It's just a mild concussion. A bump against a door frame is worse than this. It's not like he's missing an arm or a leg. Even when off duty, should we, as police officers, simply turn a blind eye to incidents until we are back at work? The Ministry of Internal Affairs is always nitpicking. Wasn't it the case that Xiaodong was coerced into resigning by the ministry? Complaints erupted among the crowd, the sound of polished shoes echoing as a striking figure approached. This young woman, standing over 1.7 meters tall, donned a police uniform that appeared to have been tailored to accentuate her curves, perfectly showcasing her ample bosom, slender waist, and long, straight legs. Her long hair was simply tied back in a ponytail, exuding an air of elegance and competence. The two male officers trailing behind her seemed to pale in comparison, overshadowed by her presence. As she drew nearer, a uniquely recognizable and exquisitely familiar face emerged from the crowd, igniting fond memories within San Ping'an. "Damimi!" he exclaimed involuntarily. Laughter erupted among the officers, some choking and others stifling their amusement, all displaying expressions of shock and disbelief. Yet, in their hearts, a singular thought prevailed: "My friend, you truly are bold," creating quite the spectacle. Damimi, whose face typically bore a cool demeanor, flushed crimson with indignation. The duty sergeant quickly stood at attention, saluting. The other officers, including Wang Xiaobin, soon followed suit, rising to salute as well. In the police force, it is customary to stand and salute in the presence of a superior. This striking woman, appearing to be around 23 or 24 years old, bore the insignia of a first-class sergeant, a position of significant rank. The highest-ranking officer present held merely a third-class sergeant title. Hence, it was only fitting for everyone to stand and salute. Yet, San Ping'an remained seated, gazing blankly at the face that had transported him back into memories. "Officer Yang," the sergeant called out, a reminder to San Ping'an. Gradually, he emerged from his stupor, rising slowly from his chair. Then, to the astonishment of all, he dashed forward, directly confronting the furious Damimi. With an impassioned expression, he cupped her face in his hands, exclaiming, "It's wonderful to see you." For any traveler from another realm, encountering someone from their previous world in a strange new one would elicit a reaction of sheer joy and excitement. Of course, if the encounter were with an adversary, that would be an entirely different matter. Damimi's face, already flushed with anger, deepened to a vivid crimson as if on the verge of bursting. The sergeant, racking his brain for a way to diffuse the awkwardness, found himself at a loss. Suddenly, Damimi seized San Ping'an's hand, pivoted, and executed a flawless shoulder throw. The situation grew increasingly awkward. Her 1.72-meter stature and less than 100-pound frame made tossing a 200-pound man seem effortless. However, San Ping'an was not just a hefty figure. He was also renowned as the top practitioner of close combat at the police academy, outside of examination periods, of course. Once confronted with an examination, San Ping'an invariably finds himself at the bottom, easily bested by anyone who approaches him. With a mere shift of his center of gravity, he becomes a mere prop for the formidable Damimi, who, in an embrace reminiscent of a fledgling bird seeking comfort, finds herself nestled against him. Clutching one of his arms, Damimi attempts to throw San Ping'an to the ground twice, but upon realizing the futility of her efforts, she swiftly alters her strategy. She lifts her right foot and brings it down with force. Though her high heels may not be the kind typically worn by professional women, capable of being used as weapons, they are nonetheless formidable. After work, San Ping'an exchanges his police boots for casual sneakers, designed primarily for softness and breathability. As for their protective capabilities, what are those? In an instant, he feels a sharp pain in the top of his right foot, as if pierced by a nail, causing him to lose his balance. With a playful shout, the Mimi executes an imperfect side throw, finally managing to bring the hefty figure crashing to the ground. A note is made for his harassment of a superior, restricting his movements and controlling his personal effects. An officer from the Internal Affairs Department approaches. Assisting the grimacing and pained San Pingen to his feet, admiration evident on his face as he discreetly gives a thumbs up, shielded by his body. Not all within the Internal Affairs Department share a common animosity. Setting aside their duties and responsibilities, they can only feel envy, admiration, sympathy, and mournful lamentation for the lecturer San Pingen. Has San Pingen not yet met his demise? Under the cold gaze of the merciless Yangku from the Internal Affairs Department, death would be a mercy, while a fate worse than death is the norm. Yangku, her face flushed and undeniably alluring, evokes an urge to embrace her passionately. Yet her eyes betray a chilling coldness, radiating an unsettling aura. As she surveys the crowd, her gaze fixes upon a police officer. The Shaodong you speak of must be Dong Chong, correct? Misusing authority for personal gain, clandestinely releasing a suspect. Upon investigation, it is revealed that this suspect is none other than Daozi, the notorious leader of a thieving gang that has long plagued the train station in Hon City. Forcing Dong Chong to resign is already an act of leniency by the Internal Affairs Department. According to police regulations, abusing power to release a wanted criminal is a serious offense, warranting dismissal and potential legal repercussions. The officers remain silent, fully aware of the intricacies of the situation. Resigned to the notion that misfortune has a way of befalling the unwise. During a street cleaning operation, the police conduct a surprise inspection of a bathhouse. Dong Chong finds himself confronting two men receiving massages in a private room. The massage appears to be legitimate, although the propriety of the situation remains uncertain, given that the masseuse is a woman in revealing attire. One of the men is Daozi, while the other is Dong Chong's close friend from middle school. Since there is no illicit transaction occurring, merely a massage, even if brought to the station, the lightest penalty would be a fine of 200 to 500, allowing them to depart to conserve police resources. Thus, Dong Chong opts to release his middle school friend along with Daozi. Both men display a lack of wisdom, as the police's surprise inspection indicates thorough preparation. The two individuals sought refuge in a previously inspected room or a storage area, intending to remain concealed until the inspection concluded and the authorities departed. However, their choices were perplexing, as they stealthily navigated their way, miraculously arriving at a side entrance of a bathing center without incident. Alas, their fortune was short-lived. Upon opening the door, they were met with the daunting sight of two police cars, their lights flashing ominously. The officers stationed there, upon recognizing the duo, could hardly believe their luck. In these times, encountering individuals willingly walking into their trap was a rarity. With the opportunity presented, they swiftly apprehended the pair. Upon returning to the station, a few intimidating words were exchanged, resulting in the former middle school classmate betraying Dong Chong. To add to the misfortune, a member of the anti-pickpocket team, called in to assist, recognized the knife associated with the incident. Dong Chong's inexperience played a significant role in this debacle. An experienced officer would have opted to take the suspects back to the station, discreetly inform the captain, and then adhere to standard procedures, documenting the incident, issuing a verbal warning, and allowing the individuals to draft a reflective letter, thus sparing them a fine and enabling their release. Such letters were merely formalities, periodically destroyed and never recorded in official files, ensuring that no external party could uncover any discrepancies. Yongku, noticing the silence among the gathered individuals, seized the moment to speak again. Are you questioning our internal inquiry procedures? Very well, I shall conduct an internal inquiry regarding San Pingen right here in this hall, in front of all of you, to dispel any notions that our department is composed of individuals who nitpick and undermine their own. San Pingen was instructed to take a seat. Yongku, positioned across an office desk, introduced himself. I am Yongyun, the section chief of the Internal Affairs Department at the Municipal Bureau. Here is my identification. Following the formal complaints from Ma Xiaohu, Zhang Shuqiao, Zhou Guang, and others, I am initiating an internal investigation. San Pingen could hardly conceal his disappointment. It turned out it was not the beloved figure he had hoped for, rather someone strikingly similar in appearance, voice, physique, and aura. This is a search warrant, declared an officer from the Internal Affairs Department, presenting the stamped document to San Pingen. Subsequently, They began to meticulously empty his messenger bag, laying the contents upon the desk. Among the items were stacks of cash, totaling 110,000 yuan, neatly bundled and untouched. Alongside a handsome men's wallet and an exquisite flip phone that resembled a work of art more than a mere communication device. The gathered crowd gasped. The cash alone amounted to a fraction of their annual salaries. Yongyan's attention gravitated toward the wallet and phone. "How did you come by this wallet?" he inquired. "It was a graduation gift from my uncle," San Ping'an replied. "And the phone?" "Likewise, a graduation gift from my uncle." "Was it given on graduation day?" "Indeed." With a resounding thud, Yongyun slammed his hand on the desk, startling everyone present. "Do you take me for a fool? This wallet is a premier luxury item from Fully, crafted by a master artisan over a span of 15 days. A full payment reservation must be made 2 years in advance for this wallet, starting at a staggering price of 188,000. Gasps of astonishment echoed through the crowd. 188,000, and that is merely the base price. Even gold is not so exorbitantly priced. Is this wallet crafted from the hide of an extinct dinosaur? This Pangu mobile phone. The latest model boasts a golden 0 emblem, signifying it as a limited edition collectible, with the subsequent digits denoting its serial number. I have never heard of a 0 model before. This phone is priced at 23,800 and was only released 3 days ago. The police academy graduation occurred on the 23rd of last month, merely 7 days ago. Pray tell, how did you acquire this phone prior to its public release? The crowd turned their inquisitive gazes towards San Ping'an. Indeed, this is an inexplicable situation. 4 years ago, Pangu Company was merely an ordinary telecommunications firm. Upon its transition into mobile manufacturing, it soared with astonishing velocity, as if propelled by a rocket booster. Each new phone became a sensational hit, leaving competitors in disarray. In just 4 short years, it has firmly established itself as the foremost mobile manufacturing and sales company in the Great Sia. The Pangu Research Institute is also the most heavily invested, boasting the largest number of researchers and the most advanced equipment among private entities in the Great Sia. While I won't delve into phone sales figures, the annual patent fees alone amount to billions. This is despite the current maturity of mobile technology, which limits innovative patents otherwise. The figures could easily reach into the hundreds of billions. One can only imagine the extraordinary security measures in place at such a company. Not even the executives or the owner, Renfei, would permit the latest and released phone to leave the premises before its launch. Because my uncle is Renfei. The crowd was taken aback. Renfei is your uncle? Yongyun exclaimed in disbelief. Indeed. What of it? San Ping'an retorted. It's absurd. Renfei is only 25 this year, and you are how old? 23. No, you are merely 22, he corrected. Stop jesting with me. How can someone 3 years your senior be your uncle? San Ping'an rolled his eyes. Do you calculate familial relations by age? Yongyun was momentarily taken aback by this logic. The hierarchy of familial relations in the Great Sia is unique. Incomprehensible to foreigners who would be baffled by an elderly person bowing to an infant and addressing them as grandfather. San Ping'an glanced at the wall clock. It was nearly 10 p.m. Exhausted, he thought it best to conclude the inquiry and head home for rest. If you doubt me, I can call Renfei right now. I have his number stored on my phone. Yongyun rolled her eyes in response. It must be noted that even when a beautiful woman rolls her eyes, it remains a sight to behold. No need, she asserted, entirely unconvinced. Picking up the desk phone, she dialed a number. I am Yongyun, the section chief of the Internal Affairs Department, City Bureau, badge number. I require direct communication with the owner of Pangu Company, Renfei, regarding an internal investigation. After delivering her message, she pressed the speakerphone button. Beep, beep, beep. The call connected. Greetings, I am Renfei. May I inquire as to your identity? A composed male voice resonated through the phone. Yongyun slid the landline towards San Ping'an, offering a derisive gesture of invitation. Fei Zi, it's me. You portly fellow. Address me as your uncle. Even if I am merely 2 years your senior, that I am still your elder. The previously steady tone shifted into a tone of frivolity. What business do you have with me at this late hour? What manner of telephone are you using, with an array of asterisks in the number? How much did you pay for the wallet you gave me? The wallet? Over the years, I've given you no less than 8, if not 10. How should I know which one you are referring to? The one you gifted me as a graduation present. The classic men's wallet from Furue. The one adorned with 7 3-carat diamonds. An officer from the Internal Affairs Bureau immediately opened the wallet on the table. Upon seeing its contents, gasps of astonishment filled the air. Centrally positioned within the wallet were 7 diamonds, not mere fragments, each of considerable size. Just these 7, each weighing 3 carats, would surely amount to over $1 million, wouldn't it? Indeed, that wallet. How much did it cost? It was a gift, I spent nothing on it. Who presented it to you? San Pingan inquired. Sarah Furue. The only daughter of the Furue family, merely 18 years old. Her physique is quite remarkable. Let us not discuss her physique, San Pingan interjected hastily, fearing that the conversation would spiral into uncomfortable territory. What about the new foldable phone you sent me, which had yet to be released? Are you concerned I might violate my own rules? I raised it at the board meeting, when all the directors collectively agreed on it. Moreover, it is Model 0, not Model 1. What do you think? Isn't it exquisite? Almost akin to a work of art? Rubbish. San Pingan's critique incited a desire among Yang Yun and others to retaliate. How could such a stunning, undeniably artistic phone be labeled as trash? We would give anything to possess such a phone. Trash. Renfei too found himself provoked by this assessment. Based on your suggestions, the design was crafted. The design you personally amended was realized by 6 of the world's foremost design masters, all of whom bowed to your vision. And you dare to call it trash? Once again, gasps filled the air as the crowd regarded San Pingan with newfound respect. This phone, undeniably a classic in its design, was indeed the brainchild of San Pingan. Was this rotund individual merely a novice officer, or an internationally renowned design maestro? San Pingan curled his lip in disdain. Any traveler from another era who encountered an ancient button-operated blue-screen phone, no matter how aesthetically pleasing, would surely scoff at it. It cannot access Douyin, WeChat. Nor can it play popular games or facilitate online shopping, let alone order takeout. Its functions are limited to calls, texts, and classic games like Snake and Tetris. With a ringtone that is nothing short of grating. Regardless of its beauty, if it lacks practicality, it is nothing but rubbish. On another note regarding pocket money, San Pingan swiftly diverted the conversation, wishing to avoid an endless debate. Are you out of funds? One moment, please. Kunzi, contact the financial director. As soon as the bank opens tomorrow, transfer 200,000 to the Portly Fellows account. Renfei was not given the chance to respond before the arrangements were made. Portly 1, is this amount sufficient? If you wish to purchase something, just let me know, and I shall procure it for you. But wait. Aren't you a police officer now? Many items bought would only be left at home. Confess, have you found yourself a partner? Is she beautiful? What is her figure like? Is she tall? Does she possess a gentle disposition? Which institution did she graduate from? What are her family circumstances? San Pingan gazed ahead where Yong Yun stood. Why are you looking at me? Yong Yun instinctively blurted out. Renfei's tone escalated sharply. Goodness. You chubby one. San Pingan hastily ended the call. Noticing the change in Yong Yan's expression. If Renfei continued, he feared Yong Yun might erupt in anger. Is everything all right? San Pingan inquired of Yong Yun. The investigation is concluded, she replied coldly. He began to gather the items on the table into his backpack and turned to leave. After taking a few steps, he paused and faced Yong Yun once more. Beautiful lady, do you often feel cold, particularly in winter? No matter how thick the blankets or how high the heating. Do you still feel frigid? Hormonal imbalances, irregular menstruation, and dysmenorrhea when your period arrives. Do you not only suffer excruciating pain but also experience a surge of acne that only subsides a week after? How do you know this? Yong Yun was astonished. Her surprise exceeding that of an entire year. It is evident. I am a hereditary traditional Chinese medicine practitioner.
There exists a more straightforward remedy that can resolve your issues entirely, Sun Ping-an asserted. What remedy? Yong-yun asked eagerly, having endured the tribulations of painful periods and acne. She had consulted numerous doctors and consumed countless medications, employing various acne treatments, all to no avail. Especially in winter, every night felt akin to sleeping in an ice chamber, making her discomfort unbearable. Sun Ping-an, with utmost seriousness, replied, from the perspective of traditional Chinese medicine, you are a natural yin body, also known as a cold body. To put it more plainly, please do not take offense, your symptoms stem from an imbalance of yin and yang. You need to find a yang partner to harmonize these energies. And you may heal without medication. Suddenly, Sun Ping-an grinned mischievously. Isn't it a coincidence? I am indeed a yang body. Here is the proposition, you possess a modicum of beauty. And among the over 1 billion people in the summer heat, I offer you this singular opportunity, find a way to fall in love with me. Yong-yun, gritting her teeth, looked as though she might bite a chunk out of Sun Ping-an. What are you saying? I hope you do not underestimate yourself and narrow your own path. Sun Ping-an laughed heartily before turning to flee. Behind him, you scoundrel. You fatso. Stand right there, I will kill you. Yong-ku, calm down. Yong-ku, don't act impulsively. Do not throw things. Yes, Yong-ku, even if you miss the boy, harming the flowers and plants is not acceptable. Sun Ping-an took a taxi back home. As always, it was dark, desolate, and eerily quiet. His father held a position in the provincial government, while his mother's pharmaceutical company was also headquartered there. With the two cities over 200 kilometers apart, the daily commutes were an impossibility. When he attended police academy in the province, they could meet once a week. Returning to his hometown of Hongcheng for an internship, Sun Ping-an estimated that he might not even meet anyone for a month. After taking a shower, he changed into loose and comfortable pajamas. System, have you embezzled my rewards? He pondered. I dismantled a criminal gang on Yongning Street, why am I not rewarded? The aloof system replied coldly, the level of the captured criminals is too low to trigger the skill reward mechanism. Despite his persistent inquiries, the system remained unresponsive. Sun Ping-an contemplated for a moment and sent a page. Soon, Wang Xiaobin returned his call. Brother Wang, regarding the criminal gang we took down, he began. All right. This time, the system has truly been wronged. Despite Tiger Brother's appearance as a formidable figure leading a dozen subordinates through the streets, in reality, he is merely a lowly thug. Their intimidating presence is but a FAOD. The protection fees they collect are merely sanitation fees, supposedly for maintaining the streets. Though whether this is subcontracted to cleaners is another matter entirely. Their role in keeping order is simply mediating disputes among patrons to prevent fights. They wouldn't dare carry even a knife or a stick. If a fight broke out, they would engage barehanded, shouting and flailing wildly. When apprehended, the worst they could face is detention, hardly meriting a sentence. Their first foray into crime met with formidable resistance, resulting in their downfall. Nevertheless, regardless of their status as petty thugs or street sweepers, this time they have committed serious offenses, assaulting police officers, extortion, and robbery, even if attempted. They can expect the full weight of the law upon them. It is likely they will spend years in prison reforming their ways. After ending the call, Sun Ping-an turned on the television, soon becoming drowsy and drifting towards slumber. Suddenly, a notification appeared, a daily settlement initiated. Interrogated human traffickers. Obtained useful information assisting the police in dismantling the trafficking ring and rescuing abducted children. Captured numerous individuals involved in assaulting police, extortion, and attempted robbery. Daily settlement reward, 1 vial of unlimited stamina potion for 1 hour. With his fatigue vanishing, Sun Ping-an sprang upright, noticing the time, midnight. It dawned on him that the system possessed a modicum of conscience, albeit limited. The skill rewards from the system were exclusively for capturing heinous criminals, such as rapists, murderers, and those who intentionally inflict harm. Other incidental interrogations or captures of lesser offenders would yield rewards through the daily settlement at dawn, consisting solely of items rather than skills. This was a lucrative turn of events. Sun Ping-an felt a surge of excitement. Daily settlement rewards have been deposited into the storage space. The storage space is limitless in volume, designed solely for the retrieval of system-issued rewards. Suddenly, a virtual item inventory materialized before him, divided into countless compartments. In the first slot of the top row lay a seemingly humble item, the half-piece of one crushed ice containing a colorless, transparent liquid. Upon inspection, he was struck by its utter insignificance. One ought to acquire a crystal bottle, one that, when illuminated, radiates a spectrum of vibrant colors. Inside, it should not be filled with water, but rather with a golden hue, shimmering with glimmers of light as it catches the illumination. Only then does it exude an air of sophistication and elegance. However, never mind that. What is desired is excessive, what is needed is a bicycle. The canine system has already shown great mercy by not seizing his rewards. Due to an overwhelming sense of excitement, San Ping'an found himself tardy for work the following day. He was summoned to the office by Xie, who unleashed a torrent of reprimands upon him. Were it not for Master Tong Jing's timely intervention, offering a few words of praise, San Ping'an might have sought solace from a massage therapist. On Bechiao Street, he inquired of his master. Is it really necessary for Xie to react so strongly? I was merely half an hour late. To which he lamented, good gracious. The amount of saliva directed at me is astonishing. As San Ping'an accompanied his master on the patrol, he took the opportunity to familiarize himself with the surrounding streets. Tong Jing, maintaining a serious demeanor, replied, indeed, it is necessary. During Xie's military service, he once led a team on a mission. And due to another squad's tardiness of just 2 minutes, they failed to establish an effective encirclement, nearly allowing a drug trafficker to escape. That day, Xie's unit suffered 1 casualty and 2 serious injuries. From that moment on, Xie developed an intense aversion to lateness. In other places, I cannot speak with certainty. But here in Bechiao, do not even think of being tardy by half a minute. Instantly, San Ping'an's complaints dissipated. Master, I was in the wrong, he sincerely apologized. Very well, just remember not to be late in the future. If your home is far away, consider applying for a single dormitory. There are several vacant units behind the police station. San Ping'an nodded in agreement. After all, he would be returning home alone, it hardly mattered where he resided. He resolved to apply for a single dormitory soon. Director Tong, why are you bringing in a newcomer? Exclaimed a passerby. Wow. Director Tong, this newcomer is quite portly. A swift diet is in order, lest he fail to catch any criminals. Another voice chimed in, Director Tong, I was late to the market this morning. And the beef was sold out. Would it be acceptable to substitute with chicken legs? As they strolled through the street, pedestrians and shopkeepers greeted Tong Jing with warmth and enthusiasm. Master, how do they recognize me as the newcomer? San Ping'an asked. Tong Jing chuckled. Our Bechiao police station is quite small. The locals are very familiar with each other, a new face stands out immediately. With hands clasped behind his back, he walked leisurely. Responding casually, as grassroots police officers, we do not need to solve grand cases or apprehend numerous criminals. Our fundamental duty is to uphold social stability. Bechiao, being a nexus of urban and rural areas, has a diverse social composition and significant population mobility, thus necessitating public support. Allow me to share a statistic. Last year, we apprehended a total of 62 fugitives in Bechiao, of which 48 were captured thanks to public tips and assistance. Hence, it is imperative to maintain a strong connection with the community. Never exploit authority for personal gain, nor bully the populace. Losing the community's trust equates to pushing them toward criminal elements. Do you understand? Understood, the master, San Ping'an replied. Our patrols serve to deter criminal activity. Tong Jing's voice gradually rose in intensity. San Ping'an felt a sense of bewilderment. The two were merely a foot apart, and although the street was bustling with life, such proximity should have allowed for normal conversation without the need to raise one's voice. When encountering unfamiliar faces, it was customary to conduct a routine check of identification. For those engaging in street vending, a polite reminder was issued, hello, comrade, this is a routine inspection, please present your identification. Just as Tong Jing was speaking, she halted a young man who was about to enter a convenience store to make a purchase. All right, the man responded, retrieving something from his pocket. Suddenly, an unforeseen turn of events occurred. What emerged was not an identification card, but a gleaming, razor-sharp bullhorn dagger. In that instant, there was no time for reaction.
The blade plunged deep into Tong Jing's abdomen, the majority of its length embedded within her. This was only mitigated by Tong Jing's quick reflexes, as she managed to grasp the rear of the knife tightly, otherwise it would have been left with nothing but the hilt. The assailant, having struck, released his hold and fled. "Master!" San Ping'an exclaimed, rushing to catch the collapsing Tong Jing. The shop owner, witnessing the scene, sprinted out. "That man just stabbed Tong Jing. Catch him." At that moment, the significance of community support became evident. The people on the street began to pursue the fleeing man. Those ahead, having learned of the situation, joined the fray to corner him. "Don't worry about me, just hurry and chase him. He is a level 1 wanted criminal, Gao Feng." San Ping'an carefully laid Tong Jing on the ground, his eyes reddened, and took off in pursuit. "Tong Jing, hold on, I'll call an ambulance." The shop owner shouted in panic. "Call the police fast, apprehending him is paramount." Tong Jing replied, regretting her decision to allow San Ping'an to chase after the assailant. Gao Feng was a wanted criminal, a marathon expert, a specialist in cross-country running, and an internationally recognized athlete. His most notable achievement was completing the World Cross-Country Marathon in the Qatar Desert, finishing 36th among over 2,000 competitors, all elite runners from around the globe. The top 50 received substantial rewards, and it was after that competition that Gao Feng changed drastically. He became indulgent, arrogant, and increasingly volatile. During a gathering with friends, a disagreement led him to seize a bottle and strike 3 classmates, resulting in one immediate death, another left in a vegetative state who succumbed 6 months later, and a third severely injured and now bedridden, unable to care for himself. Given such a formidable athlete, it seemed almost absurd for San Ping'an to think he could catch up. Yet, as Tong Jing contemplated if he couldn't keep up, he would soon tire and cease the pursuit, alleviating her concerns. The throng of pursuers was substantial, hindering Gao Feng's speed, forcing him to constantly alter his escape route while dodging and shoving through the crowd. Thus, when San Ping'an initially began his chase, he could still clearly see Gao Feng's silhouette. Gao Feng was no fool. Running on the main road, could he possibly outrun motorcycles or cars? No matter how fast he was. Once again breaking free from the encirclement, Gao Feng made a swift turn and dashed into the nearby residential area. Many chose to abandon the chase, yet a dozen or so individuals relentlessly pursued him, among them San Ping'an. After 200 meters, San Ping'an began to pant heavily, sweat pouring down his face. At 300 meters, he was gasping for breath, transitioning from a run to a slow walk, his speed threatening to dwindle to nothing at any moment. Endurance had always been his greatest weakness, much like his weight, no matter how hard he tried. He could not build it up. Should he truly surrender? Allow this despicable criminal, who had harmed his master, to escape unscathed? Absolutely not. Suddenly, San Ping'an recalled that he had received a potion granting him an hour of unlimited stamina. What was there to ponder? To let it go to waste would be foolish. With the potion in hand, he tilted his head back and downed it. The taste was reminiscent of mere water. The moment the potion touched his tongue, a surge of powerful energy flooded through his limbs. His legs felt strong again, his heavy breathing subsided, and his racing heart returned to a normal rhythm. What was he waiting for? He resumed his pursuit. As San Ping'an chased after him, he immediately sensed a change within himself. Maintaining the speed of his 100-meter sprint for the first 50 meters was now effortless. However, after surpassing that mark, his speed would typically plummet. Yet now, he had chased for nearly 200 meters while still retaining the pace of the initial 50 meters, all without feeling the slightest bit fatigue. His breathing and heartbeat were steady. Initially, the few fast runners were ahead of him, but after 3 minutes in the narrow alleys of the residential area, aside from the occasional glimpses of residents, only the loathed figure of his target remained in sight. 10 minutes later, Gao Feng burst out of the residential area, revealing a windbreak forest ahead. A group of novices, hoping to catch up with him, would need to train for several hundred more years. Gao Feng disdainfully glanced back, only to find his pupils constricting in shock. A portly figure clad in a police uniform was rapidly closing the distance between them. "That hefty fellow can really run, huh? Let me see how I can wear you out," Gao Feng taunted loudly. His provocation was not limited to words, his actions spoke volumes. As the gap between them shrank to 10 meters, he suddenly pivoted and surged forward,
What did it mean to be an international-level athlete in the country? Such individuals were among the elite. Marathon runners, in particular, possessed stamina and endurance that far surpassed those engaged in other sports. As Gao Feng took off, he swiftly increased the distance between them. At 300 meters, he glanced back. "Wow, this fat guy can really run," he muttered, frowning but not overly concerned, before darting into the windbreak forest. In truth, Gao Feng's greatest strength lay not in marathon running, but in cross-country endurance. He thrived in long-distance runs across non-professional terrains, be it desert, mountainous regions, or forests. As long as there was a path, no matter how rugged or winding, he would conquer it. His advantages were fully manifested. Most of the northern regions are flatlands, and Heilong province, where the cold city is located, is no exception. Upon bursting through the 50-meter-wide windbreak, an endless expanse of farmland lay before him. Gao Feng glanced back. To his surprise, the plump figure was still trailing him. How could this be? A possibility flashed through his mind. Perhaps this hefty fellow had been a long-distance runner in sports school, and after retiring, he became a policeman, failing to manage his weight and ballooning in size. Such scenarios are quite common among retired athletes. With this thought, instead of accelerating, Gao Feng deliberately slowed down a bit. San Ping'an quickly closed the gap to within 2 meters of Gao Feng. This distance was particularly unsettling, creating an illusion of being within reach while simultaneously rendering action futile. A leap would be too far, quickening his pace would be pointless, as Gao Feng was not a statue waiting to be caught. Yet, at this proximity, they could converse clearly. The verbal provocation from Gao Feng commenced. "Hey, you fatso, not bad at running, huh? Did you come from the provincial sports school? What is your personal record? At this speed, you're nothing but trash, not making it to the national team, I bet." With that forlorn expression, "The policeman I poked earlier, he wouldn't be your father, would he?" On the competition field, trash talk is a tactic in itself, most commonly seen in basketball, where it serves to provoke the opponent, inciting emotional instability. Any physical retaliation would lead to ejection by the referee, resulting in disqualification. Although long-distance running is a test of sheer strength with minimal reliance on verbal jibes, it doesn't mean that trash talk lacks efficacy. Influencing emotions through words can disrupt rhythm, speed, and endurance, and ultimately leading to one's downfall. San Ping'an, however, was oblivious to these nuances. He merely understood it as an opportunity to hurl insults. "Who is afraid of whom? You're the one poking your grandfather. Oh, wait, a scumbag like you probably doesn't even know who your real father is. Has your mother ever mentioned him? Is it old one next door? Or perhaps the carpenter downstairs? Or maybe that uncle who came to fix the air conditioner?" San Ping'an was merely testing the waters, yet Gao Feng was already seething with rage. "I curse your ancestors, you." Various unspeakable curses erupted from him. San Ping'an was in no hurry to retort. He waited until Gao Feng exhausted his insults before he spoke again. "Do you know what life in prison is like? Muscular men love guys like you in there. Be careful not to drop the soap while showering, and keep one eye open while you sleep. If you're not careful, you'll find yourself pinned against the wall, hands restrained or forced to bend over." Though San Ping'an's words were merely intended to irritate, they echoed in Gao Feng's ears like a devil's whisper. Not only did he absorb the taunts, but vivid images also emerged in his mind, images that sent shivers down his spine. "Shut up, you pig-headed idiot, you worthless fool. You'll never make it to the national team, or forever a failure. I am an international athletic champion, the member of the national team." San Ping'an retorted. "No matter how impressive you were in the past, your current identity is that of a fugitive. Your only destiny in this life is the prison cell. By the way, I am still unaware of the reason behind your fugitive status. Come on, fugitive, commence your performance, reveal your deepest regrets and amuse me." Gao Feng's thoughts drifted back to that moment which had irrevocably altered his life. How was I to know that those 3 fools were so fragile? I had every intention of participating in the World Cross Country Championship. Do you comprehend the extent of my preparation for this event? 8 months, a full 8 months. Those 3 imbeciles, fully aware of my aspirations, insisted that they were now favored by the boss. I never intended to kill them. I merely sought to teach them a lesson.
My future has been utterly ruined by those wretched scoundrels. Gao Feng's pace had begun to slow, overwhelmed by emotion. San Ping'an could have easily accelerated and apprehended him, yet he refrained, believing it would be too lenient on Gao Feng. So you were provoked at the table and, in a fit of rage, swung a bottle to smash it against someone's head. And then what? Naturally, the next step is a hospital visit. Who could have anticipated that those three were so weak? One is dead, and the other two are in dire straits. Of course, I couldn't stick around. I had to flee. San Ping'an laughed heartily. You dare to call me a fool? I see you as the greatest simpleton of all. What you committed was manslaughter under the influence. By your own admission, there was no intention to kill. If you had not fled, you could have paid your dues. Served 10 years, and been done with it. But you, a legal ignoramus, chose to run. If captured, you are likely looking at life imprisonment. And do you even realize who you stabbed? That was the deputy director of our municipal bureau, here for an inspection. After stabbing our deputy director. Do you honestly think we, as police officers, would let you off the hook? Once we catch you, you might not even have the chance to stand trial. San Ping'an exaggerated the consequences to compel Gao Feng to run with all his might. The more severe the repercussions San Ping'an described, the more Gao Feng felt compelled to evade capture. However, Gao Feng was uncertain of the truth. The mere thought of the repercussions of being caught clarified what he needed to do. If you have the ability, just try to catch me. Is that so? Then keep running. San Ping'an sneered, suddenly increasing his speed. Gao Feng was startled by San Ping'an's abrupt acceleration and pushed himself to his limits. After 50 meters, San Ping'an slightly decelerated. Although Gao Feng did not look back, as a former long-distance runner with years of professional training, his instincts were acute. He immediately sensed San Ping'an's reduced speed. It was as if an invisible thread connected them. Gao Feng's body instinctively responded by slowing down. You fat fool, keep chasing me. I will outrun you. San Ping'an bellowed, increasing his speed once more. Gao Feng accelerated his pace, maintaining a safe distance between the two. Could San Ping'an truly be unable to catch up with Gao Feng? Certainly not. San Ping'an was merely taking his dog for a stroll. This is one of the most commonly employed tactics in long-distance running, typically utilized by those leading the race to exhaust those trailing behind. However, in this instance, the roles were reversed, with San Ping'an, the pursuer, striving to outpace the front-running Gao Feng. 1 kilometer, 3 kilometers, 7 kilometers, San Ping'an varied his speed repeatedly. Gao Feng was compelled to adjust his pace as well. His breathing grew labored, and the rise and fall of his chest became increasingly pronounced. The muscles in his legs began to tighten. San Ping'an glanced at his phone and noted that approximately 5 minutes remained until the 1-hour mark. It was time to conclude this pursuit. San Ping'an made his decision, letting out a fierce shout. I'm going to catch you. Simultaneously, he surged forward, pushing his speed to its utmost limit. Gao Feng, already exhausted, sensed the sudden increase in San Ping'an's velocity. He too responded with a desperate acceleration. This surge pushed his leg muscles to their breaking point, which could no longer endure. Gao Feng cried out in agony as he collapsed heavily to the ground, curling his body and rolling in distress. Once an international sports champion, the king of long-distance running, he was now outmatched by a mere overweight individual. Gao Feng clutched his calves, wailing in pain, as his calf muscles convulsed violently, resembling writhing serpents, a truly alarming sight. This was a muscle cramp, commonly known as a Charlie horse. How painful can a muscle cramp be? Anyone who has experienced it knows well that the agony is excruciating, akin to the sensation of one's leg being severed. In that moment, Gao Feng was acutely aware. San Ping'an observed coldly, yet his mind grappled with a dilemma. If he were to apprehend Gao Feng right then, it would undoubtedly be a significant achievement. However, the deeds he had accomplished just yesterday were already substantial. If he did not err again, his plan to be expelled from the police force would likely be indefinitely postponed, perhaps even leading to a promotion, an outcome San Ping'an did not desire. Furthermore, Gao Feng had assaulted San Ping'an's mentor, Officer Tong Jin, a dedicated and conscientious veteran. It remained uncertain whether Tong was in mortal danger, as a substantial portion of that formidable knife had been plunged into his abdomen.
To simply capture Gao Feng now would be to afford this scoundrel an undeserved reprieve. With this thought, San Ping'an surveyed his surroundings. Picking up a branch as thick as his wrist. After a brief preparation, he swung it with full force, striking Gao Feng's elbow. Gao Feng let out a pain scream as the impact fractured his bone. San Ping'an did not relent, instead, he swung again, delivering a blow to Gao Feng's other intact arm. Crack! The sharp sound of breaking bones echoed once more, accompanied by Gao Feng's cries, which soared to new heights of despair. At this moment, Gao Feng dared not move either of his arms, for any motion would invoke excruciating pain. San Ping'an forcefully overturned Gao Feng, pinning him to the ground. He then selected a wooden stick the thickness of a chopstick and sat upon Gao Feng's lower back. The waist is the core of human strength. Without the ability to exert force there, one cannot hope to leverage their entire body. San Ping'an wielded the stick, striking relentlessly at Gao Feng's calves, akin to shooing away a serpent. The muscles in Gao Feng's calves began to twitch with increasing ferocity, the spasms intensifying and the accompanying pain escalating correspondingly. San Ping'an was not merely toying with him, each strike targeted the same acupoint. 1 minute later, bang! Gao Feng's right calf erupted in a spray of blood. The flesh was torn, revealing strands of shredded red muscle and white sinew. Then came the left calf. This was an unorthodox application of acupoint manipulation. While the outcome remained consistent, it did not deplete San Ping'an's own vitality. The significance of this technique lay in its ability to inflict harm from within, creating a sensation that was both insidious and imperceptible. Now, however, the damage manifested externally. A gruesome display reminiscent of torture. Indeed, the welts lining Gao Feng's legs bore testament to the beating he had endured. Without evidence, how could one be implicated? If there were no faults, how could one be dismissed? This was precisely San Ping'an's intent. He extracted Gao Feng's shoelaces and bound them around his wrists. Task accomplished. Simultaneously, the system's voice echoed in his mind, captured one level 1 wanted criminal. Reward, master level bone setting technique. Avenging my master has triggered a hidden reward. Reward, gambler's experience card X1. San Ping'an was taken aback. The system had proven unexpectedly generous. The gambler's experience card held some utility for him, as he could wield it to perform magic for his family during the new year. Gambling for profit. Not only in this lifetime has San Ping'an been financially secure. Even if he were not, he would resolutely avoid gambling. The allure of gambling extends far beyond mere monetary gain or loss. The notion that small stakes are just for fun is utterly fallacious. Once one dabbles in gambling, the addiction ensues. Gamblers often harbor the delusion that they will recover all their losses in the next round. The reality, however, is a complete depletion of their fortune, leading to insurmountable debt and even being ensnared by loan sharks, forced to repay with their very lives. The devastation wrought does not merely affect an individual. It obliterates entire families. After all, gamblers have wives and children, parents, and in-laws. Not to mention the friends and relatives they borrow from. This already implicates 3 families in ruin. Thus, rejecting vice, gambling, and drugs is not merely a slogan, it serves as a protective shield for one's safety, familial happiness, and the joy of one's children. The rejection of such vices transcends mere rhetoric. It embodies fundamental behavior, morality, and principles of safety. San Ping'an's genuine delight stemmed from 2 revelations: the discovery of a new reward mechanism within the system and the avenging reward. Secondly, in accordance with his prior plans, he aims to apprehend more criminals, thereby earning rewards related to traditional Chinese medicine skills. Indeed, the mastery of advanced bone-setting techniques has now come to fruition. This signifies the feasibility of his strategy. He is progressing towards the pinnacle of his career, overshadowing Western medicine, and elevating the prestige of traditional Chinese medicine with a significant stride forward. Reports indicate that no fugitive Gao Feng has been found in the West Alley. Nor has San Ping'an been located. Additionally, the search of the storage area has concluded without any discoveries. Xieping stands on the road leading to Lin County, monitoring the various reports with a growing sense of frustration and nearly tempted to smash the walkie-talkie in his hand. Almost 2 hours have elapsed, and the entire North Bridge has been thoroughly searched, yet not a single trace of anyone has been found. His current concern is not merely the capture of Gao Feng. The law is extensive and will inevitably ensnare him. It's merely a matter of time.
Instead, he worries for the safety of San Ping'an, who is pursuing Gao Feng. A novice police officer with the lowest grades in police academy and lacking practical experience, San Ping'an is no match for Gao Feng, who is far more formidable than the two defenseless women traffickers encountered on the bus. Should Gao Feng wear down San Ping'an and then turn the tables, it could lead to dire consequences. Xie Ping does not care about disciplinary actions. What he values is the life of his subordinate, Wang Xiaobin. After inspecting a vehicle bound for Lin County and allowing it to pass, approached Xie Ping. Chief Xie, you need not worry. The fatty is far more capable than you think. Last night, while enjoying barbecue in the city, about 20 ruffians sought trouble. The fatty single-handedly dealt with them, knocking them down one by one. Gao Feng, no matter how skilled, cannot possibly overpower 20 thugs. Xie Ping let out a heavy sigh. Let us hope this lad returns safely, living up to his name. Just as Wang Xiaobin was about to respond, a familiar voice echoed from a distance. Chief Xie. Brother Wang, I am back. Both men turned abruptly to see a portly figure waving at them from atop a mule cart. It was none other than the source of their immense concern, San Ping'an. Xie Ping, Wang Xiaobin, and the surrounding officers sprinted towards him in a frenzy. Despite being in his 40s, Xie Ping outpaced the younger officers in their 20s and 30s, reaching the mule cart first. San Ping'an jumped down from the cart, his legs buckling slightly and nearly causing him to fall. Xie Ping caught him just in time, and luckily, Wang Xiaobin was there to lend a hand, otherwise Xie Ping would have been overwhelmed by San Ping'an's considerable weight. Ambulance! Ambulance! Xie Ping shouted, anxiously inquiring the San Ping'an, where are you injured? Chief, I'm not hurt. I'm just a bit exhausted, San Ping'an reassured him, prompting a collective sigh of relief from the officers. Wang Xiaobin assisted San Ping'an in steadying himself, while Xie Ping stepped back, scrutinizing him carefully. The portly figure appeared particularly disheveled, his summer police uniform entirely soaked with sweat clinging tightly to his body. A figure clad in excess flesh, entirely exposed. You, my friend, truly ought to embark on a weight loss journey. Well, it matters not that we failed to apprehend him. As long as you are unharmed, return and rest well. San Ping'an felt a warmth enveloping his heart. He snapped to attention and saluted. Report, Chief Xie. The most wanted criminal, Gao Feng, has been captured. Huh? The police officers were collectively taken aback. Captured? Where? You truly apprehended Gao Feng? Wang Xiaobin inquired in disbelief. Brother Wang looked towards the vehicle. The officers turned their gaze towards the mule cart, peering intently for a while before discerning a figure resembling Gao Feng. It was not a matter of miswording, but rather the sight of Gao Feng clad in a camouflage bodysuit flying amidst a pile of fodder, seemingly invisible. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that what appeared to be a camouflage suit was, in fact, Gao Feng's own skin. His clothing and footwear had long since vanished, he lay bare-skinned above and exposed below. His body bore numerous scratches and abrasions, stained with grass and dirt, giving the illusion of a camouflage outfit. His arms remained raised in a surrendering gesture, with significant swelling at the elbows, and upon meticulous observation, one could notice unnatural distortions. Each of his calves bore a gaping wound the size of a matchbox. A closer look revealed red muscle and white sinew beneath. The camouflage hues clearly resulted from being dragged through the fields, scraped, and stained. His arms had been beaten, but the origins of the wounds on his calves remained a mystery. Were they gunshot wounds? They did not appear to be. The onlookers, baffled, chose to set aside their confusion, for the notorious fugitive had indeed been captured. Observing the wretched state of this scoundrel, they felt a measure of vengeance for Captain Tong. The remaining justice would be left to the law's stern hand. An ambulance soon arrived at the scene. Chief Xie and San Ping'an were tasked with escorting Gao Feng to the hospital. Regardless of his heinous crimes, he must first receive medical treatment. Chief Xie. What about my master? San Ping'an asked anxiously, fearing to hear dreadful news from Xie's lips. I don't know, Xie replied, shaking his head. The current state of communication technology was akin to that of the year 2000 in San Ping'an's previous life. While communication devices were widespread, mobile phones remained a luxury. A basic model cost several thousand yuan, while more sophisticated ones exceeded 10,000. As the chief, Xie had not yet attained the status to be issued a mobile phone.
He did possess a small communicator, but alas, out in the wilderness, there was no signal. Nervously, San Pingan arrived at the hospital. After handing Gao Feng over to the municipal criminal police team, he followed Se directly to the ward. Upon opening the door, San Pingan and Xie were met with an unexpected sight. Tong Jing stood beside the hospital bed, accompanied by a charming middle-aged woman who nestled against him like a delicate bird. Both Xie and San Pingan felt a twinge of guilt for intruding upon such a tender moment. Chief is here. Hello, sister-in-law. Old Tong, how is the wound? Why aren't you lying down? Haha. I'm fortunate, had the hospital not insisted on keeping me under observation for 2 days. I could have gone home to recuperate already. Tong Jing exclaimed, brimming with joy after his narrow escape from death. The knife had penetrated deeply into the abdomen, appearing to be quite severe. However, upon arriving at the hospital and undergoing an examination, the doctors marveled at the miraculous circumstances. Tong Jing, with his middle-aged, protruding belly, had a layer of fat measuring a substantial thickness. The blade had entered, but most of its length was obstructed by this fatty tissue. The remaining tip of the knife had merely grazed the intestines, leaving them unscathed. Had the intestines been ruptured, the contents would have contaminated the abdominal cavity, necessitating an open surgery for cleaning and disinfection. Even if the operation was successful, the risk of secondary infection would loom large. Thus, while the knife had indeed struck, it had ultimately done so in vain. The wound was cleaned, sutured, and a tetanus shot administered. He was to remain under observation for 2 days. If no fever or signs of infection developed, he could return home to recuperate. 7 days later, the stitches would be removed. At noon, San Pingan and Xie Ping accompanied the Tong couple for lunch. Xie Ping granted San Pingan a well-deserved break, acknowledging the exhaustion of the portly fellow. After all, even a workhorse cannot be overworked. With nothing pressing on his agenda, San Pingan decided to stay in the ward, engaging Tong Jing in conversation to alleviate the tedium, while delegating any errands to his apprentice. Meanwhile, after the nurse completed the cleaning for Gao Feng, she reported the situation to the doctor, who examined the wound and consulted both surgical and orthopedic specialists. X-rays were taken and the injury details were promptly communicated to the criminal police. Gao Feng recounted to the investigators the events following his inability to run and the subsequent cramping of his legs. The lead investigator found himself overwhelmed. The police force is a disciplined entity. Even in military contexts, the captives must be treated humanely. To break the arm of a defenseless suspect or to cause irreparable damage to their leg with a baton is simply excessive. According to regulations, the criminal police could only report the circumstances, prompting an investigation by the Ministry of Internal Affairs. The familiar sound of high-heeled shoes echoed outside the ward. The door was knocked upon and opened. Yong Yun, accompanied by 2 officers from the Ministry of Internal Affairs, appeared at the threshold. Good day, Officer Tong. I am Yong Yun, the head of the 2nd Division of the Municipal Bureau's Internal Affairs. San Pingan, you are suspected of using excessive force and need to accompany me to the Ministry of Internal Affairs for questioning. Please cooperate with our procedures. The 2 officers behind Yong Yun swiftly approached San Pingan, not applying handcuffs but clearly indicating an intention to restrict his movements. Tong Jing, an experienced officer, understood that this was not the time to resist. Interfering with official duties is no trivial matter. Such actions would only complicate the situation further. After San Pingan was taken away, Tong Jing made his way to the nurse's station, borrowing the phone to call the precinct. Xie Ping had just returned to the station, barely having time to take a sip of water before rushing out again towards the municipal bureau. The thought of Gao Feng's injuries loomed heavily on his mind, and he could only think, this is bad. As they exited the elevator, San Pingan walked alongside Yong Yun, with the 2 officers from the Ministry of Internal Affairs trailing behind. A beautiful woman is always a focal point, drawing attention no matter the world. A strikingly beautiful policewoman, with exquisite features and an admirable demeanor, donned in a fitted uniform that accentuated her alluring physique, commanded absolute attention as she traversed the lengthy corridor leading to the hospital's lobby. This establishment is perhaps the most lucrative in the world, legitimate, secure, and efficient. Moreover, those who part with their money do so willingly, often expressing gratitude. One glance at the 7 lengthy queues at the registration desk reveals this truth. Sweetheart, be good and don't cry.
Daddy will be up next to register, and then we'll take you to see the doctor. Your child has dislocated an arm, Indeed. Yours too. Two mothers, both cradling their children, coincidentally found themselves in a similar predicament and naturally exchanged a few words. Look how well behaved that little girl is. She isn't crying at all. We should learn from her and be brave. However, no sooner had she spoken than the little girl burst into tears, her wailing echoing in the air. San Pingan had already moved past them but suddenly halted. San Pingan, I warn you, do not even think about escaping. I am the 100-meter champion of the university sports meet. I could let you run 40 meters and still catch you. Yongyun glared at him. She felt the need to be cautious of this rotund individual who knows what unexpected antics he might undertake or what infuriating remarks he might utter. Do you have 2 yuan? You don't? Yongyun distinctly remembered that San Pingan's wallet was far from empty. I don't. Are you trying to fool me? San Pingan rolled his eyes and produced his wallet to show Yongyun. All right. It's true that I have none. Inside the wallet, however, were numerous 100 yuan bills. Although Yongyun was bemused by San Pingan's need for 2 yuan, she did not refuse. He accepted 2 1 yuan coins and turned towards a nearby kiosk. I'll take 2 lollipops, the Abe's brand. Yongyun watched as San Pingan returned with the lollipops, scoffing, aren't you a bit old for lollipops? A minute. San Pingan did not retort, instead muttering an incomprehensible remark as he approached the 2 mothers. As a stranger approached, the 2 women instinctively clutched their children closer. However, upon noticing the police uniform worn by the hefty man, their tension dissipated. In the heat of summer, the military and police uniforms are the most reassuring attire. San Pingan wore a simple, affable smile that easily invited familiarity. Little one, does your arm hurt? May I take a look? If you let me see. I'll give you a lollipop. The small boy's attention was immediately captivated by the promise of candy. San Pingan carefully lifted the boy's dislocated arm, gently twisting and maneuvering it back into place. Such a good boy, here, have a lollipop. The boy instinctively raised his uninjured arm to retrieve it. No. You must use that hand. Otherwise, you won't get it. The boy hesitated for a moment, clearly torn, but the allure of the lollipop proved overwhelmingly enticing. He gradually lifted his arm, which had been throbbing with pain. Upon discovering that the discomfort had entirely dissipated, he increased both the range and speed of his movements. Haha! How delightful! The little boy, having secured a lollipop, erupted into joyous laughter. Come here, little beauty, it's your turn. Let uncle have a look, shall we? He gently raised the little girl's arm, twisting and maneuvering it with care. The entire process took less than 2 seconds. The girl, using her newly freed hand, accepted the lollipop and beamed sweetly at San Pingan. Haha! San Pingan chuckled. Officer, how much do I owe? Inquired a young woman. Another woman then realized, indeed. Officer. What is the medical fee? San Pingan replied with a smile, serving the public and alleviating the stress is our duty as police officers. There is no charge. Just be mindful in daily life, such dislocations are quite common. This primarily occurs because children's bodies are still developing. With proper nutrition, these occurrences will diminish after the age of 10. After imparting his advice, San Pingan waved his hand dismissively and turned to face Yongyun. Let us go. Why do you keep staring? If you keep looking, you might just fall for me. Initially, Yongyun had formed a significantly more favorable opinion of San Pingan. But his words shattered that impression. Clenching her delicate fist, she felt an overwhelming urge to deliver a powerful punch to his plump face. Leave. She spat out a single word through clenched teeth and turned to walk away. As they sat in the police car heading to the city bureau, Yongyun furrowed her brows, the scene from the hospital lobby replaying in her mind. A man who treated children with such kindness, who was perpetually aware of his role as a police officer, how could he possibly resort to cruel retaliatory measures against a suspect who had already lost the capacity to resist? The suspect was an internationally renowned athlete, yet he had been apprehended by a portly policeman. Were those injuries inflicted during a struggle a consequence of the suspect's futile resistance against San Pingan? After all, in the chaos of a confrontation, no one emerges unscathed. And if the police must constantly weigh their actions against potential repercussions, they would be rendered ineffective. The suspect, harboring animosity towards the officer, must have intentionally sought to tarnish his reputation. Surely, that must be the case. Without even realizing it, Yong-yun found herself contemplating San Ping-en's position. Despite their brief acquaintance of less than 2 days. In the parking lot of the city bureau, everyone disembarked. You all go ahead. I need to speak with him for a moment. After 2 officers departed, Yong-yun turned to San Ping-en, her expression earnest. Did you strike the suspect before or after he lost the ability to resist? After, he responded. Why did you choose to do that? Yong-yun inquired. Displeasure evident in her tone. This scoundrel stabbed my mentor, could I possibly let him off lightly? Breaking both his arms and rendering him unable to walk would be merely a light punishment. Were it not for the law against murder, I would have ended his life countless times over, San Ping-en retorted. Yong-yun's countenance darkened, and she shot him a fierce glare. Without uttering another word, she strode purposefully towards the city bureau building. San Ping-en chuckled softly and followed her, pondering how to offset his recent missteps with his accomplishments from the past 2 days. How could he accumulate minor errors without making mistakes, ultimately leading to his expulsion from the police force? Today's incident is undoubtedly a matter of record. If it could be documented in his file, it would be even more perfect. For once a stain appears in one's record, any aspirations for promotion would be utterly futile, and this is precisely what San Ping-en desires. San Ping-en had just caught up with Yong-yun. Objective, to exonerate oneself and leave the Ministry of Internal Affairs without blemish. Penalty for task failure, second brother's height permanently reduced by 5 centimeters. San Ping-en exclaimed. Damn you, system. Couldn't you have issued the task a minute earlier? I've only just confessed. Infuriated, he continued. Didn't you say that my expulsion from the police force was permissible? Why are you now obstructing me? San Ping-en was on the verge of exploding with rage. If the system intervened every time he made a mistake, when would he ever be expelled? Task triggered randomly. San Ping-en was momentarily taken aback. This meant that his misfortune had merely triggered a task as a matter of probability. So, did he have any other options? Being already somewhat portly, a further reduction of 5 centimeters would truly render him a mere decorative object. What reward would he receive for completing the task? Rewards will be randomly distributed upon task completion. So it's a game of chance, is it? I, San Ping-en, am destined for greatness. Who could possibly rival my luck? Wait a minute. If luck were on his side, how could he have triggered such an unpleasant task? In the inquiry room of the Ministry of Internal Affairs, there was a long table where San Ping-en sat on one side. Yong-yun and a male officer from the ministry sat opposite him. San Ping-en, I am Yong-yun, Section Chief of the 2nd Division of the Municipal Bureau's Ministry of Internal Affairs. This is... The man in his 30s abruptly interrupted Yong-yun's introduction. I am Fong Junhui, Section Chief of the 1st Division of the Municipal Bureau's Ministry of Internal Affairs. I will be overseeing this inquiry. Section Chief Fong. I brought him in, Yong-yun stated with a frosty demeanor. Fong Junhui shook his head slightly, according to duty distribution. Violations of office conduct fall under the jurisdiction of the 2nd Division. Our 1st Division is responsible for procedural violations. Acts of violent enforcement and excessive use of force are the purview of our division. Yong-yun felt a surge of displeasure. Yet the responsibilities of the ministry were clearly delineated, any overstepping was equally a violation. Anger flickered across her face as she stood and departed. As the esteemed chief of the 2nd Division, what was the point of remaining behind? To serve as an aide to the chief of the 1st Division in recording inquiries. Upon leaving the inquiry room, she turned sharply into the adjacent room. Chief Young. The officers in the observation room of the Ministry of Internal Affairs stood and saluted. Continue your duties, there is no need to mind me. I shall observe, Yong-yun remarked, glancing at San Ping-en through the one-way glass. Fong Junhui waved towards the glass. And shortly thereafter an officer from the 1st Division entered, ready to take notes for the inquiry. San Ping-en, on date, may I ask? Did you assault the suspect before or after they lost their ability to resist? Fong Junhui's lips curled slightly. This internal investigation was merely a formality. The facts were clear. The responsibilities well defined, and with the suspect's complaint and testimony, it was undoubtedly a solid case. No one could save this portly fellow. In the observation room, Young Yun was inexplicably gripped by a sense of unease. This morning, upon arriving at work, she learned from the head of the Internal Affairs Department about the events involving San Pingen the previous day. He had displayed remarkable quick-wittedness in apprehending human traffickers and rescuing abducted children. He had identified a high-profile fugitive who had undergone plastic surgery, bravely saving a colleague and, with their assistance, recapturing the wanted criminal. Regardless of the circumstances, he was undeniably a commendable officer. The Internal Affairs Department was not one to nitpick but rather an entity dedicated to preserving the integrity of the police force. A good officer, indeed, earned their respect. Thus, she dreaded the prospect of hearing San Pingen's response regarding the incident in the parking lot. While expulsion was unlikely, the repercussions would certainly not be lenient. Attacking a suspect's arms before they ceased to resist was a serious matter. San Pingen's answer had provoked considerable ire in Fong Junhui. With a resounding bang, Fong slammed his hand on the table and admonished, "San Pingen, do not attempt to wriggle your way out of this. We have already learned from the suspect that you inflicted excessive harm after they lost their ability to resist. As a police officer, you should understand that putting up a struggle will only exacerbate your punishment." San Pingen scoffed, replying, "A police officer apprehends suspects, but it is the judge who determines guilt. Is the Internal Affairs Department's verdict solely based on the suspect's word? Then why am I here being questioned? You could have simply arrested me." With years of experience, Fong Junhui was accustomed to confrontations, yet it was audacious for a mere rookie with only 2 days of training to challenge him. Who had given him such audacity? Liang Jingwu? The fact was that the suspect had suffered a cramp in his leg and had lost the ability to resist. San Pingen disdainfully queried, "Pray tell. Section Chief Fong, who decides when a suspect has lost the ability to resist? Is it determined by the suspect or by the officer apprehending them?" Fong Junhui glared, retorting, "Is it not a fact that the suspect was cramping, lying on the ground, writhing in pain? It seems you are determined to remain obstinate until you face the inevitable consequences." He noted down that San Pingen had been exceedingly uncooperative during the inquiry. Young Yun felt a surge of anger. Fong Junhui's approach, which would surely intensify the punishment, was somewhat excessive. Just then, San Pingen clutched his abdomen, crying out in agony, "It hurts. Oh, my stomach hurts so badly." Fong Junhui sneered, "San Pingen, spare me your theatrics, I have seen this act far too often." No sooner had Fong Junhui finished his statement than San Pingen straightened up abruptly. "Huh? Section Chief Fong, what did you say? Why do you claim I am pretending?" Fong Junhui derided, "Your performance is so amateurish that it cannot deceive my discerning eyes." Strangely, San Pingen appeared perplexed. Just moments ago, Section Chief Fong had stated that the suspect was cramping, lying on the ground in excruciating pain. Since he had not witnessed it firsthand, he must have obtained that information from the suspect. If you trust the suspect's words, then as I am currently being questioned by the Internal Affairs Department, I too am a suspect. Why do you not believe what I say?" Fong Junhui paused, realizing the contradiction in his stance. Was this not a case of double standards? San Pingen scoffed, "Chief Fong, have you spent too much time in your office that your mind has dulled? What are you saying?" Fong Junhui was enraged. No officer under investigation in the Internal Affairs Department had ever dared to speak to him in such a manner. Was it not true? It is the responsibility of the pursuing officers to assess whether a suspect has lost their capacity to resist. Should the police naively trust a suspect who might merely be feigning incapacity? This particular criminal was a high-profile fugitive, having killed one person and severely injured 2 others. One of the injured subsequently succumbed to their wounds, while the other remains incapable of self-care. San Pingen had learned of Gao Feng's heinous crimes from Xie while en route to the hospital. Prior to the pursuit, our station's instructor, Tong Jing, had been stabbed by the suspect. I ask you, who would dare to be complacent in the face of such a ruthless and cunning criminal? To believe whatever the suspect claims. Are you mentally impaired or merely a child of 3? Had I been gullible enough to trust the suspect and approach to assess their condition, what if they had suddenly brandished a knife? If they could draw a blade to stab Instructor Tong, how could you, Chief Fong, be certain they did not have a second weapon concealed? San Ping spoke undeniable truths. However, his demeanor incensed Fong Junhui. The ramifications of Fong's anger were severe. The recording clerk in the interrogation room was from the 1st Division. But those in the adjacent observation room included personnel from both the 1st and 2nd Divisions. Fong Junhui understood that he had to bring this rotund man to account, otherwise. Should he be seen as trusting a suspect too readily and unjustly suspecting an officer, the weight of such an accusation would severely tarnish his reputation. With only 6 months until retirement, and given his inferior academic credentials compared to Yong Yun, if his standing were to diminish further, he might well relinquish his position as department head. San Ping. Fong Junhui barked. Even if you are to determine whether the suspect has lost their capacity to resist, why then did you resort to such excessive force? The hospital's diagnostic report indicated that the suspect had fractured both arms, a serious condition requiring surgical intervention. Instructor Tong is your mentor, is he not? Having been stabbed by the suspect, your actions are nothing more than a vengeful retaliation. Had Yong Yun questioned you, perhaps San Ping would have remained calm given her esteemed presence. But who are you, the Fong Junhui? Your attitude from the outset clearly indicated a desire for confrontation. If that is the case, who would extend you any courtesy? I, the portly one, will not be bested by you. Has your head been submerged in water? Or struck by a donkey? If I were to retaliate and strike with force, I would aim directly at the head. Do you know if I would be striking before or after the suspect lost their capacity to resist? Would I trouble myself with the suspect's arms? You, a desk-bound administrative officer, dare to question the actions of an officer executing a capture. Does that not qualify as an outsider instructing an expert? What credentials do you have to guide my work? During the execution of an arrest, the police officer's foremost priority is to ensure their own safety, rather than indulging in wild conjectures about the suspect's thoughts. Am I, after all, a parasitic worm residing within the suspect's gut, capable of discerning their intentions? Fong Junhui ceded with impotent rage, rendered speechless. Moreover, he found himself utterly incapable of countering San Ping's assertions. Very well. Even if you argue that you incapacitated the suspect by breaking their arm, how do you account for the injuries sustained on their legs? The diagnostic report was unequivocal, reiterating the repeated strikes to the same area. To Fong Junhui, this was an irrefutable point. Yet, is it truly beyond reproach? According to police regulations, if a suspect is injured during apprehension, emergency medical treatment may be administered. This clause exists, does it not, Chief Fong? San Ping's tone dripped with sarcasm. Indeed. Fong Junhui nodded. Upon subduing the suspect, I observed severe cramping in their leg. Therefore, I was merely providing urgent care to alleviate the suspect's suffering. Spare me your nonsense. Fong Junhui slammed his hand on the table, fuming. Alleviating a suspect's discomfort cannot possibly entail inflicting such grievous harm. The calf muscles were torn, the tendons ruptured, and there were external wounds. The doctor stated that such injuries, even if healed, would result in lifelong disability. Is this saving a life or harming one? San Ping shrugged, replying, I am a police officer, not a physician, how should I know? Why not try striking a leg with a baton and see if you can inflict such damage? Perhaps the suspect had a pre-existing condition that was merely triggered. Can that be laid at my doorstep? Would it then imply that if someone were to fall, and I, in good faith, help them up, only for them to suffer a heart attack, their family would hold me accountable for damages? Is there no justice left? Is there no law? Fong Junhui was nearly driven to the brink of a cerebral hemorrhage. There are numerous methods to alleviate muscle cramps, why resort to a baton? You cannot claim this was not an act of malicious retaliation. San Ping replied with leisurely amusement, Chief Fong, one may indulge in a haphazard feast, but one must not speak carelessly. I shall not accept unfounded accusations. With our nation's millennia of history, how can you be so certain that my methods are ineffective? Shall I demonstrate my technique on a few individuals suffering from leg cramps right here? If my methods fail, then you may criticize me afterwards. I shall even permit you to witness the demonstration. Should you prove incapable, it would be you engaging in malicious retaliation. Fong Junhui felt utterly cornered, bowing his head. He realized that he would be hard-pressed to maintain his standing in the Ministry of Internal Affairs. Thus, he could only stubbornly press on down this treacherous path.
Finding fault elsewhere proved difficult, yet leg cramps were not elusive. Engaging in strenuous activity without proper warm-up could indeed lead to leg cramps. Consequently, Fong Junhui summoned all personnel from Division 1 who were not assigned any tasks. Many from Division 2 also gathered to witness the spectacle. You all ran in place. At a brisk pace, commence. With Fong Junhui's command, despite their reluctance, the personnel from Division 1 complied. In the corridor, a dozen individuals immediately began to jog in place, lifting their legs high. A few minutes later, a cry of agony pierced the air as one person suffered a leg cramp. Fong Junhui turned to San Ping'an, who promptly approached the afflicted individual and instructed him to lie down. With a chopstick in hand, he swiftly struck the cramped leg. Fong Junhui, Yang Yun, and the others from the second division gathered around to observe closely. The muscles in spasm resembled serpents writhing beneath the skin, making it easy to assess the situation. To their astonishment, as San Ping'an continued his strikes, the spasming muscles began to relax and recover rapidly. In just a few strikes, the symptoms of the cramp dissipated entirely. At that moment, another individual experienced a similar leg cramp. San Ping'an pushed through the crowd and repeated the procedure successfully once more. If 1 or 2 successes could be deemed coincidental, what about 3 or 4? Could that still be mere happenstance? How could this be possible? Fong Junhui was utterly flabbergasted. "You're not blind," San Ping'an scoffed. "Who told you that striking the same area would yield identical results? Even within a small area like the calf, targeting different acupoints produces entirely different effects. For someone like Fong Junhui, who lacks knowledge of traditional Chinese medicine and acupoints, it would be impossible for him to discern the reasons behind it." Yet, he could not help but ponder why the suspect's leg muscles had exploded. "You are asking me? Then who should I ask?" "You should inquire with the suspect." Fong Junhui noticed the peculiar glances directed at him from those around. "No. You must have tampered with the suspect," he insisted. Just then, an imposing figure adorned with 2 bars and 2 stars approached, a seasoned police officer. San Ping'an immediately adopted a feigned expression of innocence. "Enough," came a sharp reprimand from the officer. "Director Lu." The other officers immediately stood at attention. Lu Bin, the director of the Internal Affairs Department, was the superior of both Fong Junhui and Yang Yun. With a stern expression, Lu Bin surveyed the group before fixing his gaze on Fong Junhui. "Our Internal Affairs Department is tasked with ensuring the integrity of the police force, not nitpicking or finding fault without cause. We wear uniforms and must adhere to methods and principles, relying on evidence. We cannot simply follow the crowd or engage in baseless speculation. We must be pragmatic, understood?" His words felt like a direct rebuke aimed at Fong Junhui. "Understood." The group replied in unison, their voices ringing out. "Director Lu, has the internal inquiry concluded?" Lu Bin's tone softened. "Report, Director Lu, the inquiry has concluded." Officer San Ping'an handled the situation appropriately during the arrest, with no issues arising. Upon hearing this, Fong Junhui wished he could vanish into the ground. Was this the proverbial slap in the face? "Since the matter is resolved, everyone may return to your duties. Officer San Ping'an, the Internal Affairs Department appreciates your cooperation. The report will be disseminated internally, then you will not face any repercussions." "Thank you, Director Lu." Lu Bin nodded and said, "Yang Ku, please escort Officer San Ping'an for me." Lu Bin returned to his office. "Shao Xie, the matter has concluded. Alas, I am about to lose a capable aide." Xie Ping chuckled and replied, "Old squad leader, there are plenty of legs in the Ministry of Internal Affairs, but within our department, there is only this one capable chubby fellow. All right, hurry along, we've lost considerable face in the ministry now." Xie Ping grabbed the cigarette box from the desk and swiftly departed. "Hey, you little rascal, return my cigarettes, that's my supply for 2 days." Yang Yun and San Ping'an walked side by side out of the municipal building. "The public transport cannot be used for personal matters. You should take a taxi back and submit the receipt for reimbursement." After their encounters yesterday and today, he felt that this once renowned star was not as unapproachable as she appeared. Certainly, her aloof demeanor was genuine, as she rarely smiled, and her words were often frosty. She possessed a strong sense of principles but also exhibited moments of warmth. "All right,"
San Ping'an smiled and extended his right hand. Yongyun eyed him warily. What is the matter? Just a handshake. San Ping'an chuckled. Yongyun shot him a disapproving glance, stepped back, and saluted. San Ping'an, feeling helpless, returned the salute. Rules were rules. He feared that if a superior saluted and the subordinate did not reciprocate, Yongyun might transform into a formidable figure once more. It seemed that reaching for the delicate hand of this beauty was a daunting task. As San Ping'an turned to leave the municipal building, he heard a voice calling from behind San Ping'an. The high-pitched voice echoed not far away. He halted and turned to look. Does striking the calves really cause muscle rupture? Yongyun voiced her curiosity. For others, it won't work, San Ping'an replied with a grin. Yongyun paused, puzzled. For others, it won't work. Does that mean it works for you? Just as San Ping'an was about to depart, something seemed to dawn on him, and he glanced back at Yongyun. If a woman is curious about a man, it indicates she is on the verge of falling for him. With that, San Ping'an swiftly ran off. Indeed, behind him, he could hear Yongyun's frustrated shouts. That woman is fiercely adorable. He thought, chuckling at her reaction as he fled, nearly stumbling along the way. Meanwhile, the municipal office was bustling, and even the officers outside were equally occupied. In the hospital ward, the interrogation of the high-profile fugitive, Gao Feng, had concluded. Gao Feng, do you have anything to add? Gao Feng lay half-reclined on the bed, feeling utterly desolate, regretting his choices. This time, he had truly fallen into a pit. Even if he didn't serve a full sentence, a 20-year prison term was inevitable. The officer closed the interrogation notebook and stated, as per protocol. If you can provide the police with effective leads that help crack major cases or apprehend serious offenders, there is a possibility of reducing your sentence. Gao Feng paused for a moment before exclaiming, Officer, I know of an underground casino. The officer returned to his seat, though with noticeably diminished enthusiasm. An underground casino? You think we can just arrest gamblers? The affairs of the security department are like a blind shot in the dark, barely better than nothing. The police had not anticipated that a simple, casual inquiry, conducted merely as a matter of routine, would unravel a significant case. San Ping'an returned home in remarkably high spirits. Indulging in a refreshing bath and change of clothes, the system had finally accomplished something worthwhile. Task completed, reward, master-level auscultation technique. The four fundamental diagnostic methods of traditional Chinese medicine, observation, auscultation, inquiry, and palpation, were now partially within his grasp. With masterful skills in both observation and auscultation, San Ping'an had acquired two of the four celestial skills. After a hearty meal and a restful slumber, he awoke to find the next day had arrived. As San Ping'an arrived at the Becheo police station, he was promptly escorted by Seping back to the municipal bureau via public transport. It is worth noting that, in order to avoid tardiness, he had set a total of 4 alarms. He had arrived at Becheo a full 20 minutes early, only to find himself hurried back to the city without even catching his breath or sitting down. Had he known this would transpire, he would have spared himself the unnecessary back and forth. Upon arriving at the municipal bureau, he was required to surrender all communication devices, including his mobile phone and pager. In the conference room, the chief began by reiterating the confidentiality protocols. San Ping'an surmised that this task was certainly of considerable magnitude. Yet, as an intern still in his third day, he pondered how this case could possibly pertain to him. His lack of experience rendered him less capable than even Wang Xiaobin, who was under Xie's guidance. The chief activated the projector, and a dazzling image of a grand hotel illuminated the screen. The parking lot was filled with an array of luxury vehicles, and elegantly dressed individuals were seen entering and exiting. The next image transitioned to reveal a sprawling underground casino. It was quite astonishing. Dozens of gaming tables showcased various games of chance alongside a multitude of slot machines. The scene resembled something one might encounter in a lavish Las Vegas establishment. Subsequent images displayed armed enforcers and loan sharks, along with gamblers consumed by their fervor. The chief commenced detailing the case. The casino, disclosed by a tip-off from Gao Feng, was situated in Liang County, nestled between Hongcheng and the provincial capital, Bingcheng. Hidden beneath the second floor of the hotel, the casino was heavily fortified. Entry was granted only to regular patrons or those who could demonstrate substantial financial means. Exiting was not permitted through the same route. Instead, guests were ushered via a clandestine elevator to the hotel's rooftop, from where they would descend using a public elevator. The previous night, undercover detectives disguised as gamblers had entered the establishment with a sum of 100,000 yuan, which only allowed them access to the main hall. Rumor had it that even grander gaming rooms existed within, where stakes could reach several million. The casino employed at least 100 enforcers, all armed, with firearms reportedly stored in the security room for potential emergencies. However, these factors were not what truly drew the attention of the municipal bureau, rather. It was the identity of the casino's elusive mastermind. As the chief pressed a button on the remote, an image of a woman appeared on the screen. San Ping'an recognized her immediately. Isn't she the very woman ranked first on the wanted list that he has seen? Zhang Fangfang, female, 42 years of age. Lured others to Myanmar under the guise of high-paying employment. Charges include murder, grievous bodily harm, illegal detention, fraud, and illicit organ trafficking. It should be evident to everyone that she is indeed Zhang Fangfang, who has been active in old Myanmar all along. Last night, investigators inadvertently captured footage of Zhang Fangfang. From the henchman, they learned that she is the proprietor of this casino. A police officer raised his hand. Chief, if it's confirmed to be Zhang Fangfang, let's surround the hotel, raid the casino, and apprehend her. The crowd nodded in agreement. There was no need to gather everyone for this. Hundreds of police officers, accompanied by a SWAT team, were prepared. In the face of overwhelming force, criminals are merely paper tigers. The chief rapped the table, and the meeting room fell silent. I wish it were that simple. The intelligence received indicated that the casino possessed several secret passages, the locations of which were known only to Zhang Fangfang and her trusted lieutenants. The exits were scattered in various locations, similarly known only to a select few. Once any disturbance arose, Zhang Fangfang could vanish into the hidden passages, making her capture exceedingly difficult. Thus, after careful consideration, it was decided to seize the leader first. Agents would infiltrate the casino to draw Zhang Fangfang out for apprehension. Once her capture was confirmed, a signal would be sent, and they would hold their positions until the main force arrived. After a lengthy meeting, as they exited the conference room, San Ping'an was still bewildered. Xie, why was I brought in for such a significant case? Xie Ping led San Ping'an to the city bureau cafeteria, procured meals, and found a secluded corner to sit. I heard from Wang Xiaobin that the owner of Pango Company, Ren Fei, is your uncle. Oh. So that's why I was brought along. What? Are you feigning ignorance or genuinely confused? The chief had stated that to gain entry, one must either be accompanied by an acquaintance or possess substantial gambling funds. You are a man of means. If we cannot enter, should I? My savings wouldn't even allow me past the casino's entrance. Oh. I understand now. Xie Ping shook his head. No, you do not comprehend. San Ping'an was perplexed. Xie Ping whispered, you are our lucky charm from Beqiao. You captured a human trafficking gang and rescued several abducted children. You apprehended the top wanted criminal, Wang Yong, and also caught Gao Feng, which led to the casino and Zhang Fangfang, who ranks first on the wanted list. Otherwise, we from Beqiao would have had no chance of participating. Prepare a good outfit to blend in at the casino. You won't need to do anything, just be present without causing trouble. Once we capture Zhang Fangfang, Beqiao will share in the fortune. Coincidentally, the city bureau has just received a batch of police vehicles. After tonight, Beqiao will have its own police cars. San Ping'an understood. The case would be solved, the criminals apprehended, and all participants would share in the credit, merely a matter of degree. Beqiao's previous 3 accomplishments were not insignificant. But who would turn down the opportunity for greater recognition? Take a chance, a bicycle can become a motorcycle. Xie Ping was indeed a person of grand aspirations. Though this ambition resembles a police vehicle, after lunch you shall return to prepare, donning an elegant attire. You are aware of the casino's location, are you not? If you possess a car, proceed on your own. If not, come to the city bureau, and you may depart at your convenience. After enjoying a meal and bidding farewell to Director Xie, San Ping'an returned home. He indulged in a refreshing shower and took a rejuvenating nap. Upon awakening, it was already evening, and he adorned himself with luxurious garments. Selecting the most formidable-looking hammer from the garage, he made his way to Leong County. The county town of Leong appeared as a beacon amid the vast darkness, akin to a colossal sea creature luring sailors with its light amidst the turbulent ocean. The Tien Ha Grand Hotel stood as the tallest, largest, and most opulent edifice in Leong County. Even at just past 7 in the evening, the parking lot was already filled with luxury vehicles. San Ping drove into the parking area and maneuvered toward an available spot. A BMW 7, evidently eyeing the same space, accelerated in a bid to seize it. Would he allow such audacity? San Ping pressed the accelerator hard, charging forward. The BMW 7 slammed on its brakes, barely managing to squeeze into the parking space. Had it hesitated a mere second longer, its front would have been severely damaged. Do you have any idea who I am? Vacate the spot, shouted a balding middle-aged man from the BMW as he rolled down the window. Feel free to crash into me if you dare, otherwise. Just stand there and gawk, San Ping retorted, striding towards the hotel entrance. A middle-aged man in a security uniform hurried over. These security personnel were, in fact, enforcers for the casino, monitoring the surroundings from the parking lot to identify any potential intruders among the guests. This particular middle-aged guard had always been associated with Zhang Fangfang, serving as one of her trusted aides and was well acquainted with the ways of the world. Captain Yu, your timing is impeccable. I had my eye on this parking spot first, said General Fu. Anyone who can afford such a vehicle, I cannot provoke, nor can you. What is it? Merely a hammer. A vehicle worth over $1 million, my BMW 7, fully equipped, is worth $2 million. Is it not superior to his mere $1 million car? Captain Yu replied in a hushed tone, General Fu, this hammer is not just any ordinary model available domestically, it is, in fact, a genuine military version. Abroad, it commands a price of $800,000. The most critical aspect, Captain Yu led General Fu to the hammer and gently tapped on its side. Did you hear that? It's not the sound of metal, it's reinforced with thick carbon fiber and ceramic plates in its bulletproof body. The windows are bulletproof. And the tires have also been reinforced. The chassis, bumpers, and other components are crafted from the finest impact-resistant materials. The modification cost alone could easily purchase 4 imported hammers. Just this one vehicle is valued at no less than $5 million. Can you imagine, who could we possibly challenge among those who can afford such a car? General Fu wiped the sweat from his forehead. Thank you, Captain Yu, I nearly invited disaster upon myself. I shall seek another parking space. Captain Yu chuckled. Leave the parking to me, there is no need to trouble General Fu for such trivial matters. After the departure of Director Fu, Captain Yu retrieved his walkie-talkie. A significant catch had arrived, a young, portly gentleman driving a vehicle with a license plate number 888. Please check to whom this vehicle belongs, he instructed. The response from the other end was swift. The car was registered under Pangu Technology Company, owned by Renfei, indicating a close association with him. A friend of Renfei. Quite an impressive background. Captain Yu mused. The boss recently mentioned the difficulty in finding worthy opponents, I should inform him. And he will undoubtedly be pleased. With Captain Yu's advance notice, San Ping experienced an unobstructed journey. He proceeded directly to the second underground floor of the casino via the exclusive elevator. The underlings responsible for verifying funds and conducting inspections observed San Ping's entry into the private lift with a hint of discontent. Boss, this car might be stolen. We should investigate, the fat man, one suggested. Who would dare steal a vehicle worth $40 million? Are they seeking death? Investigate what? Are you blind? That man wears nothing worth less than $100,000. His suit is a Van Gogh custom piece, totaling $480,000. His shoes are from G-Shi's high-end custom line, priced at $168,000. The watch he wears is a limited edition Paradise Skywalker with only 18 pieces globally, valued at $8 million, and that was 4 years ago. With an annual appreciation of 15, just imagine what it is worth now. Investigate? If he feels displeased and leaves, we will be in serious trouble with the boss tonight. The underling remarked, astonished. A watch worth over 10 million. This is beyond wealthy. They pondered the lives of the affluent, who seemed to choose only the expensive rather than the appropriate. As San Ping stepped into the casino, his brow furrowed in distaste upon spotting an individual he deeply detested, Li Tan. They had been classmates throughout elementary, middle, and high school. Ordinarily, they would have been considered childhood friends or close comrades. However, a mutual disdain characterized their relationship. Litan's family was the general agent for the Western Pharmaceutical Alliance in northern Dacia, while San Ping'an's mother operated a traditional Chinese medicine factory, successfully launching several proprietary medicinal products that encroached upon the market share of the Western Pharmaceutical Alliance, further straining their relations. At the moment San Ping'an noticed Litan, the latter also caught sight of him. Abandoning his two female companions, Litan approached with an air of familiarity. "Oh, I sent you this, San Ping'an. Back from abroad? Are we? During my time at Stanford, I befriended numerous Ivy League students but couldn't glean any news about you. You didn't pay for a diploma from some third-rate institution, did you?" Only a select few in San Ping'an's father's circle were privy to his enrollment in the police academy. Meanwhile, his mother's acquaintances were affluent business people, whose children were typically sent abroad for education. Had San Ping'an not insisted on attending the police academy, he too would have likely been dispatched overseas. To avoid the condescending remarks of those superficial individuals, his mother simply claimed her son was studying abroad. Given that San Ping'an was a time traveler with little contact with his former classmates, it was entirely plausible that he remained unaware of his true circumstances. As he regarded Litan, the memories of the original owner of this body resurfaced in his mind. The original protagonist possessed a rather gentle disposition and had endured considerable bullying from Litan throughout his life. Notably, there was an incident where San Ping'an harbored a secret affection for the class beauty and penned a love letter, only to have it publicly read aloud by Litan in collusion with her, humiliating him before the entire class. This was not the end of it. Litan and the class beauty cruelly mocked San Ping'an, leaving him utterly humiliated and retreating to his home for half a month, nearly driven to the point of transferring schools. When foes meet, the animosity is palpable. As a time traveler, how could I, the formidable fat lord, allow myself to be bullied? What the original protagonist dared not do, I shall undertake. The original grievances shall be avenged by my hand. A faint smile graced San Ping'an's lips as he swiftly extended his left hand, seizing Litan's hair and yanking it back forcefully. Litan let out a cry, his head tilting awkwardly as he found himself face to face with San Ping'an. With his right hand, San Ping'an delivered a light yet mocking slap to Litan's handsome face. This act, while not physically damaging, was profoundly humiliating. "Is your name Litan? You've got quite the audacity to speak to me like that. Have you taken liberties with me?" Litan gazed at the chubby face before him, feeling a sense of unfamiliarity. Was this rotund figure, once meek and timid, transformed by 4 years of studying abroad? Had he attended a military academy, perhaps? "Sir, I implore your leniency. We are all here for amusement, and if there are any shortcomings in our hospitality, I hope you will forgive us." The casino manager, exuding an air of civility, presented a specially customized box of cigarettes as an apology. The regular patrons of the casino looked on in astonishment. It was rare to witness the manager, known for his ruthlessness, treating a first-time guest with such courtesy. "I am showing respect to the manager, should you dispute this. You are welcome to retaliate at any time," San Ping'an asserted, giving Litan a forceful shove. Despite Litan's imposing height of 185 meters, he was surprisingly feeble and was easily toppled by San Ping'an, rolling across the floor. "Manager, I accept the cigarettes. Now, please assist me in exchanging some chips. I intend to dominate the tables tonight." As San Ping'an opened his wallet, a row of diamonds gleamed within, dazzling the onlookers with their brilliance. Were those diamonds? The luster and clarity unequivocally indicated their authenticity, each likely exceeding 3 carats. Truly, this was the epitome of understated affluence. Amid the murmurs of the crowd, San Ping'an retrieved a card specifically designated for his pocket money. "How many chips would you like to exchange, sir?" the manager inquired, receiving the card with utmost care. San Ping'an had initially intended to simply blend in and garner some recognition, planning to casually play the slot machines while waiting for the task to conclude. However, upon surveying the room, he recognized several familiar faces, those who had attended the morning meeting with him. It appeared they shared a similar strategy, using the slot machines as a guise to avoid suspicion while remaining inactive. If he were to proceed further,
Would it not be akin to merely relocating the meeting from the conference room to another venue? Let us first exchange 1 million in chips for some casual amusement. San Ping'an suggested. The manager's demeanor grew increasingly respectful. Without San Ping'an having to hold the chips himself, the manager dutifully carried the chip box, closely trailing behind him. Not far away, Li Tan fixed his gaze on San Ping'an, the tempest of anger brewing within him. San Ping'an casually selected a dice game. Observing the betting table where players wagered on high or low scores, he refrained from sitting down as all 10 positions at the table were occupied. And those placing bets could easily open 3 additional tables. The manager cleared his throat softly and exchanged a knowing glance. A gambler promptly rose from his seat. The gambler behind him attempted to sit down but was restrained by a companion who gestured towards the manager. Instantly, the gambler understood that this seat was not for him, but rather reserved for the true VIP. Sir, there is a position available over there, why not take a seat and play a couple of rounds? The manager suggested with a smile. All right. San Ping'an nodded and walked over to take a seat. The manager, like an obedient assistant, stood behind him, arranging the chip box. San Ping'an then took the opportunity to examine the customized cigarettes the manager had presented. It was a wooden box measuring 20 by 10, adorned with beautiful wood grain. And the lid was inlaid with a golden brand tag, Golden Heaven. Among the onlookers, those who smoked instantly lit up with excitement upon seeing the brand on the wooden box, eagerly anticipating San Ping'an to unwrap the plastic seal and open it, hoping to sample a cigarette worth 100 yuan. San Ping'an, however, thought the box looked splendid and would make a delightful gift for his father. Allow me to take that seat, Li Tan's obnoxious voice resonated from across the table, as the gambler occupying that position prepared to unleash a torrent of curses. He noticed a 10,000 yuan chip suddenly appear before him. Instantly, all anger morphed into sycophantic smiles as he snatched the chip and relinquished the seat. After Li Tan settled in, 2 elegantly dressed women positioned themselves, one on each side of him. What is the matter, San Ping'an? Are you reluctant to smoke such fine cigarettes? Why not share a few puffs and let everyone savor the flavor? Li Tan taunted. Golden Heaven is regarded as the pinnacle among high-end cigarettes, and the so-called customized version is simply more exquisitely packaged, giving it an air of luxury. However, without connections, even those with wealth cannot procure it. The exact number of cigarettes in the box was unclear, but at 100 yuan each, even if not purchased, the thought of distributing them would likely cause San Ping'an considerable distress. San Ping'an chose to ignore Li Tan. After all, such expensive cigarettes were meant to be preserved as a tribute to his father. How could he possibly share them? Nevertheless, given Li Tan's provocation, he felt compelled to take action to avoid losing face. With that in mind, San Ping'an pulled out 2 packs of cigarettes from his pocket and placed them on the table. Upon seeing the brand, everyone collectively gasped in astonishment. These 2 packs were indeed the apex of domestic high-end cigarettes, monopolized by the Golden Heaven brand. The brand of cigarettes known as Tianxia is also categorized into various tiers, Jin Tianxia, Ming Tianxia, and Quan Tianxia. The 2 boxes of cigarettes held by San Ping'an are undoubtedly the top tier within the Tianxia brand, Quan Tianxia, often referred to as the authority of all. My goodness. The price of a single Quan Tianxia cigarette is a staggering 200 yuan. A pack would amount to 4,000 yuan. This is something one has only heard of but never witnessed. The crowd burst with excitement, filled with envy. In comparison to Quan Tianxia, Jin Tianxia is merely a junior counterpart. San Ping'an shook his head in silent disbelief. The world of the wealthy is truly beyond his comprehension. His entire monthly salary wouldn't suffice to purchase a single pack of these cigarettes. Is this smoking? It feels more like rolling up wads of cash to smoke. However, one must fully commit to the facade. Half-hearted attempts are worse than none at all. San Ping'an unwrapped both packs of cigarettes, and a gambler at the table tossed a cigarette his way. Even the croupier and the casino manager standing behind were included. The only ones who did not receive one were Li Tan and his 2 female companions. San Ping'an pulled out a lighter, only to find himself frustrated by its overly intricate design. How does one even ignite this contraption? It's far less practical than a 1 yuan lighter. He directed the lighter toward the casino manager, intending to inquire how it functions. To his surprise, the manager swiftly took the lighter.
pressing a jade green gem the size of a fingernail embedded on it. With a delightful chime, the beautiful flame sprang to life. "Thank you," San Ping'an remarked as he lit his cigarette. "Thanks to you, I too can savor the flavor of a 200 yuan cigarette." The manager's demeanor grew increasingly respectful, carefully placing the lighter beside the cigarette pack. While others may not know, as a confidant of Zhang Fangfang, he had seen the world and was well aware of the lighter's exorbitant price. The last time he encountered a similar piece was with a warlord from Old Myanmar, rumored to be worth $160,000. Clearly, San Ping'an's lighter was even more luxurious. In truth, the lighter did not belong to San Ping'an. It was merely borrowed from Ranfei Luo's home for convenience. San Ping'an smiled cheerfully as he glanced at the pallid-faced Li Tan. "I want to open this pack. I intend to take it home for my father to try. My old man has never smoked such low-tier cigarettes." Li Tan nearly wished to hurl the chips at him. How could he say that? The 100 yuan Jin Tianxia had, in San Ping'an's words, been reduced to a low-tier cigarette. What audacity! Yet the reality stood before them. Compared to the 200 yuan Quan Tianxia, isn't the 100 yuan Jin Tianxia indeed a lesser option? As for whether San Ping'an's father exclusively smokes Quan Tianxia, Li Tan had no knowledge. He only knew that San Ping'an's mother was the owner of a major Chinese medicine manufacturing company, though he remained unaware of his father's profession. Primarily, San Ping'an's father was a man who harbored a deep-seated disdain for evil. He was the one who proposed the crackdown on organized crime in Daxia, firing the first shot in the campaign. The number of adversaries is indeed overwhelming. In order to protect his family, outsiders remain oblivious to their familial ties. When San Ping'an was in elementary school and required to fill out the family relationship form, he used pseudonyms in the column designated for his father. As for his father's occupation, San Ping'an listed him as a civil servant. There was no discrepancy there, he was simply a police officer sitting in an office. The power of authority had been evenly distributed, and just as the final allocations were made, San Ping'an pulled another package of authority from his pocket and placed it upon the table. The onlookers turned their gaze towards Li Tan, regarding him as though he were a jester. Li Tan was instantly incensed. After all, he was the cherished son of the Northern General Agent of the Western Medical Alliance, and had never endured such indignity. "You fat fool, if you dare, let us wager. How about 100,000 on the table?" San Ping'an merely scoffed, replying, "It's not about daring, it's just a game. However, this gambling table is not exclusively for the two of us. Should we play while they watch?" "That seems rather inappropriate, doesn't it? As long as you're entertained, Fat Master, we have never witnessed such a grand gambling event, so it's delightful to observe." This statement came from the Mediterranean man who had earlier driven a BMW 7 Series in the parking lot. He was eager to ingratiate himself, and now the opportunity had presented itself. With one person speaking up, others quickly chimed in, not wishing to support a brush full accompanied by two beautiful women. "Fat Master, as long as you are entertained, we don't mind playing a few less rounds. Indeed, we are eager to witness your prowess. We stand by you. Let us vanquish this fool." Li Tan was beside himself with frustration, yet powerless in his fury. Suddenly, he glanced at the solitary figure of San Ping'an and seemed to recall something. "Haha. San Ping'an, it just dawned on me, when we were in high school. Didn't you once pen a love letter to the class beauty? She then read it aloud in front of the entire class, ridiculing you. What was it she said? A toad wishing to eat swan meat. Didn't you take a moment to look at yourself? Haha. Who would have thought that after 4 years abroad, you'd still be a lonely loser?" As he spoke, Li Tan casually draped an arm around the two beauties beside him. The crowd fell silent. They were unable to offer any assistance. The beauties were already accounted for, and there was no opportunity to find another. Just then, a sweet, childlike voice rang out from the back of the crowd. "Excuse me, could you please make way?" Everyone turned in unison towards the source of the voice. The gamblers in that vicinity parted, creating a passage wide enough for 3 people to walk side by side. Before them appeared an exceptionally stunning woman, radiating beauty. She wore a black, low-cut, form-fitting evening gown that hugged her waist with a diagonal hemline, a garment that could be deemed a woman's paradise or nightmare. With no bust, No waist, a slight belly, thick thighs, and legs that weren't perfectly straight. Wearing such a dress could lead to a fashion disaster for many. Yet, on this exquisite beauty, it seemed as though the gown had been tailored specifically for her, merely to accentuate her already unparalleled allure. The exquisite collarbone could cradle fish. A perfect sight. Beneath a low neckline, two astonishingly rounded forms emerged, creating a remarkably deep cleft, truly flawless. The flat abdomen and slender waist, elegantly showcased beneath a fitted evening gown, present an effortlessly smooth silhouette, divine in its perfection. Cascading downwards, two pristine, elongated legs, so pale and straight, render the folds at the knees nearly imperceptible. These are not merely legs for a fleeting moment, they are legs meant to be admired for a lifetime. Perfect. 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 Upon seeing Yongyun in her evening gown, San Ping'an was instantly captivated. Although he had previously admired numerous glamorous photos of celebrities at events, nothing could compare to the living vision before him. One was a dream lover, merely a figment to be gazed upon from afar, the other, a stunning beauty within reach. My apologies for arriving late, Yongyun said with an apologetic smile as she approached San Ping'an. The gambler seated beside him, perceptive enough, promptly stood to vacate his seat. Please sit here, madam. Yongyun smiled graciously, thanked him, and gracefully took her seat, naturally linking her arm with San Ping'an's. Opposite them, Litan wished he could disappear into the floor. This was truly an embarrassing moment. Just look at the two beauties beside him, both possessing looks and figures that would easily score at least 80 points. Now, gaze upon the unparalleled beauty next to San Ping'an. A perfect score of 100. That is merely the beginning, thus she would surpass all limits if there were none. In comparison, the two beauties nearby might as well fade into insignificance. Together, they could not compare to even a single finger of hers. San Ping'an leaned in, and Yongyun's grasp on his arm, the necessity of the task, was already pushing her comfort zone. This action made Yongyun acutely aware of her discomfort, yet in the public eye and amidst the ongoing mission she had to endure. To create distance now would surely expose the pretense. Thus, with her body rigid, she slightly turned her head. The once radiant smile on her face now seemed shrouded in frost, exuding an aura of aloofness. Yet no one perceived anything amiss, as her gaze was directed squarely at Litan across the table. This icy demeanor and disdainful glance felt like a powerful hand slapping Litan repeatedly, left and right. Will you cover the losses if we lose? If we win, is it mine? San Ping'an inquired softly. His words were unintentional. Yet the warmth of his breath brushed against Yongyun's delicate ear, causing a blush to bloom, as if kissed by the sun. Even her lovely face was adorned with rosy hues, making her even more enchanting. The onlookers were so entranced by her beauty that they momentarily forgot to breathe. Yet for San Ping'an, they felt nothing but admiration, devoid of any trace of jealousy. Such is the charm of one's social connections. What if San Ping'an were replaced by Litan? If Litan were not currently resembling a battered pig, it would speak volumes about his thick skin. What delusions of grandeur he must be entertaining. Yongyun raised her delicate fist and gently tapped San Ping'an on the shoulder. The crowd's breaths quickened to them. It was evident that San Ping'an had just made some excessive demands. This only served to further affirm the closeness of their relationship. Who could have imagined that these two were undercover police officers on a mission? San Ping'an glanced at Litan. Apologies, but I only have one beauty by my side, which certainly pales in comparison to your entourage. However, Litan, don't take it the wrong way, but with your physique, dealing with even one is quite a challenge. Ridiculous. I am known as the man who goes 7 times a night, Litan bellowed. This was indeed a fitting title, considering he had risen 7 times in one night. Laughter erupted among the crowd, as they had never had such an explanation for the title before. You have frequent and urgent urges. And if your prostate is in poor condition, that is one thing, but you are also suffering from kidney deficiency. 7 times in a night is hardly impressive. I believe you should be called the man who goes 10 times a night. Don't argue, you surely know what my grandfather does. Make sure to visit a doctor soon. If you don't take care of yourself, you might struggle even to relieve yourself. Litan was left speechless, unable to retort. Are you still willing to gamble? If you lack the courage, just admit it, he taunted. San Ping'an smiled slightly. Well then, everyone is nearly finished with their cigarettes, so let us not keep anyone waiting. How about we raise the stakes to 1 million per hand? Litan scoffed. 1 million a hand? Just you. Your family may be wealthy. But your mother wouldn't give you that much. The casino manager interjected. Our casino can vouch for Fat Master. If he lacks the funds, we will cover him. Come on, I intend to leave you utterly defeated. Just wait until your mother has to settle your gambling debts, then we'll see how arrogant you remain. Litan fumed again, feeling as though the world was conspiring against him. Let us begin. San Pingan declared, and the gambling commenced. The dealer performed a series of impressive maneuvers. San Pingan paused for a moment. As his focus settled on the dice cap, a peculiar sensation washed over him. His hearing seemed to amplify exponentially. Each die rolled and collided within the cap, appearing vividly before his eyes. If the master-level observation technique had enhanced San Pingan's vision to several times that of an ordinary person, then the master-level auditory technique had elevated his hearing to the limits of human capability. However, without having seen the dice prior, he was unaware of their specific numbers. Please place your bets, the dealer said with a smile, one hand resting on the dice cap. 1 million, high. Litan pushed his stack of chips to the center of the table. Then I shall bet low, San Pingan declared, not even touching the chip box. Why aren't you placing your bet? Litan called out. San Pingan shrugged. It's just the two of us gambling, why bother with all that formality? With so many witnesses, I wouldn't dare cheat. Come on, let us start. This was directed at the dealer. San Pingan could distinctly feel Yongyan's arm, which was wrapped around his, tightening with exertion. The delicate hand grasping his arm was quite forceful. Evidently, at this moment, Yongyun was exceedingly anxious. San Pingan felt a sharp pain from the grip but dared not allow Yongyun to continue holding on lest his arm swell up. Thus, he took her delicate hand in his own hefty one, their fingers interlacing. Yongyun was entirely consumed by her tension, her focus fixated on the dice cap. And she did not withdraw her hand. Fear not, it is merely a million, I can afford to lose. With determination, he declared, let the game commence. As the dice cap was lifted, 3 dice lay exposed before the onlookers, 456, totaling 15 points, a significant win. The dealer announced the score, eliciting a collective sigh from the patrons at the gambling table, all of whom seemed to be rooting for San Pingan. His loss felt as though it was shared by them all. You fat fool, it's not too late for you to leave now. If you find yourself short on funds, feel free to borrow from me, I'll only charge you a minimal interest, taking this lovely lady beside you as collateral. Mocked Litan, basking in his triumph. San Pingan pulled Yongyun down from her impending outburst. Manager, I would like to exchange for another 10 million in chips. Since Master Li wishes to play, I shall indulge him. He added, Litan, let me be clear, should I run out of money, I will offer my clothes as collateral, each piece valued at 1 million. Do you dare? Litan scoffed, what is there to fear? The manager promptly placed 10 million in chips before San Pingan and returned his bank card. Although the manager assured San Pingan that the casino would vouch for him, he declined, for he was not without resources. The 10 million in chips amounted to only 10 pieces, each the size of a palm, with a denomination of 1 million. Manager, the high-low game is rather tedious, is there a more expedited option? San Pingan inquired. Indeed, one may bet on specific numbers. Correctly predicting a number yields a payout of 5 to 1, while betting on a triple, where all 3 dice show the same number, yields the highest odds at 10 to 1. Of course, you may negotiate specific odds with Mr. Li, the manager replied. San Pingan turned to Litan. I am inclined to play this specific number game, Litan. Do you dare accept? You shall be the banker, if I fail to guess correctly, it shall count as my loss. Should I succeed, you will pay me according to the casino's rules. Are you game? Litan quickly calculated the odds. Guessing the specific total of the 3 dice was infinitely more challenging than merely betting on high or low. After all 3 dice must be correctly guessed to determine the final total. A single miscalculation meant a loss. The prospect of correctly predicting the numbers on all 3 dice in one attempt seemed an impossible feat. Even over 100 tries, success would be elusive. A wager of 1 million. Surely, it was a stroke of fortune. Only a fool would refuse. Very well.
As you propose, I shall be the banker. At the manager's signal, the dealer positioned the dice cap in front of Litan. He removed his suit jacket, rolled up his shirt sleeves, and handed his watch to the beautiful woman beside him, presenting an air of professionalism. San Pingon appeared nonchalant, casting a glance at Yongyun beside him, her radiant and captivating visage drawing his attention. In truth, his peripheral vision remained fixated on the dice cap. Litan covered the cap, gripping it firmly with both hands, then began to shake it vigorously as if possessed. San Pingon attentively listened to the sounds emanating from within the cap, a fleeting image materializing in his mind, albeit somewhat blurred. Only one die was distinctly clear. San Pingon surmised that this was likely a result of the auditory enhancement bestowed by his mastery in diagnostic techniques. In traditional Chinese medicine, when diagnosing a patient's ailments, practitioners rely on the sounds produced by various parts of the body to ascertain the nature of the illness. The demands on one's hearing are exceedingly high. Only with considerable experience can one become less reliant on auditory cues. San Pingon believed that with a few more listens and sufficient experience, he would be able to discern the specific numbers on the dice accurately. He casually tossed a chip into the game. How many points? It mattered not. The outcome was predetermined, as the essence of the game lay in its carefree spirit. Indeed, when Litan uncovered the dice cap, the numbers were incorrect. "Ha! Thanks for the million, you fat fool," he exclaimed. "Let us continue. If you run out of money, you'll have to strip down. And if you're entirely undressed, I'll have that lovely lady beside you do the same. Ideally, she should come with me, so I can enjoy the view all to myself," Litan taunted boastfully. "Let us keep going," San Pingon replied casually, as if he had just lost not a million, but a mere $10. Litan snorted disdainfully and resumed shaking the dice cap. Round after round, the dice were shaken, unveiled, and money exchanged. Within a mere 2 minutes, San Pingon had suffered defeat in 7 consecutive rounds, winning none. 7 chips worth 1 million each now lay before Litan, and with the initial million accounted for, San Pingon had lost a staggering 8 million. Once more, Litan rattled the dice cap, and as it settled, he mockingly blew a kiss towards Yongyun, who seethed with anger, wishing she could draw a weapon and silence him. "Is this all that remains?" She gritted her teeth, feeling discomfort by the sight. "Manager." "Yes, boss." "What is your command?" San Pingon inquired as he handed over his bank card. "Another 10 million in chips, swiftly. For this round I intend to wager all 3 remaining." "Boss, a million is sufficient. 300,000 is advisable," the manager cautioned. "Just kidding. I dare to wager that chap opposite me wouldn't dare accept." San Pingon chuckled heartily, prompting the manager to join in the laughter. Litan grew agitated. "San Pingon, quit your nonsense. You bring money to the table. Why would I shy away? Come on, if you have the guts, place your bet. I will accept it all." San Pingon contemptuously raised his middle finger at Litan and tossed the 3 chips carelessly. "Manager, hurry up, or I'll be left without chips for the next round. I'd rather not be left bare." Laughter erupted among the onlookers, none doubting San Pingon's financial capacity. However, as he tossed the chips without even glancing at them, no one believed he would win this round. The manager grasped the bank card and swiftly sprinted towards the counter to exchange for chips. "San Pingon, take a good look at what you have bet," Litan exclaimed with a hearty laugh. The crowd focused their attention, and to their astonishment, all 3 chips landed on 666, the highest possible outcome. A momentary silence enveloped them, as they pondered the futility of their bets. After all, whether they placed their wagers or not, did it truly matter? Did it? Perhaps not. "Roll," Litan shouted, lifting the dice cap with great fervor. 6. He announced, calling out the first dice value. Yet, before he could finish, an uproar erupted among the spectators, for within the cap lay 3 dice, each displaying a resounding 666. 3 sixes, the grandest of outcomes. The alignment with San Pingon's bet was not merely coincidental, it was utterly identical. The payout for this result was tenfold, amounting to a staggering 30 million. As the banker, Litan was obliged to compensate a full 300 million. He was rendered speechless. He had only profited 8 million from San Pingon.
In this round, not only did San Pingan reclaim his stakes, but he also emerged victorious with an additional 22 million. Fat Master, if your chips are ready. The manager returned, placing the chip box on the table. Only to find the numbers San Pingan had bet matched those of the dice cap perfectly. Litan, do you have any money? If not, you might as well strip. San Pingan's words ignited a surge of rage within Litan, flashing his face crimson. As the esteemed son of the Western Medical Alliance, the sole representative in Northern Sia, how could he possibly endure such humiliation in front of a crowd? If word of this spread, how could he maintain his reputation in the social sphere? In future gatherings, how could he remain the center of attention? If someone were to just lost it all, stripped it all, what a disgrace. Would he not be compelled to find a crack in the ground to hide? Do I lack funds? Am I Lishaw, devoid of wealth? He retorted vehemently. Manager, fetch me 30 million in chips, he commanded. The casino manager cast a glance at the dealer. Mr. Lee, allow me to run this errand for you. Infuriated, Litan noted the disparity. When San Pingan sought to exchange 10 million in chips, the manager eagerly obliged, yet when it came to him, needing a full 30 million, it seemed he was relegated to the role of errand boy. The status had certainly plummeted. Was this an affront to his dignity? However, Litan had no choice but to comply, producing his credit card and handing it to the dealer. Soon, the dealer returned, cradling a large box of chips. Litan counted out 30 chips, forcefully pushing them towards San Pingan. 30 chips, each worth $1 million, scattered across half the gambling table. San Pingan, rotund and unperturbed, made no move. Yong-yun attempted to rise and gather the chips, but San Pingan restrained her. Manager. Fat Master, how may I assist you? How many chips did I exchange in total? Fat Master, including the initial $1 million, you have exchanged for a total of 21 million in chips. Very well. Count out 21 chips from here, convert them into cash, and deposit it to my card. It is far more entertaining to win foolishly with foolish money. The crowd erupted in laughter at these words once more. The manager felt no sense of impropriety, it was merely a display of bravado between two wealthy scions, exchanging blows of ego at the gambling table. Should San Pingan suffer a loss, he would undoubtedly exchange more chips. The surrounding gamblers transformed into eager aides, collectively gathering the chips. Before San Pingan lay a mere 22 chips, each worth 1 million, all one from Litan. Let us go again, Litan bellowed. Literally. Everyone has been waiting for ages, let us not waste time. This round, I shall wager all my chips at once. Do you dare to accept? San Pingan inquired with a resonant voice. Litan hesitated. Unperturbed, San Pingan leaned closer to Yong-yun, whispering, if we win this money, how about we split it equally? Yong-yun distanced herself, casting a disapproving glance at him. A simple gesture, yet it exuded a myriad of charms. Dream on, everything must be surrendered. Not a penny shall remain. Yong-yan's voice was soft, yet the manager and the gamblers nearby caught every word. However, none thought to associate this with the police. Indeed, officers earned a meager salary, how could they casually produce millions? If such were the case, who would choose to be a policeman? Consequently, the crowd misinterpreted her words, believing she meant that all the winnings should be turned over to her, leaving no funds to bolster any man's private treasury. From Litan's perspective, this was brazenly flaunting affection in front of him. No, it was akin to seizing him by the throat, compelling him to open his mouth, and force-feeding him dog food. San Pingan, if you dare, wager everything, I intend to annihilate you in one fell swoop. San Pingan's lips curled into a slight smile. This fool had taken the bait. Litan vigorously shook the dice cap, akin to a shaman performing a ritual. After half a minute of exertion, he was thoroughly exhausted. The cap crashed onto the table. Come on, you fat fool, I refuse to believe you can win this time. Did you really think that after one stroke of luck, you could maintain such fortune? San Pingan sighed inwardly. He initially believed that a modest point would suffice to send Litan packing, for after all, second-generation wealthy individuals were not necessarily the heads of their families. Who among them could possibly have hundreds of millions in cash? Yet, fate seemed intent on bestowing a grand fortune upon Litan. A staggering 22 million was staked on the coveted triple sixes. Think twice, Fat Master. Indeed. It is rare for anyone to roll the same number twice, let alone the triple sixes consecutively. The odds are slimmer than hitting the same number on roulette twice. The other gamblers began to counsel him. Upon hearing this, Litan grew frantic. Statistically speaking, the likelihood of rolling triple sixes twice was almost as improbable as a collision between Mars and Earth. It was fundamentally impossible. What if San Pingen suddenly changed his mind and fortuitously hit another number? Once the bet is placed, it is final, no changes allowed. Litan shouted loudly as he abruptly overturned the dice cap. Instantly, the once boisterous gambling table fell into a profound silence. Curious onlookers from neighboring tables approached, wondering what had transpired. When they beheld the numbers on the dice and the stack of over 20 chips, they too fell into a stunned silence. It was unthinkable. Even for a casino to wager such an amount. How could this be possible? Litan appeared dazed and muttered to himself, "This must be an illusion." As soon as he spoke, the crowd seemed to awaken from their stupor, erupting into cheers. Litan's face turned ashen when he dared not look at San Pingen. "Come on, young Master Li, the bet is a bet. The odds are 10 to 1, I wagered 22 million, then you owe me 220 million. Litan felt tears welling up. "I don't have that much money. According to our agreement, if you lack the funds, you may strip," the manager reminded him. Litan glanced at his clothing, lamenting that it was not winter. With 3 shirts, 2 pairs of trousers, then his shoes and socks, he barely had 10 pieces. How could he possibly cover a deficit of over 100 million? "Manager, even if I were completely naked, it still wouldn't suffice," San Pingen inquired. A shadow of a cold smile crossed the manager's face. In response to Fat Master's inquiry, "If that still falls short, we may have to resort to amputation of limbs, removal of eyes, or extraction of vital organs to settle the debt. Of course, you need not lift a finger. I shall take care of it myself." At this, Litan truly broke down in tears, frightened beyond measure. He pulled out all his bank cards and credit cards, exhausting them one by one, barely scraping together 50 million. By the time he returned home, he would likely find himself flayed alive by his parents. "Enough. We grew up together, I shall spare you the embarrassment of disrobing. Just hurry and leave. The more I look at you, the more nauseated I feel." San Pingen intervened just as Litan was about to unbutton his shirt. Litan felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude, nearly kneeling to thank San Pingen. Ignoring the 2 beautiful women, he awkwardly rushed toward the departing elevator. San Pingen picked up a chip worth 1 million and presented it to the casino manager. "Your share of the profits." The manager initially stared in disbelief, then respectfully accepted the chip with both hands. "Thank you, Fat Master." The crowd was engulfed in envy and resentment. They wished they could run errands for $1 million too. However, San Pingen felt no inclination to squander money. He was there to execute a capture mission as a police officer. The money won in the casino could not be taken away. As for losses, as long as it wasn't his own money, it didn't matter. Eventually, when the police conducted a sweep, all the money would be confiscated. "Fat Master, would you care to participate in a larger game?" The casino manager's eyes sparkled with intrigue. $1 million was indeed a substantial favor. Yet, he understood precisely for whom he was working. No matter how much money San Pingen had, or how much he offered, it would ultimately end up in the hands of the casino's owner, as they were merely a fattened pig in the owner's grasp. "I am not particularly fond of those private rooms, where only a handful of individuals partake in the game, devoid of any spectators. It lacks the essence of a gambling atmosphere." The implication of that rotund gentleman was clear. "Have you ever watched gambling films set in Victoria Harbour?" San Pingen inquired. "It is akin to a competition where several magnates engage in bets, surrounded by esteemed individuals from various sectors who gather to witness the event. That ambience truly embodies the spirit of gambling. When a few people congregate, even if they wager substantial sums, it merely feels akin to playing landlord, utterly devoid of excitement." Just as the casino manager found himself in a particularly awkward position, a woman's voice resonated through the air. "Since Mr. San enjoys such play, how could our casino possibly disregard his preferences? Ladies and gentlemen, tonight we shall alter our approach and host a grand gambling event right here in this hall. With a principal of 50 million, anyone possessing such funds may join the table.
I must first extend my apologies to the other guests. For those who relish spectating, please remain, we shall ensure you are well fed and well watered. For those who prefer not to watch, kindly return another day, with each person receiving 10,000 for travel expenses. San Pingan and Yong Yun exchanged glances at the appearance of this middle-aged woman, their hands clasping tightly together. This woman is none other than the proprietor of this underground casino and their target for this mission, one of the most wanted fugitives, Zhang Fangfang. Neither San Pingan, Yong Yun, nor the undercover police officers concealed among the gamblers dared to act recklessly, for Zhang Fangfang did not arrive alone. Behind her stood 4 bodyguards clad in black suits, their waistlines bulging, clearly armed. The undercover officers, having undergone thorough searches before entering the casino, were entirely unarmed. To confront armed individuals with bare hands, that would be sheer folly. Thus, they could only remain vigilant, observing the unfolding situation. Soon, the center of the hall was cleared, with an oval gambling table set up. Aside from the dealer's position, several chairs were arranged. Manager. The rotund gentleman has given instructions. San Pingan pointed to his chips, requesting, please exchange all these chips for cash, in bundles of 10,000, with bricks of 100,000. The manager, upon seeing the 71 million chips, was rendered speechless. 71 million converted to cash? Where on earth am I to procure such an amount? It is not 710,000, but 71 million. Not only this casino but even across the entire province, I doubt any bank branch could amass such a sum. This rotund gentleman, as you mentioned, was merely watching gambling films. In reality, who would actually bring such a vast amount of cash to gamble? 1 million in cash weighs at least 53 pounds. The casino manager was nearly at a loss for words, hastily explaining. Nowadays, transactions are primarily conducted via cards or transfers, occasionally. A gambler may enter with a hefty bag of cash, but they will exchange it for chips upon arrival. If they win, they typically leave with a transfer or a cash check. Who would still carry out 2 large bags of cash? Aren't they afraid of being robbed? Zhang Fangfang contemplated the vivid scene. Behind each individual lay a mountainous pile of cash. With each bet and race, stacks of money were tossed into the fray. The mere thought of such a spectacle ignited a fervor within her. Had she ever indulged in such a manner before? If she could partake just once, the gamblers would undoubtedly spread the word with fervent enthusiasm. Would this not draw even more high rollers from across the nation to experience a scene that seemed to belong only in gambling films? With this thought in mind, Zhang Fangfang spoke up. I find this style of gambling quite intriguing. However, dear boss, we lack sufficient cash here. The casino manager appeared troubled. If it were a bank transfer, billions would be no issue. Yet, in terms of cash, even accounting for all the funds in the casino, we might barely scrape together a few tens of millions. Zhang Fangfang's eyes sparkled as she replied, the casino may not have it, but I do. She leaned in and whispered a directive to her confidant, who promptly exited the casino with haste. 20 minutes later, a man clad in black appeared at the entrance, pushing a simple flatbed cart. Upon it rested a mountain of cash. Following him were additional carts, each laden with cash, streaming into the casino. A grand spectacle had emerged. The center of the casino hall was divided into 2 halves. One half featured a gaming table, a dealer, and 5 gamblers, each accompanied by a partner. The other half was segmented into 5 parts based on the amount of money each gambler possessed. Among them, San Pingan held the largest sum, while the others had 50 million in cash, and he boasted 71 million. Zhang Fangfang pointed triumphantly to another section of the hall piled high with cash. Ladies and gentlemen, let us enjoy ourselves. This type of gambling opportunity is rare, occurring once in a decade. I have brought forth all my cash. Should anyone lose 50 million and wish to continue playing or encounter a hand of explosive potential, they may exchange funds from over there. Several prominent gamblers nodded in agreement. San Pingan remained indifferent. With Zhang Fangfang's arrival, half the mission was accomplished. The rest involved seizing the moment to capture the kingpin. The choice not to venture into the gambling hall stemmed from San Pingan's lack of confidence. Despite their prowess, he and Yong Yun could hardly contend against armed bodyguards. Furthermore, it wasn't just 1 or 2 bodyguards. Upon closer inspection, there were over 100 of them. Zhang Fengfeng had brought forth all her cash, 5 to 6 billion. Her small number of associates made her wary as well. They were playing the classic poker variant known as show hand with a minimum bet of 10,000. The game commenced. Masterful skills of observation and diagnosis became irrelevant at this moment. After folding twice and losing 3 hands, San Ping'an found himself down by over 10 million in chips. Now, in the 6th round, he held an exceptionally strong hand, straight. Apart from the first hidden card in her possession, Zhang Fengfeng had 3 visible cards and 1 final concealed card, forming 2 pairs. Upon observing this hand, the others promptly chose to forfeit. It's just us left, Sunday. You have a straight, and I have 2 pairs, it all hinges on the hidden card. 5 million. Let us see your hidden card, Zhang Fengfeng declared as she tossed her chips into the pot. On the other side, a bodyguard was tossing stacks of cash into the center, with 5 million requiring 50 throws. Thankfully, there were many people present, otherwise, simply throwing money could prove exhausting. San Ping'an directly produced 1 million chips and flung them forward. I'm in for 5 million, if you raise by 5 million more. I refuse to believe your hand is a full house. He threw another 1 million chips into the pot. Zhang Fengfeng erupted into laughter, casting 1 million chips into the fray and revealing her hidden card. Son, even if you have a straight, how does it compare to my full house? 3 of a kind with a pair, perfectly poised to defeat your straight. My apologies, son, but I have triumphed again. It seems your luck ran out before you even sat down. San Ping'an feigned great anger, leaning toward Yongyun and whispering, when will our people arrive? Yongyun whispered back, her demeanor appearing intimate to onlookers. According to the plan, they should be in position, awaiting our signal. Once we give the cue, they will storm in within a minute. San Ping'an nodded in agreement. It's merely a gamble. No matter how skilled, can anyone surpass the god of gamblers? He mused inwardly. The god of gamblers' experience card in his system space vanished instantaneously. A peculiar sensation flooded his mind and body. In an instant, the entire world seemed transformed. The dealer's every movement during the shuffling, which had seemed unremarkable moments before, now revealed itself as card manipulation. This was a crooked dealer. Among the 4 gamblers, one appeared to scratch his head, stroke his chin, rub his ears, and pick his nose, yet he was subtly communicating with Zhang Fengfeng through gestures. This individual was also one of Zhang Fengfeng's associates and a con artist. The other 2 gamblers included one with decent skills, though not a cheat, and another who was merely affluent, relying solely on luck to win. The dealer dealt the cards again. San Ping'an gently lifted his hidden card. Yongyun stole a glance. The hidden card was a 2. The first visible card was a small 2. Yongyun sighed inwardly. Just from the first visible card, she felt compelled to fold. However, to her surprise, San Ping'an called with 1 million chips. Son, you dare to call with just a 2? Zhang Fengfeng thought he was blinded by his losses. This was not a warning, it was a provocation to further entice him. Youngsters, when provoked, often disregard all caution. Only in this manner could she secure her victory. San Ping'an gazed at Zhang Fengfeng. It's merely 200,000, are you too timid to call? Zhang Fengfeng could not help but laugh. You dare to die? But I am not afraid to bury you. In this round, the dealer also played his cards. Initially, Zhang Fengfeng intended for San Ping'an to fold, especially after losing over 10 million. She aimed to take down the other 2 unsuspecting players first. However, since San Ping'an chose to court his own demise, she would oblige him. Zhang Fengfeng raised her hand, brushing her knuckles against her chin, signaling to the dealer that she intended to annihilate this round. The dealer instantly grasped her intent. Although the cards had already been shuffled, he was a master of deceit. During the dealing, he switched the cards, ensuring that all players received a hand that would lead to inevitable defeat, while the ultimate victor would undoubtedly be Zhang Fengfeng. 3 face-up cards and 1 concealed card were revealed, prompting gasps not only from the players at the table but even from those seated further away. It was a truly formidable hand. In Zhang Fengfeng's possession, just like the previous round, there were 2 pairs, specifically 2 fours. The fate of the game rested on the hidden card. The disguised cheat had a colorful straight, while a skilled player held a pair of 10s, forming a potential full house or 4 of a kind. The luck-based player, however, boasted a straight flush with spades 6, 7, 8, and 9 vying for a flush.
San Pingan's hand consisted of 3 twos and an additional card. Yongyun speculated that San Pingan might fold given his hand resembled a full house. Yet, aside from the colorful straight, if any of the other 3 players formed a winning combination, San Pingan would inevitably lose. My luck has finally arrived. A straight flush must be worth 10 million. The luck-based player exclaimed, eager to stake his claim. Do you truly possess the fortune for a straight flush? I'll match your 10 million, my colorful straight will triumph unless you have a full house. The cheat boasted, aware that his hand was merely a decoy. Nonetheless, he did not need to win, his task was to incite the other players to wager heavily. The skilled player examined his hidden card, revealing a pair of 10s. A strong full house. If the luck-based player genuinely held a straight flush, his experience told him that he should be all in by now. Since he was not, it was merely bluster. Thus, the only contender likely to best him was Zhang Fangfang. As for San Pingan's 3 twos, they were hardly a threat. Forming 4 of a kind, the odds were infinitesimally slim. In the previous round, Zhang Fangfang had already revealed a full house. It was improbable for her to be so fortunate again. Even if she did have a full house. As long as her hidden card did not form a full house with the force, victory was assured. With this in mind, the skilled player reached a conclusion. I have 3 cards that obliterate all of yours, I go all in. He pushed all his chips to the center. I call. Zhang Fangfang replied with a slight smile. Matching his wager. San Pingan hesitated for a moment before pushing all his chips forward as well. The pressure now shifted back to the luck-based player. His hand was far from a straight flush, it was merely a bluff. Now, he found himself in an inextricable situation. To call. Had he lost his mind? Even a casual player could easily eliminate him. To call would be tantamount to offering money. What else could he do? Reluctantly, he revealed his cards and surrendered. The con artist completed his task, feigning hesitation before ultimately choosing to reveal his hand. Alright, it's time to show your cards, everyone. An enthusiastic gambler exclaimed, signaling the moment of reckoning. San Pingan leaned closer to Yongyun and inquired, is it time to signal? What is the signal? Yongyun whispered back. The signal is a whistle. Our people will hear it and exit, notifying those outside to come in. San Pingan was taken aback. A whistle? I can't whistle. Yongyun paused, incredulous at the notion that anyone could be unable to whistle. Seeing her reaction, San Pingan grimaced. How does one whistle? Is it like this? Who? Yongyun couldn't contain her laughter, resting her head on his shoulder, shaking with mirth. Young Master-san, the cards are about to be revealed, and you are still flirting. The skilled gambler teased. You think a 3 of a kind can beat my full house? San Pingan scoffed. No. Mine isn't a 3 of a kind. It's also a full house, and a superior one at that. He revealed his cards, showing a 10. Which combined with the community cards formed a pair of 10s, a full house. Haha. Apologies, but I have the bigger full house. The gambler leaned forward to pull all the chips to himself. Wait. Zhang Fangfang interjected. Is your full house larger than mine? She unveiled her cards, revealing a 4. Which combined with the community cards formed the supreme full house, the largest possible. The gambler's face turned ashen, he had wagered his entire fortune and lost. With his entire wealth gone in one hand, any hope of recovery vanished. Young Master-san, you are the only one left to reveal your cards. I can't believe you have 4 of a kind. Come on, show your cards. Zhang Fangfang said with a playful gesture. San Pingan scratched his head, pressed his whole cards to his palm, and clasped his hands together. Dear, whether I win depends on you. Now, blow a whistle and watch me perform a miracle together. We shall conquer all. Yongyun realized San Pingan was seeking an opportunity to whistle. You glutton, taking advantage of me. Just wait until the task is over. I'll have my revenge. She shot him a fierce glare, pouted, and blew a whistle towards his hands. The undercover police officer among the gamblers received the signal. However, at this critical moment, moving would easily raise suspicion. So, no one budged. Yongyun already knew that San Pingan's whole cards, combined with the community cards, amounted to a pair of 2s. He was doomed. San Ping'an stood up and declared earnestly, "Ladies and gentlemen, behold my four of a kind." As he spoke, his hand came down forcefully on the table. He lifted his palm. As the crowd discerned the hidden cards, their pupils dilated in shock. Even Young Yun, seated next to San Ping'an, appeared as though she had encountered a ghost. How could the hidden card, once revealed, transform into a mere two? San Ping'an's hand displayed a staggering combination of 4 twos, accompanied by an ace, 4 of a kind. A guaranteed win. Zhang Fengfeng's face contorted with rage as she retrieved a handgun from her bodyguard and aimed it at San Ping'an. "You dare to cheat?" A few shrieks erupted from the crowd. After all, facing a real firearm is not something everyone can face with composure. Several gamblers, unable to bear the tension, attempted to extricate themselves from the throng. With a mere wave of her hand, Zhang Fengfeng commanded several enforcers to seize these gamblers, brandishing knives to coerce and shove them back into the crowd. Among them was an undercover police officer, who sought to exploit the chaos to send a message to his team but was regrettably shoved back. "What do you mean by this? Are we not allowed to leave? Indeed, with a casino like this, we can hardly dare to return." The gamblers clamored in protest. "Esteemed guests, I trust you are aware of what our casino abhors most," the casino manager bellowed, seeking to calm the unrest. "Our rules are unequivocal. Cheating is strictly forbidden within our establishment. Once we deal with the cheat, you are free to depart. Rest assured, we shall not impede your exit." The crowd, reassured, gradually subsided into silence. Zhang Fengfeng glared furiously at San Ping'an. "To dare cheat in my casino, do you wish for death?" Upon hearing this, San Ping'an erupted, disregarding the gun aimed at him, and directed a torrent of invective at Zhang Fengfeng. "You speak utter nonsense. I desire wealth. With a single call, hundreds of millions are but a trifle. Cheat? Do I even need to resort to that?" Zhang Fengfeng scoffed. "Anyone can boast. Hundreds of millions over a phone call. Surely you jest." San Ping'an, his expression icy, regarded Zhang Fengfeng with disdain. "You doubt me? Hand over a phone." The casino resided in the depths of the second underground floor, where mobile signals were non-existent. San Ping'an retrieved his wallet and slapped a bank card onto the table. The bank manager, utilizing a card reader, confirmed the card's balance before producing a landline phone connected by a lengthy cord and placing it before San Ping'an. San Ping'an pressed the speakerphone button and dialed a number. "I am Renfei. Who is this?" The moment his identity was revealed, astonishment rippled through the room. The name Renfei was synonymous with the owner of Pangu Corporation. "It's me. You are to immediately transfer 100 million to my bank account." "Understood." San Ping'an refrained from introducing himself further, yet the response was immediate. "Inform the financial director to transfer 100 million to Fatih's account at once." Even at this late hour, while banks had closed, institutions like Pangu Corporation had dedicated account managers available around the clock. Renfei, having transformed a modest company into a leviathan of the mobile industry, was certainly no fool. He and San Ping'an had previously made an agreement. Should he call out his name directly, it would signify that there were serious matters at hand, and joking would be utterly inappropriate. Renfei was well aware of San Ping'an's profession. On a late evening, to call out his name directly meant that even a sum of 100 million was trivial. He would gladly go to great lengths to fulfill such a request. For Renfei, the safety and well-being of San Ping'an were paramount above all else. 5 minutes later, "Mr. Ren, the transfer is complete. The funds should have arrived," said the casino manager. San Ping'an turned to the casino manager, who swept a card and stared in disbelief at the balance displayed on the machine. Although he had already discerned from San Ping'an's vehicle, attire, and possessions that he was not lacking in wealth, to summon 100 million with a mere phone call at this hour was not something just anyone could achieve. The funds had arrived, 100 million. The casino manager reported to Zhang Fengfeng. Just then, Renfei's voice echoed from the still-connected call. "This is Renfei from Pangu Company. I trust that those beside the Fatih are familiar with me." He continued, "Let it be known that if a single hair on the Fatih is harmed, consider this 100 million as a down payment for your coffins. I care not who you are, should you dare to touch the Fatih. I will issue a bounty on the dark web. Provide me with credible information, and I shall reward you with 50 million. Eliminate the mastermind, and it will be 200 million.
Dare to test me? Go ahead. With that, he decisively ended the call. Zhang Fengfeng was rendered speechless. The allure of wealth was potent, especially when it involved sums in the hundreds of millions. If she dared to harm the fatty, the temptation of 50 million could easily lead someone to inform Renfei. Even her most trusted confidant might betray her for the sake of 200 million. Putting her in a perilous position. Young Master San, this is a misunderstanding. San Ping'an responded with a cold smile, the misunderstanding. Am I to take your word that it is a misunderstanding? Do you think I am a mere child of 3? To draw 2 large pots in succession, what are the odds of such a phenomenon? In this hand, I hold 3 of a kind, while you possess 2 pairs. What are the chances of this? If the dealer is not cheating, I shall remove my own head. He pointed accusingly at the dealer. Zhang Fengfeng gritted her teeth and nodded. Indeed, it was the dealer who cheated. She placed her pistol on the table and slid it towards San Ping'an. Young Master San. The person is yours to deal with as you see fit. Zhang Fengfeng was indifferent to the death of a few subordinates. Even her closest allies could be replaced. However, offending San Ping'an was a different matter entirely, for just the connection to Renfei could bring her untold woes. Who knew what other connections this fatty might have? If the unseen powers behind him felt threatened, she could easily find herself scapegoated. San Ping'an seized the pistol and strode determinedly to the dealer. Raising the weapon and pulling the trigger aimed at the dealer's head. The gun did not fire. As the dealer's legs buckled, he collapsed onto the floor, revealing a damp stain in his trousers, a clear indication of having been startled into submission. What a piece of junk. Is there no bullet? Is it jammed? Replace it for me. San Ping'an hurled the handgun onto the gambling table, shouting at Zhang Fengfeng. Young Master San, the safety catch was engaged. Zhang Fengfeng quickly responded. Picking up the handgun, disengaging the safety, and respectfully returning it to him. San Ping'an was well aware that the safety was on, otherwise he would not have dared to act so brazenly under the threat of the gun, nor would he have pulled the trigger. 4 years at the police academy were not spent in vain. Did they think he was a mere brute? Once more, San Ping'an aimed the handgun at the dealer. Please spare me, master. I was wrong. I truly understand my mistake. I won't dare again. The dealer knelt on the ground, trembling uncontrollably, desperately bowing his head and pleading for mercy. If apologies were of any use, why would one need a gun? Just as San Ping'an prepared to pull the trigger, a thought crossed his mind. Get out of here, all of you. What, do you want to be witnesses and testify against me in court? He directed the muzzle toward the patrons. You have 3 minutes to leave. If you don't, you will never be able to leave. The gamblers were instantly alarmed. This hefty man was a force to be reckoned with. What were they waiting for? They hurried to flee. The thugs dared not obstruct them, stepping aside to allow an escape. What nonsense about not exiting through the entrance. Open the door and let them go. The elevators could accommodate too few people. So they took the stairs. It wasn't as if they were incapacitated. Even if one were in a wheelchair, one would need to scramble to escape. You should go too. San Ping'an urged Yong-yun. I won't leave. She resolutely refused. She had grasped San Ping'an's plan, and for that reason, she was even less inclined to let him face the danger alone. Leave quickly. Men handle matters. What use is a woman in this chaos? Yong-yun firmly shook her head again. San Ping'an, growing impatient, seized her arm, disregarding her struggles, and pulled her toward the entrance, shoving her into the elevator. The door slowly closed, obstructing their gazes from one another. San Ping'an turned, an expression of murderous intent etched across his face as he slowly approached the dealer. The handgun rhythmically slapped in here. There exists a sum of at least 300 million in cash. If I can manage to relocate half of it before the police burst in, I shall consider it a loss. Instantly, over 100 subordinates became disordered. Yet, San Ping'an discarded his weapon, leisurely taking a seat at the gambling table, raising a glass to his lips for a sip. Zhang Fengfeng's expression turned cold as she aimed her pistol at San Ping'an. Why are you not panicking? San Ping'an shrugged and replied, are you foolish? Why should I panic? It's merely gambling. If caught, I would only face a 5,000 fine and a few days of detention. With my connections, a single phone call would have me in and out of the station in no time.
Zhang Fengfeng remarked. That makes a lot of sense. I found myself at a loss for words. Boss, the SWAT team has opened fire. We can't hold out much longer. They will breach in less than a minute. Crackled the voice from the intercom, sounding like a death knell. Zhang Fengfeng felt a surge of agitation. How much cash could one possibly carry away in a minute? Surely not even a fraction. This money had already been accounted for. It belonged to the higher-ups. If it vanished, it would spell disaster for her. Yet, remaining meant being captured by the police, a wanted criminal, equally fatal. As Zhang Fengfeng hesitated, a deafening explosion echoed. The security door at the staircase was blown open. And armed SWAT officers stormed in, brandishing ballistic shields. Block their path. Zhang Fengfeng shouted. Take him with us, she ordered, pointing at San Pingan. The casino manager brandished a handgun, pressing it against San Pingan's temple. I apologize, but you must come with us. Do you even know who I am? San Pingan retorted. Enough with the nonsense, move. The casino manager impatiently pressed the gun harder against San Pingan's head. Reluctantly, San Pingan rose and followed Zhang Fengfeng. Shielded by several bodyguards as they swiftly navigated deeper into the casino. Behind them, gunfire erupted, accompanied by screams. 10 minutes later, San Pingan emerged from a hidden passage. Only to be shoved into a waiting luxury vehicle, which then sped into the enveloping night. In Hon City, at Beqiao, San Pingan was rendered speechless. After a long detour, he found himself back at Beqiao. The vehicle had just passed the entrance of the local police station, where he noticed officers standing outside, anxiously conversing with Wang Xiaobin. The luxury vehicle entered a newly constructed residential complex, where landscaping remained incomplete and debris from construction littered the grounds. After Zhang Fengfeng and her associates disembarked in the underground parking lot, the vehicle swiftly departed. They ascended the stairs to the second floor, entering a furnished apartment. The cement walls and floors would bring tears to any thief. Yet, 2 armed guards stood vigil. Boss, Zhang Fengfeng nodded and stepped into the bedroom. Bring him in. The casino manager shoved San Pingan into the room. Inside the bedroom stood a safe, taller than San Pingan himself. Zhang Fengfeng seated herself on a chair, gesturing for San Pingan to take a seat opposite her. I apologize, young master son, but all the money from the casino belongs to my boss. The money has vanished. And my boss will undoubtedly eliminate me. San Pingan exclaimed furiously, your boss will eliminate you. Do you not think I would do the same to you? Zhang Fengfeng responded with a wry smile, they are my trusted subordinates, and equally, they belong to my boss. Offending you could lead to my demise. You are unaware of the brutal methods employed in old Myanmar. If the money disappears and I am captured, I will wish for death. Therefore, I must trouble you, young master son, to assist me in bridging this gap. A mere 400 million should not pose a significant issue for you, should it? Zhang Fengfeng aimed her handgun at San Pingan. Either provide me with 400 million, and I guarantee not a single hair on your body will be harmed. Or I shall drag you down with me. San Pingan glared at Zhang Fengfeng but eventually nodded helplessly. Fine, 400 million it is. If I had known, I would have avoided gambling. It was too late, he decided it would be best to handle it in the morning. The night is long and fraught with dreams. Let us do this now. Zhang Fengfeng denied him the opportunity to delay. San Pingan had no choice but to pull out his phone and call Renfei. Fatty Renfei, transfer another 400 million into my account, can it be done tonight? Are you out of your mind? Do you think I run a money printing factory? Renfei retorted. I only ask if you can manage it, San Pingan interrupted, cutting through Renfei's complaints. I owe you, but tonight is simply impossible. It exceeds the bank's limit. The earliest it can be done is noon tomorrow. Moving such a large sum requires a board meeting. Tell them. As long as you are unharmed, the 400 million will definitely be credited by noon tomorrow. San Pingan looked at Zhang Fengfeng. You heard that. Either you kill me now or the money arrives by noon tomorrow. Zhang Fengfeng nodded. Killing San Pingan. What would she ask the ghosts for? That would truly be a payment of ghost money. After all, it was just a day, she could afford to wait. Everyone, please take good care of young Master Sunday. Whatever his requests may be, do your utmost to fulfill them. The casino manager wore a broad smile. Please this way, fat master. The empty living room lacked a television, a bed, or a sofa. There was no entertainment or place to rest. Only a few small stools were present, uncomfortable for sitting. Late at night, hunger gnawed at them. They needed to fetch some food and drinks. San Ping'an pulled out his wallet and handed all its contents to the casino manager. Excellent, please wait a moment, fat master. The manager accepted the money with a beaming smile and left swiftly with an accomplice. San Ping'an found a clean spot and sat down. Come on, buddy, roll one. He tossed a pack of cigarettes to several bodyguards. Simultaneously, he assessed the room's layout and the positions of the gunman. Excluding Zhang Fengfeng in the bedroom, there were a total of 8 individuals, each armed. 2 were absent, leaving 6, 3 in the living room and 3 in 2 other rooms. A plan began to form in San Ping'an's mind, and he awaited the casino manager's return. After more than half an hour, the casino manager re-entered with his subordinates, carrying 2 large plastic bags filled with various grilled skewers and several bottles of liquor. His subordinates held 2 cases of beer. Fat master, is this sufficient? The manager inquired with a sycophantic smile. As long as it is meat, come on, my friends, let us indulge in a midnight feast. One of the enforcers hesitated. What's the matter? Do you not wish to show respect to me, the esteemed fat lord? Or are you afraid that I might channel my inner warrior and take you all down in an instant? Upon hearing San Ping'an's words, the crowd burst into laughter. Although they were not regular soldiers, they had received professional training in old Myanmar. Each of them had taken lives. It was not merely the seemingly foolish fat lord that they underestimated. As the saying goes, 2 fists cannot contend with 4 hands. Even a formidable tiger cannot withstand a pack of wolves. Even if the world champion boxer were to arrive here, he would find himself cowering in a corner, defenseless. The 8 individuals gathered together. San Ping'an opened a bottle of white liquor and took a hearty swig. This liquor packs quite a punch. My dear fat lord. Please bear with me, this is the finest liquor I could procure at present. When you visit old Myanmar in the future, do be sure to give me a call. And I assure you that you will stride confidently through the land. All right, my brother, I accept your toast, let us drink deeply. Shall we toast together? Since the fat lord has spoken, how could we not show respect? Let us drink. The casino manager spoke, and the others raised their cups in camaraderie. There is a saying, a single sip of liquor, then friendship is forged. As the liquor flowed, the atmosphere in the room became significantly more relaxed. San Ping'an was their benefactor, and not their adversary. A wealthy young master weighing over 200 pounds, surrounded by so many, could easily be taken down with a single kick from each of them. After a few cups of liquor, the bond between San Ping'an and the others had become quite harmonious. They laughed and clinked glasses, savoring grilled skewers. Let me propose another toast. The fact that we brothers can gather here, sharing liquor and meat, it is truly a matter of fate. This cup is dedicated to wishing us all a future filled with prosperity, endless wealth, and countless romantic encounters. Cheers. With the atmosphere at its peak, no one held any doubts. Cheers. The crowd raised their glasses in unison and drank heartily. At that moment, San Ping'an made his move. The 8 individuals were gathered around a makeshift table formed by 2 benches. The one farthest from San Ping'an was barely a step away to within arm's reach. Each of the 8 had consumed at least half a gin of white liquor, their reflexes clearly dulled. I point. I point. I point. Once finished, the work was done. Under the technique of pressure point manipulation, all were rendered equal. All 8 were incapacitated by San Ping'an's skill. Their senses remained. Yet they could only stare at one another, unable to move even a finger. Shouting for help. Even if they screamed at the top of their lungs, no sound would escape. San Ping'an approached the bedroom door and knocked forcefully. Zhang Fengfeng, unaware of the commotion outside, hurried over and opened the door. Before her stood a rotund man with a silly grin. In response, she received a hefty slap from a hand resembling a bear's paw. How dare you point a gun at the fat lord? It could not be that simple for you. Such a forceful blow is surely beyond the capacity of a mere woman to endure. Zhang Fengfeng did not utter a single sound before San Ping'an struck her with a swift blow, rendering her unconscious. He then procured a sturdy rope, binding her hands securely. Captured a highly wanted criminal. Rewarded master-level acupuncture skills. San Ping clenched his fist, exclaiming inwardly, another divine healing skill acquired. He had taken a significant step closer to becoming a genuine divine physician. Master-level observation and inquiry techniques were essential for diagnosing ailments, while master-level acupuncture was the true art of healing. He mused that if he could also obtain master-level pharmacology, even if he were expelled from the police force, he could still make a name for himself as a divine healer. Upon returning to the living room, San Ping tied up the casino manager and the bodyguards. As anticipated, the system did not grant him a reward. He surmised that this was because these individuals were not citizens of the Great Seer and hence not on their wanted list. Additionally, since they were subordinates of Zhang Fangfang, their capture would only contribute to the daily tally. He took out his mobile phone and dialed a number. The voice of Officer Xie from the Beqiao police station came through. Xie here, have you gotten up? Where are you? Are you injured? Xie Ping's voice was filled with urgency and concern. Officer Xie, please bring your team to the new residential area just north of our station. I'm not sure of the specific building number, but I will call out to you from the balcony, San Ping replied. After hanging up, he grabbed a skewer of grilled meat and ambled to the balcony, munching as he awaited their arrival. Earlier, to incapacitate the enemy, he had consumed a hefty amount of strong liquor, and now the effects were beginning to take hold, leaving him feeling dizzy. Bathed in the dim glow of the streetlights, he could discern shadows at the entrance of the residential area. As they drew closer, he recognized Xie Ping at the forefront, followed by police officers, each wielding a firearm. Officer Xie, over here. San Ping beckoned loudly. Once Xie Ping and his team confirmed their location, they quickly advanced. San Ping opened the door as if he were the homeowner, welcoming them inside. Report, Officer Xie, the wanted criminal Zhang Fangfang has been apprehended, he declared, gesturing towards the 8 individuals bound and sprawled on the floor, while also glancing into the bedroom where Zhang Fangfang had regained consciousness. Xie Ping was overjoyed. Upon learning that San Ping had been taken by Zhang Fangfang, he had been frantic, initially hoping to use him as a pawn to gain some merit. Who would have thought that a mere bystander would once again become the protagonist, orchestrating the entire operation? Had anything happened to San Ping, Xie Ping would have been consumed by guilt. Now, seeing San Ping safe and sound, and having successfully captured the elusive Zhang Fangfang, he could hardly contain his joy. It was indeed a significant achievement. Furthermore, the large safe in the bedroom, easily identifiable by its imposing appearance, surely contained invaluable items. If it held account books, contacts, or smuggling routes, they would strike gold. Xie Ping felt an overwhelming urge to embrace San Ping and plant a hearty kiss on his round face. Zhang Fangfang, you are under arrest. I advise you to refrain from futile resistance. The only way out for you is to honestly confess. Zhang Fangfang cast a disdainful glance at Xie Ping, remaining silent. What is the password to the safe? Speak. Xie Ping demanded sternly. I won't say a word until my lawyer arrives, Zhang Fangfang replied, exuding an air of indifference. Xie Ping pondered over the methods to pry the truth from her lips. For the success of the case depended on it. Zhang Fangfang had been apprehended, but unlocking the safe would signify true resolution. At that moment, San Ping, standing beside Xie Ping, felt a tumult in his stomach. Ugh! He bent over, unable to contain himself. The roasted delicacies he had consumed earlier, fatty grilled meat, skewers, kidneys, eggplants, and leeks, mixed with the alcohol and beverages he had drunk, surged forth violently. Unfortunately for Zhang Fangfang, she was directly in the line of fire. The contents erupted upon her, leaving no trace behind. Under such circumstances, anyone would be unable to endure it. As San Ping retched again, Zhang Fangfang reached her breaking point. I'll tell you. I will, she exclaimed. San Ping gagged a few more times without success. Zhang Fangfang lifted her head, sensing the gravity of the situation. She had quickly bowed her head moments earlier, thus avoiding too much mess on her face. However, her hair and clothing were in utter disarray, causing her great distress. A towel. Bring me a towel to wipe this off. First, tell me the password. Xie Ping remained unmoved. Without the password, you'll have to endure. Let us see who can last longer. 171437, Zhang Fengfeng rapidly announced a string of numbers. Wang Xiaobin immediately began to turn the dial of the safe. Click, click, thud. Click, click, thud. Despite his inebriated state, San Ping'an's gaze never left Zhang Fengfeng's face. He noticed a fleeting glimmer of something unusual in her eyes. An ominous feeling surged within him. Stop! San Ping'an shouted. Though Wang Xiaobin and San Ping'an had only recently become acquainted, their brief time together had fostered a certain camaraderie. Upon hearing San Ping'an's command, Wang Xiaobin halted immediately. Seared, call and inquire about the security measures for this type of safe. San Ping'an handed his phone to Xie Ping. After a quick call, Xie Ping reported the brand and serial number of the safe. Upon receiving the information, his expression darkened. He had nearly fallen into Zhang Fengfeng's trap. This safe was a high-end, custom-made model from abroad, entirely mechanical in nature. The security measures dictated that if the password was entered incorrectly more than 3 times, it would automatically lock. Once locked, it could never be reopened. Even if one attempted to force it open, it would trigger an internal defense mechanism, releasing sulfuric acid to obliterate the contents inside. The truth became clear: Zhang Fengfeng had indeed been repulsed, providing the password only to deceive them. Intending to activate the safe security measures and safeguard its secrets, the police would arrive in 20 minutes. Xie Ping felt a sense of reluctance. San Ping'an was beginning to lose his balance. He. What is the big deal? It's just a safe. A trivial matter. Zhang Fengfeng. Your little cleverness is merely child's play in the eyes of Fat Master. Allow me to demonstrate. Unsteadily, San Ping'an approached the safe. Fatty. The locksmith from the city bureau is on their way. Don't do anything reckless. San Ping'an draped his arm over Wang Xiaobin's shoulder, inadvertently leaning much of his weight onto him. Brother Wang, relax. It's just a broken safe. Besides, we have 3 attempts. If I waste one, there are still 2 left. Wang Xiaobin cast a hesitant glance at Xie Ping. Let him give it a try. Even if he fails, it's no big deal. With a resigned nod from Wang Xiaobin, he felt compelled to comply since the boss had spoken. Shut that woman's mouth. Everyone else remained silent. Xie Ping procured a towel and forcefully stuffed it into Zhang Fengfeng's mouth. San Ping'an tilted his head, pressing his ear against the safe. The masterful art of auditory diagnosis commenced. The primary flow of a mechanical safe lies in the sounds generated by the friction and collision of its organic springs. An experienced locksmith can amplify these sounds with specialized equipment. The subtle distinction between the sound of turning the combination dial and the sound of the lock engaging is exceedingly minute. Yet, to ordinary ears, they may sound identical. However, to San Ping'an, possessing master-level auditory skills, the difference was vast, akin to the length of a football field. Click, click, turn back. Click, click. Astonishingly, this safe had a combination of 24 digits. One misstep during the unlocking process would spell failure. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, San Ping'an proceeded as if he knew the combination, exhibiting no hesitation whatsoever. He turned clockwise, then counterclockwise, and once more clockwise. Finally, he stood up, grasped the handle, and twisted it with vigor. The heavy door of the safe actually swung open. Goodness, the fat man really opened it. The officers exclaimed in awe. Zhang Fengfeng's eyes widened. Her mouth agape. Oh. With the towel stuffed in her mouth, she had no choice but to keep it open. In truth, she was utterly flabbergasted. She felt as though she must be hallucinating. This safe had cost her a fortune to acquire from abroad, representing the pinnacle of high-end civilian models available on the market. In foreign lands, one would need a net worth of at least $100 million to even lay hands on such luxury. Even locksmiths of repute would require considerable time to unlock it. A moment's inattention could lead to an error. Yet, this insufferable fat man managed to accomplish it in even less time than she had, without a single mistake, unlocking the safe on his first attempt. Zhang Fengfeng shook her head vigorously, murmuring in disbelief. Wang Xiaobin, seeing the safe had been opened, was curious to hear what this woman had to say. He reached out and removed the towel from Zhang Fengfeng's mouth. Damn it, you fat pig, who exactly are you? Zhang Fengfeng glared at San Ping'an, her hair disheveled, screaming in a fit of desperation. Me? He.
I am a policeman. After San Ping'an finished speaking, the effects of the alcohol surged within him, causing his body to weaken and slump to the ground, where he fell into a deep slumber. As the glaring sunlight streamed in, San Ping'an slowly opened his eyes. The stark white walls and the hanging saline bottles came into view, accompanied by the pungent scent of disinfectant permeating the air. Am I in a hospital? Hey, the fatty. You're awake? Wangu? San Ping'an gazed at the familiar face of Wang Xiaobin, perplexed. Why am I in the hospital? Wang Xiaobin chuckled. What did you do last night? Don't you remember? San Ping'an strained to recall, his memories seemingly halting at the moment when Xie led a group of police officers through the door. What happened afterward? It was all a blur, and he couldn't grasp it. I blacked out from drinking. What's the matter, Wangu? Did I beat up a suspect? Or did I get chummy with Xie? Wang Xiaobin could not contain his laughter. This fatty was quite the character. Suddenly, hurried footsteps approached. And Xie Ping pushed open the ward door, entering with a jovial expression. Little son, you awake? Haha. You're truly a blessing for our Beiqiao. Do you know how I got here? San Ping'an rolled his eyes. He wasn't blind. After all, Xie was clutching car keys. Look at this, a liberated jeep. Only the district chief is qualified to ride in this, and now, as a director, I enjoy the same privileges. He continued, we also acquired 2 vans and 3 motorcycles. In the future, we won't have to worry about the electric scooters running out of battery or the bicycles breaking down. Xie's genuine joy was evident on his face. Xie, is everything sorted out? Wang Xiaobin inquired. Haha. Just the interrogation procedures remain. Little son, you've achieved something great this time. Xie exclaimed. The underground casino was raided. And just in cash, there was 3.4 billion. We blew up over 20 counting machines, then we're still tallying it up. We arrested over 100 individuals, including 6 most wanted criminals and over 30 others. It's like we've uncovered a den of fugitives. He added, do you know what was in that safe you opened? Xie teased. What else could San Ping'an do? With his superior cracking jokes, he could only play the role of a good foil. What was in it, Xie? He asked. Xie's eyes squinted with delight. I initially thought it was just an underground casino run by a first-degree fugitive. But in reality, we dismantled a fraud syndicate and an underground gambling organization. Inside the safe, there were dozens of ledgers and several hard drives. I don't know what is on the hard drives, but the ledgers are filled with substantial information. They detail operations in 7 provinces and over 30 cities, as well as the locations of the embezzled funds, bank accounts, and contact numbers for overseas accomplices. Little son, you are definitely in line for a first-class merit this time. San Ping'an responded, what? First-class merit? No way. The interrogation of Zhang Fangfang and her subordinates had only just begun, and there was still a long way to go. Yet, the city bureau had already begun a summary meeting overnight. Though the protagonist, San Ping'an, was absent, the documents requesting commendation from the police headquarters had already been submitted under the cover of night. This operation was executed flawlessly, with results exceeding expectations manifold. San Ping'an undoubtedly deserves the highest accolades, a first-class commendation that is an indisputable fact. Over 20 undercover officers were present at the casino, witnessing the entire event firsthand. At the time, San Ping'an's intentions were unclear, but upon reflection, his brilliance becomes evident. Firstly, San Ping'an showcased formidable financial resources before the casino manager, leaving no room for doubt regarding his identity as a police officer. Winning a substantial amount at the dice table, whether by sheer luck or other means, was a strategic move to draw out the casino owner, Zhang Fangfang. By choosing to gamble in the main hall rather than a private room, he effectively kept everyone centralized in that public space. Requiring all transactions to be in cash was a tactic to ensure that all of Zhang Fangfang's liquid assets were concentrated within the casino. When confronted by Zhang Fangfang at gunpoint, he remained unflappable, seizing the opportunity to release all patrons. These patrons, having merely violated administrative regulations, were ordinary civilians. This precaution helped avert potential harm to the public during the police operation. Had the criminals taken innocent bystanders as hostages, it would have posed a significant dilemma. Transporting
4 billion in cash in a hurried manner was an impossible feat. Zhang Fangfang, keen to avoid punishment from her superiors, had to fill this gap. San Ping'an, displaying substantial wealth, became her immediate choice. Thus, she remained oblivious to the fact that the god of wealth she was escorting was, in fact, a police officer. Had she not taken San Ping'an with her, she might have escaped through secret passages, vanishing into the vast crowd. Capturing Zhang Fangfang would not have been a simple endeavor for the police. In her clandestine hideout, a battle of wits ensued against the criminals, successfully intoxicating all of them. The operation culminated in the apprehension of the entire gang, alongside the opening of a safe, making a significant contribution to dismantling this fraudulent and underground gambling syndicate. Throughout the operation, San Ping'an exhibited both bravery and cunning, with meticulously crafted plans that interconnected seamlessly, earning him the admiration of all present. A rising star within the police force, San Ping'an's absence was keenly felt. Had he been there, he might have been left dumbfounded. Am I really that impressive? How was I unaware of my own prowess? Upon entering the casino, he showcased his wealth to gain the manager's trust. Did he? Perhaps not. Exchanging 1 million in chips was likely a tactic to avoid clustering with other officers in the slot machine area. Once inside the casino, it was hardly prudent to merely stand idly by. Gambling at dice was simply the most straightforward game he knew. Other games like baccarat, blackjack, roulette, or paiga were beyond his expertise. Though proficient in mahjong, the casino had only 2 tables available, which did not include him. Winning a large sum of money wasn't that merely due to Litan or the fool pushing him into the fray. The initial victory stemmed from his masterful diagnostic skills, while subsequent wins were merely a result of Litan's bad luck colliding with fate. He gambled in the hall rather than in a private room. Only he and Young Yun were present, and the latter was accompanied by several bodyguards. Upon entering the private room, their demise went unnoticed. In the bustling hall, at least a crowd of gamblers could serve as witnesses. Zhang Fangfang, concerned for the reputation of the casino, refrained from reckless actions. As for the use of cash instead of chips, heaven bears witness, he had never intended to consolidate all of Zhang Fangfang's funds. His sole desire was to indulge in the thrill akin to the gambling scenes from the movies set in Victoria Harbour. Being taken away by Zhang Fangfang, that was not his wish. It was the compulsion of that woman. Had he ever opened the safe? Did he truly do so? Why was there not a single recollection of it? Sitting on the train heading to the provincial capital, San Ping'an was still engulfed in his gloom. An honor of first-class merit, indeed a prestigious accolade. It is said that third-class merit is received while standing, second class while lying down, then first class is claimed by family. One can only imagine what such a first-class merit signifies. For others, it is a source of familial pride, a monumental achievement to boast about for a lifetime. Yet for San Ping'an, this was a formidable obstacle on his path to becoming a renowned healer. A series of minor transgressions ultimately leading to expulsion from the police force. What a splendid plan. And yet, he had accomplished something, even earning first-class merit. To whom could he appeal for justice? He presumed that in the future, should he commit any minor infractions, as long as they do not involve corruption, collusion with criminal elements, abuse of power, or divulging secrets, even the Ministry of Internal Affairs would likely turn a blind eye, considering his first-class merit. Of course, if he were to commit any grave offenses, it would be needless for the ministry to investigate. Just the presence of evidence would incite his father, uncles, aunts, and siblings to take matters into their own hands. Alas, being exceptionally gifted can also be a burden, sighed San Ping'an. Upon concluding this mission, he was granted a week's vacation. 3 days of work followed by a week off, with his salary and bonuses intact. System. Could you please remind me of the rewards from yesterday's daily settlement? After a night of revelry, he had drunkenly missed the early morning rewards. Daily settlement disbanded a criminal organization led by a wanted felon, captured a total of 6 wanted felons. 35 other wanted individuals. Daily settlement reward are a set of Ghost King acupuncture needles, indestructible, and a long-lost herbal formula, customizable upon request. A set of Ghost King acupuncture needles. Isn't that merely a collection of acupuncture needles? Who are they trying to fool with such a grandiose title? It's not as if they are selling miracle pills. San Ping'an was no novice, he hailed from a lineage of traditional Chinese medicine practitioners. with his grandfather being a respected master in the field. It was merely a set of acupuncture needles, not a technique. What purpose does such an exaggerated name serve? Ghost King acupuncture needles, crafted from otherworldly divine metals, supplemented with various rare metals, painstakingly created by 108 master artisans over the course of 49 days. Very well. It does sound impressive. The extent of its efficacy shall be revealed when the time comes. Young lady, if I am not mistaken, you must be heading to the provincial capital in search of medical assistance, correct? San Pingen turned his head and noticed that, at some point, an elderly man with white hair and beard had taken a seat beside him. Although he was not clad in a Taoist robe nor holding a whisk, he exuded an ethereal aura. Opposite San Pingen sat a mother and her daughter. The mother appeared to be in her 40s, while the daughter was in her early 20s. Judging by their attire, they seemed to come from a well-off background. San Pingen scrutinized the pair, and the master-level diagnostic technique activated within him, promptly offering insights in his mind. The mother was experiencing some heat-related discomfort. A bit of cool tea and a lighter diet, avoiding spicy foods, would alleviate her issues in a couple of days. As for the daughter, she had succumbed to the chill of air conditioning, commonly known as air conditioning sickness. In the sweltering summer, many office workers transition from air-conditioned offices to their homes, immediately activating their air conditioning, with cold air blowing from morning till night. Coupled with a lack of physical exercise, it was indeed surprising if one did not fall ill. This was essentially a work-related ailment, manifesting in the body with slightly more severity. How did you know we were going to the provincial capital for medical treatment? This was a clear indication of their interest. The old man stroked his long beard, smiling enigmatically. Dark clouds loom above, with a crimson hue on your face hinting at hidden ailments. For several days, your body has been fatigued, and you find yourself in a chill, with icy extremities. His cryptic words, though perplexing, evoked a sense of profound understanding. As if one grasped the meaning yet remained bewildered. San Pingen scoffed at the vague expressions, recognizing them as the typical rhetoric of charlatans. In the jargon of con artists, this is known as baiting. Much like fishing, the bait is cast, and the willing take the hook. The old man's earlier statement, if I'm not mistaken, you seek something, increase the likelihood of their engagement, particularly in matters of health. As the saying goes, desperate times call for desperate measures. And how could family members not be anxious when a loved one is unwell? This provided an opportunity for these swindlers to exploit. Master, could you elucidate your words? The change in address confirmed their susceptibility. The phrase dark clouds loom above referred to a darkening of the space between the brows, indicating impending misfortune or a serious ailment. Crimson hue with hidden ailments, he continued, addressing the young woman. Do you often feel a sense of internal heat and frequently experience tinnitus? The young lady nodded vigorously. Indeed. I often feel overheated and uncomfortable, and I frequently have ringing in my ears. The old man smiled slightly and continued. You feel excessively fatigued, and at night, you experience the sensation of being oppressed in your sleep. Yes, exactly. Though you feel warm, your extremities are cold, you may sweat profusely, and your breathing is labored. You are absolutely correct, master, both mother and daughter exclaimed in astonishment, feeling as if he had seen into their very souls. Master, what ailment does my daughter suffer from? The old man shook his head slightly, smiling mysteriously. This is not an illness, but rather a disturbance from malevolent forces. The mother and daughter were taken aback, their expressions reflecting disbelief. The conversation had attracted the attention of numerous travelers nearby, who were now gathered around, gasping in response to the old man's declarations. Indeed, there are skeptics among the crowd, yet the atmosphere has been cultivated to such an extent that few would dare to voice dissent. It is a classic case of those who enjoy the spectacle, unperturbed by the potential for chaos. San Pingen curled his lip in disdain, recognizing the clumsiness of the deception. Despite the years of efforts in scientific education and anti-fraud campaigns, a significant number of individuals still cling to superstitions and beliefs in the supernatural. Otherwise, one would not witness such a multitude of devotees. Particularly during the annual entrance and college examinations, many parents flock to temples to light incense and make vows. They fail to realize that success in exams hinges upon the diligent efforts and accumulated knowledge of their children. It is conceivable that even a capable student might falter due to various circumstances, while a struggling student cannot suddenly transform into an academic prodigy. Seeking divine intervention merely offers a sense of peace, however, placing all hope in deities without personal endeavor guarantees failure. Master, can you dispel this evil? The mother inquired anxiously. The elderly man nodded, then shook his head. I possess a method that can temporarily suppress it. We may give it a try. Young lady. Can you perform a horse stance? I cannot. Come, I shall teach you. Rise and stand with your legs naturally apart. Under the elder's guidance. The girl assumed an imperfect horse stance. Good, focus your attention. I shall begin to channel my energy. As he spoke, the elder took on a serious demeanor, striking a pose that exuded a peculiar authority. Whispering incantations, he positioned his right hand's index and middle fingers as if forming a sword, hovering just above the girl's forehead. A few centimeters away. Do you feel anything? He asked gravely. The crowd turned their gaze toward the girl. I feel it. There is a flow of energy at my brow. Gasps of astonishment filled the air. Though the elder's hand did not touch her, she could distinctly sense it. Such formidable power. Concentrate. The elder commanded, adopting an expression of exertion. Beads of sweat appeared on the girl's forehead, increasing in number, her legs quivering slightly, her body tensing. After approximately 3 minutes, the elder bellowed, all evils retreat. He delivered a measured slap to the girl's forehead. Overwhelmed, she collapsed into her seat. Young lady. Take a moment to assess how you feel now. Is it much better? Once her breath steadied, she eagerly moved her body and discovered that the discomfort had vanished without a trace. I am cured. I am perfectly fine. She exclaimed in delight. Master. I believe I have seen you somewhere before, the traveler suddenly recalled, slapping his thigh. You are Master Zhenshuan of Zhenhu Mountain, aren't you? The elder smiled. I did not expect that, having secluded myself in the mountains to study the Tao, I would be recognized by a young friend during a rare visit to see an old acquaintance. My goodness. It truly is Master Zhenshuan. Master Zhenshuan. I have heard of him. Are you familiar with Longhu Mountain? Of course, it is the authentic Taoist lineage. Zen Hashon is a branch of Long Hashon. And Master Zhenshuan is a fellow disciple of the 108th generation true transmission master of Long Hashon. Indeed, I have heard of Master Zhenshuan, whose profound Taoist skills encompass not only the mastery of medicine but also the ability to vanquish evil spirits. San Ping diligently memorized the faces of those being introduced. These individuals were mere accomplices of fraud. It appeared that he had encountered a gang of swindlers. At that moment, the old man spoke again. Little girl. I have merely expelled the malevolent energy from your body, which addresses only the symptoms. If the root of this trouble is not resolved, upon your return home, you may be plagued by this evil again. Should it prove insurmountable, you might consider visiting Zen Hashon. If I am not present, you may seek out my disciple, Kyukang, whose cultivation should suffice to contend with this malevolence. The mother, suddenly alarmed, implored, Master, you must possess a method to entirely eradicate this evil, do you not? I beseech you to show mercy. I cannot bear the thought of my daughter coming to harm. Alas, my journey is solely to visit a friend. And I have not brought any talismans, he replied. The mother and daughter, filled with panic, were on the verge of tears. Sigh. Since fate has brought us together, I shall bestow this string of prayer beads upon the young lady. As long as she keeps it close day and night, the malevolent spirit will surely remain at bay. In this day and age, even swindlers exhibit benevolence and no longer seeking to deceive for money. Someone scoffed. The mother, filled with gratitude, reached out to accept the beads. Wait a moment, Master Zhenshuan. A hand stretched forward, snatching the beads away. The onlookers craned their necks in curiosity. Good heavens. This string of beads is indeed the one. What do you mean by this string and that string? It is merely a wooden prayer bead. Look at this piece on my wrist, an old Hai Huang material polished to perfection. I wouldn't part with it for 30,000. Ha! Your beads are worth nothing. Do you even know what wood this is made from? The essence of 1,000-year-old peach wood. Do you comprehend its rarity? 30,000. Let me tell you, that amount wouldn't even buy half a bead from this string. Though they may appear new, the miraculous nature of the 1,000-year peachwood essence lies therein. The old man smiled and concluded, peachwood is not merely a tree. Nor is Amira merely a platform, it is untouched by worldly affairs and free from dust. This string of thousand-year pitchwood essence beads is crafted from the ancient pitchwood atop the peak of Zenhashon. Young friend, if you say it is worth 10,000, then it is worth 10,000. If you say it is worth 100,000, then it is worth 100,000. In my eyes, this string of beads holds no value, yet in the hands of someone under the gaze of malevolence it becomes priceless. Master Zhenshuan, I offer 100,000. Sell it to me. 100,000. Wearing this, you shall be immune to all evils and safeguarded. I shall offer 200,000. The mother and daughter were instantly agitated, their lives depended on this string. However, they had not brought such a sum with them on this outing. Just as they were about to burst into tears, the old man rose, reclaimed the beads, and personally placed them onto the girl's wrist. The wooden beads are bestowed upon those destined to receive them. I, a humble practitioner, speak of fate, not of wealth. Indeed, the master is a transcendent figure, treating riches with utter disdain, blessed by the venerable three pure ones. The master's noble character leaves us feeling quite humbled. Yet, should the master wish to craft a newer bracelet of ancient pitchwood, it would surely require considerable effort and expense. This remark seemed to awaken the mother and daughter. The mother opened her handbag, revealing 5 stacks of 100 yuan bills, which she presented before the elder with both hands. True Master Xian, we seek your healing, not to take advantage of you. It would be utterly inappropriate to benefit from someone as enlightened as yourself. The sum we carry amounts to only 50,000. A token of our modest respect. Rest assured, we shall visit you at Zenhashon in the future and bring offerings of incense. The elder did not reach for the money, instead wearing a troubled expression. How could I accept such funds? If you refuse this token, we cannot accept the bracelet either, the mother insisted. With a heavy sigh, the elder relented. Very well, I shall accept this kind gesture. Please provide your names, and upon my return to Zenhashon after visiting friends, I shall utilize this 50,000 to conduct a water and land ritual to bless you both. After speaking, he took the money and placed it into his cloth bag. As the crowd erupted in praise, San Ping'an, with a grin, addressed the elder. True Master Xian, I have considerable knowledge of fortune-telling, may I read your fortune? His words elicited laughter from the crowd. After all, how could one as accomplished as Master Xian have his fortune read by someone like him? The elder smiled and nodded. There is no harm, my young friend, please proceed without hesitation, as if it were a discussion. Indeed, the master is truly a transcendent being, I shall not hold back. San Ping'an continued, I observe a darkening of your brow and a surging vitality atop your head. This indicates a perilous fate awaits you, a potential imprisonment. A fleeting disdain flickered across the elder's face. The surrounding travelers burst into laughter, dismissing San Ping'an's words as mere folly. At that moment, San Ping'an seized the elder by the neck, forcefully pressing him down. Boom. The elder's slight frame stood no chance against the weight of over 200 pounds that was San Ping'an. In an instant, the elder found himself helplessly pinned to the ground. San Ping'an's actions incited the wrath of the onlookers. How dare you lay hands on true Master Xian? You seek your own demise. Amidst shouts and curses, the 3 men charged forward, a fist raised to strike San Ping'an. He straightened up and stepped forward. Just as the elder attempted to rise, San Ping'an pressed his foot firmly on the elder's back, forcing him back to the ground. Slap. 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 Each man received a resounding slap, leaving them all unconscious. San Ping'an crouched down, grasping the elder's wrist and twisting it firmly, asserting control. How could you strike someone? How could you treat an elder in such a manner? Faced with the condemnation of the crowd, San Ping'an bellowed, silence. Instead of wasting time with idle chatter, you would do better to summon the train officers. Shortly thereafter, 2 train officers arrived. Upon assessing the situation, before they could fully grasp the gravity of it, an officer's badge was thrust before them. Comrades, I am a police officer from Hongcheng, or badge number 9527. I am confident that these 4 individuals are part of a fraudulent ring. They have already executed a scam, and the ill-gotten gains amounting to 50,000 are concealed within this man's bag. With the police badge confirming his identity, the evidence was irrefutable. There were suspects, a victim,
And the stolen money, most crucially, the police officer as a witness, this constituted a complete chain of evidence. In the train officer's cabin, the woman protested. How could a master be a fraud? We boarded the train in Hongqing, and the master got on at the next stop. He couldn't possibly know our destination or intentions. Even witnessing the elderly man being handcuffed did not sway the mother and daughter from their disbelief. This is a fraud ring, the San Ping'an asserted. The other three were scouts, seeking information and identifying targets. Once aboard, they dispersed throughout the carriage, eavesdropping on passengers' conversations to gather useful information and pinpoint their victims. You two were precisely the target selected by the con artists. But the master's methods truly worked. The woman interjected. San Ping'an interrupted. Previously, you suffered from mental fatigue, hormonal imbalances, delayed and scant menstruation, dizziness and weakness at work, insomnia at night, a pervasive chill in your body, and backache. How do you know this? The woman exclaimed. San Ping'an's observations were far more detailed than those of the master. It's evident. You are afflicted by air conditioning sickness, also referred to as a professional ailment. Prolonged exposure to artificial cold air infiltrates the body. For roughly the past month, you have scarcely engaged in physical activity, correct? The woman nodded. This past month, our company secured a major project requiring us to work overtime, leaving the office past 9 in the evening, with hardly any time to rest, let alone exercise. Precisely. San Ping'an affirmed. The chill has permeated your body, but it is not a grave issue. With appropriate warmth and physical activity, you can expel the cold through perspiration, leading to a natural recovery. However, it is summer, and the heat is unbearable. How can one maintain warmth? Without exercise, the chill continues to accumulate within you, resulting in your current condition. But he just treated me with chi, and I felt an effect. The woman responded, perplexed. San Ping'an chuckled. There is no such thing as chi, it was all a ruse. When you place your fingers lightly on a specific area of your body, and your eyes can see it, a sensation arises, as if your fingers emit a form of energy. This is merely an illusion. The remedy for your ailment is not due to chi, but rather the perspiration generated from exertion. When you practice stances, your body tenses, and your focus sharpens, leading to substantial sweating. That perspiration expels the chill from your body, which is why you feel relief. Indeed, if you merely pay attention to exercise, avoid prolonged stays in air-conditioned rooms, and keep warm while sleeping, such issues would not arise. There is no need for injections or medication. Do you understand? The mother and daughter nodded in unison, comprehending the message. Remember, one must trust in science. After finishing his remarks, San Ping'an turned and departed. In the provincial capital, the Ice City arrived. The gang of fraudsters was handed over to the police of the Ice City by the train police. San Ping'an completed his statement and left his contact information, after which he had no further involvement. It is indeed a joyous occasion to have apprehended a gang of fraudsters while traveling by train. However, the reward from the system left San Ping'an feeling discontented. Captured a gang of 4 fraudsters. Reward, tongue of the food god. Ever since acquiring the master-level bone setting and diagnostic skills, San Ping'an had hoped that the system would finally demonstrate some intelligence. Yet, it appeared that the system remained rather absurd. The tongue of the food god. It would have been more beneficial if he had received a pig's trotter. At least it could be braised or stir-fried, serving as a delightful accompaniment to drinks. What use is a tongue of the food god? This time, the system had adopted a distant demeanor. In response to San Ping'an's inquiries, Rick chose to ignore him entirely. In light of this, San Ping'an resolved to remain calm. It was hardly worth his while to be angry with the system. Nevertheless, he felt a tinge of relief. The last time he had enjoyed a barbecue and captured a group led by Tiger Brother, the reward mechanism of the system had not even been activated, resulting in a mere tally in the daily settlement. At least this time, there was a reward, albeit a disappointing one. It was certainly preferable to receiving nothing at all. Upon reflection, this gang of fraudsters must have committed numerous offenses and swindled a substantial amount of money. Grandfather, I'm back. San Ping'an exclaimed as he pushed open the door. Oh my, you little rascal, you scared me to death. In a spacious, exquisitely decorated study that exuded an ancient charm, an elderly gentleman clad in a long robe was meticulously cleaning a cricket.
San Ping's unexpected shout startled the old man, causing him to jolt. The cricket he was holding was inadvertently crushed. My little tyrant. The old man gazed sorrowfully at the squished cricket. Hee. Grandfather, it's just a bug. I'll catch you 100 or so tomorrow, San Ping teased, grinning. Get lost. You said the same thing last time, then what happened? You brought me a bag of grasshoppers, how can they be the same? Hee. Grandfather, once the grasshoppers grow up, they become crickets, right? The old man chuckled in exasperation at his beloved grandson. All right, I'll let you revel in this victory this time, or next time I catch something more impressive. I shall show no mercy. If this scene were to be witnessed by San Ping's mother, second uncle, third aunt, and little uncle, envy and jealousy would surely abound. San Ping's grandfather, Xiao Jingyuan, was a distinguished figure in traditional Chinese medicine. As for why San Ping's little uncle, Renfei, does not share the Zhou surname, it is because he takes after his maternal lineage, ensuring the Ren family continues. You little rascal, haven't you just started working for a few days? How do you have time to come back? Well, grandfather, listen closely. Although your great-grandson has only been employed for a short while, his accomplishments are indeed remarkable. 2 wanted criminals were apprehended, and 1 was on the loose. Enough. Boasting and deceiving the elderly, your conscience must be severely lacking, admonished San Ping. In these times, speaking the truth goes unheard, he lamented. By the way, did your grandmother call you? San Ping's expression turned to bewilderment, the abrupt change of topic was jarring. Grandfather. Is there a problem at home? He quickly rebuffed, nonsense. What are you thinking? Your grandmother is attending the Sunset Red Gathering tonight. And she intends to bring the younger generation along, hoping to pair a few couples if the opportunity arises. Since you are unaware, let your grandmother take your uncle with her tonight. The thought of his uncle going on a blind date filled San Ping with a sense of schadenfreude. Suddenly, the phone rang in the study. Xiao Jingyuan answered the receiver, exchanged a few words, then got up to pat San Ping on the shoulder. There's a patient I need to attend to. Come along, grandfather. He proposed. My grandmother is busy with the gathering and no one will be cooking. I'll tag along for a meal. All right, this will allow you to witness the prowess of traditional Chinese medicine. The old man spoke as though his grandson had no knowledge of the subject. You know nothing. I recited the Tang Tu Gu at 3, memorized the Benchao Jing by 5. And by 10, I could recite the Huangdi Neijing fluently. What about you? You started reciting the Tang Tu Gu at 3, and by 10. You still couldn't get half of it right. Yes, you are indeed a prodigy of traditional medicine. In the 5 millennia of Daxia, only the Needle King, the divine pharmacist, and the soup emperor could rival you, San Ping teased. Little rascal, stop your nonsense. If I possess 1% of their abilities, then I would be grateful. The old man feigned modesty, but the joy on his face was unmistakable. A driver was already waiting at the entrance, and San Ping assisted his grandfather into the vehicle. After a journey of over 20 minutes, they arrived at the entrance of an impressive estate. Whose house is this, grandfather? San Ping inquired, curiously observing the surroundings. The Peng family from the north, 5 generations of martyrs, the pillars of the nation. The current head of the family is Peng Mingrong. San Ping's demeanor shifted to one of deep respect. Peng Mingrong, one of the 10 most esteemed generals of Daxia, was in his 60s and had long been stationed in the frigid northwest, facing adversaries of dubious character. A butler, missing his left arm, greeted them at the entrance. His upright posture and the aura of valor surrounding him spoke volumes of his storied service. Xiao Lao, I appreciate your assistance, he said. As a physician, my duty is to heal and save lives. There is no trouble at all. Please lead the way. Yes. The butler guided the grandfather and grandson towards the inner quarters. As they passed through the courtyard, San Ping noticed a wall of honor adorned with plaques recognizing exceptional heroes and first-class merit. Impressive. This wall is filled with first-class and special honors. Are there no second or third-class awards? San Ping exclaimed in astonishment. The butler glanced at the wall of merit and replied, there are, but the space is limited, so they are stored in the merit room. If the young master wishes to see them, I can take you there. No, I'm merely curious, the patients are my priority, San Ping'an chuckled awkwardly. His own first-class merit will likely be relegated to a corner on this wall of honor. They entered the inner quarters, heading towards the side rooms. The room was filled with numerous individuals, their attire and demeanor suggesting they were all medical professionals, both Western and traditional Chinese doctors. Lao Gui. As Zhao Jingyuan entered, he glanced toward the elderly man leading the group. The man's physique was notably larger than that of San Ping'an, and he was bald. If Instructor Tong Jing were likened to a slim Maitreya Buddha, then this gentleman embodied the Maitreya in his usual state. Guo Qiangji, a master of traditional Chinese medicine in the Great Xia, shared a mentor-mentee friendship with Zhao Jingyuan, who was also San Ping'an's maternal grandfather. Old Zhao. The crowd bowed in unison to Zhao Jingyuan. In Great Xia, regardless of their medical specialty, all showed utmost respect upon encountering Zhao Jingyuan. A revered figure in traditional medicine. He was a cantankerous old man at home yet commanded respect in public. Old Zhao, they have invited you as well. Guo Qiangji approached, speaking in a hushed tone. What is the matter? Is the illness particularly troublesome? Zhao Jingyuan inquired. Guo Qiangji frowned and replied, it's not that it's troublesome, or rather, I cannot diagnose it. Zhao Jingyuan raised an eyebrow. In the realm of diagnosis, Guo Qiangji possessed ancestral skills, making him the foremost practitioner of traditional Chinese medicine in Great Xia. The fact that he could not identify the ailment suggested it was either exceptionally difficult or peculiar. Allow me to take a look. Zhao Jingyuan moved to the bedside, sitting down to take the pulse of the unconscious little girl. San Ping'an leaned closer to catch a glimpse but was halted by a man standing beside Guo Qiangji. Step aside, do not disturb old Zhao's examination. San Ping'an observed the handsome face of this young man, who was only slightly less attractive than himself, and felt an impulsive urge to teach him a lesson. This is old Zhao's grandson, San Ping'an, Guo Qiangji said. If you wish to observe, wait until your grandfather has finished diagnosing. Do not interrupt now. Yes, Grandpa Guo. Upon raising his head, San Ping'an noticed Guo Qi's challenging expression. Hey. You are feeling quite spirited, aren't you? Zhao Jingyuan took the girl's pulse for a full 3 minutes, employing 4 distinct methods, his brow furrowing deeper with each passing moment. Tell me what transpired earlier. Zhao Jingyuan looked up at the girl's parents standing by the bed. Today, we took advantage of the non-holiday period when the amusement park was less crowded and brought Nini there to play. We spent the entire morning there. And after having lunch at the park, we returned home. She was fine when we got back. After a nap, she simply wouldn't wake up. What rides did she enjoy? Zhao Jingyuan asked. We tried all the attractions, the carousel, the mini train, the log flume, and the roller coaster. San Ping'an interjected. I asked what rides she enjoyed, not for a comprehensive list of the amusement park's offerings. Old Guo let us step outside to discuss the diagnosis. Guo Qiangji assisted Zhao Jingyuan as the 2 elderly men exited the room. San Ping'an could distinctly sense the air inside the room lighten as the presence of these 2 titans of traditional medicine had caused palpable tension among the other doctors. Guo Qi turned to San Ping'an. Didn't you want to see? Go ahead. But I advise against it, if neither Grandfather Zhao nor my grandfather can discern the illness. Then no one in all of Great Xia will be able to. You merely come here to stir up trouble, San Ping'an remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Guo Qi. I am not a delicate young maiden, so what is with this ostentatious display? Disregarding the banter, San Ping'an strode over to the bedside, focusing intently on the little girl lying there. Her complexion was ghostly pale, devoid of any color, with beads of cold sweat visible on her forehead. Her eyelids twitched incessantly, and her breathing was somewhat rapid. The small frame of her body occasionally trembled. With the mastery of diagnostic observation, no ailment could remain concealed. Suddenly, San Ping'an realized why neither Grandpa Li nor Grandpa Guo had been able to provide a diagnosis. The child was not ill at all. He, unencumbered by convoluted reasoning, stated bluntly, she is fine, the girl has merely been startled. What? San Ping'an's words sent a ripple of shock through the crowd. Startled? What nonsense! Is this truly the manifestation of fright? Did you not see her pale complexion and rapid breathing? This is clearly a pulmonary condition. No. You are overlooking the eyelid twitching and body convulsions. This indicates a neurological issue. A collective voice of dissent arose from the gathering of traditional and Western medical practitioners. If such words had been uttered by Xiaolao or Guolao, the assembly would have pondered deeply and debated the diagnosis thoroughly. However, these words came from an unknown, portly individual. Even if he were the esteemed grandson of the eminent traditional Chinese medicine expert Xiao Jingyuan, he would not command any regard or consideration. The only one present who refrained from voicing opposition was Guo Qi. Furrowing his brow, he scrutinized the little girl, contemplating the situation. Indeed, the girl's symptoms bore resemblance to those of a child who had experienced fright. The discussions among the medical professionals abruptly ceased. Guo Qi was no ordinary person. Having accompanied Grandpa Guo in medical studies since the age of 3, he had exhibited remarkable talent in traditional Chinese medicine from a young age. At merely 30, he had already risen to the position of Chief of Traditional Medicine at the Northern Military District General Hospital. His words carried substantial weight. Without allowing the crowd to speculate further, Guo Qi promptly elucidated, both Grandpa Xiao and my grandfather are masters of traditional Chinese medicine, having encountered and treated countless patients throughout their lives. If the child were genuinely ill, how could they fail to diagnose her? Yet, her symptoms are unmistakably clear. Thus, the only plausible explanation is that she is experiencing residual effects from being startled. Guo Qi then turned to the girl's parents. May I ask, did anything frighten your child at the amusement park today? Colonel Peng shook his head. Our family resides at the Air Force Base. I took her on fighter jets since she was 3. At the amusement park, she delighted in the roller coasters, log flumes, aerial swings, and trapeze acts. She has never been afraid of anything. The crowd fell silent. Compared to the high speed, high altitude, and high difficulty nature of fighter jets, the so-called thrilling rides at the amusement park seemed trivial. Yet, how could such a bold child possibly have been frightened? San Ping'an pondered for a moment and reminded, insects, small animals. The little girl's mother expressed her bewilderment. I recall an incident. While riding the log flume, a small frog fell into Nini's lap. She was startled. I quickly caught the frog and tossed it back into the water. Could that have caused this? Guo Qi interjected, indeed. It must have been that very frog that frightened Nini. Initially, it was merely a surprise. However, there were other attractions that soon captivated the children's attention, which is why it did not manifest immediately. Yet, upon returning home and during her afternoon nap, the fright led to an unusually heightened state of brain activity. The memory of being startled by the frog resurfaced, triggering her current condition. The practitioners of both traditional and Western medicine nodded in agreement, praising Guo Qi. San Ping'an grimaced. Feeling overlooked was quite displeasing. If it is merely a fright, the remedy is simple, a dose of calming potion will suffice. Western medicine is the most effective. A sedative injection will do the trick. The debate over which method to employ became a spirited discussion, gradually devolving into a clash of medical philosophies. Guo Qi cleared his throat loudly, prompting an immediate silence as everyone turned their attention to him. Let us heed Director Guo's esteemed opinion. A renowned teacher produces excellent disciples. His approach should surpass ours in efficacy. Guo Qi nodded, stating, we shall use the calming decoction, 2 doses will yield results, and she should return to normal by tomorrow. The Western practitioners were perplexed, while the traditional doctors harbored some doubts. Director Guo, the efficacy of the calming decoction is not as potent as the soothing potion. Why not utilize that instead? Guo Qi replied with a smile, for an adult, the soothing potion is indeed the first choice. However, we must not overlook a crucial detail, the patient is a child. The potency of the soothing potion is too strong, while it would have an effect. It would leave the child lethargic and with diminished appetite for the next few days. The calming decoction, while slightly less effective, is far more suitable for children. The crowd nodded in agreement, genuinely impressed by Guo Qi's wise decision. He smiled with satisfaction, inadvertently catching sight of San Ping'an standing nearby. My grandfather may not compare to yours, but I am certainly superior to you. The future master of traditional Chinese medicine will be from the Guo family, not the Zhao family. San Ping'an, what insights do you have? San Ping'an retorted, you may flaunt your superiority, but must you also belittle me? Have you taken my kindness for granted? Administering medicine to a child is cumbersome, a simple injection would suffice. At his words, the mood shifted. And discontent rippled through the crowd. You, as a practitioner of traditional medicine, would resort to Western methods. Do you honor traditional medicine? Do you honor old Zhao? They exclaimed. Indeed, while giving medicine to a child may be cumbersome, if it proves effective, it is worth the effort. It's absurd to feign understanding. One wonders how old Zhao taught you. Guoqi raised an eyebrow at San Ping'an in a provocative manner. Although the use of Western medicine may not be entirely inappropriate, resorting to it for a condition that scarcely qualifies as an ailment such as convulsions is rather disheartening. Alas, Grandfather Zhao is likely to be profoundly disappointed. San Ping'an rolled his eyes and retorted, if you have a mental issue, seek treatment. Are you implying that acupuncture can only be classified as Western medicine? Traditional Chinese medicine has been passed down for thousands of years, while the ancestors of Western medicine were still climbing trees to forage for wild fruits. Is acupuncture not a form of needling? Guoqi countered, somewhat displeased. Certainly, acupuncture within traditional Chinese medicine is valid, but its effects are notoriously slow. And to suggest a single needle could achieve anything is absurd. San Ping'an sighed and remarked, you, a mere director. Truly, when the tiger is away, the monkeys assume leadership. If you don't understand, then learn. A half-filled bottle merely sways. Do not presume that your scant knowledge of traditional Chinese medicine encapsulates its entirety. You are but a frog at the bottom of the well. Guoqi, taken aback, retorted, you claim I lack understanding. I hold a doctorate in traditional Chinese medicine. I am an expert. Alas, what does that amount to? San Ping'an chuckled and replied, a grand title indeed, but fundamentally, it holds no substantial merit, simply put. It is of no consequence. Guoqi's composure was rapidly unraveling, and just as he was about to erupt, he found himself confronted by his grandfather, Guochengji, who had delivered a sharp kick to his leg. Stumbling, Guoqi fell to his knees. Just as he was poised to retaliate, he recognized the individual who had struck him, and all anger dissipated. San Ping'an was correct, if one does not understand, one must seek knowledge. Do you think that after a few years of study, you fully grasp traditional Chinese medicine? I have devoted my life to it, and at my age, I dare not claim complete understanding. San Ping'an's assessment is accurate, you are indeed a frog at the bottom of the well. Consider resigning from your hospital position and studying under me for a few more years, lest you emerge a mere half-filled bottle, bringing disgrace to the Guo family. Guoqi, thoroughly chastised, dared not utter a word in rebuttal. That will suffice, old Guo, the few scoldings are enough. There are many onlookers. Zhao Lao entered and patted Guo Lao on the shoulder. Guo Lao remained unconvinced. Zhao Lao and I had merely stepped out to discuss symptoms, we had not ventured far. The debate within the room was crystal clear to us. It was evident that Ping'an had identified the cause of the ailment, yet you, Guoqi, not only appropriated his credit but also dared to attack him. Look at Ping'an, whose contributions were usurped. He remained calm and composed, refraining from contention, even when targeted. It was only when pushed to the brink that he offered you admonishments, which were heartfelt truths. This is what is known as honest advice. Difficult to hear yet beneficial for action. With such a mindset and character, how can you compare? A physician may not possess extraordinary medical skills, but he must certainly be responsible for his patients and uphold high ethical standards. Reflect upon yourselves, can you measure up to Ping'an's integrity? Guoqi and the other physicians present, both Western and traditional, hung their heads in shame, unwilling to engage in further debate. San Ping'an, somewhat bewildered, thought to himself, how am I so unaware of the praise you have just bestowed upon me? The exemplary student, adorned with 5 stripes, is rather unremarkable, is it not? Colonel Peng hesitated for a moment before finally speaking. Guo Lao, Zhao Lao, since we have already identified the cause of the ailment, what do you think? Guochengji turned to Zhao Jinyuan and said, Zhao Lao, perhaps you should take the lead. Guochengji's forte lies in traditional Chinese medicine and herbal prescriptions. If he were to proceed, he would utilize Guoqi's method, employing 2 doses of the calm spirit decoction. Initially, it was indeed appropriate, however, Guoqi had erred beforehand. Should Guochengji adopt the same approach, would he not lose face? Zhao Jinyuan pondered for a moment before glancing at San Ping'an. Ping'an, are you familiar with acupuncture?
A little, came the modest reply. I seem to recall that I never taught you acupuncture. Zhao Jinyuan's words were meant to preserve San Ping'an's dignity. Had he truly not instructed him in acupuncture? From a young age, he had been teaching San Ping'an traditional Chinese medicine. Yet the latter could not even memorize a simple formula. If they were to tread the path of traditional medicine, he would undoubtedly be a mediocre practitioner. Well, I have self-studied, achieving modest progress, just a tad better than you, grandfather. It was merely a case of fright, not even qualifying as a convulsion, a trivial matter. The others could hardly contain their contempt for San Ping'an. Self-studied, making slight advancements, and claiming to surpass a master of traditional Chinese medicine. Why are cows flying in the sky? It seems they were all lifted by your shameless boasting. Were it not for San Ping'an being the cherished grandson. If it had been his uncle or aunt making such claims, Zhao Jinyuan would have slapped and kicked them without hesitation. However, as it was San Ping'an, Zhao Jinyuan felt compelled to grant him a measure of respect. Very well, give it a try. Zhao Jinyuan turned to Colonel Peng, stating, Colonel Peng, I will vouch for my grandson, should there be any mishap, I shall bear the consequences. There is no harm in trying. As long as the acupuncture does not strike a vital point, its impact on the body is negligible, akin to a splinter lodged in a finger. As the saying goes, 1,000 days of hard study cannot compare to a single hands-on experience. Without practice, no amount of theoretical knowledge amounts to anything more than empty rhetoric. Colonel Peng, although reluctant, recognized the necessity of respecting Zhao Lao. Very well, we shall rely on this young gentleman then. San Ping'an smiled and nodded, his right hand flipping. Even Zhao Jinyuan, standing beside him, failed to catch the movement. A quaint wooden box appeared in San Ping'an's left hand. The box, slightly larger than a hand, was entirely blackish-gray, and under the light, one could faintly see a golden glow dancing within. Is this golden thread Nanmu? The onlookers were taken aback. Golden thread Nanmu is indeed the king of woods, historically reserved for royalty. There has long been a saying, one tael of golden nan is worth one tael of gold. As for the Dakon wood, it is a unique material formed after trees undergo thousands of years of high pressure underground due to tectonic movements. Such a small box, merely the size of a palm, could fetch hundreds of thousands, even millions, at an auction, should it encounter a serious buyer. San Ping'an opened the lid. Inside the box lay an orderly array of needles of varying lengths and thicknesses, crafted from an unknown dark golden material. However, it exuded an extraordinary aura. This is indeed the Ghost King's divine needle. San Ping'an drew forth a fine acupuncture needle. With the needle in hand, the mastery of acupuncture enveloped him almost instantly. Without meticulously examining the acupoints, he was utterly confident. With a flick of his wrist, the needle found its way to the girl's glabella. The onlookers widened their eyes. There were no gasps, even their breaths were held in suspense. Zhao Jinyuan felt her heart skip a beat. The glabella, a vital acupoint, is of utmost importance. The precision in the force, depth, and angle of the needle insertion is critical. A mere fraction off could not only fail in healing but could also spell disaster for the patient. San Ping'an gently flicked the needle's tail. The fine needle vibrated rapidly, emitting a clear buzzing sound. Zhao Jinyuan gazed at San Ping'an in bewilderment, struggling to comprehend her grandson's prowess. To the untrained eye, it merely appeared as a simple flick of the finger. Yet, for those well-versed, such a seemingly effortless action could only be achieved with decades of experience. But how old was San Ping'an? In his early 20s, even if he had begun studying acupuncture from the womb, he could not possibly be this adept. Could it be that my grandson is a prodigy in traditional Chinese medicine? Zhao Jinyuan pondered silently. San Ping'an reached out to withdraw the needle. The girl stared. Cured one child with convulsions. Reward, divine shot. Divine shot, mind-locking, disregarding angles and abstractions, than unerring shot. Divine shot usage limitation, each shot consumes 1 pound of fat. San Ping'an was taken aback. He had acquired numerous skills while apprehending criminal suspects. Master-level observation techniques, master-level auscultation techniques, master-level bone-setting techniques, master-level acupuncture skills, and the acupoint techniques of Brother Feng Xiu. All were top-tier skills related to traditional Chinese medicine. As for other trivial skills like the slap of Dongxi, the tongue of the food god, stamina potions, or the gambling god experience card, they seemed almost frivolous. Regardless, the system adamantly refused to grant him police-related skills. This was the very reason San Pingen had devised a plan to accumulate minor infractions, ultimately leading to his dismissal from the police force. A policeman armed with extraordinary medical skills who does not practice as a divine physician would be wasting his talents. Would he not? Yet now, San Pingen realized he had been gravely mistaken. It was not that the system withheld police-related skills, rather. This confounded system did not adhere to conventional logic. Apprehending criminal suspects granted him divine physician skills, while treating patients conferred him police skills. What was going on? Was he destined to be a police officer or a divine physician? Even more frustrating was the absence of skills like grappling techniques, interrogation techniques, or investigative skills. Instead, he received a divine shot. In the vast realm of the Dashio police force, unless on a mission, merely possessing a baton would suffice. This skill was utterly impractical. Such internal conflict could be addressed later. The foremost concern now was whether the girl who had awakened had returned to her normal state. As the little girl awakened, she beheld a multitude of unfamiliar faces in the room. Rather than succumbing to fear, she felt a tinge of shyness and promptly nestled into her mother's embrace. The gaze of the onlookers converged upon her, awaiting to ascertain whether the administered injection had been effective, hinging on the normalcy of her reaction. "Mommy." Her voice, sweet and innocent, resonated as she lifted her head from her mother's arms, brimming with anticipation. "I want to raise a little frog." Everyone stood in stunned silence. Wasn't it a frog that had leapt into her lap, causing her to suffer a seizure? How could she now express a desire to care for one? It defied logic and contradicted scientific reasoning. "Nini, aren't you afraid of little frogs?" someone inquired. The girl shrank slightly but replied earnestly. "Nini is not afraid of little frogs, for when they grow up, they become tadpoles. Nini wants to cuddle the tadpole to sleep. Nini wants to show the tadpole to Piggy, Nono, and Lyong in class. Then, shall I buy you a tadpole?" her mother proposed. The girl hesitated before nodding and gesturing. "All right. I want one that big." The tadpole was a beloved frog plush toy among children. Before long, the butler hurried back, clutching a tadpole. The little girl seized it with delight, her previous fear seemingly forgotten. It was evident that she had been terrified by a mere frog. Colonel Peng and his wife embraced Nini, who clung tightly to her plush tadpole, showering gratitude upon San Pingon. "You rascal, what sorcery lies in that injection?" Outside the door, Xiao Jingyuan inquired with curiosity. While acupuncture is not uncommon for treating ailments, curing a seizure with a single needle was within Xiao Jingyuan's capabilities. However, to transform a childless fear of frogs into a profound interest in a frog plush toy was indeed extraordinary. Xiao Jingyuan thought to himself, "I cannot achieve such a feat." San Pingon chuckled, "Grandfather, this needle merely induces a hallucination, rendering the most feared object in her mind as adorable and lovable. There is nothing remarkable about it." Xiao Jingyuan, Guo Chengji, and the assembled physicians exchanged incredulous glances. Nothing remarkable. This needle could indeed attain legendary status. Under pressure from old Guochi reluctantly exchanged contact information with San Pingon. And then they all returned to their respective homes. "Pingon, your diagnostic skills and acupuncture techniques are quite commendable. Have you considered a career beyond being a police officer? I could personally mentor you, and your future accomplishments would surely surpass mine." "Grandfather, who can predict the future?" Pingon replied. "If one day I leave the police force, I shall join you then." "You rascal, speaking as if your grandfather is a crime lord," he chuckled. "Very well. Young people should chart their own paths." As the grandfather and grandson descended from the vehicle and approached the entrance, a figure suddenly darted out. A broom followed closely behind, narrowly missing the person's head. "Uncle." The one who had burst forth was none other than San Pingon's uncle, Renfei, the owner of Pangu Company. "Dear nephew, I'm counting on you." San Pingon rolled his eyes. Renfei's words sounded strikingly like an insult. "You little brat, if you have the guts, never come home again. If I catch you, I'll break your legs and make sure you can't run." An elderly lady stood at the entrance, pointing at Renfei's retreating figure, shouting in exasperation. Clad in a delicate Light-colored Chipao, her silver hair elegantly styled, she exuded a youthful vibrance despite having surpassed her 70s, revealing the beauty she must have possessed in her prime. This formidable lady was Zhao Jinyuan's lifelong partner and also San Pingan's maternal grandmother, Zhao Yua, the matriarch of the Zhao family. With a cheerful demeanor, San Pingan hurried over and embraced the elderly woman's shoulders. "Grandma, why are you angry with uncle? You know his character better than anyone. There's no need for that. Next time, I'll pin him down and pull down his pants, you can give him a good whack with a broom." The old lady pinched San Pingan's chubby face, exclaiming, "My dear grandson, had I known this little brat would turn out this way, I should have tossed him away at birth and raised the placenta instead." San Pingan nearly choked with laughter. His grandmother was indeed a formidable figure. "Pingan, you are 22 now, right? Still no girlfriend?" He recalled his grandfather mentioning that the elderly lady would attend a gathering that evening aimed at introducing younger generations to one another, a veiled matchmaking event. "Grandma, I'm still young, there's no rush for relationships. At 22, you're no longer a child. Your grandfather was already a father at your age. Don't follow your parents' example, marrying in their 30s. Come with me tonight, there will be lovely young ladies to introduce to you." San Pingan cast a wistful glance in the direction Renfei had fled. "To honor my filial duty, I'll agree to please my grandmother and later I'll find a way to escape. Then let us go," the elderly lady said, linking her arm with San Pingan's, smiling brightly. "What?" San Pingan was taken aback. "Grandma, it's only 4 p.m. I sent that a bit early. Look, I just arrived from the train, all sweaty. I need to take a shower and change." "Oh. Don't pull, I can walk by myself," he exclaimed, feeling overwhelmed. "Grandpa, help." He gazed at the establishment adorned with the auspicious tea house sign. "Grandma, I sent this a gathering for retired officials. Why choose this place?" The auspicious tea house wasn't a high-end venue. It was merely a modest tea house on the old street. "What retired officials?" "It's our Sunset Red team gathering." "Sunset Red?" he echoed, realizing it was the square dance team of which his grandmother was now the captain. The catchy tune of the group's theme song echoed in his mind, "The vast horizon is my love. I'm like a fish in your lotus pond. You are my little, little apple." This song had become etched in his memory, defying time. San Pingan followed his grandmother into the tea house where a prominent red banner announced the third gathering of the Sunset Red Senior Square Dance Team. Over 30 elderly ladies donned light-colored, elegant kipeos, which appeared to be their team uniforms. However, while the kipeos were identical, the effects they had on each individual varied immensely. San Pingan's grandmother exuded an air of refined elegance in her attire. Yet, some elderly women donned similar kipeos, resembling the wives of butchers. Others appeared as if they had draped a chipao over a gas canister, eliciting a rather amusing sight. "Captain is here," Yua exclaimed. "The peanuts and sunflower seeds were purchased with our team's funds. I informed my husband, Lao Wang, to charge only the cost for the tea. Captain, the Bawanghua team is unwilling to accept our victory in the championship and insists on competing against us once more." San Pingan discerned that his grandmother held significant authority within the group, as everyone regarded her as their pillar of support. However, not far away, 6 elderly women gathered around a table, casting sidelong glances at others, embodying a sense of discontent that starkly contrasted with the rest. "Grandma, look over there," San Pingan whispered into his grandmother's ear. "Ha!" A few mats gathered together, coveting the position of the Lion King. "Pay them no mind," she replied dismissively. San Pingan couldn't help but chuckle at the division within their dance troupe of over 30 members. "How idle they are. By the way, why haven't I seen many young people?" Renyua inquired, scanning the surroundings in confusion. My grandson is too busy with work to spare the time," came one response. "Alas, my granddaughter was dispatched for a business trip this morning. My eldest grandson is reluctant to come, insisting on pursuing love freely. My great-grandson is already 3 years old." Another chimed in, offering a myriad of reasons. San Pingan secretly rejoiced, wishing for the absence of young attendees. Of course, if anyone were to come, he hoped it would be males, so they could enjoy a barbecue together and forge new friendships. None at all.
Renyua expressed her disappointment. Renjie. The vice captain brought her granddaughter along, someone pointed out. Indeed. The granddaughter of Vice Captain Tao resembles a major celebrity, tall like a model. I believe she works at a large corporation, earning over 10,000 a month. A chorus of astonishment erupted among the crowd. With an average salary of 35,000. Earning over 10,000 a month certainly classified as lucrative. Tao approached, visibly pleased. Ren team leader is here. Is this your grandson? Renyua smiled. This is my eldest daughter's child, my grandson. With such stature, you must be quite well off. What do you do? I am a police officer, San Pingan replied with politeness. A police officer. That is commendable, though the pay is low, benefits are poor, and the work is exhausting, often away from home. Indeed. Serving the people. Being a police officer is commendable. San Pingan noticed his grandmother's expression darken. In this society, without soldiers, where would national security come from? Without police, where would social stability arise? The tranquility people speak of is merely a facade sustained by those who bear the burdens for them. Upon hearing San Pingan's words, a palpable sense of respect washed over the crowd, particularly at the assertion that tranquility exists only because of the sacrifices made by others. Professions such as those of soldiers, police officers, and firefighters were elevated to a venerable status. Tao was taken aback by San Pingan's eloquence, momentarily rendered speechless. Grandma. A somewhat affected and coy voice emerged as a stunning woman approached Tao. Standing at a height of 1.73 meters. She donned a floor-long dress with delicate straps, her softly curled long hair cascading down her back. She exuded a youthful radiance while embodying a hint of mature charm. Tao cast a provocative smile at Renyua, declaring, Captain, this is my granddaughter, John Lee, who graduated with a master's degree from Sheo and is now employed at the Sheo Ice City branch. Instantly, a chorus of envy arose among the elderly ladies present. Those with unmarried grandsons began scheming on how to cultivate a relationship to bring this young woman home. The Sheo mentioned here refers to Dashio Petroleum University, while the latter refers to Dashio Petroleum Company, a titan among the Fortune Global 500, firmly seated within the top 10 in Dashio. In stark contrast, the profession of a mere police officer seemed rather insignificant. With a swift turn of her eyes, Tao remarked, let the young people converse amongst themselves. We ought to discuss the upcoming Bawangwa duel first. Having showcased her granddaughter, she swiftly seized the conversational reins of the gathering. San Pingan observed his grandmother's face darkening to such an extent that it could almost drip ink, suppressing a mixture of amusement and exasperation. He was indifferent to the situation, but the humiliated matron would undoubtedly unleash her fury upon her son who had fled the scene. Uncle, I shall prepare the finest ointment for you. San Pingan silently mourned for his uncle Renfei. Had it been his uncle attending, the owner of Pango Company would have commanded universal admiration. That would have truly made a splash. After offering a few words of comfort to his grandmother, he followed John Lee into a private room on the second floor. A bulky, rudimentary laptop sat on the tea table, which, in the present era, could be deemed a sophisticated technological artifact. However, to San Pingan, it appeared as nothing more than trash. In his previous life, a tablet costing a mere few hundred yuan would outshine this outdated device in terms of aesthetics, weight, and specifications. Noticing San Pingan's gaze fixed on the laptop, John Lee felt a surge of pride. It was allocated to me by my department manager for convenience in my work. She sighed, earning over 10,000 a month is not easy, you know. By the way, I forgot to ask, your name is San Pingan, right? A police officer. You must have a demanding job, earning a decent salary each month. My basic salary is 2,700 yuan, and with bonuses, the totals around 300. If luck favors me and I apprehend a fugitive, there is an additional reward. Such hard and dangerous work. And you only make a little over 3,000 each month. What can that amount even cover? It wouldn't even suffice for a set of cosmetics. This handbag of mine, Hermes, have you heard of it? An international luxury brand. This is merely the entry-level model, costing 38,000 yuan. Your hard-earned annual salary wouldn't even allow you to purchase my bag. Why not consider joining our company? I can speak to the manager. Even a security position offers over 4,000 yuan a month. Sun Ping'an felt no anger, only resignation. He pondered when society had begun to measure worth solely in monetary terms. It is indeed lamentable that those who diligently toil and contribute to society and the nation are often looked down upon due to their meager earnings. Sun Ping'an sat in silence. Boasting. It holds no allure when one occupies a different realm. Should he tell this materialistic woman that, despite being a police officer, he hails from a wealthy family? That his father is a prominent figure in law enforcement while his mother is a magnate in the pharmaceutical industry? That his grandfather is a revered master of traditional Chinese medicine and his uncle is the president of a leading company? Although his salary is modest, he has apprehended 2 Class A fugitives and 1 Class B, earning a substantial bonus in merely 3 days of work. Does that truly matter? Whether regarded with admiration or disdain, it does not fill his bowl any more or less. Zhongli, under the impression that she had embarrassed Sun Ping'an, secretly reveled in her triumph. Sun Ping'an, please indulge in this exquisite dragon well tea I brought, which cost several hundred yuan per ounce. I suppose you've never tasted such fine tea before? I have a document to attend to, so I shall not chat with you for now. Zhongli settled before her laptop, her fingers dancing across the keys with the poise of a quintessential professional woman. Feeling parched, Sun Ping'an poured himself a cup from the teapot. The aroma was rich and the color of the tea was splendid. Upon tasting it, he discerned a bittersweet nuance. Simultaneously, a piece of information surfaced in his mind: a dragon well tea from the Broken Bridge, post-rain. Quality, intermediate. Harvested and processed 2 months prior. Ingredients, spring water and the aforementioned tea leaves. Sun Ping'an paused for a moment. This must be the skill of the gourmet's tongue. When consuming food or drink, his mind relayed trustworthy information. What use is this skill? Sun Ping'an scoffed inwardly. Suddenly, a spark of realization illuminated his thoughts. No, it is not without merit, rather. It possesses immense value. Particularly within the realm of traditional Chinese medicine, its applications are profound. Traditional Chinese medicine employs methods such as acupuncture and massage. Yet the most prevalent and widely utilized is undoubtedly herbal medicine. With the gourmet's tongue, he could discern the origin, age, and even the efficacy of a medicinal herb without concealment. Quality medicine yields potent effects, thereby facilitating healing with remarkable efficiency. Zhongli, catching a glimpse of Sun Ping'an's dazed expression, assumed he was awestruck by the tea's exquisite flavor and inwardly mocked him as a simpleton. She then redirected her focus to the computer screen. As dusk descended, Renue appeared at the door of the private room, inquiring, Ping'an, we are heading out for dinner. Will you join us or return home to dine with your grandfather? Taowan and other elderly ladies approached with veiled intentions, suggesting, Lily, you young folks should dine together. It would be a splendid opportunity to get to know one another better. Sun Ping'an noticed Taowan persisting in signaling Zhongli, aware that the elderly woman was up to her usual mischief. Just as he was about to decline, Zhongli spoke up. All right, Grandma. I think Sun Ping'an is quite remarkable, and I wish to know him better. Sun Ping'an, if it's convenient, would you treat me to a meal? How about the Jiangnan night banquet? I frequently dine at a certain establishment renowned for its exquisite seafood. This is not an inquiry, but rather an assertion made without the consent of others. With a mere sentence, Sun Ping'an found himself in a precarious situation. Upon hearing Jiangnan night feast, the group of elderly ladies blocking the doorway gasped in unison. Jiangnan night feast, the most prestigious seafood restaurant in our ice city. A single meal there costs no less than 23,000 yuan. Their lack of experience was evident. What could one possibly enjoy for 23,000 yuan? On my last birthday, my son treated me to a meal there, and a single king crab alone set us back over 4,000 yuan. So expensive. How fortunate that Deputy Tao's granddaughter dines there regularly. They exclaimed. Indeed, have you seen how beautiful Deputy Tao's granddaughter is? She surely has many wealthy suitors. Do you think Captain René's grandson remains silent because he cannot afford it? Renue was displeased. What do you mean cannot afford it? My grandson is quite well off. Ping'an, you should invite that young lady to Jiangnan night feast, commanded the matriarch. With no other choice, San Ping'an acquiesced. The matriarch's wishes held precedence over all else. After leaving the tea house, the two proceeded to the nearby parking lot. Zhonli retrieved her car keys from her bag and pressed the button, eliciting a response from a white Mercedes sedan. San Ping'an, have you ever ridden in such a fine vehicle? This Mercedes is top of the line, costing nearly 400,000 yuan. Zhonli opened the driver's side door. Hey. You cannot sit in the passenger seat, only I and my future husband can occupy that space. So you must sit in the back. She halted San Ping'an, who had reached for the passenger door. San Ping'an shook his head slightly. For the sake of the matriarch's honor, he would endure even the most uncomfortable of meals. Once they were inside the car, Zhonli had another idea. It's rather dull for just the two of us to dine, but I shall invite a few of my girlfriends. They are all stunning. Who knows? You might meet someone special tonight. You wouldn't object, would you? Surely, you have enough funds. Very well, San Ping'an replied nonchalantly. A mischievous glimmer flashed across Zhonli's face as she pulled out her phone and swiftly dialed several numbers. Her excitement palpable as though a benefactor were about to part with their riches. Once Zhonli concluded her calls, San Ping'an suggested, "Then I shall invite a friend to join us as well." Zhonli surmised that San Ping'an feared he might not be able to cover the bill alone. Hence his desire to have someone else share the expenses. A meal costing several thousand yuan could surely sour friendships if the need arose to split the cost. Zhonli anticipated the potential for drama should San Ping'an's friend become indignant, envisioning a scene of embarrassment and anger. Go ahead. After all, you are treating. San Ping'an pulled out his phone and quickly typed a message. Due to the angle, Zhonli could not discern the make or model of his phone. However, she observed through the rearview mirror that he was texting rather than making a call. Her disdain for him deepened instantly. A phone call cost 0.8 yuan for 3 minutes, while a text message, limited to 100 characters, is merely 0.1 yuan. How miserly. He was calculating even the cost of a phone call. At 6 o'clock in the evening, the parking lot in front of the Jiangnan night banquet was filled with luxury cars. As Zhonli searched for a parking space, she couldn't help but admire and praise the opulent vehicles passing by. She had summoned 3 of her close friends, all adorned in dresses worth thousands and carrying handbags that cost over 10,000. Good evening, sir and madam. Welcome to Jiangnan night banquet. Do you have a reservation? The attendant inquired. No, San Ping'an replied. Then would it be possible to seat you in the first floor hall? Certainly, he responded. The server led San Ping'an and the 4 ladies to a central table in the bustling hall. Even in the main dining area, nearly all the tables were occupied. A clear testament to the thriving business of Jiangnan night banquet. Fat brother. A young man excitedly rushed over, embracing San Ping'an with enthusiasm. I've missed you so much. San Ping'an chuckled, playfully tapping the young man's head. Get lost, I'm not fond of men. He then introduced, this is Luo Wei, my best friend. The 4 ladies appraised Luo Wei with a fleeting look of disdain. As urban white-collar workers, they felt it essential to keep up with fashion trends. Yet Luo Wei was clad in a plain casual suit devoid of any brand label. The bag he carried was from an unfamiliar foreign brand, likely not of high quality. The ladies offered only perfunctory greetings before eagerly taking their seats and perusing the menu. Ladies, may I take your order? The server inquired with a smile. 1 portion of shark fin per person, 1 hairy crab each, 3 styles of king crab, and abalone. Zhonli ordered without reservation, deliberately selecting the most expensive items. Clearly intending to leave San Ping'an unable to pay, which could jeopardize their friendship. A rough estimate suggested the bill could exceed 10,000. Once Zhonli had placed the order, she began chatting with her 3 friends about who was dating a wealthy man who had purchased the latest handbag and the cost of their jewelry, as if San Ping'an and Luo Wei were mere shadows. Unperturbed, San Ping'an and Luo Wei engaged in quiet conversation. Soon, the dishes Zhonli had ordered arrived in rapid succession. Wow! The food is here so quickly. In the past, we had to wait for ages. Zhonli exclaimed. It must be thanks to Sister Lily, she is a regular here. Indeed, being with Sister Lily brings such prestige wherever we go. San Ping'an and Luo Wei exchanged amused glances. Zhonli urged everyone to start eating and chat. San Ping-an, what do you do for a living? A girl named Song Yu asked. I'm a police officer. And Luo Wei? I dabble in a small business. The four ladies exchanged glances, increasingly convinced that Luo Wei was merely there to help share the cost of the meal. Sister Lily. With San Ping-an's affluent appearance and stable job as a police officer, I think he would make a fine boyfriend for you. Indeed, Sister Lily. This is your first time bringing a man to dine with us. Sister Lily, when will we get to toast to your wedding? John Lee shot a glare at the three ladies before turning her gaze to San Ping-an. San Ping-an, don't pay heed to their nonsense. And don't entertain any unrealistic fantasies, we are not suited for each other. Do not fault me for my directness when it comes to seeking a partner. It is all about social compatibility. As a woman of high education, employed at a prestigious company, possessing both beauty and grace, I find that a mere police officer like you is not worthy of my company. San Ping-an smiled, refraining from rebuttal. However, Luo Wei, seated nearby, furrowed his brow and inquired, what kind of man, then, would be worthy of you? John Lit arrogantly responded, my standards are not excessively high. They merely reflect my own qualities. A man who is suitable for me must own at least 2 luxurious, fully furnished residences of 180 square meters each. As for a vehicle, it must be a luxury car worth at least $1 million. Savings? A minimum of 10 million would suffice. He should provide me with a monthly allowance of 100,000 and take me out for a candlelit dinner at least once a week. San Ping-an, given your capabilities, do you believe you could meet even one of these criteria? The other three women echoed her sentiments. A police officer, they scoffed, would likely never achieve any of these standards. Perhaps when San Ping-an becomes the police chief, he might manage it. If San Ping-an could ascend to such heights, then surely I could become the matriarch of our real estate company. Luo Wei, feeling a surge of indignation, wished to counter her claims but noted San Ping-an's calm demeanor, prompting a self-deprecating smile. If even the stout fellow remained unfazed, why should he be concerned? The aspirations of these four materialistic women were clearly limited to such trivialities. Engaging in debate with them would only reflect poorly on himself. As the four women continued to jeer at San Ping-an, a voice filled with surprise broke through. Officer San. The four women turned in unison to see a couple in their 30s, holding a small boy, their faces alight with astonishment. Mr. Lee, the girl named Yu Shui exclaimed, rising hastily to greet them with utmost respect. You must be Fan Yu Shui from the sales department, the woman smiled warmly. Indeed, Mr. Lee. Are you a friend of Officer San? Fan Yu Shui replied awkwardly. You should report to the secretary's office tomorrow, the woman said casually. But her words sent Fan Yu Shui into a flurry of excitement. The secretary's office was the most critical department in the company, directly answering to the owner, providing greater responsibilities and superior benefits. Mr. Luo. The woman greeted Luo Wei before turning her attention to San Ping-an. Officer San, I regret not greeting you properly the other day. When my husband and I visited the precinct to present a banner of gratitude, we missed you. I sincerely apologize, you saved our child. And we have yet to thank you in person. The small boy cradled in their arms was the child San Ping-an rescued from abduction on his first day at the precinct. Due to the urgent situation involving the notorious fugitive Wang Yong, he hadn't had the chance to speak with them then. You are too kind. Combating crime is our duty as police officers, he replied modestly. After expressing their gratitude, the woman handed San Ping-an a business card with both hands. Officer San. If you ever wish to purchase a home in Ice City, please do not hesitate to call me. I assure you that I will offer you the cost price. The eyes of Jean Lit and her companions widened in disbelief. What exactly do you mean by cost price? A house may have a market value of around 1 million, while the construction cost could be less than 1/5 of that amount. Once it changes hands, the price difference could be several times greater, amounting to substantial profits of hundreds of thousands. Officer San and his friend are dining, so we shall not intrude further. The couple bids farewell and departs. John Lee scoffs. I thought such a big boss would casually purchase the entire bill. San Ping-an and Luo Wei exchange amused glances. A waiter approaches, bearing a bottle of wine. Mr. San. This is a gift from General Lee, wishing you and your friends an enjoyable meal. The four women gasped collectively upon seeing the label on the wine bottle. A 1992 Lafite. This seemingly unremarkable bottle of red wine is priced at $28,888 in Jeonnon's night banquet, even more expensive than the meal itself. Jeonli is momentarily at a loss for words, her pride momentarily deflated. San Ping'an, how did you come to know generally? Fan Yuxue, who had previously shown little interest in San Ping'an, now seems considerably intrigued. I rescued a child from abduction on the bus the very boy generally was holding earlier. Is that all? Fan Yuxue's disappointment is palpable, her interest in San Ping'an waning. While saving someone's child is indeed a great deed, there are no lasting benefits to be gained from it. Nevertheless, the thought of no longer having to run around and flatter clients, nor having to cater to those lecherous old men just to sell a house brings her joy. Ping'an. San Ping'an, feeling helpless, rises from his seat, realizing that this meal will not be enjoyed in peace. Brother Yao. Officer Yao. San Ping'an and Luo Wei stand to greet him, their manner of address clearly differing. The newcomer is a young man in his 30s, dressed impeccably in a suit, embodying the image of a successful individual. San Ping'an knows him well, as he is the close aide of his father. Luo, you're here too. Yao Jian greets Luo Wei with a smile. Ping'an, you are quite impressive. Just 3 days into your job and you're already dining with us. San Ping'an hastily interrupts, aware that continuing the conversation could reveal too much about himself. Yao Jian understands immediately and laughs, just came to have a meal with childhood friends. Ludong, come here, I want to introduce you to a friend. Yao Jian calls out to a commanding figure in the distance. Lu. This time, another girl named Song Yu appears anxious. Hello, Song Yu. Ludong greets her coolly with a nod. Yao Jian pulls Ludong over to San Ping'an. Ludong, this is my childhood friend, the small official. San Ping'an. The son of my boss. According to protocol, the person introduced later holds a higher status. Ludong pauses momentarily, realizing that Yao Jian is a significant figure in the provincial police, and thus San Ping'an's identity becomes clear. Young Master Sunday Ludong bows slightly, extending his hand courteously. Song Yu is somewhat taken aback, witnessing her usually stoic superior being so cordial. Lu, you are being too polite, I'm just a minor policeman. Hardly deserving of such a title. Haha. You're too modest, Ludong replies with a polite smile. Are you returning home tonight? Yao Jian inquires. Is there something going on? Yao Jian leaned closer to San Ping'an and whispered, it seems there have been some issues at your aunt's company. The boss has been in a rather foul mood these past few days. You might want to go home and check on things. After speaking, Yao Jian took a couple of steps back and smiled, all right then, I won't intrude on your meal any longer. With that, he waved goodbye. The four women's eyes sparkled with intrigue, particularly Song Yu, whose gaze seemed to devour San Ping'an. San Ping'an, recognizing that Yao Gu was a friend, responded casually. Yet his mind was preoccupied with thoughts of what could possibly have transpired at his mother's company to cause such distress to his father. It must be something significant to warrant such anxiety. Who was that Lu earlier? Jeonli inquired curiously. A junior leader. A junior leader. Song Yu replied with a wry smile. He is Director Ludong from the Provincial Planning Department and responsible for the renovation of the old districts in Ice City. He is a 32-year-old director in a substantive position. Jeonli and the other two women gasped in astonishment. A 32-year-old director in a substantive role, with a bright future ahead. To them, he seemed an unattainable figure, yet he had shown considerable courtesy towards San Ping'an. This suggested that San Ping'an's background must be even more profound. San Ping'an took out his phone, the latest limited edition Pangu model. And the eyes of the four women gleamed with admiration. Grandfather, I won't be coming over tonight. Is my mother with you? All right, I'll head back now. After ending the call, he turned to the four women. I apologize, but I have to leave for a bit. Enjoy your meal. May I borrow your car for a couple of days? San Ping'an asked Luo Wei. Without hesitation, Luo Wei opened his bag and handed him the car keys. The four women gasped in unison upon seeing the emblem on the keys, a golden six-winged angel wielding a long sword. The Lighthouse, a world-class luxury vehicle. The golden six-winged angel represented the highest tier in the Lighthouse lineup, with prices starting in the millions. As San Ping'an stood up with the keys in hand, he seemed struck by a thought and pointed to the abalone dish on the table. Weizi, check the kitchen, this abalone was likely substituted with inferior stock. Find out who is responsible and have them compensate for it and leave. After delivering his directive, San Ping'an turned and departed briskly. Pfft. What a show-off. Thinking he can just check the kitchen. Who does he think he is? This is the Jiangnan night feast, remarked a curvaceous, attractive girl with disdain. He doesn't even suggest paying the bill before leaving. He wouldn't expect us to foot the bill, would he? Luo Wei cast a sidelong glance at the thoughtless woman and raised his hand. The hotel manager hurried over. Boss, you called. Luo Wei pointed at the abalone. Investigate who handled this dish and see who made the substitution. Understood. The manager acknowledged and spoke briefly into his walkie-talkie. Soon, a flustered chef rushed over. Sweat pouring down his forehead, too anxious to wipe it away. Director Luo, the chef stammered, I was only thinking of the restaurant's profits. Did you prepare this abalone? Luo Wei asked coldly. Director Luo, I assure you, the guest can't tell whether the abalone is alive or dead. The chef faltered under Luo Wei's icy gaze, unable to continue. You are presented with two choices. First, relinquish every penny of your ill-gotten gains, not a single cent less, and then depart. Second, endure the consequences. As I will enlist others to investigate, proceeding through legal channels. Upon recalling Luo Wei's formidable methods, the chef was drenched in sweat, trembling uncontrollably, and repeatedly exclaimed, Mr. Luo. I choose the first option. Luo Wei nodded and turned to the hotel manager. I entrust the restaurant to you. You must take responsibility. Should there be a next time, you two shall be dismissed. Do you understand? Yes, boss. The hotel manager led the dazed chef away. Except for Zhonli. The other three women gazed at Luo Wei with eyes aglow. Luo Wei, you are the owner of Jiangnan Night Banquet. Fan Yushui inquired with delight. Luo Wei affirmed. Jiangnan Night Banquet, Tianfu, Mingmen Chan, all are mine. Wow. The trio exclaimed in astonishment. Jiangnan Night Banquet is the most upscale seafood restaurant in Ice City. Tianfu is the finest palace cuisine establishment in the city, while Mingmen Chan is the premier private dining venue. Each of these establishments generates a substantial daily income. They were astonished to discover that all three were under the same proprietor and that this proprietor was dining at their table. It was no wonder the dishes were served so swiftly. When the big boss dines, the kitchen must cater to his needs first. No wonder San Ping'an did not settle the bill. With the big boss present, who would need to pay? Zhonli, not as superficial as the others, pondered more deeply. From previous occurrences and Luo Wei's deference to San Ping'an, it became evident that San Ping'an's identity and background were far more complex than they appeared. Mr. Luo. San Ping'an is not merely a police officer, is he? Zhonli's eyes flickered. Luo Wei glanced at her and smiled slightly. Do you know where the first shot against organized crime was fired 4 years ago in Dacia? Zhonli shook her head. Luo Wei gestured on the table, right here. At that time, the Jiangnan Night Banquet had only been open for 2 months. Daily, local gangsters would come to dine without paying, collecting protection fees. On that day, Brother Pang and I were dining here when he could not tolerate the gangsters' behavior and confronted them. One call from the gangsters summoned over 100 men, blocking the place. Brother Pang made a call, and within 5 minutes, hundreds of police officers and numerous special forces arrived to disperse them. Within half a day, the entire gang's influence, along with their protectors, was uprooted. Luo Wei turned to Zhonli, noting her phone. You are using a Pangu phone, therefore, you must know Renfei. Who wouldn't know Renfei? He is the owner of Pangu Company. Song Yu interjected. Zhonli nodded. Having purchased the latest Pangu phone for an extravagant price of 999 yuan, feeling a pang of regret upon purchase. Renfei is Brother Pang's uncle, his maternal uncle. What? Zhonli suddenly stood up, sprinting in the direction San Ping'an had taken. The ability to summon hundreds of police officers and special forces with a single call. Uprooting an organized crime force in mere hours, this is power. The owner of Pangu Company is his maternal uncle, this is wealth. This seemingly ordinary man, Brother Pang, possesses such an extraordinary background. This is truly the ideal candidate for a husband. San Ping'an was about to leave the parking lot when suddenly, the figure dashed out. blocking his path. John Lee circled the car and gazed at San Ping-an inside. The previously scorned rotund man now appeared to her as the quintessential husband material. San Ping-an, how about leaving me your number? I am quite the culinary artist. Tomorrow evening, come pick me up after work. And I shall prepare a feast for you at my place. I live alone, you know. San Ping-an observed John Lee's flirtatious demeanor, her eyes sparkling with allure. And he merely chuckled in disdain. You know, you uttered a rather insightful remark. Really? What was that? John Lee exclaimed, her excitement palpable. When it comes to relationships, one must consider social standings. A smile froze on John Lee's face. Do you comprehend why I remained silent while you boasted about your designer bags and cars? Why is that? Because subtlety is the most formidable form of bragging, San Ping-an replied, pressing the accelerator and departing swiftly. John Lee reflected on her foolish words and actions, watching as a truly exceptional suitor slipped away, her heart heavy with regret. Passing through the floral archway, beneath a golden cypress tree in the courtyard, a middle-aged man clad in police uniform gazed solemnly at the study in the distance. San Ping-an stealthily approached and patted the man's shoulder. Wearing your uniform of duty. Submit a 5,000-word reflection. San Zhenbong was startled, and upon recognizing his son, he kicked him playfully. You little rascal, trying to scare your father to death. I came straight from work and didn't have time to change. San Ping-an chuckled, draping an arm around his father's shoulder as they regarded the study, where shadows danced within. Father, what is the situation? Is it really necessary to create such a spectacle? San Zhenbong sighed heavily. This time, your mother is genuinely upset. San Ping-an furrowed his brow and seated himself beside his father at the stone table, pouring him a cup of tea. Did something go awry with the formula restored by grandfather? San Zhenbong nodded gravely. 2 months ago, Feng Yuanyuan handed over a batch of soon-to-be-launched new drugs, along with all the data from the third phase of clinical trials, to the Western Pharmaceutical Alliance. Just 3 days ago, the alliance registered this ancient formula for global patent rights and sent a lawyer's letter stating that if the new drug is launched, they will claim 30% of the net profits. Who could it be? Auntie. San Ping-an exclaimed. If there was anyone his mother, Zhao Wanqing, trusted above all, it was Feng Yuanyuan. They were college roommates, bridesmaids at each other's weddings, and inseparable partners in entrepreneurship. When his mother emerged from the delivery room, the first person to hold San Ping-an was not his father, San Zhenbong, but Feng Yuanyuan. She had been the one to pick him up from school and attend parent-teacher meetings. With such a bond, it was only natural for San Ping-an to regard Feng Yuanyuan as his godmother. His mother had not treated her friend poorly either. Feng Yuanyuan held a 10% stake in the pharmaceutical company. He would find it peculiar if anyone betrayed his mother, but Feng Yuanyuan was an exception. San Ping-an could hardly believe that his godmother would betray his own mother. Could 3 decades of profound friendship truly be exchanged for a treacherous stab in the back? San Ping-an surmised that the greatest anguish for his mother did not stem from the painstaking years his grandfather spent restoring the ancient remedy, nor from the considerable investment of time, money, and effort over the past 2 years. It was neither the immense loss of reputation and financial gain following the new drug's market launch. Instead, it was the betrayal of Feng Yuanyuan, her closest friend and most trusted confidant. Father, this is inconceivable. My godmother is not lacking in wealth. San Zhenbong replied with a wry smile, indeed. Your godmother is not short of money, but she lacks love. Very well. That is a critical flaw. Feng Yuanyuan, not particularly tall at 5 feet, had a slightly plump figure and decent poise, yet her appearance was somewhat challenging to describe. If one were to choose a word, it would be unattractive. While she was not frightening enough to make a child cry, her romantic endeavors were fraught with difficulties. Yet, Feng Yuanyuan was an ardent romantic. Once she fell in love, she would throw caution to the wind, willing to forsake everything for that passion. At just over 50, once a billionaire, she had endured 4 failed relationships and 1 unsuccessful marriage. Aside from a mere 10% stake in her company, her fortune had dwindled to nothing, all given to men. Since her divorce, she had devoted all her energy to her work. San Ping-an received 1/3 of his monthly allowance from Feng Yuanyuan, indicating that she had come to regard him as her own son.
Didn't she offer any explanation to my mother? San Zhongbong shook his head with a sigh. After the lawyer's letter from the Western Medicine Alliance was sent, she became unreachable. Her phone is off and there is no one at home. We cannot contact her at all. San Ping'an had previously witnessed Feng Yuanyuan's demeanor when in love, yet it was his first time seeing her so resolute. What does my mother intend to do? Abandon the new drug? Your grandfather has invited the head of the Chen family to assist in research, hoping to explore the possibility of altering the types of medicinal materials to circumvent patent laws. The Chen family is coming, San Ping'an exclaimed in surprise. In the realm of traditional Chinese medicine in the Great Xia, there were many esteemed families, but the most illustrious among them were the Xiao, Hon, Qian, Meng, and Gashi families. The Meng family resided in Guangnan, the Hon family in the Central Plains, and the Gashi family in the western regions. Both the Xiao and Qian families were situated in the northern part of Great Xia. Rivalries among peers are commonplace. The Xiao and Qian families held equivalent standings, both excelling in medicinal practices, and had been at odds for generations. To call them enemies would be an exaggeration, but mutual disdain was certainly evident. Now that the Xiao family faced difficulties, it would be considered merciful if the Chen family refrained from further disparagement. It was inconceivable that they would offer assistance. Just as San Zhongbong was about to speak, several individuals entered through the flower-draped gate. The elder at the forefront, in his 70s, bore an air of arrogance, looking down his nose at others. This man was Chen Xian, the head of the Chen family and a distinguished figure in traditional Chinese medicine. San Ping'an promptly rose, bowing respectfully. Greetings, Grandfather Chen. Though the two families were at odds, etiquette must be upheld. As a younger generation, San Ping'an was obligated to show deference and respect to his elders, otherwise he would be criticized for lacking proper upbringing, which would reflect poorly on both the Xiao and San families. Chen Xian paused, scrutinizing San Ping'an from head to toe. Oh, it's little Ping'an. How have you allowed yourself to become so unseemly? In dim light, should one glance your way, one might mistake you for a pig lying down. With your grandfather holding so many prescriptions, does he not consider providing you with one for weight loss? San Ping'an felt quite displeased. Yet he was constrained by his need for assistance and the fact that the other party was an elder. Just then, the study door swung open, and Zhao Jingyuan's silhouette appeared in the doorway. Chen Sanjin, it has been years since our last encounter, yet your tongue remains as sharp as ever. With so many excellent prescriptions in your possession, why have you not devised one to enhance your own physique? Look at you, so emaciated you resemble a stray dog. Indeed, should any household's pet appear as gaunt as you, passers-by would surely accuse the owners of cruelty. San Ping'an chuckled inwardly, when it comes to acerbic tongues and sharp retorts, even his own venerable elder was not lacking. Just observe how agitated old Master Chen has become, his eyes wide, teeth bared, breathing heavily, resembling a thin toad. San Ping'an felt a twinge of concern, fearing that old Master Chen might suffer a stroke in his ire. It was you, Zhao, who summoned me to assist. Chen Sanjin, are you aware that my coming was intended to be of help? Do you think my great-grandson is merely trifling? Does that enhance your stature? The two old adversaries exchanged barbs, the atmosphere thick with tension. Just as San Ping'an anticipated that old Master Chen would storm off in a fit, he huffed dismissively and waved his hand. San Ping'an thought the old man might take offense and depart, but to his surprise, he instead led his entourage toward the study. Xiao Jingyuan extended a courteous invitation, ushering the Chen family into the room. San Ping'an was utterly perplexed by this turn of events. Be cautious once inside. Your grandfather dotes on you most. If matters escalate, you may be the only one capable of pacifying him, San Zhongbong advised with a wry smile. San Ping'an promptly followed suit. Upon entering the study, he offered his greetings. Mother, second uncle, Uncle Mao, Uncle Wen, Uncle Chong. His second uncle, Zhao Dejuan, was the sole heir of the Zhao family and the future head of the clan. He currently leads a nationally recognized medical team, just a step away from being hailed as a master of traditional Chinese medicine. Other families boast of a single master in their lineage. Should the Zhao family produce a pair, how could others endure? Uncles Mao, Wen, and Chong were all disciples of old Master Zhao, akin to one's own uncles. They gathered from far and wide, only able to meet during the new year.
Due to matters concerning his mother's company, these three busy individuals, all holding titles such as doctoral supervisors, professors, and directors, had returned to lend assistance. The three desks in the study were strewn with open ancient texts and medical volumes. Two stacks lay beside the desk, while the computer screen displayed fragmented ancient prescriptions. However, the faces of the Shaw family members were clouded with concern, clearly indicating that the task of deciphering the prescriptions had made no headway. Chen Xian entered the study, surveyed the scene, and nonchalantly seated himself at the main desk. A display of presumptuousness. Just as Zhao Jingyuan was about to speak, Chen Xian's remark left the Zhao family members dumbfounded. I was expecting a grand ancient prescription, instead. It is merely a blood reinforcement decoction. Zhao, after years of research, you have produced nothing but a substandard product. Why complicate matters? My family possesses the complete formula for the restorative blood soup. If you desire it, simply ask me. Perhaps I may relent and grant it to you. San Ping'an silently lamented the situation. His grandfather valued face above all else, especially in front of his old rival, Chen Xian, where pride outweighed even life itself. Otherwise, he wouldn't have invited Chen Xian to assist, only to retaliate fiercely after a slight insult directed at San Ping'an. Are you threatening me? Not at all. I merely made a modest request. I have no need for your inferior formula. If I could manage to create a subpar product, I could easily conduct hundreds more experiments and eventually achieve the complete version. Chen Xian scoffed. When others boast, it's mere bravado. But when you, Zhao, say it, I believe you. However, your eldest daughter cannot afford to wait to develop this new drug. She has established 4 large-scale medicinal herb cultivation bases across the country and recruited over 400 patients for free treatment, in addition to providing substantial relocation fees. In total, an investment of 800 million has been made. By the time you devise the complete formula, it may be an eternity before it sees the light of day. The complete formula is right here. All you need to do, Zhao, is acknowledge that your family is inferior to mine. I shall graciously present this formula to you. Chen Xian produced a folded piece of animal hide parchment and lightly placed it before Zhao Jingyuan. The members of the Chen family showed no signs of suspicion, while none from the Zhao family stepped forward to reach for it, as if this parchment were merely an inconsequential scrap. The Zhao and Chen families harbored no deep-seated enmity. It was merely a rivalry among peers, a contest of pride. Yielding meant more than losing face. It would be a disgrace to face their ancestors. Uncle Chen, if you invest in my company with this formula, I can offer 30 of the shares to the Chen family. Would that be agreeable? Zhao Wanqing's words stirred the hearts of the Chen family members. She was not referring to 30 of this particular drug, but rather 30 of the entire pharmaceutical company. A multinational enterprise valued at over 10 billion with annual profits exceeding 2 billion. What is 30 of such a venture? A goose that lays golden eggs? No. It is akin to a farm teeming with geese that lay golden eggs. Chen Xian chuckled. It would be wonderful if the eldest daughter of the Zhao family were my daughter-in-law. You seek to bind the Chen family to the Zhao family's chariot with 30 of the shares. In the future, for the sake of the company's success, my unworthy descendants might even have to relinquish the entirety of the Chen family's assets to you. Cooperation can be discussed later. Chen Xian tapped the table, stating, if you wish for this formula, Zhao, all I require is your submission. Zhao Jingyuan's expression shifted continuously as she glanced between her eldest daughter and Chen Xian. After a moment of steely resolve, she pretended to reach for the parchment. A joyful smile blossomed on Chen Xian's face. After a century of rivalry, they had finally achieved what their ancestors had been unable to accomplish. As Zhao Jingyuan's hand was just about to extend, it was suddenly grasped by a plump hand. Grandfather, I have recently been experimenting and managed to concoct a formula. Could you lend your discerning eye to it? A smile froze on Chen Xian's face. System. I wish to customize a medicinal prescription. Please specify the requirements. A complete ancient prescription for the blood restoration decoction, accompanied by the stipulation of a composite formula that includes key additives. Without these crucial components, it may appear flawless, yet carry severe side effects that could even lead to loss of life. Do you have any additional notes?
The key additives should be listed separately and not included within the ancient formula. Requirements accepted to preparation complete. Sandping and charcoal. This was a reward he had received along with the Ghost King's divine needle during his daily settlements. The long-lost secret formula for traditional Chinese medicine, customizable, was perfectly suited for the occasion. Sandping retrieved the ancient formula prepared by the system from his pocket. Upon closer inspection, he felt an urge to curse the system for its incompetence. Damn system, why can't you do anything right? Just look at the ancient formula presented by Old Master Qian. It was inscribed on animal hide parchment. It exuded an air of sophistication and grandeur. In contrast, what he had produced appeared to be scrawled on a child's homework paper. A crumpled sheet adorned with a large red cross and the equation 1 + 1 = 3. System, even if you couldn't use animal hide, at least you could have procured some decent A4 paper. Qian Xin scoffed, little Pingan. I will have Grandpa Qian send you a few boxes of fine paper later. Did you tear this from some child's homework? Sandping replied, I absolutely cannot tarnish the reputation of our esteemed Master Qian. Grandfather Qian, have you ever heard the saying, the mountain does not need to be high? It is renowned for its immortals, the water does not need to be deep, it is revered for its dragons. Qian Xin was momentarily taken aback. Sandping continued, a single blade of grass can detoxify 100 poisons, one formula can save the world. As long as the prescription is sound. Does it matter what it is written upon? This was Sandping's desperate attempt at self-justification. Yet Qian Xin was struck by contemplation. Despite facing hunger and cold, with mere millet and rifles, they had managed to force foreign powers into retreat, crying for mercy. Even when cut off from Western technological advancements, they had risen anew, standing tall among the nations of the world. What is the material? It is merely a medium. It can be inscribed on wood, stone, or animal hide parchment. If the formula is correct and effective, does it truly matter what it is written upon? Of course, it does not. Sandping placed the crumpled homework paper into Zhao Jingyuan's hands. Taking a deep breath, Zhao Jingyuan slowly unfolded the paper. Mustard flower, bopa grass, galanga, chestnut fruit. Zhao Jingyuan's eyes widened, and his tone escalated with each word. Meanwhile, Qian Xin listened in astonishment. For the items Zhao Jingyuan read matched the contents of the animal hide parchment precisely. No need for grass. Zhao Jingyuan suddenly halted, choosing not to continue but instead surveyed the room. Pingan remains, everyone else, except for Qian Sanjin, stepped outside. Without hesitation, Sandping's mother, his uncle, and Zhao Jingyuan's 3 disciples turned and exited the study. Qian Xin was incensed by the indecisiveness of his offspring. Why is there such a vast disparity among the descendants? Despite all being of the same lineage, the allure of wealth can be captivating. To test the loyalty of those around you with something as priceless as a treasure is perhaps the most foolish endeavor imaginable, regardless of the closeness of kinship. Observe how Zhao Jingyuan's children and disciples departed without a moment's hesitation. Now, compare this with the offspring nurtured by Chen Xinsha. Why do they remain? It is not difficult to discern, their eyes are fixated on profit. The contrast is stark and unmistakable. All of you, get out. Qian Xin bellowed. This time, no one hesitated, they fled as if chased by wolves. Sandping approached and closed the study door. Zhao Jingyuan slammed the crumpled assignment paper onto Qian Xin's desk with great force. The impact caused him discomfort, yet it could not mask the excitement bubbling within. Qian Sanin, take a look at our formula for the blood restoration decoction. Without a moment's pause, Qian Xin picked up the paper and scrutinized it. The ingredients listed undoubtedly pertained to the blood restoration decoction. Moreover, Qian Xin was a distinguished expert in traditional Chinese medicine, having dedicated his life to its study and application. After merely 3 readings, he estimated that this formula was at least twice as effective as his ancestral concoction. What does this signify? The semi-finished blood restoration decoction produced by Zhao Jingyuan is of standard medicinal quality, while the complete version mastered by the Chen family is classified as a specialized remedy. In contrast, the formula presented by Sandping could only be deemed a miraculous medicine, one capable of treating leukemia. Zhao Jingyuan had no fear of Chen Xin memorizing the formula. This was mere play, one should never jest with morality.
If Chen Xian were to be petty and bear grudges without discernment, the Chen family would no longer merit Zhao Jingyuan's respect. Chen Xian sighed heavily. Damn it, I have fought the Zhao family my entire life to a stalemate. Yet, in the next generation, my Chen family has become like weasels giving birth, each successive generation weaker than the last. This round, I concede defeat. The Zhao family has promising successors. After speaking, he seemed to age a decade, his once straight posture now slumped, his spirit visibly diminished. Grandfather Qian, San Ping'an supported Qian Xian as they walked outside. Qian Duo stood at the door, shaking off San Ping'an's assistance. Carefully scrutinizing him from head to toe, she raised her hand and playfully smacked his head. You little rascal. Why are you, the promising healer, acting as a police officer? My eldest granddaughter is breathtakingly beautiful, you should consider courting her. San Ping'an thought. This unexpected twist nearly caused him to pull a muscle in his rotund waist. Qian Xian turned to Zhao Wanqing. Young lady of the Zhao family, he addressed. Uncle Qian. Please speak, she replied. Qian Xian gazed at his own descendants, lamenting internally. Compared to the Zhao family's offspring, the Qian family's children truly exemplify the adage that comparison breeds despair. The Qian family will invest all our formulas into your company for a mere 10 stake. Upon hearing this, the Qian family members were immediately alarmed. Father, be quiet. Is this a place for you to speak? Qian Xian's roar left his descendants too intimidated to utter a sound. Qian Xian turned to Zhao Wanqing. Just 10, not a single more or less. Zhao Wanqing nodded with a smile. All right, just 10. Qian Xian nodded in satisfaction. Tomorrow, I will send my eldest granddaughter to you to sign the contract. That's settled, goodbye. With that, Qian Xian briskly walked out. The crisis facing the Zhao family seemed to have been resolved. Zhao Jingyuan called San Ping'an and Zhao Wanqing into the study, while the others returned to rest. Ping'an, this recipe was obtained by chance, Zhao Jingyuan said, pausing for a moment before breaking into a smile. Regardless of how it came to us, now that it is in our hands, it is ours. Zhao Jingyuan copied the recipe onto a piece of paper and handed it to his eldest daughter. You must take good care of this recipe, Zhao Jingyuan said sternly. Zhao Wanqing nodded, about to respond earnestly, when San Ping'an spoke up. Grandfather, this recipe is meant for revenge. Both San Ping'an's grandfather and mother were taken aback. San Ping'an chuckled and pulled out another crumpled piece of homework from his pocket. Damn system, he muttered under his breath, handing the paper to his grandfather. Zhao Jingyuan examined the recipe on the paper closely, his brow furrowing deeper. This recipe contained 12 ingredients that counteracted each other, with lethal effects if consumed. It would harm the heart and liver, stagnate qi, and scatter essence. No good person could survive beyond 6 months, and there would be no antidote. Where did you acquire such a sinister recipe? Zhao Jingyuan inquired. San Ping'an replied with a smile, Grandfather, take another careful look at the recipe for the blood recovery soup. Zhao Jingyuan paused, contemplatively taking the paper from his daughter's hand to scrutinize it closely. San Ping'an, unhurried, left the study, returning shortly with a roasted chicken. Finding a place to sit and devouring it with gusto. After a full half hour, as he swallowed the last bite of chicken, Zhao Jingyuan seemed to awaken from a dream, slamming his hand on the table. Dark, truly dark. Zhao Wanqing was confused, her gaze shifting bewilderedly between her father and son. Zhao Jingyuan, knowing his daughter was not suited for traditional Chinese medicine, did not keep her in suspense. The blood recovery soup that Ping'an brought forth appears balanced and harmonious, embodying the union of yin and yang, yet it conceals a deadly intent. If treated with this recipe, the initial effects may be excellent, but it will take a drastic turn for the worse, transforming healing into harm. However, if paired with this lethal recipe, it becomes a divine remedy, capable of reversing fortunes and swiftly curing leukemia. Zhao Wanqing immediately grasped the implication. Father, does this mean that as long as I firmly control this auxiliary recipe, it doesn't matter even if the blood recovery soup is made public? Zhao Jingyuan nodded with a smile, exactly. I may not understand commercial matters, but our Zhao family has never adhered to the principle of swallowing loss in silence. You shall decide how to proceed. Zhao Wanqing took the 2 recipes, pinching her son's chubby face. My eldest son is quite impressive. San Ping'an grinned foolishly. San Ping'an followed his mother out of the study, calling for his father to return home with them. The esteemed figure in the provincial police hierarchy had become a mere driver, willingly ferrying his wife and child. Mom. San Ping'an suddenly remembered something. Yes. Why did Grandfather Chen refuse the offer of 30% shares when you proposed it in the study? Yet insisted on 10% in the courtyard, while you chose to remain silent about the 30. Zhao Wanqing chuckled and remarked. An elder in the family is like a treasure. In the study, I found myself in a predicament, unable to progress, thus I proposed the figure of 30. This 30 is not merely monetary, it represents your grandfather's dignity and serves as a bargaining chip to navigate through difficulties. Grandfather Chen declined because he understood that accepting would be akin to taking advantage of a vulnerable moment. It is not an act of kindness, but rather a potential source of enmity. Did you not observe the avarice in the eyes of the Chen family members? Upon hearing the mention of money, their eyes gleamed with greed, as if the word avarice were etched upon their foreheads. Greed can lead to insatiable desires should they truly obtain 30%. They would one day dare to leverage it to demand 40 or 50%. With all Chen's protection, they might appear to coexist peacefully. But let us not forget that when a person passes away, all connections fade. Once all Chen departs, those worthless individuals would be easily dealt with. At that point, the Chen family would be utterly obliterated. Outside the study, when old Chen proposed 10%, it was a gesture to appease me, seeking to provide a lifeline for the Chen family. Why did he insist 10%, not a fraction more or less? The implication is that a binding agreement was established, ensuring that even after a century, I and my descendants would uphold the promise of 10% shares. In this light, it seems our family is at a disadvantage. San Ping'an expressed his dissatisfaction. Not at all. Your grandfather once told me that the enduring legacy of the Chen family is rooted in a few exceptional remedies held by the family head. San Ping'an was left agape. What are these exceptional remedies? Only those capable of healing the incurable or bringing the dead back to life deserve such a title. Even a mere 20% share, if it could procure a single miraculous remedy, would yield immense profits for our family. Do you not see that within the Western pharmaceutical alliances, there are companies that thrive solely on one miraculous drug, elevating them to the status of international pharmaceutical giants? Zhao Wanqing regarded her son thoughtfully but did not receive the anticipated response. Mother, are you waiting for me to suggest employing commercial tactics to dilute shares or to seize the miraculous remedies for ourselves, thereby ousting the Chen family? I may not grasp the intricacies of commerce, but money is transient, one cannot bring it into the world nor take it out. What does it matter how much wealth one accumulates? My father is powerful, wealthy, and influential, yet I have never seen him indulge excessively or maintain multiple wives. He dares. The driver, Sander, shrank back, questioning who he had offended. This is an innocent disaster, an undeserved misfortune. Zhao Wanqing smiled gently, gazing out at the myriad lights illuminating the night. Ping'an, remember, while cunning strategies may yield temporary gains, they can lead to the loss of virtue across generations. Whether in business or in life, one must always honor their commitments. A person of virtue, even if they lose all riches, will still be surrounded by countless who willingly offer their support. A person devoid of virtue, regardless of their immense wealth, will inevitably face a day when their grand edifice crumbles, and countless individuals will revel in their misfortune, ensuring their descent into irretrievable despair. Fear not, dear mother. For in this lifetime, even if I were to perish in poverty or starvation, I shall never engage in any unscrupulous deeds. Zhao Wanqing beamed with immense satisfaction. Her greatest achievement was not the establishment of a vast enterprise, but rather the possession of an exemplary husband and the birth of a remarkable son. Mother. My godmother San Ping'an seemed at a loss for words. Zhao Wanqing let out a gentle sigh. I harbor no resentment, only wish for her to live safely and peacefully. San Ping'an breathed a sigh of relief. Just as mother had articulated, the sole desire was for godmother to live joyfully and securely. San Ping'an was roused from slumber by the persistent ringing of his phone. Groggily, he reached for his device, pressing the answer button without a glance. Mother. You wish to introduce me to my daughter-in-law? At last, will I be able to recognize my elder brothers and younger siblings? After exchanging a few casual remarks, San Ping'an became fully awake. Glancing at the wall clock, he noted it was 10 o'clock, prompting him to rise from bed while engaging in playful banter with his mother. Very well, I shall certainly attend the gathering at Mingmenchan for lunch. Under the threat of his mother's insistence, San Ping'an reluctantly agreed to compromise. He would go to Mingmenchan for a meal and return the car to Luowei. The motivation for dining out was primarily to uphold his mother's reputation. As for the matter of matchmaking, he doubted they would forcibly carry him away to a bridal chamber if he declined. 10 minutes later, having completed his morning routine, San Ping'an opened his door. Upon seeing the tightly shut door across the hallway, he let out an exasperated sigh. When they purchased their homes, Feng Yuanyuan and San Ping'an's family lived directly opposite one another, a testament to the strength of their relationship. Yet now, Feng Yuanyuan had seemingly vanished. Last night, his father informed him that they had contacted the Immigration Bureau, confirming that Feng Yuanyuan had not left the country. The provincial police headquarters had also issued a notice seeking information about her whereabouts, but thus far, no news had surfaced. He remained uncertain about where his godmother had gone. Descending the stairs, San Ping'an drove towards Mingmenchan. On the elevated highway leading to the city center, Zhao Wanqing held the small hand of Chen Yao with a satisfied smile. Chen Yao was the most cherished granddaughter of Chen Xian, a revered figure in traditional Chinese medicine. Although she lacked exceptional talent in the field of medicine, her aptitude in the business realm was remarkable. The younger generation of Chen Xian's family were deemed inept, lacking both wisdom and capability, unable to even comprehend a ledger. Flattered by empty praises, they were oblivious to their surroundings, squandering money recklessly. After several disastrous investments, they nearly found themselves destitute, were it not for Chen Yao, who, at the tender age of 18 and just beginning her university studies, stepped forward to salvage the family's fortunes. In the morning, Chen Yao represented the Chen family in signing an investment agreement with Zhao Wanqing, wherein the Chen family would contribute all their medicinal prescriptions in exchange for a 10% non-dilutable stake in Zhao Wanqing's pharmaceutical company. Chen Yao possesses the demeanor of a refined lady and exhibits remarkable prowess in business negotiations. Zhao Wanqing decisively appointed Chen Yao as the new representative for the pharmaceutical company. In Zhao Wanqing's perspective, Chen Yao epitomizes the perfect choice for her son-in-law. Thus, the gathering masquerading as a celebratory luncheon, yet fundamentally a matchmaking event, was arranged. As they approached a red light, the vehicle gradually came to a halt, joining the queue. Beep. The sound of the horn resonated. Zhao Wanqing turned her gaze towards the window, spotting a lighthouse parked in the adjacent lane. Last night, their family had returned home in that very vehicle. As the window descended, San Ping'an's jovial visage came into view. Zhao Wanqing lowered her window to greet her son. San Ping'an, noticing the stunning beauty with long, straight black hair seated beside his mother, turned to acknowledge her with a smile. Pei Zhuxian. She is lauded as the most exquisite face of the South Korean girl group, holding the title of Asia's epitome of beauty. It was astonishing to see someone who bore such a striking resemblance. San Ping'an was momentarily taken aback but quickly regained his composure. In his eyes, no matter how beautiful Pei Zhuxian might be, she could not compare to his idealized sweetheart. The Mimi. Not every traveler through time is blessed with the luxury of multiple affections. Mom. Son, please call Luowei and make a reservation, he requested. All right. San Ping'an replied with a smile, rolling up the window. The sweltering July heat was particularly unkind to those of a heavier build. After placing the call to Luowei, he observed the traffic light shift to green and gradually proceeded forward. A full-sized SUV advanced from the right lane, moving slightly faster due to its right turn. The windows of the SUV were coated with reflective, shutterproof film, rendering it impossible to see inside from a distance. Yet, San Ping'an was no ordinary individual. Endowed with masterful diagnostic skills, his vision surpassed that of the average person. A mere glance changed his countenance dramatically. In the rear of the SUV, two burly foreign men were flanking Feng Yuanyuan, who appeared disheveled and weary, with tear stains adorning her face. After a brief struggle, one of the men struck Feng Yuanyuan across the face, silencing her protests. Fury ignited within him, an inferno of righteous indignation. Inside the car, Zhao Wanqing was extolling her son's virtues to Chen Yao. Yao, although Ping'an is on the heavier side, that has its advantages. For instance, he possesses remarkable steadiness. Yet, before Zhao Wanqing could complete her commendation, an unexpected incident transpired. San Pingan's vehicle, initially moving straightforwardly through the intersection, suddenly veered sharply to the right. As they navigated the intersection, the proximity of the vehicles was already minimal. This abrupt maneuver resulted in a collision with the rear of the car ahead. The driver, a woman, was instantly flustered. Her foot pressed down on the accelerator in panic, propelling her vehicle forward. As a consequence of the impact, her car veered into the path of the SUV, crashing into the half-height guardrail of the overpass, tires smoking and leaving black marks on the pavement. The front of the car was wedged against the guardrail, emitting a screeching sound and sparking fiercely. Had it not been for the guardrail, it would have plummeted down the incline. Meanwhile, San Pingan's lighthouse collided fiercely with the center of the SUV. The friction between the tires and the ground created a deafening noise, reminiscent of a bulldozer forcefully pinning the SUV against the divider. Zhao Wanqing, in a moment of quick thinking, exclaimed, "The lighthouse is a top-tier luxury vehicle. How could it go out of control? Rest assured, my son is kind and reasonable. He will handle this minor incident promptly." San Pingan engaged the handbrake, opened the car door, and jumped out wielding a steering wheel lock resembling a pipe wrench. He strode over to the SUV, swung the lock with all his might, and struck the windshield. "You scoundrel, do you even know how to drive? Get out of here." This left not only Zhao Wanqing dumbfounded, but also the onlookers who were taken aback by the absurdity of the situation. The foreigners inside the SUV were infuriated. "Let us get him," commanded their leader, as two burly men in the backseat, faces flushed with anger, attempted to push the door open, only to find it jammed. One side was blocked by the lighthouse, while the other was obstructed by a guardrail that stood half their height. Exiting from either side was simply impossible. However, being in an SUV had its advantages. The rear door swung open, allowing the two robust men to leap out. Each stood at an imposing height of 190 centimeters. Their muscles resembling external armor. Their arms were as thick as an adult's thigh, and their fists were as large as small pots. A single punch from them could easily be fatal. Zhao Wanqing's heart raced, but with the wealthy Miao by her side, she felt compelled to defend her son. "Rest assured, Pingan is not reckless, he will reason with them," she said, though inwardly she thought, "Two fools, come and try to hit me. If I don't knock the wind out of you, then you can keep your legs tightly together." If he weren't her own son, Zhao Wanqing would have been tempted to strangle that chubby boy. "I can't turn this around." The two foreigners sneered, cracking their knuckles as they circled the lighthouse, plotting how they would deal with the hefty figure. They drew closer, just a few steps away from San Pingan. Suddenly, San Pingan made his move. Instead of charging at the two foreigners, he placed a foot on the front wheel of the lighthouse and executed a forward roll right over the hood. Then, he dove into the SUV through the open rear door. The two burly foreigners, their faces now flushed with rage, had just been contemplating how to deal with this hefty adversary, only to realize that he was merely toying with them. The swiftness of reality was undeniable. Two foreign men exchanged glances, one flipping the hood of a vehicle while the other circled around, both charging towards the SUV. "Get down!" San Pingan shouted as he leapt into the SUV, surging forward with fervor. The driver and the passenger in the front seat barely had time to react before San Pingan's finger was upon them. "Stay still, you fat man." San Pingan restrained the two, then swiftly turned to face the rear of the SUV. Onlookers observed with a mix of pity and disbelief as the two burly men entered the vehicle. Why wasn't he the overweight man fleeing? Had he willingly walked into a trap? With the two foreigners blocking the way, it seemed as though he was destined for capture. The two men appeared formidable. Possibly seasoned veterans from some clandestine group, the plump man was surely doomed. Zhao Wanqing, who had just exited her vehicle, hastily ended a phone call, the anxiety gripping her heart. The driver, acting as her bodyguard, rushed forward, hoping to assist. Yet, before he could reach them, the two foreign men were ejected from the rear of the SUV with great force. Gasps filled the air as the crowd took in the sight. The two foreigners looked utterly defeated, as if they had been besieged and mercilessly beaten by a dozen strong men. Their eyes were swollen, resembling that of a panda. And their arms, thick as tree trunks, twisted grotesquely at the elbows. Clear imprints of large footprints marked their pants, evidence of the brutal kicks they had endured. The sight alone was enough to elicit a visceral reaction of pain from onlookers. The two foreigners writhed on the ground, moaning in agony, their cries heart-wrenching. San Ping'an assisted the liberated Feng Yuanyuan as they exited through the back door. Yuanyuan! Zhao Wanqing exclaimed, rushing towards her. Feng Yuanyuan was enveloped in Zhao Wanqing's embrace, bursting into tears. Zhao Wanqing, torn between anger and sympathy, vigorously patted Yuanyuan's back. You foolish girl, how could you let a man put you in such a predicament? Is your existence so dependent on them? San Ping'an rolled his eyes, attempted to retort, "Oh mother, you truly are oblivious to the plight of the hungry." Allowing the two old friends to weep together, he turned and re-entered the SUV, where he subdued the driver, the passenger, and two henchmen. Yet, no system reward resonated in his mind, indicating that beyond these four foreigners, there was likely a mastermind orchestrating the chaos. Regardless of whether it was for the sake of the system's rewards or vengeance for his godmother, San Ping'an was determined to unearth this instigator. Grabbing the golden-haired foreigner by the head, he demanded, "Who is the mastermind, and where can they be found?" The golden-haired man, with his handsome visage, glared at San Ping'an with malice, defiantly silent. San Ping'an smirked slightly. "I do enjoy breaking those with strong wills." He pointed at the man's forehead. "I shall shatter your resolve, piece by piece, and I am eager to see how long you can endure." The golden-haired foreigner attempted to retort, but was swiftly overcome by a searing pain radiating from his forehead throughout his body. It truly feels as though someone has mercilessly struck him with an 8-pound hammer, shattering his very bones. With each breath, a searing pain courses through him, not localized to a single area, but radiating throughout his entire being, every bone echoing with agony. This torment even manifests in his jawbone, in his laryngeal cartilage, and above his brow. To scream. Each attempt to cry out is brutally stifled by the overwhelming pain. In mere seconds, the golden-haired foreigner feels as though he is on the brink of collapse. He yearns to lose consciousness. But just as his body's protective instincts are triggered, a wave of excruciating pain jolts him awake. Time stretches unbearably within those fleeting seconds. His gaze towards San Ping'an has transformed, stripped of anger, malice, and ferocity, replaced instead by sheer terror, supplication, and despair. He even wishes for San Ping'an to shoot him in the head or the heart, for only death could offer him the release he so desperately craves. Upon noticing the vacant look in his companion's eyes, San Ping'an casually points to a pressure point, contemplating whether to speak or remain silent. "Speak. I will reveal everything to you," the foreigner stammers, his voice choked with fear. "You cannot betray the driver." He is abruptly silenced by San Ping'an's finger pressing against his throat. "Very well, you may speak slowly now. But if you dare deceive me," the golden-haired foreigner watches his comrade struggle for breath, teetering on the brink of asphyxiation. In his eyes, the figure before him is no longer merely a corpulent man, he is a demon clad in the guise of a fat man. "My superior commands," he thinks, as San Ping'an drags him away from the SUV. Meanwhile, two old friends are huddled together, weeping inconsolably. Qian Mao stands nearby, utterly helpless. San Ping'an nods at her in acknowledgement before continuing to pull the foreigner along. "Sir, I offer you 10,000 for this vehicle. Will you sell?" San Ping'an produces a thick wad of 100 yuan bills. "Sell, sell, sell." The man eagerly responds, snatching the money with alacrity. San Ping'an shoves the foreigner into the back seat of a 3-wheeled elderly transport vehicle, revving the engine and speeding off. In the city center, at the Poseidon 5-star hotel. In the presidential suite on the 17th floor, Smith stands by the floor-to-ceiling window, a glass of red wine in hand, gazing at the splendid view. Having successfully leveraged his position to secure a contract with the Western Pharmaceutical Alliance, he feels accomplished. Yet, beyond the millions in remuneration, Smith covets the 10 shares of the pharmaceutical company held by Feng Yuanyuan. Unfortunately, this naive woman, entranced by romantic folly, became ensnared by the allure of handsome men, losing herself in the chaos of stolen formulas and clinical trial reports. When it comes to relinquishing her shares, she steadfastly refuses. Nevertheless, Smith is confident that, armed with the expertise of his professional colleagues, acquiring those shares is merely a matter of time. Once acquired, he plans to sell them to the Western Pharmaceutical Alliance, paving the way for his retirement and a life of leisure. Ding dong. The doorbell rings. Who could it be? Smith was disturbed and asked with displeasure, "Who is it?" "The water meter reader," came the reply. Smith paused, bewildered. What on earth was a water meter doing here in a 5-star hotel? Despite his confusion, he approached the door and peered through the peephole.
To his surprise, he was greeted by a familiar handsome-faced John. Smith swung the door open. John rushed into his embrace, colliding with Smith. "What are you doing, John?" Smith shouted angrily, shoving John away. In the next instant, the hefty hand struck him sharply across the face with a whoosh. What was that slap? Smith barely let out a sound before his eyes rolled back and he fainted. Successfully captured one spy. Reward: Master Demolition Technique. San Ping cast the system furiously while glancing at Smith. To his astonishment, a peculiar sensation washed over him as he looked at Smith. It was as if, given a small knife, he could dismantle this foreigner in an alarmingly short time. Did he understand what dismantling meant? He could peel off this foreigner's skin entirely. He could separate the flesh from the bones completely. Furthermore, he could extract the nerves without damaging a single one, flawlessly isolating them. San Ping was startled by the thoughts that emerged in his mind. He forcibly shifted his gaze. Upon seeing the sofa, the steps of disassembly naturally materialized in his mind. Given a crowbar, he could meticulously take the sofa apart layer by layer. When he looked at the refrigerator, all he needed was a screwdriver and a wrench to reduce it to its components. So this was the master demolition technique. System: can this incredible skill be turned off? Mattering: turn off will deactivate it, turn on will activate it. San Ping breathed a sigh of relief. Indeed, it was a remarkable skill. However, feeling a compulsion to dismantle everything in sight was less than ideal. He tossed Smith onto the sofa in the living room, and with a flick of his left hand, a box of needles appeared. One by one, he plunged the dark golden needles into Smith's body. Once done, he grabbed the bottle of red wine from the coffee table and poured it over Smith's head. Smith groaned and slowly opened his eyes. Upon seeing San Ping, anger immediately flashed across his face. "Lawyer, do you know who I am? I possess a diplomatic passport. If you lay a finger on me, it will escalate into an international incident." San Ping paid no heed to Smith's words, instead pulling up a chair to sit before him. "If I were you, I'd conserve my energy and think carefully. Would I have brought your subordinate here without reason?" Only then did Smith notice his subordinate John, dejected and morose, seated on the floor behind San Ping. "Damn it, John, you scoundrel. How dare you betray me?" Smith bellowed furiously. John hung his head in silence, not wishing to betray his superior. However, the issue lies in the fact that, when faced with a fate worse than death, he is utterly powerless. "Allow me to introduce myself. My name is San Ping. You dispatched individuals to employ the wiles of charm and subsequently kidnapped Feng Yuanyuan, who happens to be my godmother. Are you here seeking revenge?" Smith instantly grasped the situation. "Congratulations, you have deduced half of it correctly. I have heard from this golden-haired individual that you are a spy, and of considerable rank." "No, I am not. I am merely a businessman. I have come to the Great Seer for trade." "My company," San Ping interrupted Smith with a smile and nodded, saying, "Yes, I too do not believe what he claims. Thus, I have come personally to ascertain your true identity." Smith scrutinized the face before him, swiftly contemplating the means by which he could extricate himself from this predicament. At such proximity, he had 100 methods to swiftly eliminate this corpulent man. Or, indeed, within the sofa's hidden compartment, he had concealed a handgun, with the safety already disengaged. A simple kick could send this hefty man away far enough for him to retrieve the firearm. With the weapon in hand, dispatching this man would be exceedingly effortless. As these thoughts coursed through Smith's mind, he adopted an expression of wrongful accusation, intending to execute his plan. However, upon attempting to move, he was horrified to discover that, apart from his head, his body and limbs were utterly unresponsive. It was as though his mind and body had completely severed their connection. This condition, compared to a vegetative state, was merely a matter of consciousness versus unconsciousness. "What have you done to me?" Smith screamed in terror. San Ping smiled softly and replied, "Fear not, I have merely rendered you temporarily immobile, and I have amplified your sensations. For instance, the pain level of a severed finger is approximately a level 4, when magnified, it can exceed level 6. As San Ping spoke, he gently lifted Smith's right hand with his left hand. Smith could only watch in horror as his right hand was spread open before him. Then,
A chubby hand delicately grasped his index finger. Smith could not discern the method this portly man employed. His right index finger was pressed against the back of his hand, followed by an excruciating wave of pain that surged through him. Smith howled in agony, seemingly attempting to alleviate his suffering through his cries. The pain from a fracture, though persistent, is most intense at the onset. Subsequently, the sensation stabilizes, providing a continuous ache, thereby reducing the overall discomfort by at least half. Thus, after a brief pause, Sanpingan employed bone-setting techniques, realigning Smith's finger to its rightful position. "Do you have anything to say?" Sanpingan asked with a cheerful demeanor. "I have money. A great deal of it. I can compensate your godmother," Smith exclaimed loudly. Sanpingan shook his head slightly. "Incorrect answer." Crack. Smith once again emitted a wretched cry akin to that of a slaughtered pig. After a few seconds, the bone-setting technique restored his finger. "Do you have anything to say?" It hurts. "Please, I can give you money. If you release me, I will part with all my wealth." Sanpingan shook his head and said, "Incorrect." Crack. This time, it was his middle finger of the right hand. The brain has a self-protective mechanism. When the same area experiences identical injuries, the sensation of pain diminishes rapidly. In simpler terms, it becomes numb, rendering the pain imperceptible. The art of bone setting. "Is there anything you wish to express?" Sanpingan inquired softly. "I have no idea what you're seeking. How could I possibly provide you with the answer you desire?" he retorted. "Incorrect." Sanpingan maintained a serene countenance, a slight smile gracing his lips, appearing naive and exceptionally amiable. Yet, his actions were merciless. Smith's middle finger was once again pressed against the back of his hand. In the off-road vehicle, a golden retriever had already confessed. This Smith is the most notorious figure from the United States, dispatched to Dacia as the head of intelligence gathering in the northern region. He possesses numerous secrets. If posed with questions regarding specific matters, one could trust that under torture, Smith would certainly divulge information. However, he was more likely to conceal even more critical details to evade capture. Therefore, Sanpingan refrained from asking direct questions, instead allowing Smith to speak freely. As for Smith's past as an exceptional Special Forces operative trained to the highest standards, such credentials meant little to Sanpingan. Once in his grasp, the escape was out of the question. This transcended mere vengeance. The enmity towards his godmother, Feng Yuanyuan, was undoubtedly significant. Yet, as a police officer, apprehending a spy who disrupts the stability and harmony of Dacia deserved a thorough interrogation. How could one allow this wretched spy, Smith, to evade punishment? Even if Smith wished to confess, Sanpingan would not consent. Each of his 10 fingers would be broken twice, each toe likewise. Then it would be the wrists, the elbows, and shoulders, followed by the ankles and knees. Combining the divine art of disassembly with the technique of bone setting proved to be extraordinarily effective. 15 minutes later, Smith had become a mere puddle of misery. What shall we engage in next? Smith had managed to endure the prior bone disassembly and setting, but now, a single word from Sanpingan sent him into a state of terror. The seemingly unremarkable, slightly foolish-looking man before him was akin to a demon from the depths of hell. Smith, an experienced veteran operative, had never encountered such a ruthless interrogator. He now felt as if every bone in his body ached, a pain that hovered between unbearable agony and a tolerable threshold. If another round were to commence, he feared for his very life. I will speak, is that not sufficient? Stop. Sanpingan seized Smith's sock and stuffed it into his mouth, silencing his impending words. Do not rush, there is no need for haste. This is merely the beginning. If you confess so readily, it would lose its intrigue. Once I have had my fill of amusement, you may say whatever you wish, I shall not hinder you. After Sanpingan concluded his statement, he extracted a needle and pierced it into Smith's shoulder. He then seized Smith's shoe and began to rub its sole vigorously against Smith's arm. The pain was excruciating, and Smith's eyes seemed on the verge of popping from their sockets. Although the shoe sole appeared to be merely coarse, the sensation was akin to being scraped with a wire brush.
Every layer, its skin, muscle, blood vessels, and bone, seemed to endure the same torment. Smith recalled that this method was reputedly among the 10 most cruel tortures in the Great Seer. It involved using a metal brush to scrape the skin until the flesh was stripped away, leaving the bones devoid of any crimson. So clean that even dogs would turn their noses up at it. Smith shook his head desperately, his eyes filled with pleading. Yet, what filled him with despair was the sight of the rotund figure before him, whose face bore an expression of utter indifference while committing such a brutal act. The eyes that met his reflected no compassion, only an insatiable curiosity, excitement, and madness. This rotund man was a lunatic. Smith felt himself teetering on the brink of insanity. He realized he had fallen into the hands of a madman. He finally understood why John, who had also undergone rigorous torture training, had confessed. In such a hellish circumstance, even death felt like a luxury. How could one possibly remain silent? With the left arm, then the right, followed by the left leg and right leg. San Ping methodically completed his grim task. Only then did he leisurely extract the sock from Smith's mouth. Now it's your turn to speak. Begin with an introduction. And then divulge everything you know and have done. San Ping pulled out his phone, pressed the record button, then held it near Smith's lips. Smith dared not hesitate, fearing that even a moment's pause would lead this devilish man to subject him to another round of torment. My name is Carl Smith, a senior agent from the country of the Ugly Eagle. I have acted as a spy in the Great Seer. 2 months ago, I received a mission from the Western Pharmaceutical Alliance. I have numerous contacts in the Great Seer, engaging in commercial espionage and gathering information from various departments. Smith spilled his secrets like beans from a bamboo tube, leaving no detail concealed. Are you done? San Ping inquired once Smith fell silent. I've said everything. Smith replied with a grimace. You seem to have overlooked a rather crucial piece of information. Allow me to assist your memory. San Ping pried open Smith's mouth and forcefully stuffed the sock back inside. Then, he resumed the needle and shoe sole torture, repeating the process until Smith, like a spent tube of toothpaste, had exuded every last ounce of information. San Ping's confidence stemmed from the fact that Smith had revealed even his most private matters without hesitation. There exists a notion in psychology. Deep within each individual lies an unutterable secret, one that must be fiercely guarded. To protect such a secret, a person may willingly divulge lesser secrets. Smith, having revealed even his most intimate secrets, those that would utterly disgrace him if exposed, could hardly be expected to conceal anything further. San Ping reached out and lightly tapped Smith's face. Sid, if you had been this obedient from the very beginning, how splendid it would have been. All right, you can rest now. With a heavy exhale, Smith rolled his eyes back and fainted. San Ping seized his phone and dialed a number. Hello. Father, I am in room 1708 at the Poseidon Grand Hotel. I have captured a mastermind spy. Minutes later, the door swung open from the outside. San Xingbong entered, accompanied by a dozen men of unremarkable appearance yet possessing an extraordinary aura. Ping, this is your Uncle Lu Hao from the Dashio Security Department. Uncle Lu. San Ping understood immediately, by addressing him as uncle and not mentioning his title, it signified kinship. Ping, Lu uncle is grateful for your contributions to the national security of Dashio. Lu Hao said earnestly. No need for such courtesy, I am a policeman, and maintaining social stability is my duty, San Ping replied with a smile, guiding them to the sofa. This fellow is a senior agent from the U.S., the chief operative dispatched to the northern regions of Dashio. San Ping provided a brief introduction before handing his phone to his father. I have completed the interrogation, the phone contains detailed recordings. In the bedroom safe, you will find information on his subordinates and their recruited agents. The password is included in the recordings, though I do not recall it. San Xingbong and the middle-aged man beside him exhibited palpable excitement, their eyes sparkling with anticipation. Is it difficult to capture a spy? Indeed. Yet, the greater challenge lies in extracting information from the spy and unraveling the web to apprehend them all. Now, San Ping had accomplished it all. They merely needed to follow the leads and directly apprehend the individuals on the list. It was tantamount to presenting a significant achievement on a silver platter, requiring only for them to reach out and accept it. Ping, Lu uncle truly does not know how to express his gratitude, Lu Hao remarked. Rest assured, your contributions will be remembered by Lu Uncle and by the nation as well. The remaining matters are no longer your concern. Lu Hao's team swiftly copied the recordings from San Pingan's phone to their computer, retrieved the confidential documents from the safe, and departed promptly. San, well done. San Xingbong praised with joy. He. Of course, you need not forget who my father is. The son of a tiger is destined to be a tiger. The father and son exchanged a knowing glance, bursting into hearty laughter. Summoned by his mother, San Pingan took a taxi to his grandfather's home. However, before he even stepped inside, he heard rhythmic, vibrant music emanating from the courtyard. Upon entering, San Pingan was left utterly astonished by the scene before him. In a spirited contest, the Empress Dowager, the mother, and the godmother faced off against the elderly companion of Mr. Chen, along with two middle-aged women. The booming sound of a loudspeaker reverberated through the air. The 6 participants formed 2 groups, their movements synchronized and vigorous, executing each gesture with explosive energy. This was a grand square dance showdown. Chen Miao waved her arms energetically, acting as a cheerleader. When unnoticed by others, she would adopt a look of profound ennui. Yet upon being observed, she would instantly don a mask of joy and excitement. This forced performance required her to feign delight. San Pingan, amused by the spectacle, was taken aback when the song concluded. With a decree from the Empress Dowager, he exchanged a knowing glance with Chen Miao, realizing their fates were intertwined. Unable to resist, they surrendered to the rhythm of the music, joining the unwilling ensemble. As for the square dance tunes, San Pingan had endured their torment in a past life. Each dawn heralded the awakening strains of Lotus Pond Moonlight and the most dazzling ethnic style. In the evening, when fatigue set in, Little Apple and riding the lasso provided a jolt of energy. Not even torrential rains or heavy snow could dampen the fervor of the aunties eager to dance. Only during the entrance examinations for junior high, high school, and college would the world experience a fleeting peace. Even if he blocked his ears, San Pingan could recite the lyrics in full. After being exposed to so many delightful square dance songs, to then hear this world's offerings was akin to having severed countless brilliant rap performances only to be suddenly presented with a hasty and unrefined piece. Were it not for the fear of inciting the elder's wrath, he would have gladly smashed the speaker. Having endured 3 songs, San Pingan could no longer bear it and, under the pretext of needing the restroom, he dashed into his grandfather's study. There, his grandfather stood behind the desk, calmly practicing calligraphy amidst the auditory onslaught outside. San Pingan couldn't help but admire him. Truly, he was a master of traditional Chinese medicine, and such composure was worthy of admiration. Grandfather, why don't you say a few words about me? San Pingan complained. Yet, his grandfather remained unfazed, continuing his calligraphy without lifting his head. Grandfather, it's about to turn chaotic out there, and you remain so composed. San Pingan urged, but his grandfather remained undisturbed. Grandfather, realizing something was amiss, San Pingan approached the desk and waved his hand before his grandfather's eyes. Only then did the old man react, looking up at San Pingan with a smile. Oh, Pingan has arrived. His grandfather raised a hand and removed the soundproof earplugs from his ears. This is wisdom at work. San Pingan exclaimed. What is happening outside? Is Grandma Chen here to cause trouble? Nonsense, no trouble at all. Your mother and godmother have come to apologize, and coincidentally, Grandma Chen is here to visit her granddaughter. They were having a pleasant conversation until, for some reason, the topic turned to square dancing, and well, the rest is for you to imagine. San Pingan, do you intend to live in the restroom? Hurry up and come out. The voice of the Empress Dowager boomed from outside. Grandfather, help. San Pingan felt on the brink of madness. Xiao Jingyuan emerged from the study with a smile. You continue your revelry, why trouble the children? The youth should venture out and enjoy themselves. Pingan, did you take good care of Chanchian? To escape from danger and emerge unscathed is indeed a blessing. San Pingan and Chen Chen stood by the main street, awaiting a taxi. San Pingan, while Chen Chen declined several luxurious cars that stopped to offer rides, softly called out. Please, go ahead. San Pingan discerned her implication. Our families intend to solidify our partnership through marriage. However, it is evident that neither of us harbors such aspirations. Our lifestyles, social circles, and even the nature of our work are utterly disparate. I am a police officer. And it is likely that I will remain in this profession for life. You, on the other hand, are a formidable woman. Thriving in the business realm, this is the life you desire. Forcing two individuals from different worlds together would only breed discomfort for both of us. Thus, it is best that we remain friends. Rest assured, our relationship will in no way hinder the collaboration between our families. Focus on your endeavors. Chen Qian gazed at San Ping'an with bright eyes, although his words echoed her own thoughts and desired outcome. Hearing them spoken aloud by him brought an unexpected pang of disappointment. Throughout her life, she had turned down countless suitors, certainly not fewer than 800. The rejected had displayed a range of emotions, dejection, despair, and tenacity. Yet, encountering someone like San Ping'an, who directly and sincerely declined her with a calm demeanor, was a first. She pondered if perhaps she was not beautiful enough. Just then, her phone chimed from within her bag. A taxi with an unmarked license plate approached, and San Ping'an signaled for it. The vehicle halted beside him. "After you," he said gallantly, opening the rear door. "San Ping'an, you are a police officer, correct? Could you assist me with a favor?" Chen Qian asked urgently after ending her call. San Ping'an readily agreed. The Tianhe Grand Restaurant, the two-story establishment, operated differently from typical eateries. Each day, it hosted performances by entertainers and singers reminiscent of the famed Benshon Grand Stage from a past life. The main hall was filled with circular tables, surrounded by private booths shielded by screens. At the innermost end of the hall stood a stage approximately half a meter high. During performances in the evening, the screens would be retracted, allowing patrons in the booths to enjoy the entertainment without obstruction. The second floor featured a ring of open seating areas. As San Ping'an and Chen Qian alighted from the taxi, it coincided with the lunch rush. The Tianhe Grand Restaurant was already bustling with patrons. Upon entering, San Ping'an was momentarily taken aback by the scene within. To his astonishment, aside from the waitstaff, every patron present appeared to be male. Outside one of the booths, 4 tables were occupied by individuals whose demeanor suggested they were not of reputable character. Such a conclusion was not drawn lightly. However, the attire, demeanor, and ostentatious arrogance of these individuals rendered them utterly disconnected from the common populace. As San Ping'an and Chen Yao made their way past, the gaze of these individuals, laden with aggression, fixated upon Chen Yao. Some even whistled, exhibiting a brazen levity. Surrounding numerous tables were predominantly young men who, upon catching sight of San Ping'an, instinctively diverted their eyes, lowering their heads and focusing intently on their meals as if confronted by a fearsome beast. San Ping'an smirked. This was becoming entertaining. Chen Yao, having never encountered such a scene, he timidly gravitated towards San Ping'an. Sensing her trepidation, he gently grasped her delicate hand, feeling its slight chill, smoothness, and fragility. "Fear not. A pack of insignificant pests, with me here, even the fiercest dragons must behave themselves." This was the first time Chen Yao had felt the hand of a young man who was not a relative. Previously, she had detested such contact. Yet now she felt no resistance, only a profound sense of security. It was as though, regardless of the tumultuous waves or crumbling mountains ahead, she would remain unharmed with this man by her side. "Which private room?" San Ping'an inquired. "Room 8. Chen Yao replied. San Ping'an scanned the number on the screen and, holding Chen Yao's hand, proceeded directly toward their destination. "Hey, chubby. You can't handle such a beautiful girl, let her go to your elder brother," one of the ruffians bellowed. "Sister, it's a shame to be with this fatso, come with me for a life of luxury," another chimed in. "Sister, I'm well endowed and enduring, stick with me. And I guarantee you'll be weak in the knees every day," the ruffians at the 4th table shouted unabashedly, their crude language echoing through the air. Chen Yao pressed closely against San Ping'an, trembling with fear. Ignoring the ruffians entirely, San Ping'an released her hand and wrapped his arm around her shoulder. Casting a disdainful glance at the ruffians, he traversed the narrow passage between the 4 tables, arriving at the entrance of the private room. The ruffians suddenly realized that this girl was likely their leader's target. Looking back at the fat man, there were expressions of scorn and derision. In their eyes, anyone who dared to approach the woman chosen by their leader would meet a dire fate.
To them, the fat man was synonymous with disability or death. San Ping pushed aside the screen, revealing the scene within. A round table seating 10 was laden with an array of dishes. At the head of the table sat a burly man with a face full of flesh, his bald head adorned with tattoos of 2 small lobsters. Oh, my mistake. They were black scorpions. Around his neck hung a gold chain as thick as a thumb, and should he be tethered to a rope, he could easily be taken for a pet. Beside the burly man sat 2 young men with gaunt faces and vicious eyes. Other seats were occupied by middle-aged men whom San Ping recognized from the previous evening at his grandfather's house and associated with Chen Xian. Thus, it became evident that these individuals comprised the second generation of the Chen family, the elder uncle, the second uncle, father, fourth uncle, and the younger uncle. The appellation of Chen Yao serves as a testament to this fact. Behind these 5 individuals stood 2 men clad in shirts, their chests exposed to reveal menacing tattoos. Their expressions fierce. The already confined space of the private room felt as cramped as a can of sardines with their presence. San Ping, exhibiting gentlemanly decorum, refrained from erecting a screen and instead graciously pulled out a chair for Chen Yao to sit before he himself took a seat, turning his back to the hall. What a grand display! Who is this so-called brother? San Ping inquired disdainfully, his gaze fixed on the man opposite him, known as Longxia brother. Fatty, speak with some respect. If you provoke our brother Chong, I assure you, you'll enter upright and exit horizontally, warned the man seated beside Longxia brother, his voice cold. Brother Chong, he is it. You've summoned your woman and displayed your authority, let us see what you can bring to the table. Brother Chong remarked, a smirk gracing his lips. His face replete with disdain. Fatty, your street vernacular is quite polished. Are you also one of those who mingle in the underworld? Let us settle this matter properly. Don't let the floodwaters disrupt the Dragon King's temple, San Ping retorted with a respectful gesture. Well said. To my left, the Azure Dragon, and to my right, the White Tiger, an old bull at my waist with a dragon's head on my chest. I am Zotsa Hui from West City, wielding a dragon-slaying blade. Having carved my path from Bolan Street to Mongkok. Those who respect me call me Brother Hui, he boasted. Disrespectful Zotsa Hui. I've never even heard of you. Brother Chong scoffed. If you don't respect me, what shall I call you? San Ping sneered, those who show no respect are no longer seen on the streets. They've all been remade. Such audacity. Brother Chong erupted in boisterous laughter. Do you know who I am? His mouth vanished abruptly, his demeanor shifting to one of chilling authority as he slammed his hand on the table, issuing a loud threat. San Ping remained silent, merely gesturing for him to continue. Brother Chong raised his glass and downed the beer in one gulp, some spilling over his chin onto his chest. Let me enlighten this fatty, Brother Chong declared, slamming the glass down heavily on the table. A man beside him fixed a penetrating stare on San Ping and slowly spoke. Our brother Chong has unified the underground world of Ice City, commanding 5 districts and 4 counties, with none daring to defy him. The connections in the legitimate world are beyond your comprehension, you little brat. Have you heard of the Sihai gambling house? That is ours. Have you visited the New City Entertainment Street? That is under our brother Chong's protection. If you haven't heard of our brother Chong's illustrious name, you must have heard of the Meng family massacre in Wang Family Alley. That was ordered by our brother Chong, and I personally executed it. From top to bottom. An entire family of 6 perished at my hands. Have you heard of the brawl on Bus Street? That was our brother Chong battling against the White Axe Gang, one of the 4 kings of the underworld. Now, our brother Chong still sits here, and where is the White Axe Gang? Reduced to ashes. Fatty. Do you truly believe that with your bulk, if you fell into our hands, you'd yield more than a few pounds of lard? Hearing these words, Chen Yao grew increasingly fearful, clutching San Ping's arm tightly. Fear not, there is no cause for alarm. Since Brother Chong has laid all his cards on the table, it indicates he wishes to negotiate earnestly, otherwise, he would have already shattered the cup and declared war. San Ping softly reassured Chen Yao before turning his gaze towards Brother Chong. Brother Chong, let us speak frankly and openly. Brother Chong snorted and said, the owners of the Chen family are my business partners. I invested a substantial sum, yet not even a sound was heard, resulting in a complete loss. Millions are trivial to me. Then they claimed they needed to circulate funds and asked me to disburse over 30 million. They turned around and flaunted their wealth at my establishment, only to lose it all at the gambling table. When they lost, they refused to acknowledge it and accused me of cheating. Do they truly believe I am easy to bully? I am a person who abides by reason in this world. Upon hearing that the Chen family has a stunning beauty, the helm of their commercial endeavors, I arranged to meet her to discuss how to resolve this financial predicament. By the way, I heard from the Chen bosses that you have recently acquired a substantial stake in a major pharmaceutical company. I calculated that this amount would precisely offset the debts owed by the Chen family. I wonder whether this beauty intends to repay the debt or to use her shares in the pharmaceutical company as collateral. Upon hearing this, Chen Ya was immediately incensed. Uncle. Second uncle, a father, a fourth uncle, a little uncle, how could you act this way? Did you not assure me that you would no longer interfere in business matters or gamble? When she first entered university, if it had not been for Chen Yao's timely intervention, the Chen family would have likely fallen apart. Living under a bridge and subsisting on the wind. Just a few years have passed, and they have forgotten the pain of their past, falling back into old habits. Moreover, having offended a powerful figure, this situation will not end well. The opposing party holds a loan contract, and even if it goes to court, the verdict will undoubtedly require the Chen family to repay the debt. The Chen family may appear prosperous on the surface, yet they are already in disarray internally. Where will they find the funds to repay their debts? The 5 gentlemen of the Chen family hung their heads in silence under Chen Yao's scolding. They did not wish to gamble, but once the urge took hold, it was difficult to stop. The compulsion to play was overwhelming. They could not control their hands. San Pingon seized Chen Yao's arm, pulling her down onto a chair. He looked up at Brother Chong. Brother Chong. What if I neither wish to repay the debt nor surrender my shares? Brother Chong replied coldly, dare to provoke me, and you shall pay with your life. As for this beauty, if I take a liking to her, she shall remain to serve me as a means of repayment. After finishing his statement, Brother Chong grasped a wine glass from the table and smashed it violently onto the floor. As the crisp sound of shattering echoed, the 4 tables outside the private room erupted into chaos. The leading figures pushed aside the screen, transforming the private room into an open space. Over 40 ruffians, each exuding a fierce demeanor, surrounded them, ready for a confrontation at the slightest provocation. The atmosphere in the room became palpably tense. The raucous noise from outside and the oppressive atmosphere made the Chen family tremble in fear, except for San Pingon, who remained unfazed, his expression calm. Brother Chong. San Pingon scoffed with disdain. I, Shasha Hui from the West City, am not easily intimidated. I show you respect by addressing you as Brother Chong. If I choose not to, in my eyes you are merely insignificant. Do you think you can intimidate me, fat lord? San Pingon scoffed. Then let us not discuss it any further. No sooner had he finished speaking than he violently overturned the table. Cups, plates, and jars clattered chaotically, raining down upon Brother Chong. A crab perched atop his head, leafy grins adorned his face, while a roasted chicken dangled from his left shoulder and a duck from his right, rendering him utterly disheveled. Brother Chong, seething with rage, was about to protest when San Pingon bellowed, are we all dead? Class 1, stand up. The ruffians, bewildered, turned as the sound of chairs scraping against the floor resonated through the hall. They beheld 3 tables of young men rising in unison, turning to face the private room. Class 2, stand up. San Pingon's voice rang out again. The scraping of chairs echoed once more, as another 3 tables of young men stood in perfect synchrony, as if they had rehearsed this countless times. Class 3, stand up. Class 14, stand up. Over 40 ruffians encircling the private room and the 10 thugs standing inside it, including Brother Chong and his 2 elite enforcers, were taken aback by the unfolding scene. In the hall, apart from the 4 tables of ruffians, all the young men seated at the other tables rose, facing them, creating an even larger encirclement. At first glance, these young men bore little distinction from ordinary street-goers. If anything, they resembled somewhat Navy University students. Yet, when the portly figure commanded them to stand, the fierce aura erupted amongst them. Brother Chong had only heard of power before, yet never truly understood its essence. Now, as nearly 400 individuals stood uniformly before him, he found it difficult to breathe. His heartbeat seemingly diminished. He finally comprehended what true power entailed. San Ping'an slowly rose, returning to survey the hall. His gaze alone instilled fear, prompting the ruffians to scatter to the sides without hesitation. It was as though his gaze wielded a blade, threatening death to any who dared obstruct him. San Ping'an chuckled inwardly while maintaining a stern facade. "Who am I?" he thundered. The nearly 400 individuals in the hall responded without a moment's hesitation, their voices united. "Greetings, fat brother." San Ping'an nodded in satisfaction and turned his attention to Brother Chong. "I, a fat lord, rely on 3 pillars: ruthless determination, loyalty, and numerous brothers." The ruffians who had just yielded the passage under San Ping'an's gaze dared not obstruct him any further. Brother Chong fixated on San Ping'an's broad back, remaining silent. The second-generation male heirs of the Chen family offered Brother Chong cordial smiles as they carefully trailed behind San Ping'an, navigating the path cleared by the thugs with trepidation. Chen Yao gazed curiously at San Ping'an's plump side profile, her intrigue regarding his true identity deepening. Wasn't he this portly fellow a policeman? How had he suddenly transformed into a formidable figure of the underworld? She had received a call out of the blue and traversed the route in merely a few minutes. How had this rotund man managed to assemble such a multitude in that brief span? Now that her uncle and father had evaded danger, she could no longer suppress her curiosity. San Ping'an released Chen Yao's small hand and turned to gaze at Brother Chong in the private room. As he spoke, the young men in the hall, aligned towards the private room, collectively raised their right feet and stomped heavily on the ground. It was uncertain if it was merely an illusion, but Brother Chong's crew felt the earth tremble beneath them. As soon as the words left his mouth, the small group of 400 swiftly divided into teams of 3, adopting combat stances and charging towards Brother Chong's crew. Brother Chong was on the verge of madness. Why were these youngsters so formidable? In groups of 3, their movements were swift and decisive. Each had a clear target. They subdued one of his subordinates within mere 2 moves before retreating quickly. 2 groups of 3 positioned themselves to fill the gaps, displaying remarkable coordination. Regardless of who faced them, they could take down an opponent with just a fleeting encounter. In the blink of an eye, over 40 of his subordinates were dragged into the hall and subdued by pairs. The freed individuals would automatically regroup into new teams of 3, re-engaging in combat. This was not a brawl, it was a unilateral massacre. The only reason for their survival was the absence of lethal force. Otherwise, they would have been left with hardly anyone standing. Brother Chong felt a mix of astonishment, fury, and fear. He abruptly drew a handgun from his waistband, and his 2 elite enforcers followed suit, brandishing their weapons. The trio of firearms was sufficient to instill caution in their adversaries, potentially allowing for an escape. Just then, a piercing siren wailed from outside the restaurant. Within a minute, the first figure burst through the front door, brandishing a riot shield. A contingent of heavily armed special police in black uniforms and riot helmets emerged, akin to divine warriors descending upon the restaurant. The dark muzzles of their firearms aimed at the assembly in the hall. "Everyone, drop your weapons, release the hostages, and kneel with your hands on your heads," they commanded. Slowly descending to the ground. Any sign of resistance would bear dire consequences. Brother Chong and his 2 elite enforcers, clutching their handguns, became the focus of scrutiny as multiple red dots appeared on their heads and chests. Brother Chong understood all too well that in the face of such brutal law enforcement, any slightest movement on his part would result in his body being riddled with bullets, and he wouldn't even need to be taken to the hospital. A black bag would suffice. "Do not shoot. I surrender. I surrender," Chonggu exclaimed in panic, slowly placing his handgun on the table and raising both hands high. The 2 elite henchmen, faces ashen, obediently relinquished their firearms and lifted their hands as well. Several special police officers swiftly charged in from the sides, forcefully restraining Chong Ji's hands behind his back and slamming him onto the ground, handcuffs snapping onto his wrists. The 2 elite henchmen were also pinned to the ground, rendered immobile. The remaining thugs at the table clasped their hands atop their heads and crouched down. The 5 male heirs of the Chen family had already prostrated themselves in abject surrender. "Did you not hear me?" the special police officer shouted through a megaphone. Just as Chen Yao was about to comply with the command, he was halted by San Ping'an. "Report, brother. We are one of our own," San Ping'an shouted loudly. "One of our own?" The special police officers were momentarily bewildered. This hefty man, along with this small group of nearly 400, were all allies. To mobilize nearly 400 personnel in one operation was an immense undertaking. ICT, being a provincial capital, required such a deployment to be arranged by the provincial authorities. Yet, they had received no prior notice of such a significant operation when they were dispatched. State your identity. The special police officer commanded, megaphone in hand. North Bridge Police Station of Hongcheng, Intern Officer San Pingen, badge number 9527. Provincial Police Academy, Class 1, Class Leader Luyu, reserved badge number. Provincial Police Academy, Class 2. Class Leader Leong Yong, reserved badge number. Provincial Police Academy, Class 3, the special police officers noted that nearly all members of their graduating class were present. Tianhe Grand Hotel, with its spacious venue, ample dishes, and affordable prices, is a mere 10-minute walk from the Provincial Police Academy. It has long been the favored gathering spot for cadets from the Provincial Police Academy. In early July, as the cadets concluded their final examinations in waves, they would invariably choose to congregate here. Upon learning of this, Chonggu wept inconsolably. He felt as though he had stumbled upon the unluckiest fate imaginable. A series of misfortunes culminating in his current predicament. What further deepened his despair was the fact that he had brought along all of his co-subordinates for this outing, intending to assert his dominance and coerce the Chen family into compliance with his demands. Even boasting of his past exploits that had stirred the criminal underworld, all while in the presence of these future law enforcement officers. It was a reckless gamble that had backfired spectacularly. Now, the remnants of the criminal underworld had unwittingly ensnared themselves. Following the impending trial, a token punishment would inevitably seal the fate of his nefarious existence. The nearly 400 police cadets were nearly overwhelmed with excitement. Who could have anticipated that under the guidance of this hefty man, they would successfully dismantle a criminal syndicate and apprehend its leader along with all key members? A collective third-class merit award was all but guaranteed, a commendation to be explicitly recorded in their personal files. However, when they observed the displeasure etched on the hefty man's face and the disarray of the whole, their enthusiasm swiftly waned. The hefty man was evidently dissatisfied with their clumsy execution, which had resulted in damage to the restaurant's property. Thus, they would return and impose even stricter expectations upon themselves. Their training regimen would certainly need to be doubled. During the arrest, they should have acted with greater decisiveness. Had they done so, they would not have overturned tables or shattered plates and dishes. During the apprehension of the suspect, the use of a chokehold would have been more appropriate than a body slam, thereby preventing the destruction of a chair. San Pingen was undeniably displeased. This corrupt system is utterly despicable. Chong and his two elite enforcers undoubtedly carry the weight of serious crimes on their shoulders. Such significant contributions should not go unrewarded simply because he did not personally intervene. The system had the audacity to withhold even a mere 100 yuan. Not to mention any skills as compensation. Is there no justice left? Is there no law? It seems all efforts were in vain. Regardless of San Pingen's curses and threats, the system remained impervious to his pleas. At the municipal police station, the elder Qian, upon hearing the news, arrived and, in front of everyone, chastised his 5 sons, creating a scene of utter chaos. After an exhausting afternoon, San Pingen nearly succumbed to hunger. Finally, after addressing all matters, the nightfall arrived. Just as San Pingen was bidding farewell to Elder Qian, preparing to indulge in a hearty meal, his phone rang. Upon answering, his expression shifted dramatically. Without a moment to spare for pleasantries, he turned and dashed outside. In the municipal hall, a breaking news bulletin flashed across the television. A vicious hostage situation was unfolding in the heart of Hon City. 2.5 hours had elapsed since the incident began. Bring out the fat man who took my mother immediately. Release her at once, or I will kill the hostages and blow this place to smithereens. The individual confronting the police was named Mao Rong, the biological son of Zhang Fangfang. Previously assigned to guard the vault storing cash, upon learning of his mother's arrest and the seizure of hundreds of millions in cash, as well as the confiscation of financial records and sensitive documents, he meticulously planned for 2 days before executing his scheme. Forming a semicircle in front of Mao Rong were 4 individuals, Xie Ping, Tong Jing, Wang Xiaobin, Wen Yongyun. Each donned bomb vests, their wiring exceedingly intricate, composed entirely of red wires. The entangled mess of wires would leave anyone dizzy upon inspection. Additionally, behind Mao Rong, a Starbucks CF was under the control of 6 armed men who held over 30 hostages. Across the street, the SWAT team had their sniper rifles trained on the 6 gunmen, yet no one dared to act hastily. Mao Rong concealed himself behind 4 hostages, rendering him impossible to target accurately. Even if he could, the detonator in his grasp made the police think twice. The unseen commander was the chief of the municipal bureau, Gao Bingxiang. Despite the urgent circumstances, Gao remained composed and collected. "Where is Zhang Fengfeng?" he inquired. "Director. Zhang Fengfeng has already left the detention center and is being escorted by SWAT." "What about San Pingan?" "He has disembarked from the train and is en route from the station." "And the vehicle requested by the assailants?" "A fully fueled minibus is ready and can be dispatched at any moment." The SWAT captain hesitated momentarily before stating, "The director, our nation has never compromised with criminals. If any demands are met for the criminals, it would yield dire consequences. In the future, should someone commit a crime, they might employ the same tactics to evade capture." Gao Bingxiang spoke gravely. "The high explosives utilized by the criminals, if detonated here, would annihilate everything within a 50-meter radius. The 34 hostages, 4 police officers, and all present will be sacrificed alongside the criminals. Therefore, the immediate course of action is to placate the criminals by fulfilling their demands, thereby stabilizing the situation. A minibus, even if filled to capacity, cannot accommodate that many hostages. If the criminals depart from the city center, a densely populated area, they could strike at their convenience, minimizing the potential losses." Gao Bingxiang observed the 4 police officers on the monitor, who were rigged with explosives. "What did the bomb disposal expert say?" The SWAT team leader grimaced. "The bomb vests worn by the 4 officers were crafted by a skilled hand, with 4 distinct wiring methods. Disarming them presents an exceedingly high level of difficulty. The most pressing issue, however, is the lack of time. The sole piece of good news is that the detonation device in Mao Rong's possession does not trigger an immediate explosion, but rather a delayed one. With only 30 seconds from activation to detonation." Gao Bingxiang nodded, stating, 30 seconds is ample time for the hostages to escape the danger zone. Report the intern officer San Pingan. Badge number 9527, reporting for duty. San Pingan stood at attention, breathless, and called out. "Pingan, come here, let me brief you on the current situation," Gao Bingxiang gestured. After explaining the circumstances, Gao Bingxiang turned to San Pingan. "The criminals' intentions are unequivocal. First, to exploit your identity to recover their lost funds, then second, to exact revenge. Thus, should you fall into their grasp, the likelihood of your sacrifice is exceedingly high. I do not issue this request as your chief, but rather as your uncle, inquiring if you are willing to risk yourself to rescue the hostages at the opportune moment." San Pingan stood erect, saluting. "To maintain public order, to combat crime, and serve the people is the sacred duty of a police officer. I have been prepared to sacrifice for my country and my people since the day I entered the police academy. I accept the mission and vow to face any peril and fulfill my obligations to the best of my abilities." Gao Bingxiang returned the salute. San Pingan donned the radio earpiece and strode out of the command vehicle towards the scene. As Gao Bingxiang reflected on San Pingan's profound sense of duty, a true descendant of a police family, he suddenly saw San Pingan pivot and run back. Instantly, he felt a wave of frustration. This hefty fellow, he mused, would not falter now, would he? "San Pingan, what do you intend to do?" Gao Bingxiang suppressed the surging anger in his chest and inquired solemnly. "Chief Gao, grant me a handgun, I have a plan to deal with Mao Rong." "What nonsense!" Gao Bingxiang rebuked furiously. "Mao Rong is concealed behind the 4 police officers, with no viable angle for a shot. Moreover, he possesses the detonation device. Should he release it, the device would activate, even if it is not an immediate explosion. The bomb disposal expert would not have time to disarm the 4 bombs. This is the city center, a bustling area. Once a high explosive bomb detonates, do you comprehend the magnitude of the potential human and economic toll?" "I can resolve this," San Pingan exclaimed defiantly. "You can do nothing of the sort. Proceed according to the plan. Once we reach the outskirts, we shall seize the opportunity to act." San Pingan, in a moment of impulsiveness, quickly grasped Gao Bingxiang's concerns. Indeed,
As a fresh graduate from the police academy, he possessed neither a firearm nor even handcuffs and a baton. Who would dare to arm a novice with a gun to tackle such a perilous hostage situation? Any misstep could spell disaster not only for the police chief but even for San Pingan's father. Thus, he refrained from further argument and exited the command vehicle. As he passed by a special police officer, he executed a grappling maneuver, seizing the officer's handgun. San Pingan, how dare you attempt to commandeer a weapon? Gao Bingxiong had been closely monitoring San Pingan's actions. Upon witnessing this scene, he felt an overwhelming urge to confront the disobedient youth. The surrounding special police and officers were at a loss, unsure whether to direct their weapons at the criminals or at San Pingan. Ignoring the chief's fury, San Pingan pressed the handgun against his own temple before the officer could reclaim it. The officer immediately froze. After all, the safety was off and a round was chambered. If the weapon were to be snatched away and accidentally discharged, it would be fatal for San Pingan. Gao, I command you to relinquish operational control to me immediately. I will bear all consequences and take full responsibility. If you dare to refuse, I will end my life right here. Gao Bingxiong retorted, are you really threatening to die? I'll have a word with your father about your reckless behavior. Yet, at this moment, Gao Bingxiong found himself utterly powerless. Attention all units and departments. This is Chief Gao Bingxiong. I hereby transfer command of the scene to San Pingan. All personnel are to obey his orders, cooperate fully, and execute them meticulously without error. San Pingan, maintain your composure and avoid impulsiveness. San Pingan grinned sheepishly at Chief Gao and turned towards Sinbek. A bulletproof armored vehicle emblazoned with special police insignia approached and halted by the roadside. The door swung open and two special police officers escorted Zhong Fengfeng, clad in prison garb and shackled, down from the vehicle. Mother. Wronger. A poignant scene of mother and son reuniting unfolded. Yet, San Pingan internally scoffed, wronger. I might as well be Jin Gu. I am the on-site commander, Chief Gao Bingxiong of the Municipal Bureau. Mu Rong, as per your request. Zhong Fengfeng has been brought forth. If you wish for a mother-son reunion, you must release a portion of the hostages, specifically all the women among Sinbek's captives. Mu Rong raised his right hand behind the hostage wall, the red detonator in his grasp glaringly conspicuous. Enough of your idle chatter, release my mother immediately. Otherwise, I will activate the detonator, then we shall all meet our doom. Gao Bingxiong felt a surge of frustration, but according to the plan, it was imperative to stabilize the criminals and await a safe area in the outskirts before taking action. Meanwhile, San Pingan was issuing commands via the radio. Sniper, report. The first sniper team has locked onto target number 1 within the Sinbak compound. The second and sixth sniper teams have similarly secured their sights on target number 6 within the same location. San Pingan instructed each sniper unit to act upon the sound of his gunfire, eliminating their respective targets without delay. Confirmation of the orders was received by the first sniper team as well as the second and sixth teams. Outside the main entrance of Sinbak, special police forces must take control of all personnel within the compound immediately after the 6 criminals have been neutralized to prevent any hostages from being disguised criminals. Should there be any resistance, they are to be eliminated at once, ensuring the safety of the remaining hostages. The back door acknowledged the command, as did the side entrance, the second floor, and the rooftop. As San Pingan issued the orders, 2 special police officers had already relieved Zhong Fengfeng of her handcuffs and shackles as per Mo Rong's request. The moment Zhong Fengfeng regained her freedom, she made her way towards Sinbak. Suddenly, a plump figure charged from behind, delivering a harsh kick to her lower back. Caught completely off guard, she was sent sprawling to the ground, her face scraping against the surface, tearing away a significant patch of skin and leaving her bloodied, an alarming sight. Did I permit you to leave? The rotund assailant taunted, strutting forward with an air of arrogance. Still thinking of yourself as a hero? Fat pig. You dare to harm my mother? I will make you pay, I will blow you to bits. Mo Rong, witnessing this scene, was on the verge of madness. Had he not been devoid of a desire for death, and if his mother were not still in peril, he would have gladly taken down San Pingan with him. Silence. Did I grant you permission to speak? San Pingan retorted sharply. Continue your insolence, and I shall put an end to your mother first. Mo Rong intended to continue his tirade, but upon seeing San Pingan point his gun at his mother, he obediently fell silent. Yet the fury within his eyes intensified. He was resolute that when he captured this fat fool, he would ensure the most gruesome of fates for him. Myorong, I offer you a chance. Have your men lower their weapons and raise their hands above their heads. Surrender immediately and release all hostages. I will judge your actions and may spare your life, allowing you a brief reunion with your mother in prison. Zhang Fengfeng would certainly be devastated. But if Myorong surrendered, he would spend a lifetime behind bars. Thus, if this mother and son could truly reunite, albeit for a fleeting moment. Nonsense. The initiative lies with me now. You think I will surrender? Dream on. Myorong bellowed, his vitriol unbearable. San Ping'an remained composed, saying nothing, while secretly plotting his next move. Divine Shot has been activated. Divine Shot is now active. Please select the target location. From San Ping'an's vantage point, Myorong was entirely obscured by Yong Yun. To his left and right stood Xie Suo, Instructor Tong, and Wang Xiaobin, blocking any potential shooting angle. Just as San Ping'an struggled to ascertain a clear shot, an astonishing scene unfolded. In San Ping'an's eyes, the figure of Yong Yun standing in front of Murong gradually became indistinct. Hidden behind Yong Yun, Murong fully emerged into San Ping'an's line of sight. His head, particularly the crown and the upper sides of his face, was painted red. San Ping'an speculated that this was theoretically the area where a bullet could strike. After all, the system could not conjure a bullet out of thin air and teleport it to the target. The left temple area of Murong's head now bore a red dot the size of a peanut. I do not wish for the bullet to pass through and harm the hostages behind. The red dot was swiftly adjusted. Hit location confirmed, roll trajectories verified, ready to fire. Zhang Fengfeng lay on the ground, glaring fiercely at San Ping'an. Murong, this is your final chance. Don't be ungrateful. Surrender immediately and release all hostages. Otherwise, I will shoot you dead. All units, prepare. Upon hearing the last sentence, a sense of dread surged within Zhang Fengfeng. Murong dismissed San Ping'an's threat with contempt. He had prepared for this moment for days. 4 police officers clad in bomb vests were all closely related to San Ping'an, effectively shielding him, leaving no angle for a shot. Fire. If that fat fool dared to pull the trigger, the first to be hit would surely be the hostages in front of him. Just this fact alone was enough to deter San Ping'an from acting recklessly. Fat fool, stop wasting my time. Put down your gun, help my mother up, and come here. Otherwise, I will have my men kill the hostages. San Ping'an smirked. If you wish to die, then I shall oblige you. As he spoke, he swung his right hand in a wide arc bang. The gunfire erupted. A bullet was discharged, tracing an elegant arc through the night sky, grazing Yong Yan's delicate ear before embedding itself into the left temple of the shouting Murong. At the same moment, 6 sniper teams fired their weapons synchronously. The 6 shots nearly melded into a single thunderous roar. 6 bullet holes appeared in the glass of the Sinbak building. Concurrently, the 6 armed criminals inside the Sinbak had blood erupt from their heads, collapsing to the ground in unison. Immediately after firing, San Ping'an dashed towards Yong Yun and the others. Zhang Fengfeng, lying on the ground, caught a glimpse of her son, whom she had raised since childhood and cherished more than her own life, lying in a pool of blood. Unable to contain herself, she let out a heart-wrenching wail. Wronger. My son. As if hearing his mother's voice, in the final moment of his dilating pupils, Murong released his grip on the detonator. Drip. The sound of the drop, though not loud, resonated in the ears of everyone nearby like a thunderclap. The bomb vests worn by Yong Yun, Xie Ping, Tong Jing, and Wang Xiaobin activated. A palm-sized monitor flickered to life, displaying a blinding countdown of 30 seconds, the numbers dwindling rapidly. Everyone, retreat. Gao Bingxiang commanded urgently, gripping the microphone tightly. His lack of faith in San Ping'an was not the issue, the countdown had already begun. Even the bomb disposal experts found themselves at a loss. What could a freshly graduated rookie like San Ping'an do in the face of a bomb? The priority was to minimize casualties before the explosion occurred. As San Ping'an observed the countdown, he surprisingly felt a sense of calm wash over him. The hurried pace was merely a reflection of his fear that time was too short for him to defuse the bomb. 30 seconds, after all, felt like an eternity. Xie Suo, Master, Brother Wang. He called out, "Hurry and run. The bomb is about to explode. Forget about us, there's only 25 seconds left." "Fatih, run," came the urgent shouts. "San Pingan, we are police officers, ready to sacrifice ourselves. Listen to your master, go. Relax. It's just a pesky bomb. I can handle it in seconds." San Pingan replied, his eyes fixed on Yongyan's. "Hey girl, I'm here to save you. Aren't you moved?" Yongyun rolled her eyes and glanced at the bomb strapped to her body. "I can't move. With a bomb on me, who would dare? Then I'd be heartbroken." San Pingan feigned a look of grievance. "San Pingan," Yongyun urged earnestly, "there are only 18 seconds left. Don't worry about us, just go. Don't die alongside us." To the other three, San Pingan's foolish grin seemed oddly inappropriate. "I never planned to live. Look, I'm prepared to die with you. Would you fulfill a small wish of mine and let me kiss you?" Yongyun, both furious and anxious, exclaimed, "Kiss you? You must be joking. There are only 10 seconds left. Run." She kicked at San Pingan, her hands bound behind her back. All right. I won't tease you anymore," he chuckled helplessly. Having intended to take advantage of the moment. Masterful disarming techniques activate. San Pingan thought to himself, and then suddenly, everything around him transformed. No tools were necessary. He reached out with his chubby hands, grasping 2 red wires and yanking them forcefully. "Done," he declared, then moved to face Yeping, violently yanking out the monitor along with the wires. Next, he approached Tongjing, grabbing 4 or 5 wires and severing them with a decisive tug. Finally, he flipped the monitor over to Wang Xiaobin, prying out the battery from the back. 5 seconds, 4 disarmed. All tasks completed. With time to spare. He could even light a cigarette. "All right, everyone, stop standing around. Hurry and take off those vests." "What, are you addicted to wearing the bomb vests?" San Pingan joked. The 4 were stunned for a full half-minute, unable to believe the bomb had truly been disarmed. In the distance, Gao Bingxiong, who had just reached a safe zone, looked back at Sinbak, relieved to see everything was fine. Upon hearing that the bomb had been disarmed, he rushed back in a flurry. "San Pingan, you despicable scoundrel. You have taken my son's life, and even in death, I shall not forgive you." Zhang Fengfeng lay on the ground, seemingly possessed, her voice a cacophony of despair. Her hands clawed at the earth, bloodied and raw. "Take Zhang Fengfeng away," Gao Bingxiong commanded. "I will not let you escape, San Pingan. I will never let you escape." As Zhang Fengfeng was escorted away by the special police, her eyes brimmed with venomous fury directed at San Pingan. Gao Bingxiong hastily approached the entrance of Sinbak, delivering a swift kick to San Pingan's ample backside. San Pingan had just removed the bomb vest from Wang Xiaobin when he was unexpectedly jolted, stumbling forward and colliding with Wang Xiaobin's face. "Damn it!" San Pingan exclaimed. "What a blunder. Brother Wang, I should have dismantled yours first, then Yongyan's." Initially, the crowd was bewildered, but as they observed Wang Xiaobin furiously wiping his face, they realized that this rotund fellow had not forgotten to take advantage of Yongyun. "San Pingan, do you dare to give me orders? Do you still threaten to shoot yourself? Do you have the audacity to usurp my authority and command the sniper? Get to the city bureau at once. You will not return home until I am satisfied with your detailed report." With a resigned sigh, San Pingan stuffed his belongings into the arms of the bureau chief and trudged toward the nearby police car, his spirits dampened. Gao Bingxiong, initially oblivious, suddenly looked down and was appalled. This little rascal had stuffed 4 high-risk bomb vests into his embrace. "San Pingan," he shouted. Instinctively, San Pingan turned around, only to be met by Yongyun, who, enveloped by a fragrant breeze, rushed toward him. She wrapped her arms around his neck, rose on her toes, and bestowed upon him a fleeting kiss. Blushing, she spun away and dashed off. Hey. Wait a minute, is this just a tease? The danger has already been averted. I'm not asking for a lifelong commitment, just a longer kiss to savor the moment. Yongyun, don't run away. That was my first kiss. " In the lobby of the city bureau, San Pingan muttered curses at the infernal system.
Before him lay a blank sheet of paper, in no words. Not even a single punctuation mark. Write a report. I would rather starve or leap from a mountain than compose one. The literal meaning was true. San Ping'an truly could not write this report. How was he to do it? Should he claim he had a system that allowed him to expend 1 pound of fat to deliver a divine shot that blew the criminal's head off? Or that he possessed a superior dismantling technique to defuse the bomb? Even if someone believed such absurdities, the next moment, San Ping'an would likely find himself imprisoned in a research facility, subjected to dissection by a cadre of lab-coated scientists. As for his curses directed at the wretched system, they were merely routine, the necessity. After all, this insidious system did not treat him as a human. One criminal neutralized, 4 bomb vests dismantled. Rewarded the expert-level dermatological skills. After all that parole, this was the meager reward bestowed upon him. Do not even mention San Ping'an. If it were you, would you not feel exasperated? What use is dermatology? To treat athlete's foot. Moreover, as San Ping'an understands, most skin diseases are related to internal medicine. And their treatments often intersect with both internal and external medicine. Yet, he possesses neither internal nor surgical knowledge. What good is a dermatological technique to him? Clearly, this falls within the realm of Western medical knowledge. I aspire to become a divine practitioner of traditional Chinese medicine. According to the system, it seems they aim to cultivate a comprehensive, top-tier physician, transcending the boundaries of Eastern and Western practices. Brother Pang, shall we indulge in a late-night snack? San Ping'an looked up to see his classmate Wei Zigang from Police Academy, who had been assigned to the city bureau for his internship. It was good to have a fellow classmate who knew he had been hungry all day. San Ping'an expressed his gratitude and began to devour the boxed meal. As midnight approached, another day was coming to an end. Daily settlement begins. For foreign spies captured, the leader Smith's reward has been distributed. Dismantling the plot of a foreign espionage organization in the northern region of Dacia. Led police academy trainees to successfully apprehend the heads and key members of a criminal gang, completely eradicating the malevolent forces. Commanded special police to eliminate 6 criminals and successfully rescue hostages. Rewarded 1 bottle of unlimited stamina potion for 1 hour, 1 set of mini water ghost gear. San Ping'an waited for a while. Is that it? What kind of reward is this? After a grueling day, battling through so much, this is all he receives. The 1 hour unlimited stamina potion has been personally verified to be quite beneficial. But what is this mini water ghost gear? Does he truly require such a thing? With over 200 pounds of weight, he would float effortlessly in water, unable to sink. A jarring screech of brakes echoed from outside the door, followed by hurried footsteps approaching San Ping'an. He turned to see his parents arriving. Just as he was about to speak, his father, seeing his son alive, brandished a 7 wolves. His mother, seeing her son unharmed, swung unharmed as the couple launched a combined assault on San Ping'an. At that moment, he comprehended a profound truth: seeking the limelight comes with a steep price. A new day dawned. At Bechia police station, the sight of San Ping'an, spotting panda eyes and limping into the room, provoked laughter among his colleagues. They held a mix of reverence and amusement for him. This hefty fellow truly dared to charge into matters, yet never seemed to emerge unscathed. Just then, internal documents arrived. Despite the commendable outcome of his reckless actions the previous night, he was to face repercussions. A demerit was recorded but not filed. He was required to reflect deeply and submit a 5,000-word self-critique within 3 days, alongside a deduction of his monthly bonus, and to transcribe police regulations 10 times. What could San Ping'an do? Accept the punishment. Otherwise, his father's 7 wolves were not to be trifled with. As he began transcribing the police regulations, his mentor, Tongjing, approached. Master, I have shed blood for the people and made contributions to the nation. How can they treat me this way? Writing a 5,000-word self-reflection is truly beyond my capability. With a sharp rap on San Ping'an's head, Tongjing scolded, "You little rascal, if it weren't for your past sacrifices and merits, your defiance of orders, your reckless actions, and your theft of special police firearms would warrant expulsion from the police force and a court-martial. Consider yourself fortunate. This is merely a reprimand, not recorded in your file. You only need to copy the police regulations and write a self-reflection.
You are getting off easy, so stop sulking. San Ping'an wore a despondent expression, fully aware that while the punishment was severe in theory, it was lenient in practice. The thunderous warnings would yield little more than a gentle fall. Yet, a 5,000-word essay. It was truly an insurmountable task. Sitting beside him, Tong Jing spoke earnestly. Ping'an, you must recognize that the police force is a disciplined organization. As a police officer, you are required to obey orders unconditionally. Reflect on your actions. The higher-ups had devised the most appropriate course of action, yet you chose to defy orders in a display of personal heroism. Now that everything is safe, you are hailed as a hero. But what if your gunfire had missed the criminal or you had failed to defuse the bomb? We, as police officers, do not fear sacrifice. If one fears death, they should not be in this profession. However, in the scene back, there were still over 30 innocent civilians and hundreds of police officers. Should their lives be jeopardized by your reckless actions? Remember, the safety of the people must always be our foremost concern. If the public is not in danger, we, as police officers, must act regardless of our confidence. Now, diligently copy the police regulations, reflect seriously, then write your self-reflection. I'll treat you to 2 large chicken legs at noon. After delivering her admonition, Tong Jing patted San Ping'an on the shoulder and returned to her duties. For the next 3 days, San Ping'an was in a state of gloom. His application for a single dormitory had been approved and was situated in the backyard of the Becheo police station. While other officers could return home after work, he remained on duty, with the station providing his meals. For 3 days, he did not step beyond the precinct. Under the watchful eyes of Xie Ping and Tong Jing, he begrudgingly produced the 5,000-word self-reflection. Once submitted, there was no immediate feedback. For now, he was placed on a semi-suspension status, working his shifts but relegated to internal tasks, with no external duties assigned to him. San Ping'an, Xie Ping shouted as he burst from his office. San Ping'an swiftly closed the card game on his computer and switched to the internal network files. Only after completing this did he stand up. Captain Xie, I'm here. Quickly, go to the back and properly manage your attire, change into a new police uniform. Captain Xie, it's work hours, we can't be matchmaking here, can we? I'm not advocating for matchmaking. Quit with the nonsense. The high-ranking officials from the city bureau, the head of the city's publicity department, and others from the bureau's publicity office are arriving shortly. Your first-class merit, along with the reward for capturing the most wanted criminal, has arrived. Please act quickly and efficiently. After Xie finished speaking, he ignored San Ping'an and instead clapped his hands to gather the attention of the officers in the hall. Everyone set aside their tasks at hand. Zhong Ying, take a few female colleagues and clean the glass, tables, and chairs thoroughly. Xiao Wang, gather several male colleagues to tidy up the hall. Xiao Meng, lead a group to fetch water and such. Lu Yin, lean on your crutch and refrain from overexerting yourself. The leaders from the city bureau are about to arrive. Let us all move swiftly and efficiently. After Xie Ping concluded, he grabbed the car keys and went out to relocate a vehicle. The Becheo police station is no longer the same as it was a fortnight ago. Previously, the station courtyard only housed a few electric scooters and bicycles under the awning by the wall, with no fuel-powered vehicles in sight. Each month, the heads of other police stations would come to take advantage of Becheo's resources, pilfering the monthly fuel cards. Now, however, Becheo has its own vehicles. There is a liberated jeep, which is typically assigned to leaders at or above the city bureau level. Becheo possesses one. There is also a Santana sedan and 2 5-star minibuses, alongside 4 motorcycles. It's a significant upgrade indeed. Xie Ping intended to move all these vehicles aside to make way for the incoming city bureau officials, demonstrating Becheo's respect for the leaders. Some may call this sycophancy, but in reality, it is an understanding of social niceties. Imagine the impression the city bureau leaders would have upon seeing everything in order during their inspection, surely. Becheo would be the first station they think of when good fortune arises. Being a police officer is not merely about diligence and hard work to earn accolades. It requires apprehending criminals and achieving tangible results. What significant tasks can a police station engage in daily? They must wait for major cases from the city bureau that necessitate cooperation from the station to earn their share of recognition. With so many police stations citywide, What would compel the city bureau leaders to select Bechiao? Understand? 20 minutes later, 4 police cars drove into the courtyard of Bechiao police station. City bureau director Gao Bingxiong, Jiang Dong, the head of the city's publicity department, and several officers from the police publicity office disembarked. Xieping and Tong Jing, accompanied by the officers of Bechiao police station, welcomed the city bureau leaders. Where is our esteemed contributor, San Ping'an? Gao Bingxiong inquired, puzzled, as he did not see San Ping'an's recognizable plump figure among the crowd. He had confirmed with Xieping prior to arriving that San Ping'an was at the station. Without him, what would be the point of the setup? San Ping'an. Xieping turned around and indeed could not find him. San Ping'an. Xieping shouted at the top of his lungs. Coming. Coming. San Ping'an rushed out. Upon seeing San Ping'an's appearance, Xieping thought to himself that had it not been for the presence of the city bureau leaders, he would have kicked him outright. This bumbling fat man seems to have been sent by heaven itself to oppose me. Why haven't you tidied yourself up? Who sent you to wash your hair? Even if you washed it, you should have dried it properly. What's with the water dripping from your head? I instructed you to change into a new police uniform. Yet you still haven't done so. How did Xieping ascertain that this hefty fellow hadn't changed his uniform? Because during yesterday's meal, a piece of meat slipped and fell onto his chest. Look, if the grease stain is still there. San Ping'an, did I not ask you to change into a new police uniform? Do you think I'm jesting? Xieping stepped forward, his irritation palpable as he reprimanded in a harsh tone, Chief Xiep, this is the only uniform I possess. The logistics department informed me that the customized uniforms will take another week to arrive. Xieping slapped his forehead in exasperation. How careless of me to have forgotten. With San Ping'an's physique, it is unlikely that one could find another in the entire city, let alone the national police force. At 220 pounds. Where could one possibly procure a suitable uniform for him? Customization was the only solution. Thus, it seemed the heavens were conspiring against me. Xieping felt a wave of frustration wash over him. A perceptive staff member from the publicity office approached briskly. Chief Xiep, it's all right, just tidy up your hair a bit. We can touch up the photo later on the computer to remove any stains or watermarks. Xieping felt his worries dissipate. San Ping'an grabbed a dry towel to dry his hair, glancing at the newcomer. Aside from the city police chief, Gao Bingxiong, he recognized only one person, Hong Meo, who had previously collaborated with him to apprehend the high-profile fugitive, Wang Yong. Hong Meo flashed a smile at San Ping'an. Xieping and Tong Jing welcomed everyone into the hall, and Hong Meo took his place beside San Ping'an. Brother Hong, why are you blushing like a shy maiden? San Ping'an teased, nudging Hong Meo lightly. Hong Meo looked at him and grinned widely. All right. I understand now. I still haven't had my front tooth fixed after losing it during the last operation to capture Wang Yong. His grin revealed the absence of his front tooth, lending a comical air to his expression. Then came the awards ceremony. Normally, the first-class merit would warrant a grand celebration, but San Ping'an's penchant for causing trouble was well known. Though he avoided major disasters, he was prone to minor blunders. Under the leadership of Brother Hu, the local ruffians, one by one, suffered concussions. While the notorious fugitive Gao Feng was rendered incapacitated by San Ping'an's actions. Once an international sports champion, he would now struggle to walk steadily and could only eat with a spoon. As for charges of disobeying orders, seizing firearms, usurping authority, and acting independently, the list was extensive. Particularly concerning was the 5,000-word self-critique he had penned, which was of such poor quality that it was inferior to an elementary school essay. Even if he had scoured the internet for a template to copy, it would have been superior to his attempt. It was prudent to keep a low profile for an officer who frequently erred. Otherwise, he would set a poor example. And how could the team be led effectively if they followed suit? San Ping'an was awarded a first-class merit medal, a commendation certificate, and a bonus of 50. Lu Ying received a bonus of 10 and a commendation certificate. Hong Miao also received a bonus of 10 and a commendation certificate. The Bechiao police station was awarded a collective commendation certificate. The apprehension of the highly wanted criminal Wang Yong was a collaborative effort by 3 individuals, resulting in a shared reward of 100,000 yuan each. Certificates of commendation were issued, along with cash checks, and photographs were taken.
In a mere 10 minutes. They arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly. Xieping and Tongjing speculated that this was the doing of the city bureau's higher-ups, who were evidently eager to be rid of the presence of Sanping and the corpulent figure. With the concern that lingering guesses might provoke an urge to confront the rotund man, Xieping clapped his hands and exclaimed, "Let us head to the Huimen Food Square tonight. We shall celebrate our commendation at Betio and warmly welcome our 4 new interns. It's on me." The officers erupted in cheers. However, after the celebration, it was back to work. Sanping returned to his post and pulled out his phone to message Yongyun yet. As expected, his attempts met with silence, akin to a cow sinking into the sea. Tongjing, noticing the disappointment etched on Sanping's chubby face, inquired with a smile, "Still messaging Yongyun?" "Yes. I called but got no answer and my messages went unanswered," he replied. After contemplating, Tongjing picked up the landline and made an inquiry. "The city bureau has dispatched Director Yong to the capital for psychological counseling." "Psychological counseling?" Sanping was taken aback. "Why aren't we receiving counseling?" He pondered aloud, recalling that he, along with Xieping, Tongjing, and Wang Xiaobin, had been kidnapped by Mao Rong, who had strapped them with explosive vests. Sanping had even fired his weapon, resulting in Mao Rong's demise. According to protocol, any discharge of a firearm necessitated a report and subsequent counseling. Thus, they all ought to be attending psychological sessions. Tongjing chuckled, Xiaobin, and are seasoned officers. We can manage our own mental well-being without occupying the Bureau's valuable counseling resources. Do you really think you haven't undergone psychological counseling? Sanping queried, bewildered. I have. Rewriting police regulations, composing self-reflections, these are forms of psychological counseling in themselves. Self-regulation is the most common method of psychological support. Do you know why you haven't been assigned to fieldwork and are kept under our watch? It's to monitor you, ensuring your well-being. If we detected any irregularities, we would have sent you for counseling long ago. After a moment of reflection, Sanping mused, does this imply that Yongyan's situation is more serious? Tongjing, surprised by his insight, hesitated but eventually nodded. Director Yang has likely experienced significant psychological strain, especially since she is an external recruit. In the police force, personnel are categorized as internal or external recruits. Internal recruits include graduates from police academies and veterans, while external recruits are professionals sourced from society and the general populace, such as those specializing in website development, legal assistance, vehicle maintenance, and logistics. Yongyun, a doctoral candidate from a prestigious university, had been specially recruited into the police force, underscoring the department's high regard for her. All right, focus on your work and don't overthink, Tongjing said, giving Sanping a reassuring pat on the shoulder before attending to other matters. With the day's work concluded, the on-duty personnel remained behind. Others had changed into casual attire and gathered at the city's food plaza for a communal meal. By the time the gathering concluded, it was already 8 p.m. The group stood by the roadside, engaging in cheerful banter while awaiting transportation. In a couple of days, we'll be busy again, Wang Xiaobin remarked. The cold city marathon. Sanping responded instinctively. Indeed. We will all be stationed along the route to ensure the safety of the marathon. Sanping was no stranger to this. During his time at the police academy, every year around this time, all cadets were required to volunteer for duty, maintaining order and safeguarding the marathon. As the group continued their conversation, an abrupt and jarring sound of tires screeching and a collision pierced the air. Not far away, a bus had violently crashed into the rear of a compact car. The small vehicle, unable to withstand the impact, lashed forward several meters. Was it a traffic accident? No. This was clearly a case of road rage. The driver of the compact car did not exit but instead surged forward, slammed on the brakes, reversed, and rammed the rear of the bus. The bus driver, undeterred, pressed forward against the compact car. After colliding for several meters, the bus reversed a few feet and, with full force, crashed into the car again, sending it careening onto the curb, striking a tree, then flipping onto the median. Quick, go help. Xieping called out. The young men from the department rushed forward, dividing into 3 groups. One group restrained the bus driver, another group worked to rescue those trapped inside the overturned compact car.
while the third maintained order in the vicinity to prevent traffic congestion and crowding. "You idiot, what were you thinking?" the bus driver yelled as he was pulled from the vehicle, seeing the compact car's driver being dragged out. "If you had the guts, you would have killed me," the compact car driver retorted, engaging in a heated exchange of insults. "Enough. Do you want to be detained?" "I can arrange that for you," Sieping admonished, brandishing handcuffs before the two drivers. At last, the two men calmed down. This was the city center, not the jurisdiction of the Becheo police station. Traffic disputes were to be handled by the traffic police. Once the officers arrived and took over the situation, the matter ceased to concern the onlookers, and everyone returned home. As San Pingen hailed a cab and arrived home, he received a phone call from his uncle, Renfei. Half an hour later, Renfei arrived at the door with a group of people. Uncle, Engineer Fong, Engineer Leong, San Pingen greeted his familiar guests. All senior officials responsible for technology and safety at Pangu Company. "Fatih, let me show you something impressive," Renfei said, signaling to the safety supervisor accompanying him. The supervisor placed a 3-proof safe case on the table. Engineer Fong and Engineer Leong produced keys to unlock it. This was a moment to witness history. With a smug expression, Renfei opened the case. In the center lay a smartphone. "Wow, has it finally been developed?" San Pingen exclaimed, eagerly grasping the large screen phone and kissing it several times. Renfei beamed with pride. Fong Gong chuckled, "We just finalized the global patents this afternoon, otherwise we wouldn't have dared to present it. There is still significant room for technological enhancement which can be utilized in subsequent versions." 3 years ago, Pangu Company, following San Pingen's vision, acquired a number of nascent patents, investing astronomical sums to commence intensive research. Today, they have finally achieved results. "Come, let me teach you." Renfei intended to display his prowess, but was quickly reminded that this groundbreaking technological product was nearly entirely conceived by San Pingen. He ruefully touched his nose. After a moment of tinkering, San Pingen furrowed his brow. "Let us hear your suggestions." As soon as he spoke, Fong Gong, Leong Gong, and other technical luminaries produced their notebooks. Their numerous first-hand experiences had taught them that San Pingen's insights were always incisive and profound. First, the weight is still excessive. It could be lighter. Second, the camera's pixel count is insufficient, the memory is too small, the screen resolution is low, and there is a noticeable delay in touch response. Third, there are too many programs inside, it appears cluttered and overwhelming. "Shao-san, please elaborate on the third point," Ren Gong interjected. "The weight pertains to material issues. The camera is a matter of components. Touch delay falls under technical challenges. All this must be addressed to enhance the phone's quality. However, I disagree with the third point." San Pingen swiped across the screen, indicating the 20+ icons displayed to membership registration. Music, movies, ebooks, short videos, and shopping platforms. "To be frank, this is excessive." "How can it be excessive, Shao-san? I sent you this precisely according to your vision. You claim that future smartphones should function like computers, capable of playing music, watching films, reading novels, and facilitating online shopping." "Ren Gong, please be patient," San Pingen replied with a smile. "Pangu Company specializes in mobile phones. This is the world's first large touchscreen smartphone. Third-rate companies produce products, second-rate companies build brands, while first-rate companies establish rules. Our goal now is not to grasp every opportunity but to create standards. For instance, in Dacia alone, we have 5 major music platforms. The number of global online music platforms is even greater. If Pangu were to launch another music platform, we would merely be competing for a share of a market already dominated by established sites. I am not concerned about the technical aspects. We possess the world's finest programmers at Pangu. However, what about copyrights? What about promotion? I also believe future phones should support gaming. Given our capabilities, how many blockbuster mobile games could Pangu realistically develop? Even with immense resources, how many nails can we drive? We must not harbor delusions of monopolizing every advantage, as that would render us public enemies. Ren Gong nodded in agreement. Indeed, while Pangu Company is replete with talent in its research and programming departments,
Dispersing focus often results in a lack of excellence in any single endeavor. Once San Pingan and the others accepted his perspective, he continued. What we aspire to achieve is the provision of increasingly advanced mobile phones and superior platforms. We aim to establish industry rules and standards that will invite a multitude of companies and products into the Pangu family. Their fierce competition, marked by strife and survival, holds no relevance to us. Pangu shall remain poised, like a fisherman at rest, reaping the rewards of our endeavors. Naturally, once Pangu ascends to become the preeminent mobile phone company globally, we can cease promising projects, investing or acquiring them, and establishing branches to develop them further. Imagine a future where a Pangu phone can manage every aspect of life. Whether shopping or purchasing a simple scallion at the market, transactions can be completed seamlessly via mobile payment. When hunger strikes, one can effortlessly order takeout with a warm meal delivered within half an hour. No matter where you are in the world, simply pulling out your phone allows for face-to-face meetings, conferences, or casual conversations. With San Pingan's words, vivid images form in the minds of the listeners. If we must venture into new territories, it should serve to amplify Pangu's influence, becoming indispensable to everyday life. Consider mobile payment applications that enable wireless transactions through the scanning of barcodes or QR codes. QR codes? Engineer Leong appears perplexed. San Pingan swiftly sketches a familiar QR code on paper. Its application is akin to that of barcodes, distinguished solely by random variations. This is crucial, and we must retain control over it. Additionally, interactive communication platforms such as WeChat, Facebook, and Weibo are also essential. Remember, we must avoid any form of paid memberships or deceptive fees, for what is free is often the most valuable. At the Bechia police station, at 7:30 a.m., an order from higher authorities arrives, demanding security for the annual Cold City Marathon. Beyond the routine patrol and duty personnel, everyone is assigned to external duties, standing guard. I shall now allocate positions. Officer Tong, still in recovery, will coordinate from the station. I will oversee logistics and support. Wang Xiaobin will be at East Street Junction, while San Pingan will be stationed at the southern end of the Cross River Bridge. Everyone, please check the batteries of your walkie-talkies. Those needing replacements should do so promptly. Once Yeping and the others finish their checks, they salute, fully equipped and attired, and proceed to their vehicles. The bus driver involved in last night's road rage incident has faced disciplinary action from their company. It was warranted. Endangering a bus full of passengers in a fit of road rage is perilous. The incident arose when the bus was proceeding normally at an intersection, failing to yield to a right-turning vehicle. The driver of the smaller car began aggressive maneuvers, attempting to cut off the bus repeatedly. Despite the aggravation, the bus driver remained composed until the small car driver's relentless antics provoked an outburst. Had Sieping and his team not arrived in time to restore order, the passengers would have certainly retaliated against the small car driver. Ideally, both parties should share the consequences equally. The driver of the small vehicle hailed from a wealthy family, whose connections ensured that the public transport company's leadership took notice. Consequently, the bus driver faced severe repercussions, a fine of 10,000. The obligation to repair the small vehicle, a deduction from his monthly salary, a reduction in quarterly bonuses, and disqualification from the annual recognition of exemplary individuals. Had the company not been short-staffed, he might have faced suspension or even dismissal. Passengers on the bus murmured in disbelief. The minibus continued its journey, stopping at various points along the way. Entering the city from the North Bridge required traversing the Cross River Bridge, a key segment of the Cold City Marathon route. San Pingan was stationed at the southern bridgehead. His role, essentially standing guard, served primarily as a deterrent. In the event of a traffic jam, he would assist in clearing the congestion. This marked San Pingan's fifth time providing security for the marathon, and he was well versed in his duties. Upon alighting, San Pingan stepped off the roadway and strolled towards the riverbank, seeking a cool spot to rest. If the Ministry of Internal Affairs were to conduct an inspection, notification would be relayed via radio, allowing him to simply stand by the roadside. It was only during the marathon's main event that he would need to remain at his post. This river, the tributary of the, flowed gently, though its average depth was 45 meters, with the deepest sections exceeding 10 meters. Swimming in these waters posed significant risks. With many primary and secondary schools already on summer break, he felt it necessary to monitor any swimming activity. Fishing, however, was less concerning as long as individuals remained on land. In a standard licensed Santana, Fong Junhui, the head of the Internal Affairs Division, perused a list of personnel assigned to duty at the North Bridge police station. A police officer in the backseat handed him the list. Upon scanning the document, Fong's gaze fell upon San Pingan's name. Proceed to the North City Cross River Bridge, he instructed. The other officers in the vehicle silently criticized Fong Junhui. Though he was competent and diligent, he was also somewhat petty. Having been rebuffed by San Pingan previously and publicly chastised by his superior, he was likely to seek retribution. Of course, if San Pingan performed his duties impeccably, no one would dare to voice any complaints. Moments later, the looming silhouette of the Cross River Bridge came into view. However, the officers in the vehicle noted the absence of any police presence at the bridgehead. Fong Junhui rechecked the assigned duty locations on the list. A smirk forming on his face. San Pingan, let us see how you wriggle out of this one, he thought. As the vehicle reached the southern end of the bridge, he commanded, stop the car. As the vehicle came to a halt, Fong Junhui swiftly exited and glanced around the roadside, immediately spotting the distinctive, plump figure of San Pingan. Clad in his police uniform, San was unexpectedly assisting an elderly gentleman with his fishing, skillfully netting a lively carp. A little to the left, excellent, hold steady, go. With a decisive lift of the net, a vibrant fish, weighing at least 5 pounds, was caught. San Pingan felt a surge of joy for the old man. However, out of the blue, a stern voice interrupted. San Pingan, what are you doing? Turning around, he was met with Fong Junhui's mocking smile. A wave of dread washed over him, he realized he had been caught in the act. Despite his racing heart, he maintained an air of calm. Good day, section chief. San stood at attention, delivering a salute that left no room for criticism. Fong Junhui scoffed. Noted, intern officer San Pingan from Bechia police station has unlawfully abandoned his post during working hours. He continued, return to your duty immediately. Your handling of this matter will be reported to the Internal Affairs Department at the City Bureau for Bechia Police Station. Yes, sir. San responded, making his way toward the bridge. Under the watchful eyes of onlookers, there was no explanation to offer. Abandoning his post would likely result in nothing more than a mere reprimand, an inconvenience rather than a catastrophe. As for the potential impact on his career advancement, San Pingan was indifferent, he had never aspired to climb the ranks. Fong Junhui had prepared a scathing reprimand, eagerly awaiting San's defense to unleash a torrent of criticism upon him. Yet, he was taken aback when San merely complied and walked away, leaving him feeling as if his anger had dissipated into thin air and nearly choking him in frustration. San Pingan reached the bridge's edge, standing at attention and surveying his surroundings with utmost seriousness, embodying the essence of a dutiful officer. Fong Junhui's irritation intensified, yet he felt powerless to act further. Any additional complaints would only serve to undermine his own authority. We are leaving, Fong Junhui said bitterly, striding toward the bridge. However, just a few steps in, he noticed San Pingan charging toward him. San Pingan, what are you doing? Assaulting a superior is a grave offense. Are you looking to resign? Fong Junhui exclaimed, startled by San's sudden advance. The other officers from the Internal Affairs Department, though unimpressed by Fong Junhui's pettiness, could not stand idly by while their superior faced potential harm. Just as they were about to intervene, San Pingan veered around them, sprinting toward the riverbank. Could he possibly be in urgent need? They wondered. But before they could ponder further, a deafening crash echoed from the bridge. In unison, they turned their gaze toward the source of the sound. A bus had shattered through the guardrail, plunging directly downward. Boom. The bus fell into the river. San Pingan had just positioned himself at the bridge's edge when he noticed something awry with the bus's trajectory. Initially traveling near the center line, it suddenly veered to the right, colliding violently with a car that was proceeding normally. Under normal circumstances, when a traffic accident occurs, drivers typically choose to stop immediately and assess the situation. However, this particular bus not only failed to halt but instead collided with a car, propelling it towards the bridge's guardrail. Although the guardrail was constructed of steel and could withstand a certain degree of impact, the bus was traveling at an excessive speed.
exerting a force far too great for the guardrail to contain. Anticipating that the bus would breach the guardrail and plunge off the bridge, San Ping'an instinctively decided to run towards the riverbank and call for help. He retrieved his phone and hurled it towards Fong Junhui. Subsequently, he kicked off his shoes, disregarding his police uniform, and plunged into the frigid waters of the river. Fong Junhui, taken aback by the astonishing scene before him, was momentarily stunned and was struck on the forehead by the flying phone, causing a gash that bled profusely. "You scoundrel, San Ping'an! How dare you assault a superior?" Fong Junhui shouted angrily as he picked up the phone. "Section Chief, quickly call for assistance," one officer urged loudly. "Call for help." "Yes, call for help." How could a police officer brazenly attack a superior? Another officer, unable to bear the sight any longer, seized the phone and dialed the emergency number. Fong Junhui was momentarily taken aback, sensing the disdainful gazes of his subordinates directed at him. One officer conveyed the location and the emergency situation through the call, while two others hastily stripped off their clothing and jumped into the river. The bus, nose down, crashed violently against the river surface. The windshield shattered upon contact, and torrents of icy water surged into the vehicle. Enveloped by the frigid river, San Ping'an struggled to swim. After covering a distance of over 30 meters, he managed to traverse just over 10 before witnessing the bus sink headfirst into the depths. Inside the bus, several passengers had lost consciousness from the impact, while others, having struck the handrails or seats, suffered from broken limbs and cried out in agony. A fortunate few, merely startled, scrambled desperately towards the rear of the bus. Time was running out for San Ping'an. He swam closer, finally reaching the location where the bus had submerged. Taking a deep breath, he plunged beneath the surface. The bus was inverted, with its rear end still about a meter above the water. "The situation inside, I implore you, save me. My son has just turned 1. He cannot be without his mother. My father is bedridden, relying on me for care. If I were to perish, who would look after him?" As San Ping'an ascended, chaos erupted among the 10 or so individuals at the rear of the vehicle, their voices filled with panic. With one person clutched in each hand, San Ping'an was unable to react. His only option was to swim upwards with all his might. Two officers from the Ministry of Internal Affairs happened to dive in, offering him a gesture of encouragement before continuing their descent to rescue others. Two passengers, skilled in swimming, noticed an exit below and took a deep breath before plunging into the depths. They encountered the two officers at the shattered window. Ignoring the officers, the passengers forcefully pushed them aside, competing with one another, and managed to squeeze through the window. They then desperately swam upwards. Upon surfacing, they gasped for air, fervently paddling towards the shore. San Ping'an lay on the water surface, one arm wrapped around the neck of an unconscious passenger to keep their head above water. This awkward swimming position was the best option available. Hearing the splashes, San Ping'an looked at the two escaping passengers. "Help me," he shouted, but they paid him no mind. Swimming past him and, once ashore, even had the audacity to check their phones to see if they still functioned. On the riverbank, a police officer calling for help was unable to enter the water but could assist from the shore. At this moment, Fong Junhui also regained his composure and joined San Ping'an in bringing the two unconscious passengers to safety. "Find some plastic bags, fill them with air, every life counts, quickly," San Ping'an commanded Fong Junhui and another officer, then plunged back into the river. The two officers from the Ministry of Internal Affairs, having rescued only two unconscious passengers, found themselves utterly exhausted. They were administrative officers, accustomed to office work, lacking the physical stamina of field officers. San Ping'an's own endurance was waning. After rescuing another unconscious passenger, he was nearing his limit. The desperate cries and pleas for help from the bus passengers echoed in his ears. Determined, San Ping'an gasped for breath and dove back into the river for a third time. This descent felt markedly more challenging, the water's resistance overwhelming. Each stroke of his arms and kick of his legs brought on signs of cramping. The sensation of suffocation intensified. San Ping'an was acutely aware that if he persisted, he might very well lose his own life. Yet, as a police officer, he could not stand idly by while numerous passengers drowned. This represented the lives of many families. Suddenly, he recalled the rewards he would receive upon completion of his duty, the unlimited stamina potion and the water ghost microsuit. San Ping'an silently gasped as 2 items in his system inventory vanished simultaneously. In an instant, he felt his physical condition restored to its peak. A thin film enveloped his face, and the intense stimulation from the river water disappeared, along with the suffocating sensation in his mouth and nose. Tentatively, he inhaled. And to his astonishment, he discovered he could breathe underwater. It seemed as though 2 invisible webbed feet had emerged from his own, enhancing the force of his leg movements, thus accelerating his speed and extending his reach. Without hesitation, he quickened his pace to rescue those in peril. 1 passenger. 2 passengers. San Ping'an tirelessly traversed between the bus and the riverbank. Each time he resurfaced, a chorus of gasps erupted from the onlookers. With 2 large plastic bags acquired from a nearby supermarket, he was able to bring up 2 bags of air with every descent. Although this added to the difficulty of his dives, it provided a glimmer of hope for the stranded passengers. Once again, San Ping'an surfaced with an elderly female passenger, straining against the water as he swam towards the shore. "Grab on!" shouted Feng Junhui, who stood knee-deep in the river, clutching a long branch and extending it toward him with all his might. San Ping'an grasped the branch tightly, and with the combined strength of Feng Junhui and several police officers, they pulled him ashore. 2 officers waiting nearby promptly took the rescued passenger from him. Just as San Ping'an turned to plunge back into the river, he felt a firm grip on his arm. Turning, he saw it was Feng Junhui. "Enough. Don't go back in. You've done your utmost, don't jeopardize your own life," Feng Junhui implored, his voice thick with emotion. San Ping'an paused, as did the 3 internal affairs officers standing nearby. "Really, it's enough. Don't be reckless, the lives of the people are paramount, and your life is equally precious," Feng Junhui stated with utmost seriousness. He had come to genuinely admire San Ping'an. This chubby rookie officer may have countless flaws and disregard for protocol, yet he undeniably embodied the essence of an outstanding police officer. "Rest assured, I am fully capable. I will save everyone trapped below," San Ping'an replied with a slight smile, his face adorned with an endearingly foolish grin. However, to Feng Junhui and the others, it conveyed a tragic sense that this time, San Ping'an might not return. "San Ping'an, don't be foolish, I cannot allow you to go down again." Feng Junhui rushed forward, seizing San Ping'an's arm once more and shouting vehemently, "Trust me. I know my own physical limits. Let go, I cannot waste time, those down there cannot hold on much longer." San Ping'an understood Feng Junhui's concern but recognized that time was of the essence, leaving him no opportunity to explain patiently. "In my capacity as the head of the 1st Division of the Internal Affairs Ministry, I command you to stay," Feng Junhui exclaimed, desperation evident in his voice. "I command you, you big-headed one." San Ping'an rolled his eyes and tapped lightly at Feng Junhui's elbow, sending a jolt of sensation through him, rendering Feng's entire arm powerless. Seizing this opportunity, San Ping'an turned and plunged back into the water. What is paramount when rescuing someone underwater? It is essential to discern the surrounding environment, locate those in need of rescue, possess ample physical strength, then have sufficient oxygen. With a 1-hour stamina potion, San Ping'an ensured he had the energy required. The underwater suit allowed him to see the surroundings as clearly as if he were on land. The breathing mask enabled him to inhale underwater, akin to a fish, while the flippers enhanced his speed beneath the surface. With the stamina potion and the underwater suit, what was there to fear? To outsiders, he appeared to be recklessly risking his life, making repeated trips back and forth between the submerged bus and the shore, rescuing one passenger after another. However, to San Ping'an, it was merely a repetitive endeavor, a frantic race against death for the control of life. One passenger after another was brought to safety by San Ping'an. Feng Junhui watched as San Ping'an's pallid face, waterlogged and devoid of color, emerged each time. He observed San Ping'an gasping for breath, the breathing mask malfunctioning slightly, causing a brief sensation of suffocation upon surfacing. Feng noticed how San Ping'an's movements became increasingly sluggish, as the river seemed to swell with a stronger current. Tears streamed down Feng Junhui's cheeks. What is a hero? This seemingly unremarkable, plump figure, akin to the chubby boy next door, repeatedly plunged into the river without resting for even a minute. Exhausted and drained, he still resolutely leaped into the waters to save others. He was, without a doubt, the hero in the hearts of all.
San Ping, the underwater rescue team is on their way. Do not go back in. Fong Junhui grasped San Ping's arm once more, pleading desperately. When I surfaced just now, I think I saw one last passenger at the edge of the bus. I need to confirm. San Ping spoke, his breath labored. This cast underwater suit and breathing mask, perhaps due to the number of times he had surfaced, had developed a problem, making breathing difficult. To everyone else, it seemed to indicate that San Ping had exhausted all his strength. San Ping, enough, truly enough. Even if there is someone left, they cannot be saved now. The underwater rescue team is almost here, let them handle the rest. San Ping shook his head resolutely. As police officers, we must never abandon any citizen in peril. Trust me, I can hold on. San Ping declared firmly. Fong Junhui, grasping San Ping's hand, reluctantly let go. San Ping smiled faintly at Fong Junhui and turned to plunge once more into the river. At the riverbed, San Ping entered the bus, meticulously checking every corner to ensure no passengers were left behind. Only when he was certain did he feel a sense of relief and prepare to surface. Suddenly, out of the corner of his eye, San Ping caught sight of a flickering figure. He promptly altered his course and swam closer. To his astonishment, the bus driver, the very perpetrator behind the bus plunging into the river, was still alive. It seemed that he had been swept away by the surging waters as the bus collided with the river's surface, only to be drawn back in by the sinking vehicle. One of his legs was firmly trapped beneath the left side of the bus. Clutched in his hands was a large white bag, which upon closer inspection turned out to be an airbag. Whether it was a stroke of luck or misfortune was uncertain. Nonetheless, the bus driver had succumbed to a semi-conscious state, and if he were not rescued soon, he would surely meet his demise in mere minutes. San Ping attempted to push the bus, but despite his weight of over 200 pounds and the buoyancy of the water, he could not budge the massive vehicle. Sensing something amiss, the bus driver opened his eyes to meet San Ping's gaze, filled with a desperate yearning for life. Though he could not speak, he clasped his hands together in a gesture of gratitude towards San Ping. Regret washed over him. Why had he not acted sooner? Even though the bus driver was the cause of this calamity, San Ping could not bear to watch him perish. After a moment of contemplation, he discerned the direction of the current and swam upstream for a distance. The bus driver witnessed an unforgettable scene. The portly figure clad in a police uniform floated in the water, resembling a king of the ocean from a film. Schools of fish swirled around him, as if paying homage to their sovereign. Then, this rotund figure moved, with the grace of a walrus yet the speed of a swordfish. He propelled himself through the water, harnessing its force to move swiftly. Like a humpback whale, he collided forcefully with the bus. The immense impact forced the vehicle to finally lose its vertical stance, gradually toppling to one side. At last, the bus driver was freed. San Ping seized the driver's hair and hoisted him above the water's surface. On the riverbank, hundreds of spectators erupted in applause and cheers, a cacophony of gratitude resounding. As San Ping stepped onto solid ground, he felt a sudden lightness. The water spirit suit vanished. Unlike the indestructible Ghost King Needle, this suit, though not disposable, would disappear if damaged beyond repair. Nevertheless, the important thing was that he had saved a life, even if the suit was now rendered useless. Well done, my friend. Officer. You are a hero. 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 Initially, various shouts filled the air, but soon, only one chant remained, a hero. Two officers approached to escort the bus driver away. Standing him to the side, Fong Junhui confronted San Ping, holding a record book designated for documenting the misconduct of police officers. San Ping, did you just abandon your post without cause? Yes, San Ping nodded in affirmation. No, you did not. Fong Junhui chuckled as he tore up the paper that documented San Ping's violation of police regulations, crumpling it into a ball and tossing it to the ground. Indeed, Fong Junhui was not one to possess great magnanimity. He was quite petty in nature. Yet, as a police officer, he still harbored a heart filled with righteousness. San Ping, through his tangible actions, had won him over. A few minor infractions were hardly akin to murder or arson. Nor did they serve as a shield for malevolent forces or abuse of power against the populace. He chose to overlook them. San Ping felt a surge of discontent. He had hoped to accumulate such minor errors to warrant dismissal. Alas, his efforts had been in vain.
However, San Pingon was not devoid of intelligence. Given the goodwill exhibited by Fong Junhui, he naturally felt compelled to reciprocate. "Thank you," he said, and Fong Junhui smiled brightly in response. "By the way, your forehead." San Pingon noticed the blood still trickling from Fong Junhui's brow. "Nothing serious, just a slight bump, it's inconsequential. I'll just put a band-aid on it later." "It doesn't concern you." Fong Junhui waved dismissively. "San Pingon, your phone," called out the rookie officer, handing over San Pingon's device. "Thanks. Now, hurry and get on the ambulance for a thorough examination at the hospital. We mustn't leave any potential hazards unchecked." "Just a moment," Fong Junhui mused, puzzled by San Pingon's intentions. Suddenly, he watched as the hefty figure charged towards the bus driver who had just been rescued, akin to an enraged bear. With a forceful kick, he struck the bus driver squarely in the abdomen. Despite the support of 2 officers, the driver was sent sprawling 2 meters away. San Pingon was not inclined to relent. He pounced upon the bus driver, pinning him down. His hefty hands descended upon the driver's face like a tempest, raining down slaps. "Do you wish to die? Go ahead and touch the electric switch, hang yourself, or leap into the river. But why drag so many innocent citizens down with you? Did you ever consider that they have parents, children, and families of their own? Have you ever thought about how your actions could shatter their lives? Did you ever think? Huh? I'm asking you, answer me." The bus driver, blood streaming from his mouth and nose, wished to respond, yet found himself utterly incapable. As he attempted to speak, another slap landed on his face. He could neither articulate his thoughts nor even the nation's exemplary officers and representatives of youth, who have moved the entire country, recognize his merit. Yet this portly individual, despite having achieved such great feats and with prospects of promotion and wealth within reach, chose to publicly assault the very culprit, the bus driver. Should the bus driver be punished? Indeed, he deserves to be reprimanded severely. However, emotions aside, there are rules and laws to adhere to. One cannot allow anger to dictate one's actions, resorting to violence against a suspect. Do you truly believe that police regulations are merely for show? If one must resort to violence, it should be done within the confines of the police station, in an interrogation room, with surveillance cameras turned off. As long as no lives are lost, one could unleash their fury without fear of repercussion. No officer would report you, and many would even provide an alibi. Yet now, Fong Junhui found himself in a quandary. What to do? Should he follow the procedures set by the Ministry of Internal Affairs or grant leniency to San Pingon? Neither option seemed viable. San Pingon was indeed furious, but to what end? What consequences awaited? To upset the hefty officer. He thought it best to unleash a thrashing first and consider the repercussions later. As for punishment, but that was precisely what he desired. 2 officers from the ministry attempted to separate San Pingon from the bus driver but failed. It wasn't until Xie Ping and 2 other officers intervened that they managed to restrain the enraged figure of San Pingon. "You dare strike me? I will sue you," the bus driver shouted, having been rescued yet still defiant. Had San Pingon not been held back by 4 officers, the driver would surely have faced another beating. In the inquiry room of the municipal bureau, San Pingon found himself for the second time. Unlike the first occasion when he was treated as a disciplinary offender, this time, before him lay a feast of roasted chicken, braised pork knuckles, northeastern sausages, and tofu rolls. Oh! Besides empty plates, only bones remained. Although there was no alcohol, a whole box of beverages was available for San Pingon to indulge in at will. Should the other officers being questioned witness this, they would surely be envious. Rescued 18 citizens from a plunging bus. Rewarded expert-level dermatological surgical skill. San Pingon rolled his eyes inwardly, having grown weary of critiquing the system. Rescuing 18 individuals and losing a set of diving gear earned him this. A traditional Chinese medicine prescription or a few custom ancient formulas would have sufficed. If you grant a Western surgical skill, at least offer a comprehensive one. Merely providing an expert-level dermatological surgical skill, that is hardly sufficient. The inquiry room door swung open, and Fong Junhui entered. "Have you eaten?" "Yes," San Pingon nodded. Fong Junhui took a seat opposite him and shared the results of the interrogation concerning the bus driver. who was indeed the same individual from yesterday's road rage incident. The bus company's unjust punishment had left him resentful, and by sheer coincidence, he had spotted the affluent individual responsible for his plight while driving the bus. In a fit of rage driven by impulsive thoughts, he pressed the accelerator forcefully and veered the vehicle, resulting in a collision. His sole intention was to eliminate that scoundrel, never foreseeing that the bus would crash through the bridge's guardrail and plunge into the river. Now that the deed is done, regret serves no purpose, and a lengthy prison sentence appears inevitable. However, this individual is no paragon of virtue either. He insists on implicating San Pingan in his confession. He lodges a complaint, accusing San Pingan of violently assaulting him. Despite Fong Junhui's attempts to dissuade him with words, he remained unyielding. Thus, San Pingan, in accordance with police regulations, during your duty, you have violently assaulted a criminal suspect, resulting in the loss of 3 teeth and a fractured rib for the suspect. This will be recorded as a serious reprimand and added to your file. You are required to submit a 5,000-word reflection. You will be detained for 5 days. And upon release, you will face a 10-day suspension. Your salary for this month has already been deducted. Therefore, your next month's wages will be docked as well. And your bonuses for the latter half of the year are forfeited. Do you have any objections to this disciplinary action? San Pingan shook his head and replied, "No objections whatsoever. It is fair and just, and I accept the punishment." Fong Junhui was immensely satisfied with San Pingan's response. The reprimand was in accordance with regulations. There was no other recourse. As for the record, there was no need for concern. In due time, it could be expunged. I will arrange for assistance with your reflection. Your last attempt was more akin to a primary school essay. If you wish to serve your detention, then so be it. If not, you will face a 15-day suspension. As for the wages and bonuses, you are not one to fret over finances. It shall be as it is. Just as Fong Junhui prepared to take his leave, he suddenly recalled something and slapped his forehead. Almost forgot. In light of your selfless act of bravery, both the city and the police department will commend you. The bureau has already submitted the report, and I estimate you will undoubtedly receive a first-class honor. Given your actions, you should be able to earn a medal of distinction. In the future, exercise more caution. If you continue on this reckless path, you shall remain a mere grassroots officer for the entirety of your career. Upon leaving the police department, San Pingan had yet to transition into relaxation mode when a phone call summoned him to the capital. Greetings, grandfather, Master Chen, and Master Go. In a presidential suite of a 5-star hotel, San Pingan found himself in the presence of 3 titans representing the pinnacle of traditional Chinese medicine in Dacia. However, he did not encounter Guo Chengshi's grandson, likely undergoing a rigorous re-education elsewhere. You impudent boy, what heroics are you attempting? Do you think you can defuse bombs? Do you have any idea how worried I and your grandfather are for you? Grandfather, my parents have already given me a thorough scolding, the San Pingan pleaded. Humph. You have not faced enough discipline. If you repeat such recklessness, do not blame your grandfather for administering family punishment. If I do not leave you bedridden for half a month, consider my efforts insufficient. San Pingan understood well that with his divine marksmanship and unparalleled disarming skills, such situations were mere trifles for him. While others perceived danger, he regarded it as no different from plucking the fruits of merit effortlessly. The issue lies in his inability to explain himself to his parents and grandfather. Thus, he has no choice but to accept it. It is only natural for a father to discipline his son, treating it as a means of exercise while simultaneously providing his parents with some physical activity. Grandfather. What brings the 3 esteemed gentlemen together this time? San Pingan swiftly shifted the topic, wary of his grandfather's potential to follow through on his words. Fearing that he might summon the wolves should he find his grandson lacking. There was an individual afflicted with a peculiar ailment, having consulted numerous doctors, including renowned foreign specialists. To no avail. In desperation, he turned to the traditional Chinese medicine of our great seer. Due to the person's unique status, this home visit for diagnosis must remain utterly confidential. San Pingan nodded in understanding. The esteemed gentlemen typically attended to patients of significant stature. The code of confidentiality was ingrained in their very essence. If they chose to remain silent, they would indeed take it to their graves. Regardless,
He was not summoned for leisure. Upon arrival, he would naturally discern the identity of the patient. Simultaneously, San Ping'an recognized the reason for his invitation. Familiarity with prominent figures would undoubtedly benefit his future endeavors. His grandfather was paving the way for his future. After a night's rest, a knock on the door echoed around 10 o'clock the following morning. Elder Zhao, Elder Qian, Elder Gui, our chairman is now available, please follow me. San Ping'an regarded the middle-aged man who had come to escort them, finding his face somewhat familiar, as if he had encountered him somewhere before. Following closely behind, San Ping'an descended in the elevator, and upon reaching the hotel entrance, he beheld a top-of-the-line customized lighthouse sedan. Lengthened, widened, bulletproof, all legal modifications were thoroughly arranged. The customization and modification cost alone could likely purchase 8 to 10 fully equipped lighthouse vehicles. The car glided forward, flanked by 2 Mercedes-Benz vehicles providing security. In the capital, few could command such an entourage. The convoy entered a renowned scenic area within the Third Ring Road, halting before a villa enveloped by a small forest. Given the location, the price per square meter was surely in the hundreds of thousands. A robust-looking middle-aged man hurried down from the villa and approached the car to greet them. Upon seeing his face, San Ping'an recalled the identity of the man who had greeted them at the hotel. He was the secretary of the wealthiest individual in Great Xia. This portly middle-aged man was none other than Wang Tianlin, the chairman of Yida Group and soon to surpass $1 trillion in total assets. Elder Zhao, Elder Qian, Elder Gui. I sincerely apologize for not being able to welcome you in person due to my busy schedule. I regret any perceived neglect towards the three of you. Due to the familial ties, Wang Tianlin found himself of the same generation as San Ping'an, though this only applied to Zhao Jingyuan. The other 2 elders did not share this generational relationship. Tianlin, the last time I saw you, you had just married, time flies, and here we are, years later. Zhao Jingyuan remarked with a hint of nostalgia. Time indeed takes its toll. The once-spirited young man now appeared as a portly, balding middle-aged individual. This is my grandson, San Ping'an. Welcome to your elder brother's home, Ping'an. Please make yourself at home. Wang Tianlin graciously greeted San Ping'an and presented him with a personal business card. As everyone entered the villa and settled into the reception room, the secretary produced a stack of medical files, each at least 2 inches thick, along with various examination reports. San Ping'an, seemingly unfazed, began to examine the decor of the villa's grand hall. Soon, his attention was captured by a fruit platter. Previously, his grandfather had kept the patient's information confidential, but upon meeting Wang Tianlin, San Ping'an found it quite understandable. This influential figure in the business world commanded significant power. Should news of his illness leak, it would undoubtedly cause turmoil in the stock market, instilling fear and anxiety that would be detrimental to societal stability. As San Ping'an savored the fruits, their juices bursting with flavor, he realized he was unfamiliar with the assortment before him, yet found them delightfully tasty. Just as he was enjoying himself, he heard footsteps approaching from behind. Turning to look, he recognized the individual from various entertainment news outlets, Wang Junsong, the celebrated national husband. The foremost second-generation wealthy heir of Daxia, and a notorious figure in the entertainment industry. With his disheveled hair and bleary eyes, he descended from the second floor. Frankly, the name Wang Junsong was a misnomer, for he was rather plump and of ordinary appearance, with only his fair skin qualifying him for the term handsome. Under the guise of a bachelor, he changed girlfriends more frequently than one would change clothes, all of whom possessed the traits of internet celebrities, indicating a discerning taste. However, his behavior in the entertainment realm was akin to that of a rabid dog, often making outrageous comments. Intelligence was not his strong suit. Had he not been the son of the wealthiest man in Daxia, his reckless demeanor would have surely led to his demise long ago. Upon seeing his unaccomplished son in such a state, Wang Tianlin was filled with frustration. How could 2 remarkable individuals like himself and his wife have produced such a creature? Day after day, all he did was play video games, frequent bars, chase girls, or spew nonsense online. Come here, call someone, he barked. Wang Junsong, still dazed from sleep, was bewildered by his father's sudden ire. However, noticing his father's stern expression, he resolved to behave himself. After all, provoking a father with a military background could lead to a beating that would leave him bedridden for 3 days. Dad. Wang Junsong obediently stood beside his father. This is my grandpa Zhao, you should call him great-grandpa. He gestured toward the elder beside him. And this is Elder Chien, you should call him Grandpa Chien. Hold on. Elder Chien Xin interjected, displeased. What is this? I come here to give a diagnosis and I'm suddenly demoted a generation. Zhao Jingyuan couldn't help but chuckle. Tionlin, just refer to us as Elder Zhao, Elder Chien, and Elder Guo without the generational titles. Wang Tionlin smiled faintly and nodded. After Wang Junsong had completed the introductions, it was San Ping'an's turn. This is your great-grandfather Zhao's grandson, San Ping'an, you should call him uncle. Uncle. Both Wang Junsong and San Ping'an were taken aback. San Ping'an was 23 years old, while Wang Junsong was 28. The idea of a 28-year-old addressing a 23-year-old as uncle seemed absurd yet amusing. A peculiar tradition of Daxia indeed. Wang Junsong found it impossible to utter a word. Wang Tianlin's solution was rather direct and brutal, he simply stood up and kicked. Resolving the matter. Hello, uncle, Wang Junsong managed to force out through clenched teeth. Good boy, my dear nephew, replied his uncle warmly. It was their first meeting. And the uncle had not prepared a gift. Here, let this serve as a token of our introduction, I shall make it up to you next time. San Ping'an picked up a fruit resembling a caterpillar from the fruit platter and stuffed it into Wang Junsong's hand. Wang Junsong nearly crushed the fruit in his grip, ready to hurl it at the rotund figure before him. Of course, this was only under the condition that his father was not watching him with a hawk's eye from behind. Wang Junsong regretted coming downstairs. He would have preferred to remain in the comfort of his bedroom. Now, having descended in good spirits, he found himself unable to return. Standing beside San Ping'an, he observed the latter devouring the fruit as if it were an unrestrained pig at a trough, which infuriated him further. Not only was he being belittled, but he was also subjected to standing in punishment. While enduring this ordeal, he watched San Ping'an indulge in fruit, taunting him with every bite. He had played until 3 in the morning the previous night and now felt the pangs of hunger as midday approached. Attempting to reach for a piece of fruit, he found San Ping'an turning slightly to evade him, baring his teeth in a mischievous grin. What is this? Are you guarding your food? Wang Junsong hissed under his breath. Vexed. I'm here to treat your father, San Ping'an retorted, his mouth full of fruit, unintentionally spraying Wang Junsong with juice. Oh. You're not even that tall. Barely over 175, certainly not reaching 180, Wang Junsong remarked, wiping the fruit pulp and saliva from his face. You. Treating anyone. He scoffed. Since physical confrontation and insults were off the table, he opted for mockery instead. Dear nephew, I sense your defiance. Shall we find somewhere to spar? His uncle, a bona fide police officer, boasted that he could handle 10 men like Wang Junsong. Who is weak? Wang Junsong ceded, but, under his father's stern gaze, could only suppress his anger. Of course, it's just the two of us, if you're not weak, then am I. He protested. My girlfriend says I'm in peak condition, the exceptionally strong. That boast was surely one to evoke envy. Unfortunately, it bore little relevance now. Turn around. What for? When I say turn, you turn. Why all the chatter? His uncle's authority was not to be contested. Wang Junsong thought to himself. Just wait until my father is out of sight and I will show you who the real uncle is. As he turned halfway, San Ping'an jabbed a finger into Wang Junsong's lower back. A wave of discomfort surged through his waist, his legs weakened, nearly causing him to lose control. Almost wet your pants, huh? San Ping'an teased. Nonsense. How could I possibly, Wang Junsong stammered, glancing down at his pajama bottoms in panic. You are pulling my leg. San Ping'an rolled his eyes and explained that jab was merely a test of your kidney function. If you feel soreness, weakness in your legs, and the urge to urinate, it signifies kidney deficiency. The severity of your deficiency correlates directly with the urgency of your need. The more one feels the urge to urinate, to the point of involuntarily doing so, the more it indicates severe impairment of the core functions of one's kidneys. This realization instantly filled Wang Junsong with anxiety. With wealth and power at home, and still under 30, the prospect of losing his vitality and manhood would render life devoid of joy. Allow me to offer you a clear path forward. Do you see that frail old man over there?
He is Qian Xian, a venerable master of traditional Chinese medicine, the foremost authority in herbal remedies, and possesses numerous effective prescriptions for health restoration. You should seek his assistance and obtain a formula to rejuvenate your body. Wang Junsong nodded in response. Is there no decorum? Do you not know how to express gratitude? I owe you nothing, not even to your ancestors. Wang Junsong retorted through gritted teeth, feeling a strong impulse to overturn this rotund figure and unleash a flurry of kicks upon his plump visage. Despite being exposed for his kidney deficiency, Wang Junsong remained skeptical of San Pingan's medical prowess. After all, how formidable could a young man in his early 20s be? Even if he possessed exceptional talent and had been immersed in the study of traditional medicine since birth. Pingan, come over and take a look at this case for some learning, Zhao Jingyuan beckoned to San Pingan. Traditional Chinese medicine requires not only the acquisition of theoretical knowledge from texts but also extensive observation of clinical cases to amass experience. Unlike Western medicine, which treats identical symptoms under a singular disease classification, essentially treating the head for headaches and the feet for foot pain, traditional Chinese medicine perceives even the same symptoms as potentially stemming from diverse causes and pathologies, necessitating distinct therapeutic approaches. Thus, continual experience accumulation is essential to avoid errors in treatment. Grandfather, I don't need to look, San Pingan said, holding a golden fruit and shaking his head dismissively. Indeed, viewing the case would be futile. What could he possibly understand? Just enjoy your fruit. Wang Junsong couldn't help but mock San Pingan. It's merely a furuncle. What is there to see? San Pingan rolled his eyes, expressing disdain. How did you discern that? His inquiry astonished Zhao Jingyuan, Master Qian, and Master Guo alike. How do you know? This question was posed by Wang Tianlin, the richest man in Daxia and a titan of commerce. The health information of such a figure is undoubtedly highly confidential. Just minutes prior, San Pingan had no means of acquiring this information. Upon entering the villa, he had not even cast a glance at the case. His attention solely fixated on the fruit platter. Thus, he had genuinely deduced it. Zhao Jingyuan felt as though he barely recognized the grandson he had raised. Even he, Master Qian, and Master Guo, without examining the case or employing the four diagnostic methods of observation, listening, inquiry, and palpation, could not ascertain Wang Tianlin's ailment. Yet, San Pingan had managed to discern it and articulate it with such certainty. What extraordinary ability was this? I simply observed with my eyes, grandfather. My diagnostic skills are quite remarkable, San Pingan replied casually. In truth, it was not solely due to his mastery in observational diagnosis but also the enhancement from expert-level dermatological skills. San Pingan realized that having these two top-tier skills made diagnosing skin-related diseases not only easier but also more accurate. If it were only his mastery in observational diagnosis, arriving at a swift and accurate conclusion would indeed be quite challenging. Old Guo smiled bitterly and shook his head. The last time he punished his grandson Guo Qi, it was partly out of consideration for Zhao Jingyuan. Now, it appeared that his grandson, compared to San Pingan, truly deserved a severe punishment and a thorough re-education in traditional Chinese medicine. He was simply inadequate, utterly inadequate. Take off your clothes and let us assess the severity of the situation, Zhao Jingyuan suggested. Wang Tianlin's secretary hurried over. As Wang Tianlin winced in pain, his suit and shirt were removed. A layer of protective fabric was peeled away, releasing a somewhat pungent odor. Wang Tianlin slowly turned around, then upon seeing his back, everyone gasped in horror. His back was a ghastly sight. In traditional Chinese medicine, this condition is referred to as beiju, a term for a type of disease that predominantly affects the back. In Western medicine, it is known as acute purulent cellulitis of the back. Those afflicted experience a burning sensation in their internal organs, while the back develops pustules filled with pus. This condition possesses a peculiar form of contagion, infecting only the individual and not others. If pus contaminates another area of skin, new pustules will emerge within a day. The pain and itching are unbearable, creating a torment that drives even the most patient person to madness. Historically, beiju has been considered one of the incurable diseases. The cure rate is notoriously low. And once it spreads across the entire back and even reaches the neck and head, even the most skilled healer would be powerless to intervene. Currently,
Wang Tianlin's situation appeared quite dire, as his back was nearly covered in pustules, some oozing pus.
Old Guo, what do you think?
Elder Qian inquired solemnly.
Guo Chengji furrowed his brow, deep in thought, and no one dared to interrupt him.
Minutes passed before he spoke for medicinal treatment.
We should administer Xiaoyu Qingxuan decoction internally and apply pustule ointment externally.
This should yield some effect, but a complete cure is beyond my capabilities.
Elder Qian nodded.
I could add a cooling medicine to Old Guo's plan, but a full recovery is exceedingly difficult.
Xiao Jingyuan pondered for a moment, stating, if we consider acupuncture for treatment.
I cannot guarantee a full recovery, but it will undoubtedly alleviate the symptoms to a very low level.
Most importantly, it will eliminate the pain,
allowing him to live like a normal person.
Wang Tianlin was overjoyed.
He had suffered from this ailment for over 2 years and had consulted numerous esteemed specialists both domestically and abroad. His body had developed resistance to antibiotics, which are the primary treatment for this condition in Western medicine. Regrettably, despite the lack of efficacy, the disease had only worsened, with pain and itching intensifying. Each public appearance was a painful ordeal for him. He bore a heavy burden. If he faltered, an entire business empire could collapse. And the banks owed astronomical sums would not let him off easily. The 3 esteemed practitioners of traditional Chinese medicine earnestly deliberated on the appropriate quantities of each herbal ingredient to use.
Dear nephew, are there any fruits left?
They are quite delectable, do fetch me some more.
Wang Junsong shot a glare at San Ping'an.
That's all you know.
Are you here to tend to my father's health or merely to indulge in food?
This minor ailment hardly warrants my intervention.
Hurry along and bring me some fruit.
Ensuring it is clean.
Wang Junsong retorted, stop boasting about this trivial ailment.
If you can cure my father,
I shall provide you with all the fruit you desire for the rest of your life.
Are you certain?
This fruit appears to be imported from abroad and must not be inexpensive.
Wang Junsong replied defiantly, do not speak of mere imports.
If you can restore my father's health, I will procure even extraterrestrial fruits for you.
Agreed.
San Ping'an extended his right hand, offering it forth.
Wang Junsong observed San Ping'an's chubby hand, smeared with fruit pulp and juice, and rolled his eyes, then slapped it down emphatically.
It's settled.
Grandfather.
There is no need for you to trouble yourself, this minor issue is something I can handle myself.
Xiao Jingyuan, Qian Xin, and Guo Chengji exchanged puzzled glances.
What do you mean you can solve it?
Do you even comprehend what solving entails?
Only a complete cure can be deemed a true solution.
Not merely a temporary fix that may relapse later.
Pray, share your treatment plan.
Xiao Jingyuan still sought to preserve face for his great-grandson.
The 3 elders fixed their gaze upon San Ping'an, as if to scrutinize his intentions.
Prepare a vat of aged Sichuan vinegar. A white vinegar would be preferable.
Within,
add Sichuan pepper, star anise, onions, cinnamon, and cumin.
Wang Junsong could no longer contain himself, exclaiming, you fat fool, are you planning to stew my father?
Wang Junsong,
how dare you speak to your uncle in such a manner?
How have I raised you?
Have you become too bold?
Scolded Wang Tianlin.
Dad,
this is hardly a treatment.
Using vinegar is one thing, but adding Sichuan pepper and star anise aren't those meant for cooking meat?
Qian Xin pondered for a moment.
Are you suggesting that acetic acid will neutralize the toxicity of the pus in the sauce?
I understand that.
However, the addition of Sichuan pepper and star anise.
San Ping'an shoved the fruit platter into Wang Junsong's arms.
Go fetch me a plate of fruit and ensure it is thoroughly washed.
After that, he turned to old Qian.
The root cause of the back abscess is the prolonged state of mental stress.
In traditional Chinese medicine, we refer to this as excess heat when this heat accumulates.
It invades the internal organs, and once it reaches a critical point, it manifests as a back abscess.
The 3 esteemed Chinese medicine practitioners nodded in agreement with San Ping'an's explanation, yet their confusion only deepened.
In our practice,
there exists a method known as treating poison with poison. Sichuan pepper, star anise, onions, cinnamon, cumin, etc. are now considered mere seasonings.
However, in ancient times,
they were indeed recognized as medicinal herbs, and all are of a warming nature.
Thus, my treatment approach is to employ a medicinal bath to counteract the poison with poison. accompanied by acupuncture to expel the deep-seated heat from the internal organs. With subsequent care, complete healing can be achieved. Certainly, given my esteemed position, it is imperative that I swiftly identify a successor to alleviate the burdens associated with this role, otherwise, I cannot guarantee that my ailment will not resurface. The three eminent practitioners of traditional Chinese medicine pondered this insight quietly. How astute! Why had I not considered employing poison to counteract poison? Old Master Chen exclaimed with a vigorous clap of his hands. Indeed, it is a brilliant strategy. This way, no medicinal substances are required, thus averting any secondary harm to the internal organs. Furthermore, it addresses the issue comprehensively, tackling it from the surface to the core, as Old Master Guo nodded in agreement. As for acupuncture, Xiao Jingyuan had hesitations, but upon recalling the remarkable technique of her great-grandson at the Peng household, all doubts dissipated. There is no time to lose. Let us commence. 3 individuals settled into a large bathtub filled to the brim with white vinegar. Adjacent to the bathtub, several boxes of white vinegar stood ready against the wall. Much like preparing a rich broth for a hot pot, an array of seasonings was poured in. Once heated, the aroma would be irresistible. The bathtub was equipped with a constant temperature heating system, sparing San Pingen the trouble of seeking a quick heater. The temperature was raised to 80 degrees, allowing the vinegar solution to gradually cool. Lying down, Wang Tianlin obediently positioned himself on the massage table. San Pingen donned medical gloves and grasped a sterilized scalpel. His expert surgical technique in dermatology was on full display. A true master at work. One could discern the finesse of his skill. In his capable hands, the small scalpel seemed to possess a life of its own. With a swift gleam of the blade, he made precise incisions, meticulously extracting the pus-filled sacs without excess or deficiency. Wang Tianlin's secretary watched in awe. Over the past 2 years, he had accompanied Wang Tianlin to numerous physicians, witnessing no fewer than 10 surgical procedures for similar ailments. Yet, such exquisite technique he had only observed from the world-renowned Professor Douglas. Mastering traditional Chinese medicine while excelling in Western surgical practices left both the secretary and the 3 esteemed practitioners of Chinese medicine bewildered by San Pingen's prowess. With the treatment of the skin lesions complete, the vinegar solution in the bathtub had cooled to 40 degrees. Under San Pingen's guidance, Wang Tianlin entered the bathtub. The acetic acid stimulation on the wounds was intensely potent, transcending mere acidity. Soak for 2 hours, then we shall assess the situation thereafter, San Pingen instructed. 2 hours later, San Pingen meticulously examined Wang Tianlin's condition. With the mastery of diagnostic observation, no ailment could elude his scrutiny. Employing poison to combat poison. The fire toxins within Wang Tianlin's organs had reached a critical threshold. Failure to release them could result in a catastrophic eruption, incinerating his internal organs and leading to dire consequences. The divine needle of the ghost king emerged. The extraordinary acupuncture technique was set in motion. 36 needles were inserted, each penetrating 9/10 deep, leaving only the tips visible. If one did not pay close attention, the needle tips would be nearly imperceptible. After half an hour, the 36 needles were withdrawn in reverse order. When the final needle exited Wang Tianlin's body, he expelled a jet of dark, viscous blood akin to oil that shot across the room, reaching a distance of 3 meters. With a sudden spurt of blood, Wang Tianlin not only did not appear disheartened, but rather seemed invigorated. Well then, the remaining matters lie in the hands of Grandfather Qian and Grandfather Guo. The fiery toxins within Wang Tianlin's internal organs have been meticulously purged through the counteraction of poison with poison and the application of acupuncture. However, the ordeal is far from over. The prolonged assault of these toxins has inflicted damage upon his organs, necessitating a period of recuperation. The system has not bestowed upon San Pingen the skills in both Eastern and Western pharmacology, thus this task must be undertaken by the esteemed elders. Prescriptions must be written and medicines procured, followed by an extended regimen of care. For the next 3 months, Wang Tianlin must abstain from alcohol, seafood, and other stimulating foods, adhering instead to a light diet composed mainly of vegetables. His dietary habits will resemble those of a monk. As for the wounds on Wang Tianlin's back, the abscesses have been entirely excised, leaving no trace of pus. Nevertheless, the wounds will require at least 5 days to begin healing, with full recovery expected in around 10 days. Treat one patient with carbuncles. Reward all combat skills from the John Wick series.
San Ping trembled with excitement, nearly succumbing to a cerebral hemorrhage from the overwhelming thrill. At long last, a divine skill had emerged from the realm of police-related abilities. The John Wick series was San Ping's absolute favorite action film prior to his transmigration. A rather humorous yet widely acknowledged notion exists within cinematic circles: two entities are fated to meet their demise upon contact, Brian Mills' daughter from Taken and John Wick's dog from John Wick. With the acquisition of all of John Wick's combat skills, San Ping, without a doubt, would excel in close-quarters gunfights. However, what he valued most was the mastery of hand-to-hand combat. After all, the management of firearms in Dacia is exceedingly stringent, even among police officers. Only a select few are authorized to bear arms. At the Becheo police station, only Chief Xie Ping and 2 senior officers possess the qualifications to carry firearms. Outside of executing perilous missions, firearms are seldom seen, let alone utilized. Uncle Fat. Calling someone 5 years younger than oneself uncle left Wang Junsong feeling quite awkward. Regrettably, under the stern gaze of old Wang Junsong decisively complied. Huh? What is the matter? San Ping inquired, recovering from his excitement. If you are free tonight, I'll take you out to experience the night scenery of the capital, Wang Junsong suggested, cautiously glancing at his father. Upon seeing no displeasure on old Wang's face and hearing no reprimand, he felt a surge of joy. He understood that if he were to venture out alone, his father would undoubtedly tether him with a metaphorical leash. However, with San Ping accompanying him, his father would surely not intervene. No need, San Ping's refusal was cut short as Wang Junsong threw an arm around his shoulder. Uncle Fat, it's a rare opportunity to visit the capital, let me, your younger brother, show you some hospitality. If you refuse, it means you look down on me. Looking down on me is tantamount to looking down on my father. Looking down on my father, alright, I'll go with you. San Ping felt as if he were the monkey being lectured by Tan Seng in a Chinese Odyssey. And he quickly acquiesced. If Wang Junsong continued to ramble, it would be difficult for San Ping to maintain his composure. Perhaps he might resort to employing the newly acquired combative skills reminiscent of John Wick to teach this fellow a lesson. Xiao Jingyuan chuckled as he remarked, Ping. The 3 of us brothers are heading back tomorrow. Since you've come to the capital, do not forget to pay a visit to your grandfather. All right, Grandpa. I will visit him tomorrow, San Ping replied, seeing the 3 esteemed individuals off to their vehicle. Soon after, he was pulled into the car by the impetuous Wang Junsong, who was eager to set off. Buddy, have you heard of the Penglai Club? With his father no longer watching over him, Wang Junsong's tone shifted immediately. San Ping paid it no mind, he was accustomed to similar treatment from his uncle Renfei. In the presence of family, they were simply nephew and uncle. But when family was absent, they were comrades. Yes, I've heard of it. Supposedly, it is the premier private club in the capital. Penglai, often referred to as a paradise on earth, had recently risen to prominence as a luxurious private establishment synonymous with extravagance and indulgence. Its reputation was substantial, and it was rumored that the enigmatic owner was one of the 6 young elites of the capital. Premier private club. That is merely because I have no interest in such matters. Otherwise, those 6 fools would not have the audacity to flaunt themselves. Penglai was merely a venue for spending money on pleasure, wealth conferred authority, and tonight they would revel in that privilege. Wang Junsong expertly maneuvered the vehicle toward the heart of the capital's commercial district. Penglai, located at 7th Chongning Street, was an expansive 16-story edifice with a 4-story underground parking facility. In such a precious location, possessing this property would ensure financial security for generations. After parking, they took a private elevator directly to the lobby of the Penglai Club. The establishment operated on a membership basis, with the lowest tier annual fee set at 188,000 and the highest at 1,888,000. Naturally, Wang Junsong held the most prestigious membership card. Good evening, young Master Wang, greeted the lobby manager with great enthusiasm. Wang Junsong nodded and said, I've brought some friends tonight, please issue a temporary supplementary card for me. Certainly, young Master Wang. While the card was being prepared, Wang Junsong briefly explained to San Ping that all expenses incurred within the club were charged to the funds stored on the membership card. Once inside, should he encounter a lady of interest, he certainly could not merely stand by as a third wheel. Thus, the temporary supplementary card was issued for San Ping'an, with all expenses deducted from Wang Junsong's primary card. This meant that all of San Ping'an's expenditures for the evening would be covered by Wang Junsong. Thank you. San Ping'an expressed his gratitude. Although Wang Junsong was neither particularly handsome nor exceptionally astute, his demeanor always exuded a refreshing charm. Oh, is that not our illustrious second-generation rich man, Wang Junsong? Bringing friends along and issuing them a top-tier membership card directly, why bother with a temporary supplementary card? This is rather unusual. Could it be that young Master Wang is feeling financially constrained? Perhaps you should relinquish the title of the richest second-generation heir of the Great Xia. My 5 companions and I shall take turns using this title to charm the ladies. The sarcastic tone elicited a chorus of laughter. San Ping'an turned to locate the source of the voice and beheld 6 young men clad in suits, yet lacking the demeanor of successful individuals. Instead, they appeared rather frivolous and debauched, accompanied by a group of lackeys who cast provocative glances their way. Wang Junsong scoffed. I wondered who it could be. It turns out to be the 6 from the capital. The term 6 is often used to denote dogs. Wang Junsong's words immediately offended the group. Wang Junsong, do you truly believe we are to be trifled with? In this modern society governed by law, one might think twice, but had it been during the Qing dynasty, you would have knelt to greet us. In terms of lineage, we are akin to the emperor himself. You ought to address us as by Louis, noble lord. For a moment, Wang Junsong found himself at a loss for a retort, as they were indeed remnants of the previous dynasty, with verifiable genealogies. Although they did not mingle in official circles, they thrived in the business realm. In contrast, Wang Junsong's ancestry traced back to common folk, mere peasants. San Ping'an, who accompanied Wang Junsong, felt the sting of his companion's embarrassment, which reflected poorly on his own countenance. San Ping'an placed a hand on Wang Junsong's shoulder. By Louis. Haha. Accompanied by a few misfits, you truly believe yourselves to be nobles. This is the Great Xia, where the people hold the reins of power. The Qing has long since perished. In our realm, it is only dogs who are judged by the purity of their lineage. The moment San Ping'an's words escaped his lips, the 6 from the capital turned pale. If Wang Junsong's earlier remarks were veiled insults, San Ping'an's were blatant, directly accusing them of being akin to dogs. The 6 felt a pang of indignation, their faces shifting from white to green in a matter of moments, nearly driven to the brink of fury. They experienced firsthand the frustration that Wang Junsong had felt. How could they respond? Each of San Ping'an's statements rang true. Had this been the early days of the Great Xia, the remnants of the previous dynasty would have been crushed underfoot mercilessly. How audacious it was for someone of their background to flaunt their status in the present era. Who dared to intrude upon the territory of the 6 from the capital? Charge. As long as he remains standing, let us strike him down, they declared. Whatever may occur, I shall bear the consequences. Faced with an inability to counter verbally, they resorted to violence, revealing their desperation. Wang Junsong stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of San Ping'an. If you wish to lay a hand on my brother, you shall have to tread over me first. Wang Junsong was then kicked in the stomach by one of the 6, Wang Fei, collapsing to the ground and curling up like a shrimp. Well then, it seemed they truly intended to step over him. Is it merely a brawl? Should I be afraid? What nonsense is this? San Ping'an advanced, effortlessly stepping over Wang Junsong. With a swift, round motion, he delivered a resounding slap to Wang Fei's face. A remarkable scene unfolded as Wang Fei, caught in a dizzying spin, stumbled and fell to the ground with a resounding thud, rendering him motionless. The onlookers focused their attention, discovering Wang Fei lying there with his eyes rolled back, a distinct imprint of a handprint clearly visible on his face, having been knocked unconscious by a single slap. Are you all dead? Get over here and deal with him, shouted the furious Jia Hongka, one of the 6 young elites of the capital, directing his subordinates with fervor. The entourage, whose futures were tethered to Jia Hongka, responded to his command like a pack of wolves, rushing forward with a fervent howl. Stop right there, boomed a thunderous voice, silencing the uproar in the hall. The speaker was a young man clad in police uniform, accompanied by 2 other young officers. Together, they exerted a formidable presence, compelling everyone into stillness. San Ping'an recognized the young officer, though he remained unknown to him. This was Nyo D, a member of the esteemed Nyo family of the Dashia police force who was of the same generation as San Pingen. At 23, San Pingen had just graduated from the police academy and was interning as a grassroots officer. Nyo D, at 26, had already ascended to the position of deputy captain of a public security team in the capital. Are you preparing to brawl? Come on, try it. I'll have you all locked up, Nyo D bellowed, glaring fiercely. Nyo, someone has come to our Penglai to wreak havoc, we can't just stand idly by. Can we? Jia Honka retorted, his face shadowed with anger. Look at Wang Fei, he has been knocked out cold. Nyo D approached Wang Fei, crouching down to assess the situation, then pinched his acupoint. With a groan, Wang Fei regained consciousness. Who struck? Nyo D demanded. I did, San Pingen replied. He struck my friend first, I was merely acting in self-defense to prevent him from causing further harm. Nyo D paused, momentarily taken aback by San Pingen's assertion. You seem well versed in legal statutes, he remarked, turning his gaze toward the 6 young elites. Do you have anything to say? Shall I apply to the higher-ups to review the surveillance footage at your establishment? The 6 elites exchanged glances, their eye restrained. Should the footage be examined? It would escalate the matter to the authorities, potentially implicating both Wang Junsong and the stout fellow. But could the 6 young elites expect to fare any better? With Wang Fei having initiated the altercation, he could easily find himself detained for a couple of days. The fate of the 6 was intertwined, should one be incarcerated. It would tarnish their collective reputation. Nyo, can we settle this privately? Jia Honka suggested in a low voice. Nyo D nodded, holding a long-standing disdain for these wealthy scions who flaunted their fortunes without contributing to society, often stirring trouble. He was content to observe as long as they refrained from violence. Jia Honka turned to Wang Junsong. Wang Junsong, you are unwelcome in Penglai. Manager, please clear Wang Junsong's annual fee and transfer the remaining balance in his account back to him. Henceforth, Wang Junsong shall be placed on our blacklist. All of his friends will also be blacklisted, we are not lacking in funds here. Understood? The manager replied without hesitation. Soon, a text message arrived on Wang Junsong's phone, notifying him of a deposit into his bank account. Wang Junsong's expression darkened considerably. Today, his dignity had been thoroughly trampled upon. It was only a matter of time before news of his humiliation at the hands of the 6 young masters of the capital would spread throughout the city, and even the elite circles of the great Xia dynasty. Let us go find a place for barbecue and beer, San Pingen suggested, offering Wang Junsong an escape. Wang Junsong nodded and walked towards the exit alongside San Pingen. His car had already been brought up by the valet parked at the curb outside. Just as they were about to step out, mocking voices echoed behind them. Wang Junsong, take your pig and roll as far away as you can. Today, out of respect for Nyo D, we'll let you leave, but if we see you two again, you won't have anywhere to go. San Pingen halted, turned around, and cast a frosty gaze at the speaker, Jia Honka. What? Planning to kill me with your glare? Come on. Haha. The pig I referred to is you. Do you understand? San Pingen, upon hearing Jia Honka's taunts, suddenly grinned. This is my first time at such an upscale place. Since you're not going to let me enjoy myself, then let us ensure no one has a good time. With that, he blocked the entrance to the Penglai club and pulled out his phone, dialing a number. Second brother, it's Pingen. I'm in the capital. I've been humiliated by the 6 young masters, they called me a pig. What do I want? I'm quite displeased with the Penglai club. Let us have it shut down. After saying this, he abruptly hung up. I'm quite displeased with the Penglai club, let us have it shut down. Wang Fei mimicked San Pingen's words, bursting into laughter. Haha. This fat man really dares to put on airs. Who does he think he is? The others joined in, laughing heartily. The 6 young masters of the capital had built their substantial enterprises not merely through family connections. Those lacking discernment would have long been devoured by the competition. The capital was the heart of the great Xia, and one could never know if the person they brushed past on the street was a scion of a powerful family. To thrive in the capital, one must be astute. However, in the memories of the 6 young masters, this rotund figure bore no relation to any influential figure. Moreover,
Those who associated with Wang Junsong were naturally players in the business world. They would dare to confront even the scions of the wealthiest families. So why would they concern themselves with lesser figures? San Ping'an allowed their derision to wash over him without a word, steadfastly blocking the entrance. Nyodi observed San Ping'an's pudgy face, his brow slightly furrowed. It wasn't that he doubted San Ping'an's bravado, rather, there was something vaguely familiar about him. Yet he couldn't quite place where he had seen him before. 10 minutes later, the shrill wail of police sirens pierced the air at one end of Chongqing Street. One police car after another, flashing lights ablaze, roared forth like a mighty dragon. With screeching brakes, the police surrounded the Penglai Club. As the doors of the squad cars swung open, a middle-aged man in his 40s, clad in a police uniform exuding an air of authority, stepped out. The 6 young elites of the capital were momentarily taken aback upon encountering this individual. As for Nyodi, upon recognizing the figure, he immediately discerned the identity of the rotund man. San Pingyun, the second in line among the younger generation of the illustrious San family from the esteemed law enforcement lineage of the Great Xia, was the youngest deputy director of the municipal bureau and the one most likely to ascend as the next director. The identity of this hefty man, San Pingyun, was unmistakable. San Pingyun ushered Wang Junsong aside. With no hindrance, San Pingyun strode forward, accompanied by a throng of police officers, into the entrance of the Penglai Club. Director San, what is the meaning of this grand display? Jia Hongka approached briskly, his tone exceedingly courteous. In the realm of the Great Xia, wealth is not an omnipotent force. No matter how affluent one may be, a mere clerk in a governmental office can obstruct your endeavors. In the face of authority, money holds little sway. Even Jia Hongka, were his father to arrive, would have to behave with utmost respect before San Pingyun. San Pingyun stated with gravity. The municipal bureau has received reports indicating that the Penglai Club is engaged in numerous illegal and illicit escort services. I am leading a temporary inspection. I kindly ask for your cooperation with our police work. Of course, of course. Jia Hongka responded earnestly. Conduct a thorough investigation. San Pingyun commanded with a wave of his hand. Officers promptly advanced to detain the lobby manager and all the attendants, effectively eliminating any chance of warning. A considerable number of officers began their inspections, commencing with the elevators and emergency exits. In clubs and night establishments, cleanliness is a rarity. Even if the proprietors maintain a tidy environment, who can assure that the patrons are equally unsullied? Indeed, mere moments later, reports crackled through the walkie-talkie in San Pingyun's hand. Report, Director San, we have discovered 7 individuals in room 307 on the 3rd floor engaging in drug use, with hundreds of prohibited items found on site. Assistance is requested. Report, Director San, 3 individuals engaged in illicit transactions have been apprehended in the Emperor's Hall on the 4th floor. Report, Director San, 1 highly wanted criminal has been captured. At this moment, the 6 young elites of the capital were stripped of color, their faces paling to an ashen hue. They had repeatedly asserted that only those of status, wealth, and standing could gain entry to Penglai. Ensuring the establishment's cleanliness was paramount, for only in a pristine environment could guests feel at ease and joy. There was no need to engage in sordid affairs for trivial gains, as a single successful deal could surpass a year's worth of beverage profits for Penglai. Yet, reality delivered a resounding slap to their faces. San Pingyun let out a cold chuckle, issuing commands with authority. Soon, more police vehicles and officers arrived for reinforcement. Accompanied by news vans adorned with television station logos. The message was clear: tonight, they aimed to gather irrefutable evidence to close down the Penglai Club. Before such undeniable proof, no plea for leniency would suffice. San Pingyun cast a glance at the anxious 6 elites who were as restless as ants on a hot pan. And without a hint of restraint, he turned and strode towards San Pingyun. From this moment forth, the Penglai Club would cease to exist in the Great Xia. You satisfied now, little brother? Wang Junsong stood in stunned silence. The deputy director of the Beijing Municipal Bureau, San Pingyun, renowned as one of the 4 great captains of the Daxia, is actually the elder brother that San Pingyun had just called. Does that mean San Pingyun belongs to the San family of Beijing? Haha. My brother is quite imposing. I shall take my leave now, San Pingyun chuckled. Don't forget to visit Grandpa at the old residence tomorrow. Understood? I'll be out catching rabbits tonight.
And tomorrow I'll make sure to get the old man thoroughly intoxicated, San Pingon replied enthusiastically as he pulled Wang Junsong along. You rascal. A soft smile, reserved only for family, broke through San Pingyun's stern demeanor. Wang Junsong drove towards their usual nightlife spot. Suddenly, the sound of a text message interrupted the moment. Wang Junsong glanced at his phone. It was not his message. San Pingon retrieved his phone and, upon reading the message, quickly began to reply with excitement. Nephew. Are you familiar with the Starbucks at Chenshi Square? Wang Junsong could tell that San Pingon was in high spirits, so he let the hierarchy of kinship slide. I know it. Let us head there. I need to meet a friend. Sure thing. At Chenshi Square. The Starbucks on the second floor was infused with the distinctive aroma of coffee, mingling with melodious tunes that floated in the air. At 8 p.m. the CF was mostly populated by young couples who were supposed to be flaunting their affection for one another. Yet tonight the atmosphere was oddly peculiar. Young women wore expressions of envy and jealousy, tinged with bitterness, while the young men beside them grimaced, torn between their reluctance to look and an irresistible urge to glance. This strange ambience stemmed from a table by the window, where a stunning beauty in a flowing white dress sat like a celestial being. Her melancholic expression evoking a deep sense of compassion in onlookers, prompting an instinctual desire to rush to her side and shield her from the storms of life. Soothing the furrows of worry on her brow. Her alluring figure was undoubtedly the aspiration of anyone with a normal aesthetic. Women desired to possess such a physique, while men longed for a partner embodying it. A few audacious, successful single men contemplated approaching her. But upon sensing the icy aura that radiated from her, an unmistakable signal of do not disturb, they promptly halted their advances. It is sometimes a transgression to intrude upon a lady of such grace. As San Pingon ascended to the second floor, he immediately sensed the peculiar atmosphere and spotted Yongyun, who appeared as pure as a lotus emerging from murky waters, untouched by the impurities of the world. Hello, beautiful. San Pingon declared, stepping beside Yongyun under the gaze of all present. The long night stretched ahead with no intention of sleep. I noticed you sitting here alone and thought you might be feeling lonely, as I am as well. Why not join forces to combat this cold, solitary night? Both men and women cast disdainful glances towards this plump figure, internally shouting, reject him. Give this toad, dreaming of swans, a slap. Take a look at yourself in the mirror and quickly make your exit. However, to everyone's astonishment, the woman they regarded as the pinnacle of beauty, with unmatched looks, a figure and grace, not only refrained from rejecting him but instead smiled radiantly and nodded in agreement. With that smile, it seemed as though the entire world had lost its hue. In the eyes of all the young men, there was nothing else left, only that unparalleled smile. San Pingan sat beside Yongyun, gazing at her delicate face. The beauty remained, yet between her brows lingered a profound sorrow that could not be erased or dispelled. San Pingan, I have resigned, Yongyun said, her tone heavy with dejection. Is it because of the kidnapping incident? Yes, Yongyun nodded. San Pingan felt no surprise at this revelation. The psychological impact of such an ordeal was immense. No matter how high her education or how great her abilities, she was still an ordinary person. Previously, my life was always orchestrated by my parents. My mother, a music teacher, had me study piano and violin from a young age, preparing for examinations. My father, a police officer, influenced my decision to join the police force after completing my graduate studies. After this experience, I finally comprehend the kind of life I desire. San Pingan nodded, saying, whatever path you choose, I will fully support you. What if I choose to become a star? What if I take roles involving kisses? What if rumors ensue? What if I fly around the country every day, spending months away from home in a production, rarely gathering in a year? What if I do not consider marriage before turning 30? Would you still support me? Whatever decision you make, I will unconditionally support you, San Pingan replied. Without a hint of hesitation, his sincerity unwavering. In his past life, Mimi was San Pingan's dream lover. In this life, meeting Yongyun felt like divine providence. Was there a greater fate than this? What was he waiting for? Through storms and trials, he would not let go. With an unreliable dog-like system safeguarding him, he felt invincible. Yongyun gazed at San Pingan and suddenly smiled brightly, the sorrow and aloofness that enveloped her dissipating as if she had transformed into another person. Congratulations.
Mr. San Ping'an, you have passed my test. From this moment on, you are my boyfriend. Until you choose to give up or find a better option, I will be your girlfriend. Is it really that abrupt? San Ping'an could hardly believe it, feeling as though she were jesting. What if I were merely to placate you with words? A man's words can be deceiving. What if I sought only to possess your body? Yong-yun laughed. Because you cannot deceive me. My major in university was psychology, with a focus on criminal psychology in graduate school. And I am currently pursuing a doctorate in the same field. Otherwise, do you think I would have been specially recruited by the police force and appointed as the head of the Internal Affairs Department's second division? If I continued in the police, my future would undoubtedly lie in becoming a master of criminal psychology. If I pursued medicine, I would surely become a leading psychologist. I possess the extraordinary ability to swiftly and accurately analyze the micro-expressions of any individual, discerning truth from deception. Thus, you are afforded one final opportunity to reconsider your decision. Should you choose to become my boyfriend, you must pledge never to deceive me. If I discover any deceit on your part, rest assured the consequences will be dire. Yong-yan's adorable yet haughty demeanor left San Ping'an utterly captivated. What are we waiting for? San Ping'an leaned forward and, in a gesture of respect, initiated a kiss. Yong-yan's beautiful eyes widened in surprise, unable to fathom the audacity of this corpulent fellow. Yet, her expression soon transformed, brimming with delight as she reciprocated. Oh my goodness! Could it be? I merely stopped to park the car, and this chubby fellow is so swift in his romantic pursuits. Wang Jun-song, the instigator, they exclaimed with fervor. Both San Ping'an and Yong-yun turned their gazes toward Wang Jun-song, wishing they could reduce him to mere dumpling feeling through their stares. Under the weight of their glances, Wang Jun-song surrendered, offering a sheepish grin. However, it was not long before he beheld Yong-yan's visage. Hello. I recognize you, I am Wang Jun-song. The scion of the wealthiest family in Dacia, the national heartthrob, and an influencer extraordinaire, he declared. Yong-yun smiled, introducing herself, I am Yong-yun, the San Ping'an's girlfriend. Wang Jun-song sighed dramatically, shaking his head repeatedly, what a pity, a beautiful flower among swine. Yong-yun could not suppress her laughter, raising an eyebrow in triumph at San Ping'an. Nephew, one must adhere to decorum. How should one address a lady? Should I have a word with my brother Wang? Wang Jun-song complained, no need for such reports. If you dare speak out, my father could break my legs, he added. Let us see how you perform. With a resigned sigh, Wang Jun-song earnestly called out her greetings, aunt. Yong-yun, perplexed, responded that I am of the same generation as his father, so he calls me uncle. As my boyfriend. You are, of course, his aunt. Yong-yun smiled and returned the hello, dear nephew. Wang Jun-song felt an overwhelming urge to flee. What is this absurdity? Out for a bit of fun, and he inadvertently acquired an aunt, especially one so stunning that even a staunch advocate of remaining single felt a compelling urge to wed. San Ping'an seemed to grasp something, exclaiming, so, your supposed psychological counseling at headquarters following your abduction was a ruse? Yong-yun shook her head. The psychological impact was real. However, do not underestimate the self-regulation abilities of a future master in psychology. The counseling at headquarters was genuine, but rather than receiving guidance, I was teaching those psychologists. I also submitted my doctoral thesis, awaiting my final defense. Wang Jun-song gasped, what? A doctorate? You are pursuing a PhD. How old are you? Yong-yun chuckled. Because I am a genius. I graduated from elementary school at 10, entered university at 15 with the second highest score in the capital, only 12 points behind the first, who had received an additional 20 points for winning a global competition. Otherwise, I would have been the top scorer in the capital that year. I completed both my Bachelor S and Master S degrees in a seamless 5 years, securing a doctorate at my alma mater. In October of this year, I am confident that I will successfully pass my graduation defense and obtain my doctoral degree. At the age of 24, I have witnessed a moment of mutual understanding between Wang Jun-song and San Ping'an. A genius. This is nothing short of a scholarly deity. Compared to Yong-yun, their past 20 years seem to have been wasted. Wang Jun-song gazes at San Ping'an, filled with envy and jealousy towards this portly fellow. What extraordinary fortune has he encountered to have secured such a stunning girlfriend, possessing top-tier beauty, physique, grace, and capability?
With a glint in his eye, Wang Junsong inquires. Are we continuing our plans for the night, my friend? Did you not wish to visit the nightclub to see those long-legged beauties in black stockings? Not going. San Ping'an grits his teeth, suppressing the pain radiating from his waist. Wang Junsong revels in San Ping'an's predicament, discovering that happiness often derives from the suffering of others. Such simplicity defines joy. San Ping'an and Yang Yun have just solidified their relationship. It is unlikely they would rush towards a hotel rendezvous. Thus, the illustrious heir of the summer's wealth becomes a dedicated chauffeur, first escorting Yang Yun home and then returning San Ping'an to his residence. Yang Yan's parents reside not in the city but in a spacious house located far beyond the outskirts, nearly reaching the Great Wall. The journey consumes nearly 2 hours, providing ample opportunity for San Ping'an and Yang Yun to inundate Wang Junsong with their romantic exploits. Wang Fei, Jia Hongka, and others emerge from the municipal bureau. Although Peng Lai has met its demise, they remain largely unaffected. It is worth noting that they have been unwittingly ensnared by the actions of those who disregard laws and regulations. The loss of Peng Lai is inconsequential as long as we remain unharmed. After all, as long as the Green Mountains endure, we need not fear the absence of firewood. We can always establish another club. Since Peng Lai was a paradise, perhaps the next establishment could be aptly named Paradise on Earth. However, that feels somewhat indirect. Perhaps we should replace paradise with heaven. Heaven on Earth, what a splendid name, we shall adopt it. As my frustration mounts, I cannot help but think that had it not been for that scoundrel Wang Junsong bringing along a hefty companion, Peng Lai would not have been shut down. If fate allows, I shall confront Wang Junsong. Mark my words, I shall not let an encounter pass without striking him. The 6 young masters of the capital vent their frustrations as they board a business vehicle. Their destination is Chongqing district, where a new establishment has opened. They plan to find some striking companions to relieve their pent-up stress. On the highway, the 6 young masters continue their tirade. Suddenly, one of them exclaims, "Look at that car ahead. The license plate belongs to Wang Junsong. Accelerate and pull alongside, let us confirm if he is indeed behind the wheel." The driver of the business vehicle promptly floors the accelerator. Indeed, it is that dog of a Wang Junsong. Slow down, let us follow him, an opportunity has presented itself. If I do not give that scoundrel a good beating, I shall not find peace tonight. At 10 p.m. Wang Junsong exits the highway, following the directions provided by Yang Yun. In the city, this hour marks the onset of nightlife, while in the suburbs, the streets are deserted. The sparse traffic allows for smooth passage. Dear friend, do you have any sisters who resemble you and possess a similar figure? You see, I am still single. Would you kindly assist in introducing someone to me? San Ping'an disdainfully remarked, any relationship that does not aim at marriage is merely frivolous. Yang Yun, with a half-smile, retorted. Are you certain? I have a dear friend, standing at 182 meters, weighing 55 kilograms, possessing the proportions of a lingerie model, truly captivating. Very well. Wang Junsong exclaimed, nearly drooling with anticipation. Yang Yun continued, she is a national-level soda champion, having had 2 previous boyfriends, but they were limited to mere hand-holding. The first boyfriend, after drinking, sought intimate contact and ended up with 2 broken ribs and a moderate concussion courtesy of my friend. The second boyfriend was unfaithful, caught in the act by her, resulting in a broken leg, an arm, 4 lost teeth, and a ruptured testicle. If you are indeed serious, I shall introduce her to you. Wang Junsong, swallowing hard, grimaced. In truth, I find being single quite agreeable. San Ping'an and Yang Yun exchanged glances and burst into laughter. Are you jesting, Yang Yun? This person does not exist. Yang Yun shook her head. I assure you, I can call her right now to meet us. I am confident that your little flaws will be rectified by her, transforming you into a man of virtue and grace. Wang Junsong capitulated. Pursuing women was not worth risking his life. He certainly did not wish to become the next leftover bachelor. Just then, a black business vehicle overtook them, sharply veering and braking abruptly. What the hell? Wang Junsong barely reacted. It was only after the vehicle collided that he slammed on the brakes. Do you even know how to drive? Are you trying to stage an accident? Wang Junsong exited his car, angrily rapping on the side window of the business vehicle. He was furious. Not out of concern for the damage, as it was merely a matter of paying for repairs, he wouldn't have to deal with it personally. However, encountering such an incident while driving smoothly was exceedingly vexing. The side door of the business vehicle slid open, and the infamous 6 young masters of the Capitol emerged with mischievous grins. It was clear they had deliberately blocked him. "Stay in the car, I will go investigate," San Pingan said as he opened the door to exit. Yong-yun chose not to remain behind, following him out. The 6 young masters, accompanied by a driver and bodyguard, now faced Wang Jun-song, San Pingan, and Yong-yun. "What is it? Do you wish to brawl?" Wang Jun-song stood his ground. "In Penglai, I was caught off guard. But Wang Fei, do you dare to face me one-on-one?" Wang Fei regarded Wang Jun-song with disdain. "A one-on-one? Sure. You can take on all 7 of us. Or perhaps we could simply gang up on you." Wang Jun-song, whether foolish or emboldened, rolled up his sleeves. "Who fears whom? Come on. I shall not relent until I knock the very essence out of you." No. Jia Hongka stepped forward, blocking Wang Fei, who was prepared to strike. "We are all individuals of stature, how could we engage in a street brawl?" "Ha! Jia Hongka, are you perhaps frightened?" Wang Jun-song taunted. Jia Hongka waved his hand and chuckled, "Why would I be afraid?" He then grinned ominously, "We needn't lift a finger to deal with you, in 10 minutes. My associates will arrive. At that point, whether it be a one-on-one or a full-on brawl, the choice lies with you, young Master Wang. We are merely bystanders, posing to enjoy the spectacle." The 6 scions of the Capitol erupted in laughter. Indeed, there was no need for them to intervene in punishing Wang Jun-song. Those whom they financially supported were precisely for such tasks. They could simply relish the scene and vent their frustrations, even if matters escalated to the authorities. The blame would rest solely on the assailants, leaving them mere onlookers and scared. The roar of engines filled the air. Under the cover of night, 2 minibuses approached swiftly from either end of the road, akin to ferocious beasts. Amidst the screech of brakes, the vehicles encircled Wang Jun-song and the 6 scions of the Capitol. The door swung open, and a dozen individuals leaped from the minibuses. "Young Master Wang, my men have arrived, keep boasting." Jia Hongka laughed maniacally. Wang Fei poked Jia Hongka, "Brother, it seems these individuals are not your subordinates." Jia Hongka's laughter faltered. Not due to Wang Fei's warning, but because a cold, menacing black pistol was thrust into his mouth, silencing his mouth. A dozen guns were aimed at the 10 present. Wang Fei was nearly paralyzed with fear as a gun was pressed against his head. "Don't shoot, don't kill me. I have money, whatever amount you demand, I shall provide." The finger applying pressure to the trigger paused momentarily. "You are quite wealthy." The Mandarin spoken was somewhat awkward, reminiscent of an accent from a dialect region. "Wealthy? We are the 6 scions of the Capitol, our families are all affluent. As long as you spare our lives, we can arrange a ransom." The 6 scions nodded vigorously, their heads bobbing like chicks pecking at grains. "Indeed, we possess great wealth, please don't kill us. Name your price." The leader made a phone call to inquire further. "Haha. It seems there are unexpected gains to be had. Get them into the vehicle." San Pingan and his companions were also ushered into the minibuses, while 2 of the assailants drove the stolen vehicles, trailing behind. The road soon returned to tranquility, as if nothing had transpired. In a deserted, dilapidated 4-story building, each floor spanning over 200 square meters, San Pingan and his companions, alongside the 6 scions, found themselves bound hand and foot but ungagged. In this desolate area, within a 5-mile radius, not a single soul could be found, let alone a ghostly figure. They could shout to their heart's content, but even if they screamed until hoarse, no one would come to their aid. A middle-aged man clad in a suit and flanked by his subordinates approached. One of his men placed a chair before San Pingan. After the middle-aged man sat down, he regarded San Pingan with an air of authority. "Good evening to Mr. San Pingan. I apologize for meeting you under such circumstances. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Pankai, the second in command of the Free Armed Forces in Myanmar. You may not be fully aware of the situation, so let me elaborate. My leader is General Deng of the Free Armed Forces.
The woman of my superior, a notable figure among your great Xia, is named Zhang Fangfang. The individual you shot, Mao Rong, is the adopted son of my boss. Both San Pingan and Yang Yun have comprehended the situation. The abduction of Yang Yun and Xie Ping by Mao Rong, while held captive by Xin Bak, elucidates that Zhang Fangfang's influence in Great Xia has not been entirely eradicated. Thus, the emergence of these individuals does not come as a surprise. The casino capable of providing vast sums of money has been permanently shut down. And billions in cash have been confiscated by the Great Xia police. Zhang Fangfang and her subordinates have either perished or been apprehended. Most crucially, the records, personnel details, and other arrangements of the old Myanmar group in Great Xia have all fallen into the hands of the police. There is no need for a meticulous investigation. Simply following the list will ensure precise apprehension. Therefore, do you seek to capture me for revenge? San Pingan inquired. Peng Kai shook his head and replied, in Great Xia, we have a saying, it is better to resolve enmity than to deepen it. Forming alliances is undoubtedly preferable to fostering enmity. With a subtle gesture, he raised his hand. Suddenly, dozens of his subordinates lifted their weapons. Handguns and automatic rifles were all aimed at San Pingan. You lack the standing to be my adversary, Peng Kai declared, waving his hand, prompting the gunmen to lower their weapons. We are a total of 52 individuals. Among us are some of my most elite subordinates. Alongside a contingent of mercenaries I have hired at great expense. Unfortunately, your Great Xia is deemed a mercenary-free zone, and without substantial compensation. No one is inclined to accept this task. Naturally, few will assist in covering these costs. He continued, I share this to make it clear that entertaining thoughts of escape is folly. Should you attempt to flee, do not blame me for the consequences. Each of you may make a single phone call, and remember, it is limited to one. He stated. The 6 young masters of the capital, yes. A ransom of 300 million each. As for the esteemed young Master Wang, the wealthiest second-generation heir of Great Xia, your ransom would be slightly higher at 1 billion. As for Mr. San Pingan and your companion, there is no rush, we shall discuss matters further once the ransom has been secured. The middle-aged man rose, retrieving a handgun from one of his subordinates' holsters. He disengaged the safety chambered around with a casual flick, and raised his hand to fire. The unfortunate driver fell without a sound, blood pooling beneath his head. The 6 young masters of the capital reacted in terror. Some screamed in high-pitched shrieks, others wet themselves, while some fainted in sheer fright. The middle-aged man tossed the handgun back to his subordinate, smiling as he surveyed the frightened crowd. Having chosen this path, we have long ceased to regard life and death with concern. You may certainly alert your families to the situation. I am confident that on the road to perdition, with your company, we shall not feel lonely. Upon learning of their son's abduction, the families of the 6 young masters were driven nearly to madness. They accepted the kidnappers' ransom demands without negotiation. However, at this late hour, no household would possess hundreds of millions in cash readily available. Thus, each family agreed with the kidnappers that they would proceed to the bank to transfer the funds at the break of dawn. Ensure that the ransom is received by the kidnappers no later than tomorrow before the bank closes. Bring the 6 young masters to the luxurious room for some rest. Peng Kai commanded cheerfully to his subordinates. The 6 young masters of the capital were escorted downstairs. The so-called luxurious room was merely a few tattered sofa cushions strewn on the floor. However, it was infinitely better than the cold, concrete ground. Peng Kai turned his gaze towards Wang Junsong. Young Master Wang, have you forgotten your father's number? Wang Junsong replied with a bitter smile. My father is mentally fragile and takes medication to sleep at night. Calling him would be futile. My mother is abroad, and if I dared to make that call, she would undoubtedly contact the authorities here immediately. I assure you, I will call after 8 a.m. tomorrow, and the ransom will certainly not fall short by a single cent. Peng Kai nodded in agreement. Very well, let us proceed with that. I wish you all a good night. After speaking, he departed with several of his men, leaving 4 individuals to keep watch over San Pingan and the others. The 4 armed men conversed quietly while enjoying beer and barbecued meat. San Pingan was the primary target of this old Myanmar criminal group, sought for both vengeance and to recover sufficient funds to compensate for their losses. Thus, he was treated differently than the others. While the others were bound with duct tape, San Pingan was secured with handcuffs and ropes. His hands were cuffed behind him.
fixed to a concrete pillar while his legs were bound with ropes. Consequently, he sat in a rather uncomfortable position on the ground then after merely 20 minutes. His legs grew numb. Leaning back against the concrete pillar, he attempted to shift his legs slightly. "Hey! You fat fool, are you trying to cause trouble?" One of the gunmen immediately noticed the unusual behavior and rushed over, pressing the gun's muzzle against Sanpingan's head. The other 3 gunmen followed suit, appearing particularly cautious. "Come on, I'm 220 pounds. Sitting like this makes my legs numb, I merely wish to change my position." Sanpingan protested. "You fat fool. Don't play tricks with us. If you dare to move again, I will break your legs, and then you won't feel any numbness," the gunman threatened menacingly. "I'm not playing tricks. If your legs are numb, don't you want to move a bit? Your boss wants the ransom, right? Once I have the money, I will pay it. In this state, do you think I could possibly escape? As long as I don't run, you can ignore me. Once this is over, I will give each of you 1 million, how does that sound?" The 4 gunmen exchanged glances, clearly perceiving greed and temptation in each other's eyes. 1 million. Each of us 1 million. Those mercenaries involved in this task only earn 200,000 each. As Pankai's subordinates, they would be lucky to receive a few thousand. Yet now, if they simply turn a blind eye, they could each secure 1 million. One of the gunmen, still cautious, circled around the pillar to inspect the handcuffs on Sanpingan's wrists. The handcuffs were not of the kind employed by the police, but rather those brought over from old Myanmar. Thickened and reinforced, the only means of removal, aside from a key, would be to sever one's hand. Not to mention a hefty individual weighing over 200 pounds, even Arnold Schwarzenegger would find it impossible to escape these cuffs. The small leader among the 4 nodded in agreement. They resumed their revelry, feasting on meat, drinking, and engaging in idle chatter. The occasional shift in position by Sanpingan drew merely a cursory glance to ensure the hefty man posed no threat of escape. A full moon hung in the sky, deepening the night. Daily settlement begins. Police raid on the Panglai club, capturing 1 key suspect and seizing narcotics. Reward 1 ballistic vest. Note, this vest offers all-round protection, but can only withstand a single bullet impact at the same location. Sanpingan was momentarily taken aback before elation washed over him. The system had finally accomplished something significant. A gunman seemed to have an idea and stood up, approaching Sanpingan and his companions. With beady eyes, he scrutinized Yong Yun, occasionally licking his lips in anticipation. "Min Ming, don't start trouble," the small leader cautioned quietly. Jeering. The boss said not to touch those 2 meat tickets, but he didn't say anything about this woman, did he? It would be a shame to let such beauty perish without enjoying her. After all, it's been several days since any of us have had a woman. The small leader, lost in thought, wore a lecherous grin as he stood up. "You two keep watch here. Min Ming and I will take our turn first. Once we are done, it'll be your turn. This way, if the boss arrives, he'll see someone on watch and won't suspect us." The 2 gunmen exchanged wicked smiles, one even scratching himself impatiently. Min Ming and Jeling stood before Yong Yun, beginning to unbuckle their belts. "Hey! Don't you dare!" Yong Yun protested. "If you touch her, I won't pay the ransom. As long as you behave, I'll give each of you 1 million. That's enough to indulge with many women. If you misbehave, I'll give the money to your boss, then he'll deal with you." Wang Juansao's words were a mix of threats and persuasion. But Jeling responded with a kick to his chest. "She is the hefty man's woman. That fat fool captured our boss's woman and killed his adopted son. Do you think our boss would punish us for playing with his woman? Know your place, otherwise recognize the situation. Enjoy the free show while you can." Wang Junchao, filled with impotent fury, turned to face Sanpingan, only to be astonished to find him missing. The spot where Sanpingan had sat was now empty, with just a pair of abandoned handcuffs still hanging from the concrete pillar. Scattered on the ground lay a tangle of severed rope. "Jeling, be careful. Not far away." A gunman shouted a warning. Jeling and Min Ming were tugging at Yong Yan's dress when they turned, puzzled at the sound. To their astonishment, a massive figure, reminiscent of a ferocious bear, filled their vision.
San Pingan, who should have been immobilized against the concrete pillar, inexplicably appeared before them. Instinctively, they reached for their guns. Their movements were swift, but San Pingan's were swifter. With hands as powerful as a bear's, he seized Jialing's head and yanked it back violently. Crack. The angle between Jialing's head and back formed an eerie sharpness as his cervical vertebrae snapped. San Pingan then grasped Jialing's lifeless body, using it as a shield. Meanwhile, he retrieved the handgun from Jialing's leg holster. Bang. Bang. The two gunshots rang out in rapid succession, if one did not listen closely. They might have mistaken it for a single report. Two bloody holes appeared on Minming's head, and his body slackened, collapsing to the ground. San Pingan deftly kicked Minming's corpse, redirecting it to fall atop Yongyun. Blood gushed from Minming's head, dripping onto Yang Yan's white dress. Her pupils dilated in horror, then she stifled a scream. San Pingan swiftly turned halfway. Bang. 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 3 shots rang out in quick succession. 2 struck the chest, and one the head, a sight that would make even the divine shake their head. The approaching gunman hit twice in the chest, lost his ability to move but was still met with the 3rd shot that shattered his skull, ending his life. The 4th gunman finally secured his belt, leaning against the support pillar with his rifle clutched tightly. San Pingan made a swift motion. The divine shot was unleashed. Bang. The bullet soared, tracing a graceful arc through the air, circumventing the support pillar that shielded the gunman. Like a guided missile, it accurately penetrated the gunman's temple. 4 gunmen, neutralized. The chaotic sound of footsteps echoed from below. In mere seconds, this place would transform into a battlefield. San Pingan pressed Jialing's corpse atop Wang Junsong. Don't move. This is your bulletproof vest. Yongyun was exerting all her strength, attempting to push the body off her. Upon hearing San Pingan's words, she grasped his intention. Be extremely careful. Yongyun, aware of the peril San Pingan was about to face, urged him with deep concern. San Pingan swiftly extracted a spare magazine from Jialing's body and made a rapid reload. He flashed a grin at Yongyun. You're not the only genius here. The man you found is also a genius in combat. Rising to his feet, San Pingan dashed toward the staircase, with a comically executed forward roll. By the time he completed it, he had seized the rifle from the gunman he had just shot down. Kneeling on one knee, San Pingan fired continuously, flames erupting from the gun's muzzle. The 2 advancing gunmen, unable to ascend even the last step, fell dead before him. Click. The rifle's magazine was emptied. San Pingan hurled the rifle forcefully ahead. The rifle spun through the air, crashing forcefully against the face of an advancing gunman. With a piercing scream, blood splattered across the scene. However, this did not deter the other assailants from pressing forward. San Pingan swiftly concealed himself behind a load-bearing column. Drawing his pistol from his lower back, he checked the chamber with one hand, then gripped the weapon with both hands, inhaling deeply before darting into action. 2 gunmen rushed forth, swiftly aligning their weapons. They were quick, but San Pingan was quicker. Bang. Bang. Each shot he fired was a double tap to the chest, followed by a headshot to ensure the target was neutralized. Even if he shifted targets mid-fire, he would always follow up with an execution shot after dispatching an opponent. This shooting technique mirrored that of John Wick from the John Wick series, combining the Mozambique drill with close-range shooting tactics. The Mozambique drill involves 2 shots to the chest followed by 1 to the head, while the close-range method ensures double hits at short distances. This approach guarantees preemptive fire, swiftly dismantling the enemy's combat effectiveness. At the stairwell, 5 bodies lay sprawled on the ground. The 2nd spare magazine San Pingan had taken from Jialing was now empty. He was out of bullets. The 6th and 7th gunmen surged forward in unison. Gunfire erupted like popping beans. San Pingan executed a quick roll, constantly shifting his position. Bullets pursued him relentlessly, a mere half-second delay in his movements would result in a fatal hit. In the distance, concealed behind corpses, Wang Junsong and Yongyun watched anxiously as San Pingan remained under the constant threat of death. Their own breaths felt suspended, as if their hearts had stopped beating. San Pingan was no mere circus bear performing for an audience, he was deftly maneuvering to close the distance between himself and his foes.
Another roll followed by a forward tumble, a bullet grazed the back of his head, creating a small crater in the concrete floor. The gunman, witnessing San Ping closing in, felt a surge of panic. Just as one attempted to shift the aim of his weapon, a sharp pain shot through his elbow, rendering his grip useless. San Ping seized the gunman's firearm, twisting his wrist to turn the weapon sideways. Bang! Bang! The second gunman fell, shot in the chest, collapsing to the ground with blood trickling from his lips. With his left hand clasped around the gunman's wrist, San Ping twisted mercilessly, forcing the assailant to half kneel in agony. Raising his right-hand gun, he aimed at the gunman's head and pulled the trigger twice. Then, with a swift motion, he redirected the barrel to the gunman's chest, delivering a final shot to ensure the extinguishment of life. Yelling was unsteady as cries of Pong Chai echoed from below, met with silence in response. The gunman downstairs now comprehended the grim fate that had befallen their comrades above. They were all eliminated. To charge up would merely result in more casualties. Thus, they sought cover, their weapons aimed at the stairwell. This modest four-story building stood over 10 meters tall. Theoretically, if one managed to control their landing, jumping from the building could present an opportunity for escape. However, even if one were to land safely, they would likely find themselves exposed to the crosshairs of all present, leading to inevitable demise. Thus, if the staircase is barricaded, the three individuals above, regardless of their wings, would find it impossible to escape. Boss, should we kill them if they charge down, or refrain? Posed a subordinate, presenting a conundrum that left Pong Chai perplexed. Capturing the 6 young masters of the capital and the wealthiest second-generation heir of the Great Xiao dynasty was an unexpected boon. The pivotal figure, however, was San Ping. According to the plan, apprehending San Ping would not only enable extortion of the Pangu Company's owner, Ren Fei, compensating for losses and yielding substantial profits, but also facilitate the rescue of Zhang Fangfang through a hostage exchange. Yet now, the scheme had unraveled entirely. Wang Junsong was merely a debauched heir, proficient in indulgence yet inept in all other respects. The woman appeared untrained, lacking calluses, thus unlikely to be a formidable opponent. Therefore, the individual who had dispatched Pong Chai's subordinates must be San Ping, a graduate of a police academy and current officer. The only person likely to descend from above would be San Ping. Should they choose to kill him, the plan would be irrevocably compromised. Conversely, if they spared him, how many more subordinates would they lose in the pursuit of capturing San Ping alive? After a moment of contemplation, Peng Kai retrieved a satellite phone and contacted General Deng of Old Myanmar. Shortly thereafter, he hung up and ordered vehemently, "Shoot to kill." At this command, every gunman felt a surge of resolve. Dozens of individuals, armed with handguns and rifles, knew that as long as they were unrestrained, not even a single San Ping could withstand their onslaught, let alone an enraged bear. In the corner, the 6 young masters of the capital were paralyzed with fear. In their lives, gunfights existed solely within the confines of cinematic portrayals. Now, they were about to unfold before their very eyes. Who could remain unafraid? What if a stray bullet were to find its mark? Time ticked away with agonizing slowness. The sounds of footsteps echoed from the upper floor. Yet none could predict the ensuing chaos. The gunman prayed fervently that San Ping would foolishly charge down rather than hold his ground, otherwise they would have to ascend and gamble with their lives. Suddenly, a figure leapt down the staircase, crashing heavily to the ground. Bang! 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 The gunman fired rapidly at the target, but soon realized that this individual was not San Ping but rather a former comrade. In that brief moment of distraction, a stout figure plummeted downwards. A gunman facing the staircase was brutally struck down by over 200 pounds of weight, blood gushing forth like a fountain. Bang! Bang! The stout figure landed and did not pause. Instead, he pressed a hand to the ground and executed a swift roll. Simultaneously, gunfire erupted. The 6 young masters of the capital stared in horror, their eyes wide as they witnessed a miracle unfold. San Ping moved like an invincible deity of death, twisting and turning with agility. Were there many opponents? He feared not. As long as he closed the distance, the enemies before him would become shields, absorbing the incoming bullets. San Ping would not linger in any position for more than a second. With each shot fired, the gunman is struck with unwavering precision.
Even when a gunman has lost the will to fight, San Ping An ensures their demise by delivering a fatal shot to the head during brief interludes between his firing. This ruthless determination guarantees the opponent's certain death. Despite witnessing bullets strike San Ping An, he merely pauses momentarily before launching a fierce counterattack. With a deft flick of his wrist, the empty magazine is cast aside and a new one is swiftly loaded. The brief cessation of gunfire is immediately replaced by a cacophony of violence and chaos. Under San Ping An's command, no gunman can withstand more than 4 shots. The scene is chaotic, however. It is evident to any observer that San Ping An single-handedly subdues more than 40 adversaries. Each second witnesses another victim fall, each second brings forth another death. Eventually, the gunfire subsides. I surrender. Do not shoot. In the battlefield, the Great Seer does not execute surrendering enemies. Please, do not fire. Peng Kai pleads. Kneeling on the ground with hands raised high, panic evident in his voice. His last subordinate had just been shot twice in the head at close range by San Ping An, dead beyond any doubt. The surroundings resemble a boundless hellscape. Over 40 gunmen lie lifeless in various postures, each having sustained at least 2 gunshot wounds, with one to the head. The entire battalion has been annihilated. The air is thick with the acrid scent of blood. Yet, against such overwhelming odds, San Ping An, having faced more than 40 foes in this chaotic melee, has only been struck twice, once in the left upper arm and once in the right thigh. The blood observed on his sleeve and pant leg indicates these injuries are either superficial or non-penetrating, certainly not life-threatening. As Peng Kai watches San Ping An approach, limping yet radiating an aura of lethal intent akin to a deity of death, tears stream down his face. He had anticipated the beginning but never the conclusion. Leading an illicit crossing into the territory of Great Seer, he had utilized the remnants of Zhong Fengfeng's followers to gather intelligence. After investing heavily to enlist a renowned Western hacker, he pinpointed San Ping An's location. Not only had he captured San Ping An, but also 7 plumb targets. Peng Kai had begun to believe fortune favored him. How else could the plan have unfolded so seamlessly? Yet now, with all his subordinates slain, he finds himself alone. A solitary figure bereft of support. Such an outcome was beyond his wildest imagination. I can provide you with General Deng's precise location. I can reveal the whereabouts of General Deng's secret base. I can disclose the hiding places of funds. I can, bang. San Ping An raises his weapon and fires. A bullet piercing Peng Kai's forehead. His eyes widen in disbelief as he gazes at San Ping An, his body falling backward to the ground. To test the officers with such trifles. Who do you think you are looking down upon? Spare them. For what purpose? The Great Seer shall not meddle in your internal affairs. In other words, even if Peng Kai were apprehended, there would be no transnational law enforcement to combat General Deng's forces in the regions of Laos and Myanmar. The information possessed by Peng Kai is equally known to Zhong Fengfeng. Regardless of how stubbornly Zhong Fengfeng resists when confronted by professionals, she will inevitably divulge all that she knows. If that is the case, what purpose does retaining Peng Kai serve? As the saying goes, the family must stand united. If Peng Kai dares to bring a large contingent and an arsenal into the territory of the Great Seer, he must be prepared to pay for his provocation with his life. If all his subordinates perish, how could he, as the leader, possibly survive? Does he expect Fat Uncle to spare his life? What a fanciful notion. San Ping An glanced at the 6 young masters huddled in the corner. The coldness in his gaze carried an unfathomable intent to kill, causing the 6 young gentlemen to shiver in unison. They were terrified. Observing their cowardice, San Ping An scoffed derisively and turned to leave slowly. As his plump figure vanished at the staircase, the 6 masters felt as though they had narrowly escaped death. With a sudden outburst, they burst into tears. Ping An. Fat Uncle. This was the first time Wang Junsong had called him uncle with such genuine willingness. He was thoroughly convinced by San Ping An. Ping An, are you hurt? Yong Yun inquired with concern. San Ping An used a small knife to cut the tape binding Yong Yun. Seeing the anxious tears streaming down her face, he smiled and extended his chubby hand to wipe away her tears. Do not worry. I was merely beaten a couple of times. Look, there isn't even any blood. A few stitches and a week's rest, and I shall be back to my lively self. San Ping An privately rejoiced, relieved that the system had provided him with a bulletproof vest at the time of settlement. Even so,
He had been shot twice in the same spot. This was an incredibly fortunate outcome. Had he not worn the vest, the result would likely have been drastically different. Please sit and rest, do not move around, Young Yun urged, guiding San Ping'an to sit beside her as she carefully examined his injuries. San Ping'an did not halt Young Yan's concerned actions, instead, he retrieved the mobile phone he had picked up earlier and dialed the police. Then, he embraced Young Yan's delicate shoulders, resting his head against hers, savoring the tranquility following the fierce battle. Wang Junsong, uncle, I'm here too. Don't forget about me. After more than an hour, the sound of police sirens finally echoed from afar. Leading the team was Dong Chenglong, the chief of the Chongqing District Bureau. This area was designated for demolition, said to be transformed into the largest logistics distribution center in the capital. Among the entire expanse, only this 4-story building remained illuminated, marking a clear target. The police entered the first floor. Although no figures were visible, they discovered several open wooden crates. Inside these crates lay unused firearms and ammunition, elevating the officers' alertness to its highest level. The Great Xia is renowned as the country with the strictest gun control laws in the world, without exception. Therefore, anything related to firearms is classified as a serious crime. With armed criminals at large, everyone must exercise utmost caution, and the use of lethal force without warning is permitted. Dong Chenglong promptly made the most prudent judgment. The armed assailant, indeed, would not adhere to any rules or procedures laid out by the police. The conventional approach towards ordinary criminals, issuing warnings, followed by warning shots, then resorting to gunfire, would only exacerbate the casualties among the officers. The second floor was vacant. But upon ascending to the third floor, the younger officers were greeted by a scene reminiscent of the depths of hell, prompting them all to retch. Even seasoned officers like Dong Chenglong felt their stomachs churn, with several veteran policemen unable to suppress their vomiting. The horror was simply overwhelming. Dozens of individuals lay in various postures amidst pools of blood, each one struck in the chest or head. Experienced detectives could even surmise that some of the headshots were delivered as follow-up shots from behind. Director, we have discovered 6 survivors here. Director. 3 survivors found on the 4th floor. In no time, the entire 4th floor had been thoroughly examined. The next step was to adhere to protocol. Regardless of injuries, everyone was to be sent to the hospital for evaluation. Subsequently, the city's criminal police team was to be notified, and the police headquarters informed. The precinct's role was solely to maintain the scene, as the city bureau and headquarters would dispatch specialists to handle the matter. That night, the police headquarters and the Dashia security headquarters convened an emergency meeting to relay information regarding the incident that had transpired within the demolition site in Chongqing district. Among the deceased, besides a driver who was a retired soldier of Dashia and was murdered by the criminals, the remaining 53 individuals were all old Myanmar nationals who had illegally entered Dashia. Leading the group was Pankai, the brains behind General Deng and the second in command of this illicit faction. Of the 52 old Myanmar nationals, 30 were Pankai's most elite subordinates, while the other 22 belonged to a mercenary group known as the Haina, which had long been active in conflict-ridden areas such as the Triangle and Old Myanmar. According to the survivors' accounts, Pankai sought vengeance on Dashia due to the arrest of Zhang Fangfang, the death of Mu Rong, the leak of personnel information, and the confiscation of funds. Their targets for retribution were in the northern region, specifically at the Hongcheng City Becheo police station, focusing on the intern officer San Ping'an. Each of you may review San Ping'an's profile. He is undoubtedly the top graduate of this year's police academy in all of Dashia. The assembly quickly perused San Ping'an's personal information. The high-ranking officer from the police headquarters, seated at the head of the table, gazed at the photograph of his youngest nephew with immense pride. It was the first time others had seen San Ping'an's profile, and they felt momentarily blinded by the brilliance of his accomplishments. While he had graduated with passing marks due to a lack of examination luck, his performance outside of physical training was indisputably the best in the provincial police academy. However, once in the examination hall, he appeared as if he had forgotten his faculties, akin to a clumsy individual. After graduating, he began his internship at the Becheo police station. Remarkably, in just 1 month, he had personally apprehended 2 wanted criminals and 1 grade A fugitive. The dismantling of the Zhang Fangfang criminal organization was largely credited to his efforts. He had also led operations that resulted in the fatal shooting of Mu Rong, the disarming of explosives, and the rescue of hostages.
He was the one who plunged into the frigid river to save dozens of civilians from a bus that had plunged into the waters. Having arrived in the capital for merely 2 days, he astonishingly managed to eradicate the entire gang of Pengchai. With sheer determination, he vanquished 53 highly skilled and organized armed criminals, earning a first-class merit once. The second commendation has already been reported to headquarters, and the process has commenced. Furthermore, the personnel from the Great Seal Security Department are privy to another significant matter. The espionage organization dispatched by the ugly nation to the northern regions of Great Seal was dismantled. All due to this plump individual who had just graduated from the police academy. It was even this individual who pried open the mouth of the organization's chief, Smith. How does everyone perceive the events of this evening? Sun Xingxiu inquired, rapping his knuckles upon the table. The crowd exchanged glances. And a prominent police figure spoke up that an overseas criminal syndicate infiltrated our Great Seal territory. Based on the intelligence at our disposal, our police force successfully apprehended these criminals en masse. Regrettably, one innocent civilian lost their life to the assailants. However, the police successfully rescued 9 kidnapped civilians. With no casualties among our ranks, we confiscated firearms as well. San Pingan is one of our police officers, and his achievements warrant appropriate internal recognition. The other rescued civilians will be sworn to confidentiality, signing non-disclosure agreements to ensure that not a whisper of this incident escapes. This way, we can keep the focus of the overseas criminal organization on our police force, preventing them from seeking revenge against San Pingan. Does your security department have any objections? The head of the security department shook his head in agreement. No objections, this handling is indeed very prudent. By the way, our security department is currently short-staffed. And as a brother unit, we would greatly appreciate your support. This San Pingan is quite impressive, perhaps we could borrow him. Absolutely not, Sun Xingxiu family rejected. Old son. You refuse so quickly simply because San Pingan is your nephew. In Great Seal, we do not shy away from nepotism when it comes to selecting talent. You cannot harbor selfishness. It was then that everyone understood San Pingan's true identity, expressing their astonishment at the emergence of another prodigious talent from the Sun family. With his connection to San Pingan exposed, Sun Xingxiu shrugged his shoulders. You wish to poach my nephew? Fine, ask my father for permission. As long as he consents. Not only can San Pingan go, but our entire family would be willing to join your national security. The national security officials remarked, you scoundrel. That is utterly devoid of ethics. The elder of the Sun family is revered as the Tiger King and a fearsome deity of death. Just a glance from him could instill terror. To attempt to recruit from the Sun family is a foolhardy endeavor indeed. This matter is temporarily set aside. However, a consensus has been reached to extricate San Pingan from this case. As for the rewards he rightly deserves, with Sun Xingxiu in the mix, there is no cause for concern. 5 days later, on Sunday, San Pingan concluded his confinement, emerging from the underground chamber of the cave. Outside, a diverse group of individuals, young and old, were engaged in a rustic feast. To be precise, they were hard at work, skinning rabbits, gutting and cleaning them, setting up sunshades, arranging tables and chairs, and erecting tents for rest. Only an elderly man, his hair as white as snow, his face radiant and serious, sat by the grill, diligently roasting a rabbit. The plump rabbit, weighing 5 to 6 pounds, was roasted to a crisp, golden perfection, exuding an irresistible aroma of grilled meat. Although the scene was one of familial joy, the presence of this elder rendered even the loudest laughter subdued. Each individual seemed like a cog in a machine, operating in a precise and methodical manner. Uncle and aunt, second uncle and second aunt, third aunt and her husband, the elder and the mother. Eldest sister and her husband. Second brother and his wife, San Pingan greeted everyone as he strode directly to the elder's side. Grandfather, could you please move over a bit? You are taking up so much space all by yourself, is that fair? San Pingan nudged the elder's shoulder and called out boldly. The elder scoffed softly but complied, shifting aside to make room. San Pingan plopped down beside him, casually tearing off a perfectly roasted rabbit leg and devouring it with gusto. The others were unfazed by this scene, for within the Sun family, from the highest-ranking members to the toddlers just learning to walk, everyone approached the elder with a sense of trepidation, careful not to err in his presence. Yet,
San Ping'an regarded the elder not as a figure of authority but rather as an heir, dismissing his imposing demeanor entirely. When San Ping'an was but a small child, he had been bold enough to tug at the elder's hair and pull at his beard, even soiling him in the process. Yet the elder had never once shown anger towards him. The elder had an intense fondness for grilled rabbit and was notoriously protective of his food. Only San Ping'an dared to seize it, and remarkably, the elder bore no grudge. The elder watched his cherished grandson devour the food with little regard for etiquette. Furrowing his brow. "What is the matter? Have you been wrong during your 5 days of confinement?" San Ping'an, munching on the rabbit leg, pointed towards a bottle of juice near the elder. The elder picked it up and, with a considerate gesture, twisted off the cap before handing it to San Ping'an. "Drink slowly, it's as if you've been starved these past 5 days." San Ping'an downed the juice in one go, belching contentedly. He was not truly hungry. No matter how exquisite the delicacies prepared by national chefs, none compared to his grandfather's roasted rabbit. "I have longed for this taste." A warm smile broke through the elder's stern facade. "If you enjoy it, eat your fill, there is plenty." San Ping'an nodded eagerly, pulling out a portable hard drive from his pocket and handing it to the elder. "Grandfather, I am not a pampered child who cannot endure a little hardship." Being confined for 5 days was to convey to the outside world that the San family distinguishes rewards from punishments, that we do not exploit power for personal gain, nor allow personal matters to interfere with public duty. I was tasked with documenting battle techniques and producing a detailed video explanation to rectify my mistakes and ensure this matter is conclusively resolved without leaving any loose ends. The elder shot a disapproving glare at San Ping'an. What a notion of redeeming oneself through merit. A group of foreign criminals dares to commit wrongdoing in our great seer, truly believing that we regard this land as a playground for mercenaries. Those who dare to challenge the might of our nation shall face dire consequences, no matter how distant they may be. If they must be eliminated, then so be it, the merit or demerit matters not. The 5 days of confinement are merely for you to reflect and regain composure. There exist countless methods to resolve issues. Do not let impulsiveness drive you to gamble with your life. This time, fortune favored you, resulting in but 2 minor abrasions. Can you assure that luck will always be on your side? Do you wish for your grandfather to be laid to rest in sorrow, mourning the loss of a beloved grandchild? Such a fate must be avoided at all costs. San Ping'an smiled ingratiatingly, stating, "Bullets do not possess foresight. Should there be a next time, do not blame me for invoking family discipline. I would rather see you bedridden, for I would care for you all your life than witness you draped in the national flag. Do you understand?" "Absolutely, I fully comprehend," San Ping'an replied earnestly, embracing his grandfather's shoulders. "The request for you to document your combat techniques in a detailed report and record them on video is not merely to atone for past actions, but rather because your achievement of 153 grams is nothing short of miraculous. Your tactical skills undoubtedly possess immense practicality. A solid combat technique can swiftly eliminate foes in critical moments, thereby saving the lives of our own. Such advancements are beneficial for strengthening our nation and serving our people. The San family shall not hoard treasures. Any combat skills that can fortify our great seer must be shared with the state and widely disseminated. After all, you are not lacking in wealth. Consider it a generous donation to the nation." San Ping'an rolled his eyes, saying, "The grandfather, look at you. Is this the level of awareness you expect from your grandson? As a police officer, my aim is the peace and security of our nation. I am more than willing to present my findings to the country, with no complaints whatsoever. As for money, though my salary is modest, my bonuses are substantial. Just recently, I received a bonus of 500,000. We are now quite affluent. Grandfather, feel free to express any culinary desires. I shall fulfill them without hesitation." The rest of the San family watched this grandfather-grandson do with quiet admiration. How differently they were treated. They would never dare to approach the elder with greasy hands, let alone embrace him. Even a slight proximity would induce shortness of breath, and a mere glare from the old man would leave them trembling. The elder retrieved San Ping'an's phone from his pocket and handed it over. "This girl, whom you have saved as Big Han in your contacts, has called numerous times in recent days. She possesses good character and is quite polite. Let's find a suitable time to bring her home, so your grandfather can vet her." San Ping'an raised an eyebrow. "Vet her?"
Do you not trust your grandson's judgment? The girl I choose will undoubtedly be suitable for a family. Just wait for your great-grandchild. By the way, you should practice with the children from my elder sister's and second brother's families first. We wouldn't want you to be awkward and accidentally harm my son. Nonsense. I raised your father all by myself. Ha! Do not boast, my father was cradled by you just once, and it nearly led to his demise. If you truly raised him, then surely I would not exist in this world. This was a humorous anecdote within the Sun family, yet aside from Sun Ping'an, none dared to bring up such embarrassing matters before the elder. When Sun Ping'an was just 4 years old, his grandfather once embraced his younger brother in a moment of overwhelming excitement. In his fervor, he failed to moderate his strength, resulting in a fracture of the child's arm. This incident led to his grandfather being chided by his grandmother for a good 6 months. Get lost, you make me furious, just roll away. Enraged and embarrassed, the old man shouted at him to leave. Sun Ping'an chuckled, swiftly seizing the roasted rabbit from the grill along with its skewer, and made a hasty exit. Wait a moment. His grandfather called out to him. Before your probation period ends, remain in the capital. When you step outside, don your police uniform. Do you understand my meaning? Sun Ping'an turned around, stood at attention, and rendered a precise military salute to his grandfather. Clad in his uniform, he bore the weight of duty on his shoulders, vowing to uphold strict self-discipline and to preserve the honor of the police force. His grandfather nodded in satisfaction and waved him off. Scram. All right. Sun Ping'an replied, waving goodbye to the large gathering of relatives from the Sun family. Clutching the roasted rabbit as he dashed away. Seated in the back of a taxi, Sun Ping'an fiddled with a pair of square, rather antiquated black-framed glasses. Daily settlement, 53 overseas criminals eliminated. Reward, Superman's glasses never wear out. This reward had been received 5 days prior. And each time Sun Ping'an laid eyes on those wretched glasses, he felt an overwhelming sense of discontent. Why did the system have to award him with glasses? His vision was perfectly fine. Yet, what could he do? The system offered no return or exchange policy. He could only console himself with the thought that having something was better than having nothing at all. He casually placed the glasses on his face. In the sweltering July heat, it was already morning, and the sunlight was blinding. Upon donning the glasses, the harsh glare dissipated. And he felt a remarkable comfort in his eyes, with everything appearing much clearer. Had he developed myopia? Were these corrective lenses? Sun Ping'an pondered, slightly bewildered. As the traffic light ahead turned green, the taxi driver pressed the accelerator and the engine roared to life. Instinctively, images of the taxi's engine flickered in Sun Ping'an's mind. An extraordinary phenomenon occurred before his eyes. The dashboard began to morph into a hazy apparition. And the engine beneath the hood became vividly visible. It was as though he were employing a divine disassembly technique, with the engine casing transforming into a mere silhouette while its intricate components became distinctly apparent. Wow! Sun Ping'an could not suppress a gasp. The taxi driver instinctively turned to look. Wow! He exclaimed, when did you get in? What happened to that chubby guy just now? What? Sun Ping'an was momentarily taken aback. The taxi driver continued, dude, even though you're in a police uniform too, I distinctly remember that the fat guy who just got in wasn't you. Sun Ping'an seemed to grasp something, removing the glasses. Oh. It's you. Just wearing a pair of glasses. I thought we had switched places. The taxi driver let out a sigh of relief and turned back to focus on driving. It was quite normal for a person's demeanor and appearance to change when they donned a pair of glasses. However, it was hardly to the extent of transforming into a completely different individual. Then, Sun Ping'an contemplated another possibility. In discussing the Superman series, one cannot overlook the significance of Superman's everyday disguise. Many viewers have scoffed at the notion that merely donning a pair of glasses could render Clark Kent, an employee at the newspaper, unrecognizable as Superman. In retrospect, it is evident that the essence of the matter lies within those very glasses. Reflecting on the various rewards bestowed by the system, one might argue they do not align with Sun Ping'an's professional aspirations. Nevertheless, they are far from useless. The underwater suit, while seemingly impractical in daily life, proves invaluable in life-saving scenarios beneath the waves.
Thus, it stands to reason that these glasses are not merely ornamental. First, by wearing these glasses, one can assume an entirely different identity. Whether even those familiar with him would fail to recognize him remains to be seen. Second, these glasses possess X-ray capabilities, and other functionalities await further exploration. The mere existence of these two extraordinary features is enough to elate San Ping'an. Transforming into another persona alleviates the anxiety of being identified by criminals during covert operations. As he apprehends more wrongdoers, his notoriety grows, making it increasingly challenging to maintain his anonymity. It would be impractical to limit himself to administrative duties or routine patrols. How then could he capture criminals, earn system rewards, and become a contemporary healer? Now, with these glasses to alter his appearance, he can safeguard himself more effectively. The X-ray function enhances his advantage further. As for its merits, well, it is simply advantageous, and those who understand. Of course, those with ulterior motives should reflect on their intentions. With such an upright system and a host who is equally principled and sincere, there is no possibility of misusing this ability for malevolent purposes. Such base thoughts must be cast aside. A taxi came to a halt in front of a commercial building, and San Ping'an settled the fare before stepping out. In the small plaza before the building, a throng of handsome men and beautiful women had already gathered. Among them, the most striking was undoubtedly Yong-Yun. Today, her attire mirrored that of her time at the Ministry of Internal Affairs. Clad in a fitted police uniform, her curvaceous figure was impeccably accentuated. Her long, lustrous black hair was elegantly styled into a bun, presenting her as exceedingly competent. Her delicate features, adorned with just a hint of makeup, rendered her breathtakingly beautiful. The young men present seemed eager to gaze at her, while the young women appeared to wear their envy openly, keeping their distance from her. Perhaps either ostracizing her or fearing they might be mere background to her radiance. Yong-Yun glanced at her phone before looking toward the road. Her gaze lingered on San Ping'an for but a moment before swiftly diverting. In that instant, San Ping'an comprehended that even those who knew him would not recognize him once he donned the glasses. Approaching Yong-Yun, he removed the glasses under her watchful scrutiny. Ping'an. Yong-Yun gazed at the stranger who had removed his glasses, transformed into her boyfriend, and was utterly astonished. How do I look? Am I more handsome with glasses? San Ping'an chuckled. Yong-Yun replied gently, my boyfriend has always been this handsome. However, with glasses, how should I put it? There seems to be a significant change in your aura, a certain charming elegance. It's as if you've become a different person altogether. San Ping'an laughed. So do you prefer the version of me without glasses or the one with them? Yong-Yun rolled her eyes at him and intertwined her arm with his, saying, as long as it's you, I adore you in any form. How's that for an answer? It must be satisfactory, a husband like this, what more could one desire? San Ping'an responded with a grin. You are so vain, Yong-Yun teased. By the way, why are you in a police uniform? San Ping'an asked, puzzled. You'll find out soon enough, Yong-Yun teased back. San Ping'an squinted at the glaring sunlight and handed his glasses to Yong-Yun. Put these on. It'll be more comfortable for your eyes. Yong-Yun accepted the glasses and put them on. San Ping'an observed her, despite wearing glasses, she remained unmistakably Yong-Yun. After merely a few seconds, she removed the glasses and returned them to him. The lenses have prescription, wearing them is quite uncomfortable, she remarked. San Ping'an deduced that this was likely a preventive feature of the system, others were unable to utilize the system's rewards. Even if they tried, they would feel various discomforts, making long-term use impossible. San Ping'an donned the glasses, eager to explore their other functionalities for future use. After waiting for over 10 minutes, a man wearing a director's vest and holding a megaphone emerged from the business building. I am Chin Wei, the assistant director of the Catching the Criminal production team. Those here to audition for Catching the Criminal, please follow me inside. Maintain discipline, refrain from loud chatter, and do not use your phones or take photographs or videos. The crowd followed Chin Wei into the building and arrived at a side hall on the first floor. The hall was adorned with several standing advertisement boards displaying large images and text. Due to the distance, it was difficult to discern the content. San Ping'an squinted to get a better look. In the next moment, a large poster, located several meters away, seemed to be pulled closer as the distance rapidly diminished. The images, the text, and even the tiny print in the lower right corner became vividly clear. As if he were using a combination of binoculars and a magnifying glass. Catching the Criminal is a 60-episode, high-investment crime drama. The director, screenwriter, and lead actor is the immensely popular Chen Hon. To speak of Chen Hon is to mention one of the most inspirational figures in the entertainment industry of this year. After failing his college entrance exams at 18, he set out to pursue his dreams with merely 200 yuan in his pocket, boarding a train southward. In the shoddy film and television city, he carried bricks, lifted cement, and worked as a laborer. After 20 years of hard work and perseverance, he amassed a wealth of acting experience. At last, in the 40th year of his life, through a serendipitous turn of events, he caught the eye of a director and secured the role of the second male lead in a drama. His remarkable acting prowess, solid command of dialogue, and keen ability to delve into the psyche of ordinary individuals enabled him to embark on a journey towards becoming a cinematic luminary, a path that proved irresistible. Today, Chen Hon stands as the most prominent middle-aged male star in the grand tapestry of the Dacia entertainment industry. Just last year, he made his directorial debut, garnering accolades for Best New Director and Best Television Series of the Year. The leading actress, once a newcomer, skyrocketed to become one of the 8 leading ladies of Dacia. A true meteoric rise. Criminal Pursuit marks Chen Hon's second series as director, and even before its commencement, it has attracted overwhelming investment, bolstered by substantial support from the Beijing City Bureau, which has permitted the crew to utilize police settings. Even prior to filming, it has already become a sensational topic of conversation. The competition for several primary roles is more intense than one could imagine. Today's audition marks the 4th and final round. Those gathered here are the Army de la Army, having triumphantly outperformed hundreds of competitors. Yet, only one victor can emerge. Who will claim the prize remains uncertain. Chin Wei rapped on the microphone. Those whose names I call, please step forward. The candidates for the second female lead are Tang Xiaoyu, Kai Mei, and Ren Rongrong. You will soon enter the audition room, where each of you will receive a temporary script. You must read it swiftly and grasp the psychological nuances of your character. Prior to your performance, a brief introduction is required. Please share the roles you have previously portrayed, as this will enhance your candidacy for this part. Chin Wei's words resonated not only with the 10 or so young women present but also with the others. Subsequently, Chin Wei ushered the named individuals into a small conference room. Are you nervous? San Pingon inquired softly. Yongyun shook her head. Having already faced 3 rounds of auditions, the nerves have long dissipated. Moreover, if I am unperturbed in the presence of heinous criminals, why would I be anxious about this minor affair? The two exchanged hushed words as time swiftly passed. Occasionally, unsuccessful candidates exited, their expressions reflecting either dejection or resentment. Ultimately, the chosen actress for the second female lead was a strikingly alluring beauty, with a figure that defied convention. She was to portray the male protagonist's partner, a significant character in the narrative. Her looks and physique afforded her a considerable advantage, perfectly aligning with the character she was to embody. Next came the audition for the second male lead. As the clock approached 11, it was at last time for the final audition of the first female lead. 6 competitors remained. You can do it. San Pingon encouraged Yongyun. Indeed. She nodded, following the others into the conference room. San Pingon felt a twinge of concern. Yet he understood that as a mere onlooker, he could not enter the audition space. However, this did not deter him. With a silent thought, he activated his perceptive ability. The once solid wall ahead gradually transformed into a mere illusion, ultimately vanishing from sight as he switched on his telescopic function. The scene within the small conference room is vividly clear, almost as if one were present. Every individual's expression is distinctly visible. Furthermore, San Pingon has discovered a 4th function of his glasses. Within the confines of the meeting room, even the slightest whisper can be heard clearly. As if he possesses the gift of farsightedness and acute hearing. Chen Hon is a middle-aged man, approximately 45 years of age. He serves as the screenwriter, director, and male lead of this production. Perhaps it is the necessity of immersing oneself into the character that evokes such a perception. San Pingon senses an aura of cunning, ruthlessness, and a hint of malevolence emanating from Chen Hon, seated at the forefront of the small conference room.
Chen Hon is accompanied by a representative of the investors and a representative from the police force. Although San Pingon does not know him, he presumes the latter to be affiliated with the publicity department. In this era, war films and police dramas require the scrutiny of the publicity sector to prevent any portrayal that might tarnish the image of soldiers and law enforcement officers. Normally, the interview would not involve the publicity department, as it is illogical for outsiders to instruct professionals. It is likely that the production team has invited them to demonstrate their respect for the police, thereby fostering a better relationship to secure more support during filming. Chen Hon's gaze sweeps over the 6 candidates for the role of the female lead, and upon spotting Young-Yun in her police uniform, his eyes gleam with interest. Your name is Young-Yun, correct? Could you explain why you chose to wear a police uniform? Is your profession that of a police officer? Young-Yun responds with poise. I was once a police officer. I chose to wear the uniform because the character I am auditioning for is a female officer in the Major Crimes Unit. I believe that donning the uniform allows me to connect more deeply with the role. Chen Hon claps his hands in approval. Excellent. This exemplifies dedication. I often say that acting is essentially transforming oneself into the character one portrays. Only in this manner. He continues with an eloquence that leaves the others feeling both inspired and regretful for not having thought to wear uniforms themselves, even if borrowing was not an option. Purchasing one would have sufficed. To ensure fairness, I ask that all of you change into police uniforms as well, Chen Hon declares. A beautiful candidate protests. But I didn't prepare a uniform. Chen Hon replies with a smile. We must extend our gratitude to the Municipal Bureau for their generous support. The logistics department has already provided uniforms for our cast. You may change in the fitting room before the audition begins. Young-Yun, your uniform appears to be tailored for you. It will be best for you to change into the same uniform as the others for the sake of fairness. Young-Yun nods, and under the guidance of a female staff member, she proceeds with the other 5 candidates into the adjacent fitting room. San Pingun's gaze follows Young-Yun, not out of any prurient interest, but rather, well, the explanations are merely veils for concealment. Whatever thoughts may arise, let them be as they will. In the summer, the attire is naturally minimal, and the changing process is swift. With just the removal of their outer garments, what remains is, well, one can only exclaim. San Pingun was taken aback by the scene before him. Ordinarily, one would expect to see the usual sights associated with shedding outer garments and skirts akin to what one might observe at a swimming pool or beach. However, what unfolded before his eyes was utterly grotesque. The 6 stunning women had inexplicably transformed into grotesque, skinless figures, revealing their muscle fibers in stark clarity. As his gaze penetrated deeper, he was confronted with an array of blood vessels, skeletal structures, and internal organs. Disturbingly, he could even discern one individual's gallstones and kidney stones with unsettling precision. In that moment, the truth dawned upon San Pingun. The system he had been bestowed was indeed a dubious creation, providing what should not be, while withholding what ought to be. The Superman glasses, equipped with an X-ray vision function, could effortlessly pierce through walls and other obstructions, but, when directed at human forms, merely transformed into a function of light, preventing him from viewing unclad individuals. As if I were particularly eager to behold such sights, he scoffed internally. As San Pingun prepared to withdraw his gaze, his attention was captured by a peculiar object connected to wires. It was a miniature camera. Swiftly, his eyes scanned the changing room, and aside from the recently discovered camera, he identified a total of 6 others. These 7 miniature cameras were strategically positioned to capture the entirety of the changing room's interior. This meant that regardless of the direction the individuals were facing, their bodies would be completely within the lenser's purview. Following the wires, he traced them back to a single laptop, revealing that all 7 cameras were linked to it. His immediate conclusion was that a film crew was engaged in clandestine filming. The footage, undoubtedly, was intended for nefarious purposes. If it were indeed for legitimate production needs, they could present it openly, even providing an excuse related to the storyline, which would be far more honorable than resorting to such underhanded tactics. San Pingun remained composed, choosing to observe rather than act impulsively. He had resolved to unmask the scoundrel responsible for this surreptitious filming. Once Young-Yun and the other 6 beauties had finished changing into their police uniforms, they returned to a small conference room. The interview commenced. The process of the interview was straightforward. Under Chen Hon's live critique, 4 candidates were eliminated.
Ultimately, apart from Young-yoon, there remained one other young woman whose features exuded a spirited charm. Dressed in the police uniform, she projected an aura of confidence and vigor. If all went as expected, the leading female role would be selected from these two. After all, prior to the filming, they were to undergo police training to ensure they could embody the role of a genuine officer convincingly. Naturally, Young-yoon held a substantial advantage. Nonetheless, Jong-se should not despair. Although their starting points differed, the standards for the finish line were clearly defined. As long as she demonstrated exceptional talent, she might very well surpass Young-yoon. As the interview process reached its conclusion, Chen-hon did not declare it over but instead turned his attention to Jong-se. Jong-se, please come with me for a moment. I have some confidential audition content that I need to discuss with you privately. Director Chen. Is there something you wish to discuss away from us? Inquired Lu, furrowing his brow. Chen-hon, with a sense of helplessness, leaned towards Director Lu's ear and whispered a few words. His voice was so faint that even the investment representative sitting across the room could not catch a single syllable. However, to San Pingen, Chen-hon's words resonated as if they were spoken directly into his ear. Certain scenes in the drama may be somewhat provocative. The female lead will go undercover and catch the male lead's attention, leading to some rather intimate moments. Ultimately, her undercover identity is exposed and she is captured. Such discussions in front of others could induce a sense of embarrassment. Thus, the Director Lu nodded in understanding. Jong-se followed Chen-hon into the adjacent lounge. The door closed, effectively shielding them from prying eyes. Chen-hon sat confidently on the sofa, while Jong-se stood before him. Jong-se, do you comprehend what it means to secure the role of the female lead? Jong-se paused momentarily before nodding in acknowledgement. Chen-hon shook his head, saying, "Oh no, oh no. No, you do not understand. Becoming the female protagonist in my new drama means seizing an opportunity that draws the attention of the masses, a chance to ascend to greatness. In the vast entertainment industry of Dacia, achieving fame grants one everything, endorsements, invitations to variety shows, and a plethora of affluent suitors eager to win your favor. This is the key to entering high society." Jong-se's body trembled with excitement. Why choose to become an actress, a star? To promote national culture. Who would believe such a claim? A certain global superstar hailed from a theater troupe. Who has ever witnessed her perform in a play? In reality, she has never acted in one. After achieving fame, she lands endorsements, stars in major films, amasses wealth, and unabashedly displays affection in front of the camera with wealthy boyfriends. This encapsulates the true motivations of countless women who immerse themselves in the entertainment world. Chen-hon gazed at Jong-se's lovely face like a ravenous wolf. And like a devil, he inquired, "What are you willing to sacrifice for this opportunity?" Jong-se understood instantly, and without a hint of hesitation. She stepped forward and knelt before him, extending her hands to unfasten his belt. Chen-hon halted her motion, lifting her chin with one hand. "Excellent, it seems you comprehend. At 9 p.m. tonight, come to room 808 at the International Grand Hotel and dress beautifully. Of course, the competition is inevitable. I can assure you, even if you do not secure the role of the female lead this time, you will undoubtedly be the lead in my next project." Jong-se felt a pang of disappointment, but she had not truly lost. Moreover, the role in the next drama was already assured. It was merely a matter of waiting a little longer. Aligning with Chen-hon guaranteed a brilliant future in the limelight. "All right, Director Chen, I will be there punctually tonight. You will be the first to see the new black ensemble I purchased from Victoria's Secret yesterday." Chen-hon nodded in satisfaction, rising to open the door, his expression reverting to a serious demeanor. Jong-se adeptly managed her expression, betraying none of the transaction that had just transpired in the lounge. "Please wait a moment. Director Lu, it will be over shortly. I shall host lunch to express my gratitude to you and General Yu for your unwavering support." Chen-hon was adept in social interactions, skillfully attending to every significant figure. Young-yoon and Jong-se brushed past each other as they entered the lounge. Jong-se paused, her expression revealing a hint of turmoil as she glanced back. In terms of appearance, figure, and demeanor, Jong-se was acutely aware that she could not possibly compare to Young-yoon. Moreover, Young-yoon's former identity as a police officer resonated perfectly with the leading female role in this drama. If Young-yoon acquiesced to Chen-hon's demands,
Jongse harbored no illusions about her chances of triumphing over Yong-yun. For now, she could only hope that Yong-yun would decline Director Chen's offer yet. Was that truly feasible? Would a young woman eager to enter the entertainment industry forsake the opportunity for fame and fortune? However, the thought of being the designated leading lady in Director Chen's next project brought a smile back to Jongse's face. It was merely one production. And there were many more opportunities ahead as she was just embarking on her journey. San Ping furrowed his brow, contemplating for a moment before refraining from entering the conference room. Instead, he chose to observe the unfolding events. In both his previous life and this one, the entertainment industry had proven to be a vast cauldron of vice, rife with malevolence and various deplorable phenomena. The alternative applications of rules and the immense power of wealth were magnified to an unsettling degree. Countless beauties, adorned with the titles of pure and virtuous maidens, had been reduced to mere playthings of the affluent. In his previous life, Damimi had once remarked during an interview that she did not reject the alternative applications of rules. San Ping was curious to see what choices Yong-yun would make when faced with such an opportunity. In the lounge, the earlier scene replayed itself. Yong-yun, what are you willing to sacrifice for this opportunity? Chen Hon adjusted himself, a triumphant smirk gracing his face. Without a moment's hesitation, Yong-yun took 2 steps toward Chen Hon, positioning herself directly before him. Then, with decisive action, she demonstrated her willingness to seize this rare chance for ascendance. Yong-yun delivered a forceful stomp to Chen Hon's groin. His scream, more piercing than that of a slaughtered pig, echoed through the room. Did you think this was the end? No, it was merely the beginning. Yong-yun executed a series of fluid grappling maneuvers, encircling Chen Hon's head with her arms and driving her knee upward with striking force. His cries were abruptly silenced by the impact of the blow. Yong-yun did not hold back in the slightest. In her fury, she had no intention of showing mercy. As Chen Hon reclined on the sofa, it became evident that his nose had been broken, askew and bleeding profusely like a raging stream. Blood flowed from his mouth as he attempted to speak. Had the angle of her knee strike been slightly different and the force greater, it would have surely resulted in the loss of at least 2 of Chen Hon's front teeth. Though the lounge was well soundproofed, it could not contain the agonized wails of Chen Hon. The occupants of the small conference room, startled by the commotion, rushed toward the lounge. San Ping flung open the door and charged into the small conference room. The door to the lounge swung open, and upon witnessing the scene within, everyone stood frozen in disbelief. Chen Hon lay sprawled on the sofa, his body curled up like a cooked shrimp, hands tightly clutching his groin. Blood smeared his face, and he wailed hoarsely. It resembled a scene of torture. Yong-yun stood nearby, casting a disdainful glance at Chen Hon. You dare to hit me? Chen Hon shouted at the top of his lungs, indifferent to the presence of representatives from both the investors and the police. It was inconceivable that a renowned actor and director like him was struck by an actress. If word of this leaked, how could he maintain his standing in the entertainment industry? Director Chen, what happened? Wasn't this a business discussion? How did it escalate to violence? Someone inquired. Chen Hon, having regained some composure, realized that while he wielded authority on set, the repercussions of this incident could severely tarnish his reputation. It's a misunderstanding, merely a misunderstanding, he declared, wiping the blood from his face, quickly conjuring an excuse. Miss Young must have misunderstood my intentions. I meant to say that due to the nature of the script, some extreme scenes would occur. My intention was to ask if Miss Young could embrace these elements for the sake of art. Perhaps she misinterpreted this as me intending to do something inappropriate. Miss Young's character is rather straightforward and fiery, without clarifying that she resorted to violence against me. Alas, it is not easy being a director these days. Let us not dwell on this, allow Miss Young to live. Hearing Chen Hon's twisted version of events, Yong-yun retorted angrily. You are a beast with a facade of humanity. Don't think I don't understand, you intend to exploit me. I'll call the police and see how you distort the truth there. Enough. Deputy Director Chin-wei bellowed. Miss Young, you have misunderstood Director Chen. He is magnanimous and will not pursue any responsibility on your part. What more do you want? Even if you were to report this to the authorities, it would still be considered a misunderstanding. Do you wish to completely ruin this production? Do you realize how much hard work has gone into this? Oh. I see. You are looking for financial compensation, aren't you? How much do you want? Name your price. Chinwe's morally coercive words immediately altered the crowd's gaze towards Yongyun. Yongyun, not known for her eloquence, found herself at a loss for words in the face of his remarks. Just then, a plump figure burst through the crowd, blocking the doorway, and charged into the lounge. With a forceful kick, he struck Chinwe in the abdomen. Chinwe, whose height barely reached 1.7 meters and was somewhat slender, had no chance of resistance against such strength and was sent flying, crashing heavily onto Chen Hon, who was seated on the sofa. Cries of anguish erupted from both Chinwe and Chen Hon. San Ping'an did not stop there. He pounced on Chinwe, delivering a slap across his face. Then turned and struck Chen Hon as well. Stop it. Chief Lu, witnessing the chaos, nearly succumbed to fury. He represents the municipal bureau, and now, a former officer, due to a misunderstanding, has assaulted Director Chen Hon. Subsequently, another individual clad in police uniform has kicked Assistant Director Chinwe. This is not the end. He even lunged forward to continue the violence. This is an utter disgrace to the police force. San Ping'an completely disregarded Officer Lu and moved to grasp Yongyan's petite hand. Let us depart. Depart? Can you truly leave? Officer Lu bellowed. San Ping'an forcefully shoved Lu aside, declaring, I shall leave if I wish. Who do you think you are? If you want to report this, be my guest. Have the audacity to issue a wanted notice for me. With that, he took Yongyun and exited. Officer Lu retrieved his phone to call the police but was halted by Chen Hon. Officer Lu, enough, it's merely a misunderstanding. I can endure a personal injury. But we must not allow this to disrupt the filming of the new drama. I have faith that the police are just and honorable. It is inevitable that a small blemish may occur now and then. Upon hearing this, Officer Lu resolved to uncover the identity of this hefty man upon his return. Regardless of his status or background, he must be met with severe repercussions. San Ping'an led Yongyun away from the conference room. Yet they did not exit the commercial building. Instead, he guided her to a more secluded staircase, away from prying eyes. Ping'an, I did not misunderstand Director Chen, he truly. I know, San Ping'an interjected with a smile. I believe in you more than anyone else. My girlfriend is undoubtedly a virtuous girl. Yongyan's eyes glistened with tears as she tightly embraced San Ping'an, burying her head in his chest. San Ping'an observed with satisfaction as Yongyun responded to the subtle rules in the lounge. He could not have been more pleased with her. Countless individuals are willing to sacrifice everything, including their bodies and dignity, for fleeting fame and overnight success. Yet, before even debuting, Yongyun has managed to retain her integrity and resolutely counteract malevolence. What could he possibly fret about? Naturally, San Ping'an had also resolved to take certain actions to safeguard his future wife and mother of his children. Do not fret, let us wait a moment. This matter will not simply be dismissed, he murmured, his gaze fixed on the wall of the staircase. San Ping'an had refrained from further violence not out of fear or leniency towards Chen Hon, but rather as a police officer, one must apprehend the criminal with evidence. Without proof, even an officer cannot act recklessly. However, if evidence were to emerge, the final round of auditions has resulted in such turmoil, rendering the midday appreciation banquet null and void. The representatives of the investors, along with Officer Lu and others, exited the conference room, their faces etched with anger. In the lounge, only Chen Hon and Chinwe remained. Director, should we head to the hospital? We shall discuss that later. First, let us attend to the important matters at hand. You go to the changing room and retrieve the equipment and bring the laptop. Chinwe nodded in agreement and turned to leave. Soon, he returned to the lounge with a laptop bag in hand. Chen Hon opened his laptop and glanced at the footage he had surreptitiously captured. With remarkable proficiency, he launched the software and proceeded to edit the content, clearly indicating that he had engaged in such activities numerous times before. He copied and pasted the necessary segments, then removed the small disk and handed it to Chinwe. Here is the changing video of that woman named Yongyun. Disperse this across those websites frequented by the old lechers. Seek out several more platforms to share it on. Capture a few clear frames, ensuring there are frontal and profile shots. Post it on some well-known domestic forums. This woman dared to strike me. I intend to utterly ruin her. Chin Wei accepted the disc. Director Chen, do not worry, this is not my first endeavor in such matters. I will contact the forum administrators later, offering them a little compensation to get it pinned at the top. I guarantee that within days, this young Yun will be vilified. Branded as a promiscuous woman. Chen Hon nodded with satisfaction. Be cautious, do not allow anyone to trace it back to us. What a pity. If only young Yun had listened to me and submitted to my wishes. With her looks, grace, and physique, she could easily rise to fame with just one role. In that case, I could also present her to Mr. Jing from Jinyun Media and the folks at Chantion Media for their amusement. When we wish to film something, wouldn't the investments flow in abundantly? Director, it is merely a woman. Our great Xia is abundant with beauties. Countless young women are eager to break into the entertainment industry these days. Eventually, won't you have as many as you desire? Chen Hon laughed heartily. You know my heart well. Rest assured that once I have a handle on this, you shall not miss out on the benefits. Work diligently with me. As I feast on the meat, you shall at least gnaw on a few bones. The two were reveling in their laughter when suddenly the tightly shut door of the break room erupted with a resounding crash. The locked door could not withstand the force and collapsed entirely. A grim-faced San Ping'an strode in with purpose. What do you think you are doing? Upon seeing San Ping'an, Chin Wei felt a sharp sting on his face. A reminder of the recent slap he had received from the hefty man, the imprint still visible. San Ping'an leisurely approached, seizing Chin Wei by the neck and drawing him close. Chin Wei squawked like a duck caught by the throat, totally unable to voice a sound. As he was no match for San Ping'an's strength. Despite his desperate struggles, he could not break free. San Ping'an raised his right hand in a gesture of aiming, then swung it forcefully, delivering a heavy slap to Chin Wei's face. Chin Wei emitted no sound, his face marked by a prominent swelling from the blow. His eyes rolled back, then he fainted. San Ping'an rifled through Chin Wei's pockets, extracting the disc, and shook it in front of the astonished and terrified Chen Hon. Chen Hon, seemingly grasping the situation, glanced down at his laptop. With a steely resolve, he seized the computer and hurled it violently to the ground. Clearly intent on destroying the evidence and ensuring there would be no witnesses. San Ping'an rolled his eyes in exasperation. Although he was not proficient in computers, he understood that merely damaging a computer was utterly futile. The information was stored on the hard drive, unless it was subjected to magnetization or a thoroughly destructive physical method. A skilled programmer could easily retrieve the data contained within. I am utterly ignorant of all this, he orchestrated everything, and I had no part in it. Chen Hon exclaimed loudly, attempting to absolve himself of any responsibility. San Ping'an casually tossed the unconscious Chin Wei to the ground and slowly approached Chen Hon. Leaning down, Chen Hon cried out in agony, collapsing sideways onto the sofa as if he had been struck. But Chen Hon quickly realized that he had not been hit. Lifting his gaze, he was met with a sight that sent shivers down his spine. San Ping'an was not bending down to strike him, instead, he retrieved a mobile phone that had been recording from between the cushions of the sofa. The microphone of the phone was pointed outward. San Ping'an looked at Chen Hon and pressed the play button. This is the dressing video of that vile woman, Young Yun. Once it goes online, it will ruin everything. It will be as if we are handing it over to General Jing and Master Bien. Chen Hon's face drained of color. He knew very well that if this recording were to leak, it would spell disaster for him. He would not only face a ban from the entertainment industry, becoming a pariah, but also bear legal repercussions that could lead to imprisonment. Brother, sir, father, I was wrong, I truly was mistaken. I was blinded by my desires. I am less than human, a beast, a scoundrel. I beg you to delete the recording, to destroy the disc. Name your price, I will agree to anything. San Ping'an observed Chen Hon's desperate performance without a flicker of emotion. Chen Hon seemed to grasp the gravity of the situation. 5 million. I will give you 5 million in cash, no one will ever know about this. And Miss Young Yun, if she wishes to be a star, I will promote her to stardom, to become a great celebrity. In the future, I will be the director. And she will be the lead in every film and television series. I will treat her like my own mother and ensure she suffers no grievances. I know many renowned directors, numerous investors, and powerful entertainment executives. I can guarantee.
San Ping scoffed and asked, "Is it all recorded?" Yongyun produced her phone, which was still recording from her pocket. Chen Hon felt his strength leave him, sliding off the sofa to the floor. He understood that he was utterly doomed. Before the advent of smart touchscreen phones, the devices already had recording capabilities. Though the resolution was not high, it was far from being pixelated. It could undeniably serve as evidence in court. San Ping dialed the police. Soon, officers arrived and took all 4 individuals to the precinct. San Ping identified himself as a police officer, confirming his identity through the internal network. The damaged laptop and disks were confiscated, and the recordings from the mobile phone were transferred. The remaining task was for the technical department to recover the computer data to serve as courtroom evidence. After bidding farewell to Yongyun, San Ping took her hand, preparing to leave the precinct. As San Ping passed by the interrogation room, he glanced through a small window. Once a prominent male star, Director Chen Hon sat in a chair, his wrists shackled. Everything seemed normal, yet his legs trembled incessantly. San Ping paused, recalling the knowledge he had acquired in police academy. It was natural for a suspect to feel an overwhelming sense of fear upon entering a police station or an interrogation room. The crimes committed by Chen Hon were not particularly grave: illicit filming, using women as bargaining chips, engaging in illegal transactions with entertainment company executives to acquire necessary resources. His reputation lay in tatters, and his future was irrevocably ruined. Generally, such cases resulted in relatively short sentences, around 13 years. If the attitude towards confession was favorable and remorse was genuine, a release within 6 months was quite probable. Given the wealth Chen Hon had amassed over the years, it would suffice for a lifetime of hedonistic indulgence. However, the reaction of Chen Hon suggested that his fears transcended these superficial concerns. "Darling, come take a look," Yongyun said as she stood at the door, peering through the small window into the interrogation room where Chen Hon was ensnared in a case that had been concealed for years. After a moment of contemplation, she expressed her certainty. San Ping took out his phone and dialed his brother's number. "Brother, I'm at the district bureau, and I need a favor. I've apprehended a suspect, and I suspect he is involved in a major case. Please bring 2 skilled interrogators." 20 minutes later, San Ping arrived at the district bureau with 2 middle-aged police officers. After greeting his brother, San Ping departed with Yongyun. In a private dining room at a restaurant, San Ping finished his meal and gazed thoughtfully at Yongyun's delicate features. "Why are you looking at me like that?" Yongyun asked softly. "I was contemplating how you might advance in the entertainment industry," he replied. Yongyun shook her head with a smile. "It doesn't matter. My desire to act stems from passion. However, acting is not my sole interest. I hold a psychology license and can operate a psychological clinic. And let us not forget, your girlfriend is pursuing a doctorate. Should I successfully defend my thesis, I may also choose to remain at the university as a lecturer." Although San Ping was not a master of psychology, he could still discern a hint of reluctance on Yongyun's face. Clearly, her words were not entirely sincere. Her passion for acting went beyond mere interest; it was, in truth, a dream cherished by a young woman. San Ping tapped his fingers on the table, conducting a swift analysis. Although Chen Hon had been arrested, the production of the show would not be derailed. After all, the investment was already secured, and the police had expressed their willingness to provide considerable support. Therefore, it would simply require replacing Chen Hon with another actor. After all, the Great Seer had more than one director actor to offer. The news of Chen Hon's arrest, while seemingly detrimental, could also serve as a boon, generating greater attention for the production. Yongyun smiled wryly. "That doesn't concern me any longer. Do not forget that it was we who delivered Chen Hon into custody. Investors are likely to direct their eye towards me. While they cannot do much, it is certain that the leading role will not fall to me." "Not necessarily," San Ping countered, shaking his head just as his phone rang. Upon seeing the caller ID, San Ping smiled and remarked, "Look, this is an opportunity." He answered the call, putting it on speaker. "Ping, your suspicions were entirely correct. Chen Hon has confessed everything. Chen Hon, formerly known as Chen Yuhon, hails from a family of farmers in the province. Spoiled by his parents since childhood, he developed a violent temperament. At the age of 19, When his parents failed to fulfill his demand for a motorcycle, he, in a drunken rage, murdered them. To conceal his crime, he set fire to their home. Due to the late hour, by the time the villagers discovered the blaze, everything had been reduced to ashes. Chen Yuhon fled to the county seat, where he withdrew all of his family's savings from the credit union the next day. He took a bus southward that very day. After working at a construction site for 2 years without anyone questioning him, his audacity grew. Seizing the opportunity when the workers were collectively obtaining identification cards, he acquired a new ID and adopted the name Chen Hon. The rest of his actions unfolded in a manner consistent with his development. Theft and illegal transactions pale in comparison to the gravity of murder. As for the statute of limitations, in the Great Seer, there is no such thing as a statute of limitations for murder. Regardless of whether it has been 10, 20, or even 50 years, once apprehended, one must face the consequences. Brother, I must bring something to your attention. If Chen Hon's film, The Pursuit of Justice, is not cancelled and continues production, the role of the female lead should be reserved for Young Yoon. Alright, I have noted this. The Municipal Bureau will surely convene a meeting to deliberate on this matter, especially since Chen Hon's situation casts a negative light. If it is confirmed that the filming will proceed, I will handle it. After expressing his gratitude, San Ping'an ended the call. In the afternoon, San Ping'an and Young Yoon embarked on a romantic getaway, ascending the Great Wall together. As evening approached, they found themselves in a small restaurant's private room. I haven't exercised like this in ages, I am utterly exhausted. My legs feel like they have grown 2 sizes. Young Yoon exclaimed, perspiring and repeatedly declaring her fatigue. Women are indeed peculiar creatures. While they tire quickly from hiking, they remain invigorated after a day of shopping. San Ping'an patted his own legs. Put your legs up, let me give you a massage. Humph. Don't think I'm unaware of your intentions, Young Yoon retorted playfully. Though her body betrayed her, San Ping'an chuckled as he positioned her legs comfortably. He gently pressed on her calves, feeling the tension in her muscles, indicative of fatigue. A lack of regular exercise followed by an intense bout of activity often results in such a state. If the muscles are not relaxed, one may experience cramping during the night. Although San Ping'an had not acquired any formal massage techniques from the system, he was not entirely unskilled, just somewhat unprofessional. Nevertheless, he was quite capable of relieving muscle tension. Where would you like to explore tomorrow? He inquired, continuing his gentle kneading. I have plans to meet with my high school classmates tomorrow to visit our former homeroom teacher, followed by a reunion. I will call you in the afternoon. Would you join me for dinner? I am familiar with a restaurant that excels in preparing lamb spine hot pot. I invite you to indulge in it. What do you think? Sure. San Ping'an readily agreed. When massaging the leg muscles, a more profound effect can be achieved if the body is relaxed. Young Yoon wore tightly laced athletic shoes, which hindered blood circulation. San Ping'an untied Young Yoon's shoelaces and removed her shoes. No. Young Yoon exclaimed, belatedly realizing the situation. Alas, it was too late. A foul odor wafted forth as her shoes were removed. Embarrassed and indignant, Young Yoon hastily withdrew her feet and donned her shoes again. Hey. Don't laugh. If you continue, I'll be really angry. San Ping'an struggled to contain his laughter, clearly in agony. Indeed, no one is perfect. Who could have imagined that the stunning Young Yoon, possessing beauty, figure, and intellect, would have such an unpleasant foot odor, and not just a minor one at that? San Ping'an. Young Yoon paused for a moment, her face flushed with shame as she cast a shy glance at him. You mustn't disdain my foot odor. I usually don't exercise this much, so my feet aren't usually like this. Haha. San Ping'an moved closer, wrapping his arms around Young Yoon. A smelly foot is actually beneficial. My competition will surely be driven away in droves, enhancing my odds significantly. Young Yoon playfully pinched San Ping'an's love handles, threatening him with a demonstration of her prowess. San Ping'an quickly surrendered. A server knocked at the door, delivering their meal. After dinner, San Ping'an escorted Young Yoon to her building's entrance. Young Yoon took a couple of steps towards her door, then turned and dashed back to San Ping'an, surprising him. She tiptoed and planted a kiss on his chubby cheek.
Before he could react, she bounced away like a little rabbit, giggling as she ran towards her unit. San Ping sighed, lamenting the missed opportunity to respond. While in a taxi returning to the city, his phone chimed with a text message. My adorable boyfriend. You mustn't disdain my smelly feet. I promise to wash them 3 times a day, no, 5 times. Moi. San Ping read the message, grinning foolishly. Upon returning to his grandfather's house, he washed up and settled into bed, ready for sleep. In the early hours, the system's voice echoed in his mind, daily settlement. Apprehended 2 individuals involved in illicit filming and trafficking, discovered and assisted in capturing a murderer. Reward recipe for Ishyongdan and complete preparation method. Ishyongdan, this name was familiar to San Ping and he had come across it in an ancient tome within his grandfather's study. He was uncertain about its medicinal properties. Although the system provided the recipe and preparation method, it offered no explanations. Such half-baked endeavors were not uncommon for the system. San Ping considered calling his grandfather for clarification but, noticing the late hour, decided against disturbing his sleep. Instead, he dialed his second uncle. The call connected almost instantaneously. Goodness. You answered the phone so swiftly. Uncle, are you not resting tonight? Uncle replied, having a nephew like you is truly a stroke of ill fortune. Speak your mind and do not hold back. Uncle, what keeps you so occupied at this late hour? I am abroad treating a patient for insomnia. No wonder you answered so quickly, the time difference must be at play. While it is midnight here, it is daytime over there. How perplexing. The 4 acupoints Tianju, Duyong, Zhongting, and Baifeng, specifically for treating insomnia, appear to be of no avail. Uncle is a refined and cultured physician. And it is the first time San Ping has heard him utter such coarse language. This illustrates just how agitated he must be feeling. Insomnia. The 4 specialized acupoints for insomnia have proven ineffective. With masterful acupuncture skills, as soon as he had the acupoints, corresponding locations immediately materialized in San Ping's mind. Uncle. Select 3 3-inch needles at depths of 7, 5, and 3/10, inserted at a 45-degree angle from below. Insert them into the Chihai, Tanjun, and Intang acupoints. Silence ensued on the other end of the line, until moments later, Ping, what kind of technique is this? The patient fell asleep within a minute of the needles being placed. Moreover, from the looks of it, they are in deep sleep. San Ping responded. The 4 acupoints for insomnia are ineffective. This indicates an underlying condition of shock or convulsion. When qi is stagnant, the spirit is unsettled. When the spirit is unsettled, the heart is frightened. Qihai calms the qi and soothes the spirit. Tanjun relaxes the qi and pacifies the mind, and Intang anchors the soul. After 3 needles, the qi flows smoothly, the spirit is tranquil, and the heart is at ease. Naturally, the patient will fall asleep. There was a prolonged silence on the line. Uncle. Uncle. Why is the signal still poor? Ping, stop pretending to be a police officer and quickly switch to being a doctor. Comrade Zhao Dejuan. I offer my help with good intentions, and yet you repay my kindness with enmity. Leave me be, I am not jesting. Just from my verbal explanation, you have managed to diagnose and provide the most accurate treatment plan. Such a gift is a waste if you do not pursue a career in medicine. Uncle. How much has the medical field benefited you? We in law enforcement could offer you double. It do not undermine our profession. You are right. It must be early morning over there. Why are you calling me at this hour? San Ping suddenly remembered that he had yet to discuss the main reason for his call. Uncle, have you heard of Ishyongdan? Ishyongdan? Yes. I have heard of it. It is an ancient formula from the early Qing dynasty by the imperial physician Wu Pind. It can be applied externally to eliminate body odor, leaving a lingering fragrance for 3 days. Taken internally, it expels impurities from the body, resulting in a natural aroma. There was once a concubine who danced in the garden, attracting countless butterflies to swirl around her, all because she had long consumed Ishyongdan. However, Wu Pind, true to his name, engaged in an affair with the concubine and was subsequently executed by dismemberment, causing the recipe for Ishyongdan to vanish. Understood, Uncle, you are busy. I shall let you go. San Ping hung up the phone, dressed, and stepped outside. Having known Dami for so long, he had yet to present her with a gift. This was truly a dereliction of duty as a boyfriend. Ishyongdan would undoubtedly be the most suitable and thoughtful gift. In the early hours, not a single traditional Chinese medicine shop in the capital was open. However, for San Ping'an, this posed no obstacle. After all, his grandfather was the eminent traditional Chinese medicine master, Xiao Jingyuan. He swiftly hailed a taxi to the largest herbal medicine distribution center in the capital, where the manager was a disciple of Xiao Jingyuan's close friend. After a brief greeting, he was escorted to the herbal warehouse. With the tongue of a culinary deity, he could discern the aged origin and other details of the herbs with just a taste. Of course, San Ping'an was no fool. He would never dare to touch the likes of a foot-long centipede, a fist-sized poisonous spider, or a vividly colored venomous snake. He was there to procure herbs, not to court death. After selecting an ample supply of medicinal materials, he settled the payment and departed. Upon returning home, he entered the kitchen and began crafting the fragrant pill according to the method stored in his mind. At 6 in the morning, Yong-yun was roused from her slumber by the sound of her phone ringing. "Hello?" She answered, her voice sweet yet laced with a hint of laziness. "Get up, sleepyhead." San Ping'an's voice jolted her awake. "How rude. You're the real sleepyhead," she retorted, rising from bed and making her way to the balcony. Peering down, she spotted San Ping'an in his casual attire, waving up at her. Yong-yun smiled and raised her hand, but as her hand reached halfway, her smile froze. San Ping'an, noticing her reaction, instinctively turned around. Behind him stood a middle-aged couple, holding groceries and soy milk fritters, sizing him up with scrutiny. The middle-aged man exuded an aura of quiet authority, his gaze sharp and assessing, reminiscent of a seasoned detective scrutinizing a suspect. The middle-aged woman, possessing an elegant demeanor and striking beauty, wore a gentle smile akin to a teacher observing a promising student. From the couple's expressions, San Ping'an could easily discern Yong-yan's lineage. Their identities were unmistakable. He quickly stood at attention and respectfully introduced himself. "Hello, uncle and auntie, I am San Ping'an. A friend of Yong-yun. Her boyfriend, I presume?" This is the first time I've seen her smile so tenderly at a boy Yong-yan's mother teased. "Mimi?" San Ping'an almost blurted out. "Oh. You didn't know? Yong-yan's nickname is Mimi, which means sweet," her mother explained with a smile. "How fortuitous," exclaimed San Ping'an. "Enough standing around. We are at the doorstep, come in and sit for a while. You haven't had breakfast yet, have you? Let's eat together." "Of course, Uncle and Auntie. Allow me to help with your things," he responded as he took the items from his future-in-law's hands. Although San Ping'an had lived 2 lives, meeting the parents was a first for him. Yet this did not mean he lacked awareness. Yong-yan's family resided in an old residential complex on the 4th floor of a 6-story building. Her mother led the way, while San Ping'an dutifully followed behind, carrying the items. He knew better than to stray from the path. After all, her father was closely trailing behind him. Although San Ping'an did not turn to look back, he could still feel his uncle's gaze fixed intently on his back, hands, and legs, akin to that of a guard escorting a prisoner. He knocked on the door, but there was no response. Yong-yan's mother seemed to have anticipated her daughter's reaction, pulling out a key to unlock the door. Upon entering, she changed her shoes and remarked, "I'll go fry some more dumplings. Little son, make yourself at home, as if you were in your own house." Yong-yan's mother took the items from San Ping'an's hands, exchanged a few friendly words, then headed into the kitchen. San Ping'an felt somewhat at a loss. Make himself at home. He needed the courage to do so. He sat down. Yong-yan's father spoke for the first time, his voice deep and carrying an undeniable authority. San Ping'an's lips curled into a strained smile, one that was more painful than a frown, as he perched awkwardly on the edge of the sofa. Yong-yan's father sat opposite him, his fierce gaze unwaveringly fixed on San Ping'an. At that moment, San Ping'an truly understood the discomfort of sitting on pins and needles, feeling as if he had a thorn lodged in his throat. Name: San Ping'an. Age: 23. What do you do? Last night. San Ping'an had been busy with preparing medicine and crafting fragrant pills, ensuring they were delivered promptly. Thus, he had not donned the police uniform as his grandfather had requested.
but instead wore a set of civilian clothes. I am a recent graduate from the police academy in Longjiang province and am currently interning at the Beiqiao police station in Hon City. Upon hearing that San Ping'an was indeed a bona fide police officer, Yong Yan's father's stern expression softened slightly. How did you come to know my daughter? I recall she was previously in the Internal Affairs Department of the Hon City Bureau. San Ping'an wiped his hands on his legs, feeling excessively tense and sweaty. The first time was due to a misunderstanding. I was dining with colleagues when we encountered a group of delinquents. I intervened and ended up being reported. Yong Yun was the officer handling my complaint. That was our first meeting. The second time was when I was pursuing a wanted criminal. The third time was during a task assigned by the City Bureau where we apprehended the notorious Yong Fengfeng while posing as a couple. San Ping'an refrained from mentioning the incident where Yong Yun had been kidnapped. If she hadn't disclosed it, he wouldn't bring it up. Not wanting to cause her parents any worry. If she had mentioned it, he would not repeat it to avoid rekindling their concerns. As an intern officer, why are you not at work but here in the capital? San Ping'an's forehead broke out in sweat. He was no fool. If he admitted to being suspended, it would likely jeopardize his relationship with Yong Yun. I was involved in a major case and discharged my firearm. So the station granted me a few days off to recuperate. Yong Yan's father nodded slightly, preparing to inquire further. Dad, are you ever going to stop? You're not interrogating a criminal. Yong Yun emerged from her room wearing pajamas, her face flushed with embarrassment, and stood beside San Ping'an. Yong Yan's father sighed internally. The little cotton-padded jacket is letting in a draft. Old Yong, come help me for a moment, Yong Yan's mother called from the kitchen. Yong Yan's father rose, casting a stern glance at San Ping'an. Humph. If that brat dares to bully you, in my eyes, he is nothing but a criminal. Once her father left, Yong Yun looked at San Ping'an with a hint of pride. So, how does it feel? Are you scared? Let us see if you dare to bully me in the future. Bully you? How could I? I cherish and adore you far too much. Yong Yun shot San Ping'an a glance. You smooth talker. By the way, did you come so early to accompany me to visit our teacher? I came to bring you this. San Ping'an retrieved a plastic bag from his pocket containing 4 dark, round pills the size of longanies. After a long night of labor, he had wasted a considerable amount of medicinal materials due to inexperience, ultimately yielding only 4 fragrant pills. He believed that with practice, he would no longer be so wasteful. What is this? Is it medicine? Yong Yun inquired curiously as she accepted the plastic bag, puzzled. This is Xiongdan, an ancient remedy specifically for the empresses and consorts of the imperial court. It can be used externally or taken internally. For external use, it is placed in a bathtub for a soak which can eliminate body odor and leave a lingering fragrance. Internally, it cleanses the body of impurities, allowing one to naturally emanate a subtle scent. Once you apply it externally and take it internally, you shall never have to worry about removing your shoes again. Upon hearing San Ping'an's explanation, Yong Yun immediately recalled an embarrassing incident from the previous night in the restaurant's private room, her face flushing with shame. Do you think my feet smell? San Ping'an raised his hands in surrender. I swear by heaven. I toiled all night to prepare these fragrant pills for you. As soon as I finished, I rushed over to deliver them. I thought I would be rewarded, but instead, Yong Yan's delight was evident on her face. Hearing her parents' voices from the kitchen, she embraced San Ping'an and bestowed a kiss upon him. This time, San Ping'an had learned his lesson. He wrapped his arms around Yong Yan's slender waist, ensuring she could not escape, and responded with equal fervor. A loud cough interrupted them, causing San Ping'an and Yong Yun to spring apart as if shocked. I need to change clothes, Yong Yun stammered, hastily retreating to her bedroom and locking the door behind her. San Ping'an was left dumbfounded. What am I to do now that you've gone? Old Yong, why are you still standing there? Hurry and set the table, aren't you supposed to be at work? Yong Yan's mother interjected, coming to San Ping'an's rescue. Soy milk, fried dough sticks, pan-fried dumplings, and porridge were laid out on the table, some bought, then some freshly prepared for breakfast. When Yong Yan's mother called her out, the blush on her cheeks had yet to fade. She kept her head down, avoiding her father's gaze, but occasionally stole glances at San Ping'an. Yong Yan's father grew increasingly irate, finding San Ping'an more and more displeasing. San Ping'an was not a naive newcomer to society, having lived 2 lives. He understood that before marriage, the father-in-law and son-in-law were often adversaries. In his position as a junior, having taken away his daughter, who had been raised with great care for over 20 years, he found himself at a distinct disadvantage. Thus, he could only adopt a humble demeanor. "Shao-san, are you free today?" Yongyan's father inquired. Yes, San Ping'an replied. When a future father-in-law asked such a question, even if there were matters to discuss, one would immediately respond in the negative. Only an utter fool would admit to having something on their plate. "That's good. Then you will accompany me to work today." "Ah!" both San Ping'an and Yongyun exclaimed in unison. Yongyan's father shot a disapproving glance at his daughter, who was still unmarried yet already showing signs of favoritism. Then he turned his gaze towards San Ping'an. The imposing aura of the seasoned police officer bore down upon San Ping'an like a mountain. "You are but an intern officer, lacking in experience in handling matters and cases. I shall accompany you to broaden your horizons and enrich your experience." "Oh, thank you, uncle." A myriad of refusals surged within San Ping'an, yet only agreement escaped his lips. In the presence of his future father-in-law, he felt devoid of any rights. After breakfast, San Ping'an reminded Yongyun not to forget to take her medicine. Yongyun, in turn, cautioned him to be extra careful. The two appeared like newlyweds, reluctant to part at the door. Yongyan's mother wore a smile reminiscent of an affectionate aunt, while her father's forehead throbbed with veins, seemingly harboring thoughts of eliminating the rotund man before him. "We must leave, otherwise we'll miss the bus," Yongyun's father growled impatiently. With reluctance, San Ping'an bid farewell to Yongyun and followed closely behind. "Uncle, let me carry the bag." Yongyun's father did not hand the bag to San Ping'an but instead donned a stern expression. "During work hours, do not address me as uncle. You may call me Captain Yong or simply my name, Yongcheng." "Yes, Captain Yong," San Ping'an responded with a salute, his voice resonating with respect. Yongcheng nodded and continued walking ahead. Upon exiting the community, they stood at the bus stop for a moment before a notably lengthy bus with 2 compartments arrived. San Ping'an followed Yongcheng aboard. Yongcheng utilized a monthly pass, while San Ping'an fished out cash for his fare. The bus was crowded, predominantly filled with young and middle-aged individuals, with very few elderly passengers. It was evident that everyone was diligently laboring for their daily sustenance, striving to make ends meet. As San Ping'an gazed out the window, he felt someone leaning in from the side. Instantly, he grew alert. "Kid, don't look around indiscriminately. At your 4 o'clock. A balding man in his 40s wearing a white shirt. San Ping'an naturally turned slightly, feigning a stretch, then followed Yongcheng's cue to observe. He noticed an unremarkable, seemingly benign middle-aged man, swaying with the bus, appearing to inappropriately encroach upon a young woman. A specific term immediately surfaced in San Ping'an's mind: groping. He even recalled the corresponding code from his previous life. Just as he prepared to intervene, he felt as though his arm had been caught in a vice. "What do you intend to do?" Yongcheng whispered. "Arrest him." "Arrest whom?" "Have you assessed the surrounding environment? Are you aware of how many accomplices the suspect may have?" A rookie is a rookie. When faced with a situation, they rush in impulsively. "Do you know which type of officers suffer the most injuries and casualties in the police force?" "It is precisely